Recently divorced from his wife, Yufei found himself inexplicably transported back to his high school days. Originally, he merely wished to rekindle a romance with his childhood sweetheart. However, upon his rebirth, the situation appeared to have taken an unexpected turn. Surrounded by a cast of intriguing characters, an elegant school beauty, a fiery childhood friend, an enigmatic senior with white hair and crimson eyes, a petite and adorable treasure of a girl, a comic book-like girl who ran away from home, a whimsical younger sister, a slightly eccentric Lolita girl, and a mature, alluring landlady. Yufei's life was anything but ordinary. Chapter 1. The Ones I Love and Who Love Me. Beside a highway, under a pine tree, two young individuals stood, each exhibiting a distinct demeanor amidst the bustle of passers-by. "Is this truly how it must be?" asked a strikingly beautiful woman clad in professional attire, her long legs adorned with sheer dark stockings, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The man, dressed in formal, were with a briefcase in hand, wore an expression steeped in bitterness. "Xia Yanqing, do you not yet comprehend? There exists no love between us. Our relationship is a source of torment for both you and me," he replied. "I can no longer endure this," she murmured. Moments later, the man's emotions erupted like a house succumbing to a tempest, shattering into countless fragments. "Is there truly no room for redemption?" he implored. "Why, Yufei, you know I love you. Please do not leave me," she pleaded, biting her lip, her hands clenching her trousers, her heart a whirlpool of anxiety and trepidation. She could not bear the thought of losing Yufei. She absolutely could not lose him. Whether this constituted love was uncertain, yet the fear of never seeing him again consumed her. Regrettably, her realization came rather too late. She reached out to caress her husband's face, yet Yufei deftly evaded her touch in a heartbeat. "Do not do this," he said. Yufei retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, igniting it with a lighter to steady his tumultuous emotions before gazing at the tearful girl before him. Exhaling a long breath, he inquired, "Xia Yanqing, do you recall our first meeting?" He smiled faintly, reminiscing about 2 years prior when, at the age of 24, he had been expelled from his home by his godmother. This was his 7th blind date, and he had resigned himself to the notion that he would never encounter someone he truly adored, until Xia Yanqing appeared. She illuminated his life like a radiant beacon, dispelling the heartaches of his youth. Making love, a concept he believed was forever beyond his grasp, seemed within reach. Yet, she remained expressionless, seemingly impervious to emotional sway. As cold as he appeared, she had entered into marriage solely for the sake of matrimony, devoid of any affection for Yufei. Perhaps it was the lover's perspective that rendered Yufei blind. To him, Xia Yanqing was the most exquisite woman in existence. If his godmother held the second place, then Xia Yanqing was the sole contender for the first. In that moment, Yufei even envisioned names for their future children. After an enlightening hour of conversation, Yufei and Xia Yanqing strolled side by side into a park. In April, the cherry blossoms were in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful, much like Xia Yanqing, serene and elegant. Xia Yanqing sat on a park bench, maintaining a half-meter distance from Yufei. Before he could speak, she uttered the words that would linger in Yufei's memory for a lifetime. "Let's be together. This way, both your mother and mine will be pleased." Xia Yanqing's mother and Yufei's godmother shared a close friendship, having bonded over their personalities despite knowing each other for only a year. Their camaraderie was exceptionally profound. It was this connection that afforded Yufei the opportunity to meet Xia Yanqing. Having never been in a relationship, Xia Yanqing, at 24, reluctantly participated in her first blind date, spurred by her mother's insistence. In their brief conversation, Xia Yanqing assessed Yufei's qualifications. He possessed a car and a home in the city, worked as a civil servant, dabbled in online writing, and earned a post-tax monthly income of approximately $30,000. Among ordinary individuals, this was considered an excellent prospect. However, the most significant factor was her mother's approval of Yufei, compelling her to agree to a union with him, even in the absence of love. Very well," she acquiesced. After a brief moment of shock, Yufei accepted Xia Yanqing's proposal, and that very afternoon, they secured their marriage certificate at the Civil Affairs Bureau. As Xia Yanqing was Yufei's first love, he devoted his heart entirely to her. He cherished her, hoping that in time, she would come to cherish him as well. Following their marriage, whenever Xia Yanqing's monthly visitor arrived, he would promptly prepare her sweetened ginger tea, massage her abdomen, and buy her favorite delicacies, showering her with tender care. When she fell ill, he braved heavy traffic and storms to procure medicine for her. When she expressed a desire for strawberries, he traversed half the city, securing various kinds to ascertain which were the freshest. Even in the off-season, when she confided her newfound passion for a game, he diligently honed his skills, managing to secure a few victories. When she lamented her post-work fatigue, he made it a point to tidy himself up, ensuring he presented his best self upon returning home. When she mentioned her aversion to the smell of smoke, he abstained from smoking for 2 years. When she stated she was unprepared, they had slept in separate rooms for 2 years, and Yufei never pressured her to engage in activities she disliked. Yet Xia Yanqing remained perpetually composed, akin to the still surface of a lake in the park, devoid of any ripples. Serene as a poem, it seemed no one could penetrate the depths of her soul. At times, Yu Fei yearned to ascertain whether she were a robot, for robots lack emotion, their actions dictated by specific programming. Perhaps Xia Yanqing was such a construct. Of course I remember. In that cafe, you appeared so shy and vibrant, like the brilliant morning sun. He recalled that a radiant smile graced Xia Yanqing's face. She realized then that Yu Fei cherished her. If that were the case, why would he choose to divorce her? She believed she had done sufficiently well. She never questioned where he went, granting him ample freedom, something many married men could only dream of. Moreover, when conversing with Yu Fei, she never displayed impatience. She always spoke to him gently, unconditionally trusting him, regardless of the decisions he made. But why has it come to this? Although she once harbored disdain for him, she has now developed feelings for him. So why can't they return to how things were before? Tears cascaded from the corners of Xia Yanqing's eyes, reminiscent of the morning dew glistening under the rising sun. You profess your love for me, yet what have you truly done? You harbor not even a shred of affection for me. Such a marriage brings no happiness to anyone. You refuse to reveal your past to me, what you have endured, what regrets you hold. Each time, you merely say, when the time is right, I will tell you. You always behave this way. Would it not be better to clarify things? You are a riddle, treating me as if I were a mere clown. Why Yu Fei let out a bitter laugh. The facade he once wore had long since vanished. Indeed, I'm the clown, but you are not the jester's muse. We are truly beyond redemption. I hope you find the one you truly love, and do not disturb me any longer. The deep bags under Yu Fei's eyes appeared even more pronounced, signifying not just physical exhaustion, but a profound psychological fatigue that had long set in. Allow me to pose 3 questions to you. If you can answer 2 of them, then we shall not need to discuss divorce. Upon witnessing Xia Yanqing's tears begin to fall, Yu Fei contemplated for a moment before softly speaking. He no longer wished to play the fool. Moreover, he was confident that Xia Yanqing would be unable to answer these 3 questions. Very well, that a glimmer of hope sparked in Xia Yanqing's eyes. There was still a chance. If she could answer these 3 questions correctly, Yu Fei would not leave, and they could return to their former selves. They could travel together, start a family. No, not just one child, but twins, and revel in the bliss of marriage. And beyond, for there was still much of life left for them to experience together. First question. Do you know what my favorite game is? Yu Fei regarded Xia Yanqing with an expression devoid of emotion. I remember you enjoy playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. I recall us playing together numerous times, and your skills were exceptional that we often emerged victorious. Surely this answer is correct? A radiant smile illuminated Xia Yanqing's face. This question was indeed simple, and having answered the first correctly, she needed only to answer one more to ensure he would not leave her. Yu Fei merely smirked coldly. Incorrect, Xia Yanqing. That is merely a game you enjoy. I have never been fond of FPS games. The game I play most frequently is League of Legends. Did you not notice that my mousepad, my computer case, and even the posters on my wall, all adorned with League of Legends themes? You seem to have never entered my bedroom, nor have you ever viewed my social media accounts, so how could you possibly know? Yu Fei sighed softly, stating, but this is merely the first question. It is not the end of the world if you answered incorrectly. There are still 2 more questions. As long as you answer one correctly, we can return to how we once were, even if we are not in love. Xia Yanqing gritted her teeth, wishing to slap herself for not knowing what games Yu Fei enjoyed. Once they returned home, she would live with him, exploring every facet of his being, determined to understand him. The second question, who is my favorite Ultraman? Yu Fei posed his second question, one that would be simple for his friends and family, as he had harbored an almost obsessive admiration for Ultraman since childhood. However, for Xia Yanqing, this question would prove far more challenging, and no matter how many times Ultraman faltered, he ultimately triumphed over the monsters. Evil could never conquer justice. This principle had profoundly influenced Yu Fei, instilling in him an unwavering sense of righteousness. Suddenly, a delicate visage flashed in his mind, a memory of her gifting him a toy long ago. Though years had passed, the memory remained vivid. Shaking his head, he returned to the present. Noticing Xia Yanqing's anxious expression, Yu Fei chuckled softly. While this second question might seem trivial, it carried a weight of significance. Though he had not watched the Ultraman series for years, its echoes occasionally surfaced in his life. He would hear a self-media blogger proclaim, I believe in light, amidst a crowd. Yu Fei had once viewed Xia Yanqing as the light in his life, only to realize now that it was merely his own unrequited yearning. Light must be generated from within. If one's heart is devoid of brightness, how could anyone else illuminate it? Ultraman? Xia Yanqing furrowed her brow, taken aback by the nature of the question. She recalled the decorations in her home and the things Yu Fei had shared with her. Yet, why could she not remember? Typically, she would respond with oh, okay, or right after he spoke. But after she spoke, Yu Fei would not respond in kind. He always had endless words for her, filled with the sentiments she longed to hear. Is it Digga? Xia Yinying tilted her head slightly, her voice soft as she inquired. After all boys believe in light. That Yu Fei shook his head once more. Perhaps other boys favor Diga, but I do not. I prefer Zero. He is brave and rebellious, and he reminds me of my childhood self. I often wonder if I had been a bit braver, perhaps the outcomes would have turned in a more favorable direction. Xia Yinying, do you remember? The ornament in my car is Zero, but it was taken by your relatives. You promised to replace it for me. But you forgot that Yu Fei's expression remained impassive, reminiscent of the once vibrant Xia Yinying, now akin to a still pool of water, devoid of ripples, silent and unyielding. Xia Yinying felt despondent. She had answered the second question incorrectly as well. It seemed she truly did not know Yu Fei well enough. Had he not mentioned it, she would have never recalled such a detail. Every morning, Yu Fei drove her to work, the Zero pendant swaying before her eyes, yet she had never taken the time to observe the details of their shared life. Now, it felt too late to reflect. Gripping her clothing, she began to tear at it frantically, her bloodshot eyes betraying her emotional turmoil, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet the fabric simply creased under her grasp. Never tearing, it's nothing. Xia Yinying. Isn't there still one question left? I have changed my mind that, if you answer this question correctly, you can have me play out any scenario you desire. I shall accommodate your wishes in a manner that would satisfy your heart's content. This way, not only will your mother be pleased, but mine will be as well. Yu Fei sat in a nearby chair, gazing at his wife's smooth and fair visage, helplessly uttering. The third question, who is my favorite literary genius? This question should pose no challenge for you. Yu Fei forced a smile and said, I know. The calligraphy hanging in the living room is Luo Shanfu. Your favorite should be Chao Ji, right? It must be Chao Ji. No. Perhaps I need to think again. Although the calligraphy adorned their home, Xia Yinying remained calm, lowering her head to ponder the answer intently. Feeling the weight of her previous incorrect responses, she was reluctant to risk another failure. Are you certain? I might favor Chao Ji, or perhaps Chao Chao, or Chao Pai, or even Chao Shuqian. Yu Fei met Xia Yinying's gaze, speaking slowly. Could it be Chao the thief? Suddenly, Xia Yinying recalled Yu Fei mentioning Chao Chao, her mind swirling chaotically, as if on the verge of explosion, and oh, my favorite is indeed Chao Ji, and I've told you more than once. I adore Chao Ji, especially his Luo Shanfu. When we first met, I felt you embodied the essence of Chao Ji's portrayal, and my sentiments have not wavered since, though all of this feels beyond my reach, like a light cloud veiling the moon, drifting gently like the snow in the returning wind. From afar, it appears as radiant as the sun rising at dawn. Upon closer inspection, it dazzles like the lotus blooming amidst the rippling waves. Yu Fei found himself reciting these lines involuntarily, embodying the essence of Xia Lingyun's idol. Merely reading the words conjured ethereal imagery in his mind. Yu Fei, without having answered none of the questions correctly, Xia Yinying felt like a fool. Was this truly her fate? Yet, she did not wish to part ways with Yu Fei. No, absolutely not. But how could she retain him? No need to elaborate. You know nothing of me. What I have said to you is as inconsequential as refuse. However, I remember every little detail about your preferences. You are severely allergic to mangoes, enjoy drinking rib soup, often play PUBG, your favorite figurine is Doraemon, you drool in your sleep, dislike cilantro, and only wear fully enclosed slippers. Yu Fei recounted these facts with a smile. Yet this is all in the past. After 2 years together, you are a good person, and I sincerely hope for your future happiness. So, let us divorce. As he uttered these words, his eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. The reality that sincere affection cannot always be reciprocated has become a norm in contemporary society. However, he did not wish to passively accept this fate. He yearned for more than a haphazard existence. Yu Fei, I beg you, once we return, I will truly make an effort to understand you. By the way, is it because I have not given you what you need? Upon our return tonight, we could. Xia Yinying clung desperately to Yu Fei's arm, her voice hoarse, a stark contrast to the image he held of her. Yet, he remained resolute, his heart unyielding. The streets bustled with passers-by. What a scoundrel! With such a beautiful wife, and yet he fails to cherish her. If it were me, I would pamper her to the heavens. Poor girl. What a world we live in. Scoundrels abound, making me hesitant to marry. Indeed, the more handsome the man, the less reliable he seems. Onlookers witnessing the couple's exchange conjured images of a rogue deceiving a naive girl. Yu Fei disregarded the comments and insults hurled by the strangers. He pried Xia Yinying's hand away, the last flicker of hope in his eyes extinguished. It has lost all significance. Xia Yinying, we have no future together. However, you still have the opportunity to find someone better. With your beauty, you can marry into wealth and live a more fulfilling life. We have yet to share even a kiss, and after our divorce that you may find someone you love, and that person may very well love you too. But, Yu Fei, that is my issue, not yours. You are not at fault. Xia Yinying moved closer, attempting to kiss him. In that instant, Yu Fei blocked her advance, his voice icy as he said, "Sign the papers." After stating this, he retrieved a stack of documents and a pen from his briefcase. "No, I refuse." Xia Yinying's legs weakened. She grasped the papers handed to her and tore them into shreds. The fragments fell to the ground, a chaotic mess. "Useless," Xia Yinying. "I printed an entire bag's worth to prevent this very scenario." Yu Fei pulled out a thick stack of A4 sheets from his briefcase, handing them over one by one. Xia Yinying inhaled deeply, realizing there truly seemed to be no room for reconciliation. Ever since that incident in high school, she had developed a profound aversion to men. Thus, she had never experienced love, not even a first kiss. Over the course of more than 2 years, she acknowledged that she had grown fond of him. When Yu Fei expressed his desire to leave her, she was utterly panicked. In that moment, she understood what it felt like to be cherished by someone. But Yu Fei's resoluteness left her unable to convey her love. Had she felt an instant attraction to Yu Fei upon their first meeting, without harboring disdain for men, perhaps they would already have a child of a year old. Alas, she had no chance to start new. All of this was the consequence of her own making. "Yu Fei, could you walk with me? Just like we used to." Xia Yinying blinked her large eyes, her willow-like brows unfurling as she implored pitifully. Yu Fei shook his head, entangled in a web of confusion. He now wished to distance himself from Xia Yinying, hoping for a future where they could both find peace. "Yu Fei, please, not like this. Just one last time. All I ask is for you to accompany me for a little while. Divorce can wait." Xia Yinying clung to Yu Fei, speaking softly. "Very well." This time, Yu Fei agreed without hesitation. It would be the final time, truly the last. Xia Yinying's expression began to twist into one of bitterness and distress. Using their divorce as leverage to compel him into action had succeeded, but it seemed she was genuinely about to lose him. Why Yu Fei grasped Xia Yinying's hand as they walked along the roadside, neither of them daring to break the silence. "That's it, Yinying. I shall now embark on the quest to find the one who loves me, and whom I love in return." Yu Fei forced a smile, stepping onto the sidewalk. "What if you don't find her?" Xia Yinying widened her rosy eyes, speaking slowly. "Then I shall grow old in solitude. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Perhaps love is nothing but a fleeting illusion. It has no bearing on me." Yu Fei fiddled with his watch on his left wrist, his tone apathetic, as if all of this were irrelevant to him. For over 2 years, Xia Yinying's feelings for him had merely been a simple reliance. She did not truly understand herself. Perhaps others could muddle through life this way, but Yu Fei was unwilling to accept a lifetime with someone who could never love him in return. This marriage had been a mistake from the very beginning. It should have never commenced. Thus, he chose to pursue divorce. And even if he would never encounter someone suitable thereafter, he would harbor no regrets. Xia Yinying glanced at Yu Fei's profile. He had always been a rather innocent individual. He would pour every ounce of his being into loving the one he adored. Yet ultimately, she had let him down. Xia Yinying reminisced about the myriad moments shared with Yu Fei. At times, he resembled a child, exhibiting a profound need for affection. Even to the point of obsession in that regard, he mirrored her own past. He sought love while she had long since abandoned the opportunity to receive it after shutting herself away for far too long. There were instances when she deemed Yu Fei somewhat immature, but in retrospect, it was merely that his way of expressing love was rather unconventional. Perhaps it was the depths of his feelings that had led him to this state. Over the course of 2 years, she had countless opportunities to reciprocate his affection, yet she had squandered every single one. Such is the nature of fate and destiny. Is there truly no opportunity left? If only you would agree, we could return to how we once were. Xia Yinying could not resist uttering those words. Return to how we once were. To continue as a devoted admirer. Yu Fei shook his head. "I have no interest in that. But, Yu Fei, I have never regarded you as merely a devoted admirer." Tears streamed down Xia Yinying's face. It's just that Yu Fei cast a glance at her. "Enough. Let's proceed with the divorce. After that, you may do as you please." Xia Yinying was taken aback. Yu Fei had never spoken to her in such a manner before, and now he had broken that restraint. She felt an overwhelming ache within her heart. A gentle breeze caressed their faces. Yet at that moment, a large truck barreled towards them, and Yu Fei instinctively pushed Xia Yinying aside. In the instant the truck struck him, his consciousness began to fade, leaving only the sound of Xia Yinying calling his name. "Why, Yu Fei? Wake up. Don't leave me. I beg you. You promised me you would protect me, for a lifetime. Call 120. Please call 120. In his final moments, Yu Fei could hear only Xia Yinying's voice, tinged with tears, until that voice faded entirely, and his consciousness slipped away, death beckoning him. If there were to be another life, he hoped to have a happy and harmonious family, to find a lover with whom he could mutually pursue love, and to live a steady and fulfilling life. She had never truly understood herself. Those 3 questions may not have seemed significant, yet they were inextricably linked to Yu Fei. Life, work, dreams. Due to the demands of his daytime job and nighttime writing, his primary source of entertainment was gaming. He enjoyed playing League of Legends, as it defined his existence. His favorite literary figure was Chao Ji, for he too was a writer, albeit a web novelist. He still immersed himself in literature from both ancient and modern times. Among literary figures, he admired the carefree and exceptionally talented Chao Ji the most, of course. He also held a fondness for Chow Pai and Chow Chow. This was reflective of his work. Finally, there was Ultraman. As a child, when asked about his dreams, Yu Fei expressed his desire to become Ultraman. His female classmate had laughed at him then, but later apologized. As he grew, Yu Fei, much like the Ultraman of his childhood fantasies, became an upright, kind-hearted individual with a strong sense of justice. Subsequently, his dreams evolved. He aspired to become a great literary figure, to create remarkable works. However, upon graduating university, that dream faded away. Now, his personal time dwindled, and his aspirations had long since dimmed. He realized that he had never been the protagonist, but merely an inconspicuous NPC in the grand tapestry of life. The lyrics of a song by Chopstick Brothers resonated profoundly. Dreams are always out of reach. Perhaps it is time to let go. Now, as an aging boy, he chose to relinquish his dreams and shift his focus to reality. Yet he had not attained the fulfillment he desired. Perhaps, for him, death would be the ultimate liberation. That it was only as he approached the brink of death that he comprehended his greatest misunderstanding of the world. He had believed that if he treated others sincerely, they would reciprocate with the same sincerity. Now he realized that everything had merely existed in his mind. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Here it is. Yu Fei opened his eyes, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a classroom that appeared to be neither brand new nor entirely worn, where over 40 students were seated, yet there was no teacher at the podium. Was it self-study time? Yu Fei rubbed his eyes and glanced at his desk, which bore tape and scribbled notes penned with a gel pen, alongside sticky notes adorned with a plethora of common English words. Beside him sat his deskmate, the class monitor and one of the most beautiful girls in the school, Jiang Qingyao. Clad in a white and blue school uniform, she exuded an air of tranquility. With her ponytail, willow leaf eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and lips as red as if painted with lipstick, her complexion was remarkably fair, appearing as smooth as if enhanced by a filter. She was truly Yu Fei's ethereal moonlight. His father was a civil servant, while his mother taught Chinese, though she worked at the second high school rather than the first. After graduating from high school, Jiang Qingyao went directly to the United States for further studies, a privilege afforded by her wealthy uncle. In his second year of college, Yu Fei learned through a class group that Jiang Qingyao had been involved in a romantic relationship with an American. At the time, he felt a twinge of regret. Although she was somewhat aloof, she was responsible and respected by all her classmates, including the mischievous boys in the back row. However, he was not inclined to alter Jiang Qingyao's life. They were merely ordinary classmates, and ordinary classmates had no right to suggest changes in another's life. Checking the date, he realized it was September 2017, and he was already 18. Surrounded by familiar places and friends, Yu Fei felt as though his youth was returning to him. But wait, there was also the familiar figure of Old Fong. Sleeping soundly, Yu Fei, a corpulent middle-aged man, somewhat balding, gritted his teeth and remarked, "Your grades are excellent. Yet here you're sleeping in my class. Quite the audacity, I must say." The old teacher, Fong Jinxiu, whom everyone affectionately referred to as Old Fong, glared at Yu Fei with an intensity that suggested he might just bite off a piece of him. "Old Fong, I stayed up late studying last night," Yu Fei sheepishly replied, ruffling his hair and offering a sheepish smile. "You better have." Old Fong said no more and returned to the podium to continue his lesson. "Class monitor, may I borrow your mirror?" Yu Fei softly inquired, glancing at Jiang Qingyao, who was diligently working on her assignment. She shot him a quick glance, but remained silent. 3 seconds later, she retrieved a small, round mirror from her drawer. Yu Fei took the mirror and gazed into it, examining his youthful reflection, a surge of excitement coursing through him. "Damn, I'm handsome," he thought, though he wasn't quite on par with the likes of Jin Chengwu, Wu Yinzhu, or the readers of Tomato. Nevertheless, with a height of 183 meters. It was no wonder girls had often confessed their feelings for him during high school. "Dai Fei, still admiring yourself in the mirror? We know you're handsome, but who knew you were this vain?" Suddenly, someone patted Yu Fei on the shoulder, calling out. When he turned, he found Huang Makai, known as Tree Brother to him, with whom he had been acquainted since the 4th grade. Huang had repeated 2 grades and had a rugged appearance, resembling a tough guy. As they grew older, He bore a resemblance to a certain actor known for his role as a tough character. The nickname Tree Brother had originated from both his name and a character from a popular game, as well as the fact that Huang was 2 years older than Yu Fei, and it had simply stuck over time. "I think you're the one who needs a beating," Huang Makai retorted with a mischievous grin. "Let us head to the restroom for a smoke. It's on me." "All right," Yu Fei replied casually, having not smoked in over 2 years. His last attempt was in front of Xia Yinying, which had amounted to a brief relapse before he discarded the cigarette. This time, he thought it would be a good way to relieve some stress. "Yu Fei, Huang Makai, what are you two doing? Can't you pay attention in class?" Old Fong exclaimed, tossing a piece of chalk that narrowly missed Huang Makai's head. Huang felt a jolt, wondering why only he was targeted and not Yu Fei, who enjoyed special privileges due to his good grades. Yu Fei adjusted his posture and fell silent. Though he wasn't truly listening to the lecture, he had largely forgotten the material in the textbooks, and it was imperative to review the knowledge. In his previous life, he had managed to get into a 211 university, but this time he aimed for nothing less than a 985. After class, Yu Fei walked past Jiang Qingyao and waved for Huang Makai to join him. Arriving by the wash basin in the restroom, Yu Fei lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, exhaling slowly. He had no real addiction to smoking. It was merely a means to alleviate stress, and he had smoked little during his university years. It was only when he entered the workforce and faced significant pressure that he had taken up again. But after Xia Yinying expressed her distaste for the smell, he had quit once more. "Tree Brother, if you could be reborn, what would you do?" Yu Fei asked as he smoked and bantered with Huang Makai. "Rebirth? Discussing such matters is utterly pointless. I'm a staunch materialist and don't believe in such nonsense." Huang waved his hand dismissively. "Rebirth at this stressful juncture? If I were truly reborn, I'd rather smash my head against a wall. I don't want to endure another year of academic suffering. I just want to get through high school and enjoy a wonderful university life." "I meant hypothetically," Yu Fei replied lightly, "to make up for regrets. The older we grow, the more regrets we accumulate. If given a chance to live again, one must certainly seek to remedy their regrets." Huang Makai glanced at Yu Fei and nodded. "You're right. It's about making amends." Yu Fei looked out at the trees and chirping sparrows, pondering the many regrets he had yet to rectify in this life. As they stepped outside, Yu Fei extinguished his cigarette and tossed the butt down below. "Oh no, Ningxia saw us." Huang Makai gasped, startled. "Tree Brother, don't speak so recklessly," Yu Fei frowned, turning to see yet another familiar face. This was his childhood friend, Ningxia, with whom he had been acquainted since kindergarten. Yu Fei had once harbored feelings for her, but his confession had been rejected after graduation, and she had since vanished without a trace. No one, including their teacher Fong Jinxiu, had been able to contact her. This had always been a source of pain for Yu Fei. He could not fathom why Ningxia had rejected him when they seemed like a perfect match. Even her friends had later mentioned how she spoke of him and brought him meals. So why did she disappear? Yu Fei was convinced that there had to be a reason behind Ningxia's rejection, and ultimately, it was tied to the truth of her disappearance. In this life, he was determined to uncover that truth. Chapter 3. Youth is always accompanied by regrets. "Xia," Yu Fei greeted her with a smile. "Ningxia possesses an exquisite beauty. Her eyes resembling crescent moons when she smiles, her complexion fair and radiant. Her figure boasts alluring curves that form a perfect S shape, with her ponytail cascading down her back. She is clad in a short white sleeve top, layered with a light blue jacket, and her lower half is adorned with casual gray trousers. She exudes an invigorating aura of youth." "Ah Fei, why are you smoking again?" Ningxia crossed her arms defiantly, her expression one of indignation. "I want to do it again," Yu Fei replied, momentarily taken aback before leaning in to embrace her gently, whispering softly. Ningxia's petite form stiffened suddenly, and she pushed him away. "Ah Fei, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Except for a time in childhood when she had a fever and he carried her to the school clinic, he had never held her again. "It's nothing, just felt a sudden itch in my body. Wanted to hug you." Yu Fei leaned against the wall, saying nonchalantly. "I think it's you who has an itch," Ningxia pouted, clearly upset. "Just don't let me catch you smoking again, or I'll tell whom. I have neither father nor mother. Who would you report me to?" Yu Fei dismissed her threat with a wave. However, I did not say I wouldn't heed your words. I promise I won't smoke again. Just as Ningxia intended to continue her retort, his last comment silenced her. You better keep that promise, Ningxia asserted with her hands on her hips, her tone serious. I would never deceive you. When have I ever lied? Yu Fei waved dismissively, confident in his integrity. By the way, are you studying tonight or heading home? The high school Yu Fei attended was rather unique, although the admission criteria were stringent. The management was quite lenient. Students had the option to either study late or return home. Nonetheless, this institution boasted the highest undergraduate acceptance rate in the city year after year. Many students like Yu Fei were capable of entering prestigious 211 universities, yet few matched his handsome looks. Of course, I'm going home, Ningxia frowned. I always go home with you. Did you forget? Oh, right. I just mentioned it casually. After his rebirth, Yu Fei struggled to recall many details, but he remembered this small fact about Ningxia. He resided in a rental nearby, while Ningxia was a local, both living in the same community. Dingling suddenly, the sound of a ringing bell echoed. All right, Xia, Shuj and I are heading back to class. See you after school. Yu Fei waved goodbye and hurried off. As they approached the classroom door, Huang Makai chuckled. Impressive, my bro, you actually dared to hug Ningxia? Is this a revelation of your true nature? It was merely a simple hug. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Yu Fei quickly interjected, urging Huang Makai to be quiet. It was just that he hadn't seen Ningxia in a long time and wanted to give her a hug, expressing his longing. Sure, you say it was a simple hug. Let us hope you say the same on your wedding day. By the way, I want to be the best man. After years of watching from the sidelines, I'm claiming that title. Huang Makai chuckled, having met Yu Fei in 4th grade and subsequently getting to know Ningxia. He understood their feelings all too well. Enough. If you can fantasize about something so unrelated, it seems you've truly lost your mind. Yu Fei closed the classroom door and remarked lightly. Upon closing the door, Yu Fei suddenly noticed a girl seated in the corner. She had her head bowed, her bangs nearly obscuring her brows, and he could vaguely see her wearing black-framed glasses. Her movements were fluid as she diligently solved physics problems. Yu Fei furrowed his brow, memories flooding back. He had a vivid impression of this girl, though not from high school. Here, she was rather inconspicuous. Her name was Zhou Tianyu. Raised alone by grandma, Zhou, after being found as a child. Due to her impoverished background and lack of parental figures, she had developed a rather introverted personality. If it weren't for a reunion after graduation, Yu Fei would have never realized how beautiful Zhou Tianyu had become. She had transformed from an ugly duckling into a graceful swan, fair-skinned and attractive, successful in her career. Most boys might lack the courage to pursue her. However, even if they did, it wouldn't matter, for Zhou Tianyu was a firm believer in remaining unmarried. She had turned down all suitors, be they wealthy heirs or handsome scholars. Yu Fei recalled accompanying Jiang Qingyao to visit Zhou Tianyu, where they had provided her with financial assistance. They lived in a dilapidated area, yet Zhou Tianyu and her grandmother always wore expressions of happiness. In her heart, it seemed only her grandmother mattered. Yet, Yu Fei had no romantic intentions toward her. Rather, he felt a sense of sympathy. That was all. If she ever encountered difficulties in the future, he would be willing to help, viewing it as a chance to cultivate goodwill. Returning to his seat, Yu Fei opened his book, ready to study. Just then, Jiang Qingyao, with her big eyes sparkling, turned to him and asked, "Did you smoke?" Yu Fei, feeling embarrassed, replied, "I've already washed my hands with soap." "I didn't think you could still smell it." "Well, if you're going to tell old Fong, go ahead." Jiang Qingyao turned away. "I'm not that petty. I just find the smell unpleasant," she added. Yu Fei took a sip of his water. "I want to do it again." Jiang Qingyao pulled out some floral water from her desk and sprayed it twice to her left. "All right, it's fine now. Your smoking doesn't concern me. I just hope you won't smoke at school, or it'll affect me." Yu Fei replied, "Understood, class leader. I might as well quit altogether." Jiang Qingyao turned back, brushing her hair with her delicate right hand. "Quit smoking? Are you serious?" Yu Fei smiled, then said earnestly, "Of course. Not just for others. Quitting is beneficial for me as well. What do you think?" Jiang Qingyao twirled a pen with her right hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling. "That is true. However, quitting smoking isn't an easy task. My uncle has been smoking for over 30 years and can't seem to quit, no matter the method. I've seen his CT scans. His lungs are completely black. Thankfully, he hasn't developed lung cancer. Smoking is harmful, but at least it doesn't significantly impact his finances. Unlike gambling or drug addiction, the former costs money, and the latter can lead to utter ruin. Yufei placed his hand on the chair and turned his body. I'm not at that extreme. Smoking is a minor issue. I, Huang, swear to the heavens that I will have nothing to do with gambling or drugs. Huang Makai, behind him, questioned, Aren't you surnamed you? I'm Huang. Yufei narrowed his eyes. Think again. Jiang Qingyao nodded. That's right. Think it over. They exchanged amused glances and shared a laugh. Chapter 4. An Ankle Sprain. Finally, school was over. Yufei picked up his backpack and slung it over his shoulder as he walked out. Shuj, let us go, he urged upon seeing Huang Makai dawdling. At that moment, Yufei noticed someone in the front row calling out. He walked over slowly. Zhou Qianyu had collapsed onto the ground, trembling as she struggled to rise, brushing off the dirt from her clothes. However, just as she attempted to stand, a chill shot through her right foot, causing her to plop back down again. The young girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her rosy lips pressed tightly together, as if she were on the verge of crying. When she saw Yufei approaching, Zhou Qianyu remained silent, lifting her right foot and sitting on a nearby chair. Classmate, do you need assistance? Yufei extended his sturdy right hand, speaking calmly. Zhou Qianyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, lowering her head. It's nothing. I should be fine in a moment. You can go ahead, you classmate, don't worry about me. Without waiting for her to continue, Yufei bent down, rolled up her pant leg, and grasped her right foot. The area around Zhou Tianyu's ankle was swollen and red, with a trace of blood. Zhou Tianyu's face flushed crimson. This was the first time any boy had touched her ankle, as previously only her grandmother had done so. However, Yufei's cool fingers surprisingly did not elicit any discomfort. Classmate, your injury is quite severe. If not addressed promptly, you may find yourself limping when the swelling worsens. Yufei occasionally played basketball, and many of his friends had sprained their ankles, spending a long time recovering before they could play again. It was even more concerning for Zhou Qianyu, who was not accustomed to physical activity. What should I do? Zhou Qianyu clutched her ankle, her anxious tears threatening to spill. She had to return home each day to prepare dinner. If she were injured, it would not only delay her return, but also worry her grandmother and incur additional expenses for medicine. The financial constraints of her family forced her to consider such trivial expenditures carefully. I'll carry you to the infirmary. Yufei offered his large hand. Raised in the air, Zhou Qianyu's beautiful eyes sparkled as she bit her lip. Then I'll trouble you, you classmate. Yufei glanced at Zhou Tianyu's large, enchanting eyes, secretly marveling at her beauty. Indeed, she was a treasure. Unfortunately, he could only take one as his wife. In contrast, Qingsong Ningxia was currently his first choice, with others following after. With this thought, Yufei furrowed his brow, determined to investigate the reasons behind Ningxia's sudden disappearance from his life. Seeing Yufei unexpectedly carry Zhou Qianyu, Huang Makai discreetly stepped aside. Under a multitude of astonished gazes, Zhou Qianyu buried her head low, her delicate face, hidden beneath her long bangs, had turned into a rosy apple. This boy is so handsome. Indeed, he is exceptionally handsome. How I wish to be with him. Who is that girl? Her hair is so long that you can't even see her forehead. Is she his girlfriend? That is so ostentatious. If the principal sees, it'll be a big deal. Students along the way murmured among themselves. Early relationships were strictly forbidden, and if caught by the principal, parental notification was merely the beginning, followed by moral education repercussions. Just as they spoke of the principal, it was not him but rather their homeroom teacher, Lao Fong, who appeared. Lao Fong, noticing Yufei carrying a girl, furrowed his brow deeply. In the third year of high school, this boy isn't thinking of starting a relationship at this crucial juncture, is he? Although Yufei's grades were not among the top in the prestigious school, he was more than capable of entering a 211 university. If he were jeopardized that for a romance, it would be a grave miscalculation. Yufei, who are you carrying? Lao Fong approached with a stern expression. He quickly scanned the girl behind Yufei, but her long hair obscured her face entirely. Lao Fong, Zhou Tianyu has sprained her ankle. There's no one else in the class. I couldn't just stand by and watch a classmate unable to walk without offering assistance. Yu Fei explained unflinchingly. He had no ulterior motives. One who stands upright need not fear shadows. Is that so? Lao Feng's brow relaxed. Upon closer inspection, it indeed seemed to be Zhou Tianyu, as he recalled she was different from others, always wearing the school uniform, coupled with her petite stature, making her easily recognizable. Zhou Tianyu, since you've sprained your ankle, let Yu Fei carry you to the infirmary, Lao Feng instructed as he observed Zhou Tianyu lift her head, revealing her captivating eyes. Understood, Teacher Feng. Zhou Tianyu nodded obediently, although her slightly trembling body betrayed her nervousness. By the way, Yu Fei, I happen to have something to attend to today, so you can be a good Samaritan and accompany her home afterward, Lao Feng added. As he took a step forward, Lao Feng turned back to Yu Fei. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yu Fei, who understood the implication. Zhou Tianyu's family was impoverished, and her grandmother was advanced in age. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to return home alone. Yu Fei sighed. Although he had grown up as an orphan in an orphanage, he was adopted at a young age by a kind-hearted uncle in his 50s who had cared for him. Unfortunately, that uncle passed away just as Yu Fei entered high school, leaving him an old house in the city and over $500,000 in savings. With his university education covered, he later found a wealthy benefactor, Aunt Zhong, who became like a second mother to him, further enriching his financial situation. His future home with Xia Yining also received some financial assistance from Aunt Zhong. Though he lacked affection in his childhood, his living standards were not low. In contrast, Zhou Tianyu's circumstances were starkly different. Her grandmother had always been alone, surviving by scavenging. A year ago, she managed to secure a part-time job overseeing waste classification in their community, bringing a small income that had begun to improve their quality of life. Zhou Tianyu was also quite filial. She had been accepted into a prestigious coastal university and hoped to secure a good job afterward to bring her grandmother to live with her. However, her grandmother refused, as she was more familiar with her hometown and was uneasy about moving to a big city like Shanghai without friends. Eventually, Zhou Tianyu applied for a transfer back to their hometown, continuing to live with her grandmother. While her salary wasn't as high as in Shanghai, she was undoubtedly happier compared to before. After bidding farewell to Lao Feng, Yu Fei hurried to the infirmary in a few quick strides. Upon entering, a female doctor in her 30s looked up at them. Yu Fei carefully placed Zhou Tianyu on a nearby metal chair and stood up, ready to speak. But the doctor spoke first. What seems to be the problem? The doctor, named Yuan, was quite attractive, with fair skin and an air of elegance about her. There had been teachers at school who pursued her, but she had declined all their advances. It wasn't until after graduation that Yu Fei saw her kissing another girl and realized she was a lesbian who favored beautiful women. Furrowing his brow, Yu Fei thought to himself, knowing this in this life, I must remain cautious. The thought of being cuckolded by a beautiful woman is terrifying. Doctor, my friend has sprained her ankle. Could you please check how serious it is? Yu Fei stated with composed authority. Noticing the strange look on Yu Fei's face, Yuan appeared somewhat puzzled. Crouching down, Yuan gently grasped Zhou Tianyu's delicate little foot, her touch light and tender, before noticing the inflamed area. She retrieved a bottle of medication, applied it carefully, and then proceeded to wrap it with a bandage, saying, "This isn't too serious. Just take care, and it should heal within a week or two. I'll prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication for you shortly, and that will resolve the issue." As Yuan gazed at Zhou Tianyu's face, she suddenly perceived that the girl had a rather charming appearance. Although her bangs were excessively long and her school uniform rendered her somewhat unrefined. However, with just a bit of grooming, she could undoubtedly blossom into a lovely young lady. "How much is it?" Zhou Tianyu inquired, rummaging through her pocket to pull out a handful of coins, counting them meticulously. 18. Yuan blinked, observing her closely. It seemed insufficient. Zhou Tianyu lowered her head, her rosy cheeks reflecting her embarrassment. Actually, just as Yuan intended to reassure her that it wasn't urgent and she could pay later, Yu Fei interjected first. "Let me cover it." He produced his phone and swiftly scanned the payment code. "Little classmate, You ought to take good care of your girlfriend from now on, and ensure she doesn't get hurt again, Yuan remarked seriously after securing the medication. Ah, sister, you've misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianyu's face flushed an even deeper shade of red, akin to a flame. How could they think that? Her grandmother had always said that middle school students shouldn't engage in romantic relationships. Such matters could wait until university. While Yu Fei was undeniably handsome and kind, the idea of romance was simply not permissible. Don't be shy, dear. I'm over 30 and I've seen it all. Although schools may frown upon early relationships, I'm not a teacher, and your romantic pursuits are of no concern to me, Yuan said with the perspective of someone who had experienced life. Yu Fei's lips twitched. Had he not been aware of Yuan's true nature, he might have mistaken her for a seasoned veteran in matters of the heart. At over 30, without having tasted the essence of love, her extensive theories were rendered moot without practical experience. Isn't it just mutual assistance among classmates? Yu Fei pondered, despite his handsome appearance. He remained an innocent young man, harboring only platonic feelings for Zhou Qianyu, devoid of any ulterior motives. As a pure-hearted warrior of love, he preferred the simplicity of one-to-one relationships. Indeed, mutual assistance, if you say so, Yuan replied, placing Zhou Qianyu onto Yu Fei's back. There's a pink bicycle outside. You can borrow it for a few days until Zhou Tianyu's injury heals, and she can return it to me. She had learned Zhou Tianyu's name while filling out forms earlier. By the way, classmate, what is your name? Yu Fei the Phoenix. Came a melodious voice from outside. Zhou, you sit at the back, Yu Fei instructed as he settled Zhou Tianyu onto the rear of the bicycle, speaking softly. Zhou Tianyu nodded, gently gripping the front seat. With a flick of his right foot on the pedal, they were off. As they glided past the gazes of onlookers, they arrived at the school gate. Chapter 5. The Runaway Girl in September. Around 6 o'clock, the evening sky blazed with hues akin to a raging fire, resembling a blossoming crimson flower. At this moment, Ning Xia stood beside Huang Makai at the school gate, waiting for Yu Fei. During this time, a few younger students approached Ning Xia, seeking her WeChat ID, which she promptly declined. Unlike the school belle Jiang Qinyao, whose refusals were gentle and left room for negotiation, Ning Xia wore her emotions transparently, her face a canvas of her feelings. Primarily, Ning Xia's beauty was exceptional across Xiangbei City. Her appearance ranked among the top 3 in the last 50 years. Just after turning down a younger student, her gaze fell upon Yu Fei, who was cycling towards her with a girl in tow, her expression darkening instantly. Yu Fei, seeing him escorting a girl, Ning Xia's mood soured, while Huang Makai beside her appeared puzzled, as if he thought Yu Fei was merely taking her to the infirmary and would leave it at that. Xia Shuge, let's go home together, Yu Fei called out after stopping. Ah Fei, who was sitting on the back. Ning Xia confronted him, her tone fierce, her cheeks puffing up with indignation. A classmate of mine. She sprained her ankle, so I'm taking her home, Yu Fei explained, standing firm amidst the scrutiny, and gestured to the dazed Huang Makai. Shuge, isn't that right? Huang Makai, prompted by Yu Fei, quickly affirmed, that's correct. Zhou Qianyu injured her ankle after school, and Yu Fei carried her to the infirmary. With this explanation, Ning Xia's expression softened somewhat. At that moment, Zhou Qianyu also raised her head and, after a brief pause, quietly added, yes, Yu Fei truly is just taking me home. Perhaps I should get off now. As Zhou Qianyu prepared to dismount, Yu Fei gently stopped her, saying, it's all right, just stay put. I promise to take you home. Although Yu Fei sensed a hint of insincerity, he understood that Zhou Qianyu's intention was merely to prevent any misunderstandings with Ning Xia. Ning Xia furrowed her brow, stating, I have no objections. However, I will accompany you. After hearing Yu Fei's words, she remained somewhat unconvinced. All right, Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Zhou Qianyu expressed surprise, as her old family home appeared dilapidated, and she was reluctant for anyone to see her living conditions. This was the sole remnant of her youthful pride. As for Yu Fei, he had already seen it, so it mattered little to him. What's wrong? Yu Fei turned back to the petite Zhou Qianyu, curiosity evident in his voice. Nothing, Ning Xia, let us go together. Zhou Qianyu replied softly. Ning Xia nodded, though she couldn't shake off a lingering sense of discomfort. Once the four departed from the school gate and the streets grew less crowded, Ningxia slowed her pace to observe Zhou Qianyu. Though the latter had made little effort with her appearance, her fair skin and sparkling peach blossom eyes were striking, rivaling Ningxia's crescent-shaped eyes. If Zhou Qianyu were to put in some effort, her beauty would undoubtedly shine. Yet Ningxia was confident in her own appeal. Only Jiang Qingyao could be considered a worthy rival in terms of looks. However, even Jiang Qingyao's beauty paled in comparison to Ningxia's, though her temperament was gentler, leading to greater popularity in school than Ningxia's fiery nature. Subsequently, Ningxia began to engage Zhou Qianyu in conversation. As their dialogue progressed, Ningxia discerned that Zhou Qianyu's demeanor was notably introverted and somewhat self-deprecating, traits that would make navigating both school and society quite challenging. However, with timely adjustments, there remained a possibility for transformation. Upon reaching an intersection, Huang Makai parted ways with the trio to head home. "How much longer until we arrive, Zhou?" Ningxia inquired softly. "Approximately another kilometer," Zhou Qianyu replied, slightly lifting her head. A kilometer wasn't particularly close. Her home was just 100 meters to the right, while Yufei's residence lay 200 meters ahead. "Xia, Zhou's home is in a shanty town," Yufei remarked, resting his hand on Ningxia's shoulder, his tone measured. A shanty town. Ningxia chose not to elaborate further. She was aware of the dilapidated conditions of the shanty towns in Xiangbei City, where most of the residences were old and shabby, and the distance to the first high school was quite considerable. This realization led her to conclude that Zhou Tianyu's family must be facing considerable hardships. With this thought in mind, she felt a sense of relief. Although she had a fondness for Yufei, she was not a girl with an overpowering desire for control. Offering normal assistance was entirely acceptable. A few minutes later, the trio arrived at the shantytown. While there were concrete roads, they appeared rather dirty and chaotic. Yufei navigated the familiar path to Zhou Tianyu's home. It was a 5-story old building. He halted his bicycle, lifted Zhou Qianyu onto his back, and gestured for Ningxia to follow closely behind him as they ascended the stairs. Upon entering the door, they climbed the stairs step by step. "Fei, have you been to Zhou's home before?" Ningxia blinked her beautiful eyes, casting a puzzled glance at Yufei. "Yes, I accompanied the class monitor here last semester. This was specifically instructed by Lao Fong to personally deliver the school's subsidies to Grandma Zhou," Yufei replied softly. Ningxia was not one to overthink. As long as one explained sincerely, she was unlikely to harbor doubts. However, if she discovered any deceit, the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Yufei knocked on the door. A moment later, an elderly woman with a weary complexion emerged. "I have a vague impression of you. You were Xiaoyu's classmate. You visited last time," the grandmother remarked, recognizing Yufei without any surprise, before directing her gaze toward Zhou Qianyu. "Grandma, I twisted my ankle. Yufei helped me get home," Zhou Qianyu sheepishly revealed, peeking her head out and speaking softly. "Twisted your ankle? How serious is it?" Grandma Zhou inquired anxiously upon hearing her granddaughter's words, hastily moving closer. "It's the right foot," Zhou Qianyu clarified, observing her grandmother examining her left foot in confusion. After hearing this, Grandma Zhou looked at the right foot, which was wrapped with a small bandage, appearing quite secure. "Grandma, I took Zhou Qianyu to see a doctor. It's nothing serious, but she should walk to school for the next week or two," Yufei stated with a serious demeanor. "I will come to pick Zhou Qianyu up tomorrow." "There's no need for that. It would be too troublesome for you, you classmate." Grandma Zhou pondered, still reluctant to impose. "It's no trouble at all. A bicycle ride won't take long," Yufei assured her with a smile. Just then, a voice emerged from inside. "I apologize. The water has boiled. Please wait a moment, and I will attend to you." Hearing the sound of boiling water, Grandma Zhou hurried back inside. At that moment, Yufei cleverly nudged Zhou Tianyu's arm and whispered in her ear, "Zhou, classmate, please persuade your grandmother. After all, you wouldn't want her to endure such a long journey every day, would you?" Zhou Tianyu's expression changed upon hearing this, and she replied softly, "But..." Yufei interrupted her. "What is there to hesitate about? It's perfectly normal for classmates to help each other. If Zhou classmate truly wishes to repay me, Perhaps you could lend me a hand when you achieve success in the future. Upon hearing Yu Fei's irrefutable tone, Zhou Qianyu nodded in agreement, tacitly accepting his suggestion. As they entered the inner room, Grandma Zhou approached them. I spoke with Xiaoyu. I will take her to school for the next few days. It won't be a bother, Yu Fei kindly informed Grandma Zhou. That works. The meal is ready. Why don't you two stay for dinner before you leave? Grandma Zhou offered, glancing curiously at the beautiful girl behind Yu Fei. No, we have other matters to attend to, so we won't trouble you. Yu Fei quickly waved his hand, turning to Ningxia. Right, Grandma Zhou, we have to go. Goodbye, Zhou classmate. Grandma Zhou, Yu Fei, and Ningxia chimed in unison, waving to the pair at the doorway. Goodbye, you classmate, Ning classmate. Zhou Qianyu mustered her courage and waved back. Once downstairs, Yu Fei hopped onto his pink bicycle and turned to Ningxia. Why are you still dawdling? I'll take you home. Ningxia nodded and sat on the back seat, wrapping her arms around Yu Fei's waist. Fei, it's been ages since you've given me a ride on your bicycle. If memory serves. The last time was in middle school. Yu Fei chuckled, ruffling Ningxia's hair. If you want to ride, once your classmate recovers, I can take you every day. Upon hearing this, Ningxia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? She asked eagerly. Yu Fei nodded, responding in an undeniable tone, more genuine than pearls. Ningxia's smile radiated even brighter. 14 years had flown by in an instant. She had transformed from the little girl who always trailed behind Yu Fei into a graceful young lady. Yet, she pondered why Yu Fei had not confessed his feelings to her. Did he intend to wait until graduation? Ningxia believed that if two people shared mutual affection, they could certainly encourage each other, possibly enhancing their academic performance rather than hindering it. However, this was merely Ningxia's personal sentiment. Yu Fei's perspective was entirely different. Teenagers often struggle with self-control, especially those experiencing their first love, which tends to diminish their restraint. Thus, for the sake of both parties, it might be best to avoid romantic entanglements. Sighing, Ningxia resolved to wait. After all, how could a girl take the initiative to confess her feelings to a boy? That would be far too forward. Yet, she had harbored feelings for Yu Fei for an extended period. With this thought, Ningxia playfully pinched Yu Fei's waist. Ouch! Feeling the sudden pain at his waist, Yu Fei exclaimed, Ningxia, what are you doing? Ningxia pouted, her cheeks flushed with indignation. You made me angry. Yu Fei was utterly perplexed, wondering how he had offended her, only to receive a cryptic retort in return. If you understood me, I wouldn't need to explain. Finally, having delivered Ningxia home, Yu Fei rode his bicycle back to his own residence, a modest old apartment with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Although the exterior appeared unremarkable, the interior was quite tidy, thanks to Yu Fei's penchant for cleanliness. Otherwise, the potential for pests in such an old building would be a significant nuisance. In a previous life, Yu Fei had settled in a different municipality, yet he had left this old residence untouched, a nostalgic remnant of his past. After tidying up, he took a shower and gazed into the mirror at his handsome reflection. He couldn't help but indulge in a moment of vanity, recalling how, throughout his life, girls had often sent him love letters. However, the cautious Yu Fei checked his appearance on his phone, reassured by the reflection that confirmed his attractiveness. After showering, most young men would view themselves as dashing, only to realize through a phone screen that it might have been a mere illusion. One must embrace a degree of confidence. Despite the mirror-esque embellishments, it still represented oneself. Disregarding the opinions of others, it was essential to focus on self-improvement. Glancing into the fridge, he noted some leftover ingredients but felt rather fatigued. Perhaps he should dine out instead. Yu Fei arrived at a noodle shop not far from his house. The establishment, a quaint husband and wife venture, offered not only noodle dishes but also a variety of rice and vermicelli meals. Boss, 1 plate of fried noodles, please. Coming right up. The proprietor, a seemingly affable middle-aged man, promptly scurried off to prepare the dish. By the way, dear, should I add MSG to the fried noodles? No, thank you. All right. Indeed, it was true that adding MSG would detract from the flavor, potentially ruining the dish entirely. Moments later, a steaming bowl of fried noodles was presented before Yu Fei, who savored the taste with a sense of nostalgia. Since entering university, he had rarely visited this place, in stark contrast to the relentless pace of life in Shanghai. Here the rhythm was decidedly more languid. With the certainty that a traditional job was no longer in his future, he had crafted plans for financial freedom. First, to traverse the globe, and subsequently, to seek a serene locale for retirement. Yet, the path was fraught with obstacles. Money, that elusive specter, was indeed a devil. Though it was not entirely unattainable, life without it was unequivocally untenable. Human greed resembled a boulder cascading down a mountain. Once set in motion, it was impossible to halt. After accumulating wealth, the desire to amass even more would only intensify. It was rare for one to retain their original intentions under such circumstances. After finishing his meal, Yufei returned home, yet sleep eluded him. The impact of his rebirth was overwhelming. After some contemplation, he resolved to take a stroll in the park, hoping to inhale some fresh air. The air quality in Xiangbei was commendable, ranking among the best in the nation. However, it was not long before a fine drizzle began to fall from the sky. "Damn this weather," he muttered, furrowing his brow. It was neither spring nor summer, yet the rain seemed to arrive unexpectedly. Yufei decided to cross the park and exit from the other side to head home. Just then, he noticed a frail figure sprawled across a public bench. Startled, he approached cautiously, wondering if it might be a corpse clad in a white dress. Taking a deep breath, he leaned closer and discovered it was indeed a girl, disappointment flickering across his face. Gently, he lifted her hat to reveal a youthful visage, likely no older than 18. Testing for breath beneath her nose, he confirmed she was alive. "Wake up," he urged, lightly tapping her delicate cheek in an attempt to rouse her. The girl stirred, her eyes fluttering open to reveal a pair of enchanting peach blossom eyes, her pallid cheeks betraying a hint of illness. "Who are you?" she inquired, struggling to adjust her posture on the bench, visibly anxious. "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you fainted alone on this bench. Had I not woken you, who knows what might have befallen you in the dead of night? Would you like me to escort you home?" The park was desolate at this late hour, and adhering to his principle of kindness, he prepared to see her safely home. "No, thank you." Upon noticing Yufei's somewhat handsome face, the girl seemed to trust his words. "Very well." Yufei shook his head. Although he had an affinity for attractive girls, regardless of their archetype, he was not devoid of companions who fit that mold. Since she had declined his assistance, he was content to let the matter rest. He had already played the role of the devoted admirer enough in his previous life. Just as he was about to turn away, a series of gurgling sounds erupted from the girl's stomach. Startled, she lowered her head, her cheeks flushing crimson. "Little sister, you aren't faint from hunger, are you?" A sense of unease washed over Yufei. It was peculiar for someone to be in a park at such a late hour and faint. There was undoubtedly something amiss. It dawned on him that she might have run away from home, ultimately finding herself destitute. "I'm not hungry, just feeling a bit unwell," she replied. "How about you come stay in my place for a while? I could use some help with chores, and you can stay as compensation." After a brief pause, the girl nodded slightly, attempting to rise but collapsing to the ground instead, her legs having succumbed to numbness from prolonged hunger. With her legs splayed awkwardly and her white stockings encasing her calves, she looked up, her heart-shaped face betraying a hint of panic. "Let me carry you," Yufei offered, squatting beside her to gently stroke her silky black hair. He then grasped her arms, holding her firmly. "Rest your hands on my shoulders." His tone bore a hint of authority that brooked no dissent. "I lack the strength." After a moment of hesitation, she murmured softly, still unprepared to comply. Yufei then lifted her, wrapping his arms securely around her back and thighs. "Ah!" The girl covered her face, flustered by the intimate embrace, having never been held like this by a boy before. "Don't worry, my home is just 500 meters away. We'll be there in no time." Noticing her embarrassment, Yufei paused to place her gently on his lap, soothingly stroking her hair to ease her nerves. Her face flushed a deeper shade of red, and she nodded shyly. As they walked, she discreetly separated her right middle and index fingers, peeking at him with a racing heart. "By the way, what is your name?" Yufei asked, realizing he had yet to learn her name. "Yin, Yi," with yin meaning color and Yi as in the one who resides by the water, she replied softly, revealing her delicate features. "A lovely name," Yufei smiled, his handsome face glowing under the streetlights. "I'm Yufei, like the phoenix. I hope we can get along well." As they strolled, A stray cat darted out, rummaging through a nearby trash can, and the light cast elongated shadows of Yufei. Upon arriving at his home, he opened the door and set the girl gently on the sofa. Yin sank into the cushions, her body feeling languid. "Let me prepare something for you to eat," Yufei said, noticing her hunger. He retrieved some noodles from the cupboard, cracked 2 eggs, and added green onions. In no time, it was ready. The aroma wafted through the air, prompting the girl to slowly sit up, her stomach growling louder. "Please eat," he said, placing chopsticks beside her with a smile. Without hesitation, she seized the chopsticks and began to devour the noodles with fervor, making slurping sounds reminiscent of a famished spirit. "Is it delicious?" Yufei inquired playfully, observing as she polished off the entire bowl. "It's delicious," she replied, her face tinged with embarrassment as she nodded. A wave of contentment washed over Yufei. For those who enjoyed cooking, praise from a diner was a source of joy. "As long as you find it tasty," he said softly, then added, "May I ask why you ran away from home?" Upon hearing his question, her previously rosy cheeks paled, as if haunted by a painful memory. Upon witnessing the expression on Yin Yi's face, Yufei realized he had misspoken. "If you prefer not to share, then so be it. You may stay here for as long as you wish." He spoke to the young girl in a gentle tone. "Thank you, Yufei. You are a good person," she replied, rising unsteadily. She had contemplated ending her own life, yet unexpectedly, someone selflessly intervened to save her, and she felt immense gratitude for that. Yufei felt a bit awkward, having been bestowed the label of a good person, yet he dismissed it as a righteous young man of the new era. Extending help to others was always commendable. At that moment, his thoughts were solely occupied with Ning Xia. As for Xia Yining, she had been relegated to the recesses of his heart, a memory that could not be forgotten, one that time would gradually dull. "Then consider me a kind-hearted individual," Yufei said nonchalantly. "By the way, do you have nothing with you?" He continued, recalling that Yi seemed to possess nothing apart from the clothes on her back. "I have nothing," she murmured, her head bowed in embarrassment, clearly feeling that all her necessities would need to be provided by Yufei. "All right then," he shrugged. "Purchasing some daily essentials won't cost much. You should be returning home after a while anyway." His financial situation was stable, and with some athletic pursuits and quick cash, he could venture into entrepreneurship soon. Subsequently, Yufei opened his phone and launched a game, quickly immersing himself in an exhilarating ranked match. "I'll play Zhao Yun," he declared, noticing that everyone else had made their selections. Before long, he was completely absorbed in the game. Meanwhile, Yinyi observed him with a flicker of a different thought. She believed Yufei harbored some feelings for her, perceiving his gaming as merely a distraction. However, this notion was not one she could voice herself. Many comics depicted such scenarios, and in her state of despair, she saw Yufei as a rather appealing option. As for what lay ahead, she felt indifferent. Her future had long been engulfed in darkness. The young girl stealthily approached him. "Yufei, do you want it?" she asked, her cheeks flushed. Yet she summoned the courage to address him while he was engrossed in his game. "Want what?" "That little dragon is definitely unattainable. Their jungler is too strong," he replied. "Oh, I see," she said, her tone tinged with disappointment. It seemed she had no allure for boys at all. Yufei, momentarily puzzled, looked up and realized her flushed face signified something entirely different. It dawned upon him that he had misinterpreted her intentions. "Yes, you. That is not my thought at all. I'll fetch you a blanket. You can sleep in the adjacent room." He offered his assistance stemming purely from goodwill. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, his character had remained largely unchanged. Although he often appeared somewhat unreliable, he would still engage in acts of kindness whenever possible. And he nodded, sensing that he was genuinely offering help without any ulterior motives. Perhaps she had overthought the situation. "Shall you take a shower?" After finishing his game, Yufei glanced at the girl beside him, realizing she had not bathed in quite a while. "I don't have any clothes," she replied, her expression slightly abnormal. "That's fine. Since you're not going out, you can wear mine. Once your clothes dry, you can change back," he assured her, waving his hand as he retrieved a few items from his own wardrobe, 1 short-sleeved shirt and a pair of loose gray sweatpants. Yin nodded, obediently resembling a little kitten. Yufei mused that if she were to transform into a cat, she would likely be a rag doll, beautiful and gentle, albeit with a higher maintenance cost compared to most cats. Yin entered the bathroom, firmly closing the door, and soon the sound of running water echoed within. 20 minutes later, she emerged clad in short sleeves and sweatpants. Yu Fei turned to see her. She appeared entirely transformed. Her bright, star-like eyes, lustrous black hair cascading down her back, and harmonious facial features combined with her fair skin made her an exceptionally rare beauty, even in the bustling city. Her figure was striking, with a curvaceous silhouette. She possessed an almost perfect waist-to-leg ratio, and her delicate, pinkish-white feet were enchanting. She was even more captivating than Yu Fei had imagined. In contrast to the refined Jiang Qing Yao, the fiery Ning Xia, the petite and adorable Zhou Tianyu, and the icy Xia Yining, Yin resembled a character straight out of a comic. Both her physique and visage exuded a certain artistic allure that incited an irresistible sense of possessiveness in those who approached her. Upon catching Yu Fei's gaze, Yin understood all too well the meaning behind it, having been subjected to such looks from many men before. "Please sit for a moment. I'll tidy up the room after my shower," Yu Fei said, having noted that Yin had finished bathing. After speaking, he ruffled his slightly tousled hair and picked up a change of clothes, entering the bathroom. Habitually, he began washing his upper body, glancing sideways to find Yi's garments piled in the laundry basket, including a pink pair of undergarments. A light bulb went off in his mind. Since Yin wore his clothes, she likely had nothing beneath. It seemed prudent to purchase her some intimate apparel, as it would be rather inconvenient for her to roam around the house without proper attire. After finishing his shower, Yu Fei launched another game. 10 minutes later, he found himself exclaiming, "What a terrible performance! How could there be such a lousy Ho-E standing there exchanging blows with the monkey? Are you even human?" Upon seeing the glaring defeat emblazoned on the screen, he began to blame his teammates, much like the majority of MOBA players do. "Which room is it?" Yin, now revitalized, approached Yu Fei, who was still engrossed in his phone. He gestured toward the small room across the way. As she entered, Yin felt the fabric of Yu Fei's shirt. It was so loose that it nearly covered her lower body. The sweatpants were equally baggy, making movement cumbersome. Upon opening the bedroom door, she found it to be impeccably clean and tidy, though devoid of bedding, indicating it had not been occupied for some time. Nevertheless, it was evident that Yu Fei was a cleanliness aficionado. Curiosity piqued, she noticed a box of miscellaneous items nearby, filled with numerous photographs. She approached, drawn by intrigue, and picked up a frame containing a picture of an elderly man and a 10-year-old boy. Her pupils dilated, and her mouth formed an O shape as her hands trembled slightly. Could it be him? A radiant smile illuminated her face, dispelling the shadows of her previous despair. Moments later, Yu Fei set his phone down and entered his room, rummaging through drawers to produce a fresh set of bedding and a pillow, all intended for guests. "Yin, come help me spread the sheets," he called out, only to find her absent upon entering the room. "All right," she replied, rushing in from the restroom. However, the moment she looked at Yu Fei, her gaze lacked the previous skepticism and was instead filled with warmth. Yu Fei did not notice this detail. After making the bed, he exhaled deeply and said, "Yin, if you don't mind, you can sleep here for now." Yin blinked her large eyes and replied, "Of course I don't mind. Thank you for your help today." She then gently patted Yu Fei's shoulder and added slowly, "What I said earlier still stands. You can come over any time." Feeling the soft expanse before him, Yu Fei's body tensed, a flicker of excitement coursing through him. He hadn't expected Yin to be so alluring. "That sort of thing is out of the question. I'm not that kind of person," he declared, pulling Yin away and furrowing his brow. After all, he was a champion of pure love. What would happen to Ning Xia and Zhou? And Zhou Tianyu was not to be considered. Yu Fei retreated to his bathroom, splashed some water on his face, and attempted to calm his somewhat heated emotions before heading to his bedroom. Soon, silence enveloped the room, and the weary Yu Fei fell asleep within 5 minutes. At this moment, Yin touched the pristine quilt, sitting on the bed, unable to fall asleep. She truly hadn't anticipated encountering her childhood playmate, the boy buried deep in her memories that she had feared to recall. She was terrified that if she delved deeper into those memories, she would be consumed by them. Now, the long-buried recollections had successfully ambushed her. Perhaps it was time for her to take the initiative. Chapter 7. Xia Yining is also reborn. Here it is. Xia Yining glanced around her. She had just been weeping before Yu Fei's figure when a flash of white light enveloped her, transforming her surroundings in an instant. Xiaoying, what is wrong? Upon noticing Xia Yin's distraction, her deskmate, Luo Xiaoyu, gently tapped her shoulder. Only then did Xia Yining regain her focus. This familiar yet strange environment felt as though she had truly returned to her high school days. She was now 18 years old, with over half a year remaining until the crucial exams. However, that was not the most significant aspect. The most important thing was that she could once again see her youthful husband. The thought of Yu Fei's handsome yet weathered visage sent a thrill through her heart. In her previous life, they had been married for 2 years, with her making all the sacrifices. Now, she was determined to ardently pursue him, allowing him to experience the sensation of being fervently courted, a mutual endeavor. She would ensure that Yu Fei remained firmly in her grasp, impossible to escape. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of something interesting. I'll tell you after school, Xia Yining said, placing her hand on the table and addressing her friend. Luo Xiaoyu turned away, opting not to press further. Calming her excitement, Xia Yining looked at her books, beginning to review the knowledge she had long forgotten. To her astonishment, in her second chance at life, she found herself facing the impending exams that would determine her university prospects. Fortunately, it was not the day before the exams. Otherwise, the thought would have overwhelmed her. 1 year should suffice to secure a spot at a prestigious university like 985. Yet, that was not the most crucial matter. The most important thing was to be with Yu Fei and never to part again. As the alarm rang, Yu Fei opened his sleepy eyes and glanced at the time. It was already 6:20. He quickly refreshed himself before knocking on Yin Yi's door. Are you having breakfast now? Yu Fei sometimes ate early, other times after morning studies. Today, feeling particularly hungry, he decided to whip up a simple breakfast for himself. Sure, came the soft, melodious voice from within the room. I placed the new toiletries on the table. Feel free to help yourself, he replied briefly before heading into the kitchen, where he retrieved 2 sandwiches, 2 boxes of milk, and prepared 2 fried eggs. Entering the living room, he found Yin Yi still dressed in the same clothes as the previous day. Yet she appeared vibrant and full of energy, not at all sleepy. Give it a try. Is it good? Yu Fei placed the breakfast in front of Yin Yi and casually remarked. He then began to eat himself, aware that he still needed to pick up Zhou Tianyu. So he had to be efficient. It's delicious, Yin Yi exclaimed, a sweet smile illuminating her face as she licked the remaining butter from the corner of her mouth. Unable to resist, Yu Fei reached out and ruffled her hair, marveling at how akin she was to the characters from his favorite comics. Her smile was as enchanting as that of an anime girl. Yin Yi felt the gentle touch on her head and involuntarily shivered. Sensing her reaction, Yu Fei awkwardly said, "Just a habit, sorry." This was indeed a habitual gesture for him, for he had a younger sister, though a foster one, who had grown up in the same orphanage. Their families shared a close bond. If all went as planned, he would visit his sister over the weekend. Yu Fei, are you going to school later? Yin Yi inquired after finishing her breakfast. Yu Fei nodded. You can stay here for now. Whenever you're in the mood, I'll take you out for a stroll. Yin Yi slightly inclined her head, all right. Moments later, Yu Fei shouldered his backpack and, noticing Yin Yi arranging her hair at the door, waved goodbye. Preparing to close the door. Yu Fei, come back early, she said, biting her lip. Don't worry. I'll return right after school, he reassured her, gently stroking her hair. Yin Yi responded softly. Once downstairs, Yu Fei unlocked his bicycle and swiftly made his way to Zhou Tianyu's home. By the time he arrived, Zhou Tianyu was already waiting at the entrance, head bowed, obscuring her features from view. How long have you been waiting? Yu Fei asked, stopping his bike beside her. I just came down. It should be about 10 minutes, Zhou Tianyu replied, lifting her head slightly, a hint of shyness preventing her from meeting Yu Fei's gaze. Fearing he would judge her. Let's go, Yu Fei said, helping her onto the back seat of his bike and pedaling swiftly. At that moment, Yu Fei noticed her grip was unsteady on the backrest. Why don't you hold on to my clothes or wrap your arms around my waist? He kindly suggested. Isn't that inappropriate? Zhou Tianyu shook her head vigorously, feeling shy about the close proximity to a boy. However, she recalled that she had indeed shared such closeness with Yu Fei just yesterday. There's nothing to be embarrassed about if you accidentally fall off the bike. I might have to tutor you for an extra semester, he said lightly. All right then, Zhou Tianyu conceded, gently grasping Yu Fei's shirt. As she inhaled the scent of his masculinity, her cheeks flushed slightly, yet she felt a sense of fulfillment blossoming within her. Zhou Gu, let's walk together, she called out, spotting Huang Makai wandering alone ahead. Yu Fei, still on his bike, playfully smacked his shoulder. "De Fei, I thought you had already left," Huang Makai exclaimed, turning to see who had tapped him. Typically, Yu Fei arrived at school by 6:30, while Huang Makai, not as diligent, strolled in around 7, which he considered punctual enough. "I'm a bit tired, so I woke up late," Yu Fei admitted. In addition to picking up classmate Zhou for school, there was a slight delay, and thus it transpired. "I really didn't want to wake up early," Yu Fei casually remarked. He had long grown weary of the monotonous routine of an office worker. Had it not been for the need to escort Zhou Tianyu, he might have indulged in a bit more slumber. "Please don't tell me that rising early is a delightful experience." Huang Makai nodded in agreement, harboring no doubts. "Are you going to accompany Zhou Tianyu to school these days?" He noticed Zhou Tianyu seated behind Yu Fei and continued, "Indeed. But it will only be for 2 weeks, as her injury isn't severe, and she is recovering swiftly," Yu Fei replied. Thus, the trio gradually closed the distance to their school. "De Fei, I have a friend who wishes to pursue a girl from our class. How should he go about it?" Huang Makai, who had been frowning, suddenly posed this question as they approached the school gate. Despite Zhou Tianyu's presence behind Yu Fei, he felt no trepidation about her potentially divulging their conversation. For Zhou Tianyu was an introverted and honest person. It was improbable that someone of her disposition would engage in idle gossip. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei cast Huang Makai a quizzical glance before saying, "Brother Shu, is that friend actually you?" You figured it out." Huang Makai scratched his head in embarrassment. A twitch played at the corner of Yu Fei's mouth. For it was common knowledge that everyone had a friend whom no one had ever met. This was a rather old trope. "Is it Tian Tian?" Yu Fei inquired without teasing his friend. "How did you know?" Huang Makai, a towering figure at 1.80 meters, suddenly slouched, his face reddening. As a reincarnator, he was acutely aware that this had transpired in his past life. Yu Fei suggested that he take the initiative to invite her out for milk tea, watch a movie, and gradually cultivate their feelings. After all, Huang Makai was of average looks, modest means, and mediocre academic performance, lacking any compelling attributes. Under such circumstances, one must be proactive to secure a romantic partner. Remaining introverted, insecure, and hesitant to act would only lead to the realization post-graduation that one was the sole singleton amidst their peers. In his previous life, Yu Fei had assumed Huang Makai truly had a friend, and after offering the suggestion, he thought little of it. However, Huang Makai had faltered and never confessed his feelings until graduation. Following their university years, Huang Makai engaged in arranged marriages and ultimately wed. But that union lasted merely 6 months before dissolution. For the subsequent 2.5 years, he remained unwed, occasionally gathering with Yu Fei to vent his frustrations. Therefore, upon learning of Huang Makai's intentions, Yu Fei resolved to assist him, assessing whether there was potential between Huang Makai and Tian Tian. If not, so be it. "I noticed you stealing glances at Tian Tian." Yu Fei mused that perhaps his thoughts were too naive in his past life. He had believed in platonic friendships between men and women, only to realize now that such interactions often yearn for deeper intimacy. "Well, you caught me," Huang Makai halted, his face still somewhat flushed, yet the thought of his good brother devising strategies for him steadied his nerves. "You might consider engaging her in conversation, perhaps asking her a few questions, then gradually getting closer. In the evening, add her QQ in the class group chat. And if you find yourself reluctant to invite her out alone over the weekend, just say Ningxia will join as well. We can all hang out together." Yu Fei held a fair recollection of Tian Tian. She was a sociable girl, though not particularly striking, embodying the essence of the girl next door, maintaining amicable relations with both male and female classmates. Perhaps due to her appearance or her amiable nature, she had yet to experience romance. Should a relationship blossom, it might indeed evolve into a tale of pure love. However, Huang Makai's character certainly needed modification. For now, he could only take gradual steps. With his thin skin, he would struggle to initiate a conversation with a girl on their first outing. It was feasible for him to seek guidance from Yu Fei and Ningxia to expedite the progression toward hand-holding. All right, Huang Makai suppressed his excitement. He felt a surge of confidence, knowing that with the support of his two friends, he could navigate this endeavor more effectively. Observing Huang Makai's beaming demeanor, Yu Fei shook his head. Youth was indeed a splendid thing. Meanwhile, Zhou Qianyu, seated behind them, began to ponder their conversation. Is your classmate truly imparting advice on romance? He must be quite knowledgeable. Perhaps he had already dated several girls. Yet, it mattered little to her, given her own unremarkable appearance. She presumed he would not harbor any feelings for her. Moreover, she had no desire for romance. Zhou Tianyu shook her head, questioning her thoughts. Dating? Impossible. I have no intention of pursuing romance in my life. Being with my grandmother is more than sufficient. Chapter 8. The Mint Candy Girl. Upon arriving at school, Yu Fei intended to carry Zhou Tianyu on his back, but she declined. Reluctantly, he assisted her into the classroom. The students inside observed their intimate interaction and quickly began to chatter excitedly. Jiang Qingyao inadvertently glanced over, her eyes revealing a flicker of confusion, but she soon turned back to focus on her studies. Yu Fei settled into his seat and began perusing his previous textbooks. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of an unusual scent, indeed, a peculiar aroma. Class monitor, do you have a hint of mint on you? Yu Fei inquired, sniffing curiously. Really? Jiang Qingyao pinched her clothing, her delicate nose twitching slightly, a look of puzzlement crossing her features. I don't smell anything. Yu Fei sniffed again, convinced he detected a faint mini fragrance. How strange. Could it be that his sense of smell was impaired? That seemed unlikely, for his olfactory abilities were quite acute. Jiang Qingyao set down her pen, furrowing her brow as she said, Yu Fei, you aren't trying to get chummy with me, are you? That's not how one befriends a girl. Yu Fei was taken aback. He truly had no intention of attempting to befriend Jiang Qingyao. If he had wished to do so, he would have simply exchanged contact information. After years of sitting together, she should have added him on social media for any reason. The next step would have been the gradual pursuit of her affections, as the challenge of wooing the school beauty was undoubtedly formidable. Of course, he had no such aspirations. He would rather devote his time to studying and securing admission into a better university. Isn't that so? Jiang Qingyao scrutinized Yu Fei's expression, realizing she had misjudged him. Although she couldn't detect the mint scent, his earnest gaze suggested he was being truthful. It's fine if you can smell mint. That's quite beneficial. It might just stimulate my brain and help me stay alert. Yu Fei chuckled softly, choosing not to pursue the matter further. Before long, old Fong strode into the classroom, noting the lively chatter among the students. He forcefully rapped the desk with a blackboard eraser. Cease your chatter. Reading aloud is acceptable, and reviewing the textbook is fine, but do not let me catch you gossiping again. Should I see it once more, you will be asked to stand at the back as punishment. This class was among the better ones at the school. Yet youthful students always seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of conversation, prompting the teacher to curb such behavior. The routine continued as always. Observing Lao Fong's earnest demeanor, Yu Fei understood that his intentions were in their best interest. However, this insight was not universally shared, as many students unacquainted with the realities of society might not perceive it similarly. It is only through the passage of time that individuals learn to reflect. Amidst the bustling sounds of study, the morning session came to an end. De Fei, are you playing basketball? Huang Makai called out from behind, playfully tapping Yu Fei on the shoulder. Sure, Yu Fei replied with a smile, having finished his breakfast and brimming with energy. It was indeed the perfect moment to release some pent-up vigor. Engaging in physical activity now seemed quite appealing. Yu Fei seized the basketball and summoned a few classmates to join him at the court, as he surveyed the antiquated basketball hoops scattered around the school grounds. Yu Fei shook his head in dismay. The school was rather stingy, allowing the nets to deteriorate without making any attempts at repairs. Soon, the group commenced a half-court 3-versus-3 game, though Yu Fei's performance left much to be desired. He had not played in quite some time, and his movements felt somewhat rusty. Nevertheless, his youthful physique served him well, and, after a few missed shots, he gradually regained his rhythm. Time flew by rapidly. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yufei was unexpectedly presented with a bottle of water by a delicate hand. Turning to see Ningxia, he smiled warmly. All is well. Drink, or I'll throw it away. Ningxia teased, her cheeks flushing at the sight of Yufei's goofy grin. Of course I'll drink it. Who would refuse something free? Yufei laughed, gulping down nearly half the bottle. Such a show-off, muttered a nearby classmate, enviously observing Yufei receiving attention while they were left unattended. The notion that playing basketball enhances male allure was evidently misguided. The true trifecta of attraction lay in looks, talent, and wealth. During their school years, the emphasis on appearance was even more pronounced. Xia, let us head out together, Yufei said after another sip, tossing the empty bottle into the trash before naturally taking Ningxia's hand. Hey, what are you doing? Ningxia exclaimed, quickly pulling her hand away, though a flutter of joy coursed through her. What is wrong with holding hands? We've been friends for years. It's not too much to ask for a little intimacy, Yufei remarked earnestly. Ningxia's heart raced, her face ablaze. You idiot. Who would want to have your children? How come I never noticed you were such a rogue? Rogue? Not at all. I'm just honest, soft when needed and firm when appropriate. Yufei chuckled. Right? I'll believe that when pigs fly, Ningxia retorted, rolling her eyes. Well, if you want to see me as a rogue, that's fine by me. At least it allows me to hold your hand every day, Yufei teased. Ningxia's fair complexion turned rosy, a delightful sensation washing over her. Was he confessing his feelings? Shaking her head to dispel the thought, she resolved not to concede. She would remain unattached until graduation. Chapter 9. Xia Yining has arrived? At Xiangbei No. 9 Middle School, the arrival of Xia Yining sparked a flurry of chatter among the students. Is that Xia Yining? Wait, let me check the price. I wonder if 400 is enough. School beauty? School prince. Upon seeing Xia Yining enter the classroom, boys and girls alike engaged in hushed mocking, for her reputation had been tarnished since her sophomore year. Could you show a little decency and not yell? A friend of hers, Luo Xiaoyu, stood up indignantly at the derogatory remarks directed at her close companion. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Scoffed a hefty girl in the back, her jowls quivering as she sneered. Of course, being associated with someone like her can't lead to anything good, chimed in another girl, who appeared somewhat more attractive. In ancient times, people like her would be punished severely, the overweight girl added disdainfully. Suddenly, the usually reticent Xia Yining stood up, marching over to deliver a sharp slap. Don't spread baseless rumors without evidence. It's disgusting. Xia Yining was no longer the meek girl she once was. Faced with slander, she was unafraid to retaliate. The hefty girl, taken aback by Xia Yining's sudden aggression, began tugging at her clothes in an attempt to provoke her further. You're just a troublemaker. And now you don't want anyone to speak ill of you? Without hesitation, Xia Yining retaliated with another slap, pushing the girl against the wall. Tears streamed down the hefty girl's face, shocked by the unexpected ferocity of someone she had previously bullied. Listen closely. If I find out who started these rumors, I can't promise I won't take matters into my own hands. Having been reborn in spirit, Xia Yining was no longer the passive individual she once was. While she wouldn't instigate trouble, she would certainly retaliate if provoked. As other students listened to the exchanges, the tide began to turn. Some started to believe Xia Yining, but the majority remained skeptical. The rumors had persisted for too long, deeply ingrained, and erasing them would require considerable time and effort. Xia, you're so bold, Luo Xiaoyu exclaimed, admiration swelling in her chest at Xia Yining's straightforwardness. Bold? Not really. My husband is the truly bold one, Xia Yining said nonchalantly, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she mentioned her husband. Husband? Luo Xiaoyu gasped. Xia, do you have a boyfriend? Xia Yining did not deny it. Not yet, but it should happen soon. Luo Xiaoyu's eyes widened in excitement. No way. Who is it? With a playful lick of her lips, Xia Yining replied, You'll find out in due time. Despite Luo Xiaoyu's relentless inquiries, Xia Yining remained tight-lipped. At noon, as class ended, Xia Yining hurried out of school, sprinting toward the flower shop. Though small, it boasted a delightful array of blossoms, red and white roses. Vibrant carnations and tulips adorned the shelves. "What flowers would you like, dear?" a young shop assistant inquired, momentarily flummoxed by the presence of such an exquisite girl. Biting her lip, Xia Yining shyly asked, "Sister, what flowers are suitable for confessing to a boy?" The assistant was taken aback. Such a lovely girl was pursuing someone. In her mind, it seemed a foregone conclusion that any confession she made would be a success, rendering the choice of flowers almost irrelevant. "For a boy, I do recommend white roses. They symbolize purity and innocence, making them perfect for students," the assistant suggested after a brief conversation. "Are you close with this boy?" The assistant inquired further. The shop assistant picked up a bouquet of flowers and placed it into an opaque black bag. "He was still unfamiliar with me, yet I had harbored feelings for him for quite some time." Summer Yanqing reminisced about the scenes from her past life with Yufei, recalling moments when he would take her out for meals or movies, occasionally presenting her with small gifts, red roses, white roses, gardenias, and other floral delights. It seemed she had never once bought a gift for him, but whenever Yufei invited her out, she would always agree. So, how had they ended up at the brink of divorce? This thought brought a pang of sadness to her heart. Fortunately, she had been reborn, and in this life, it was her turn to dote on her beloved husband. Noticing the sweet expression on the girl's face, the shop assistant couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He felt as if he had consumed dog food. Nonetheless, if Summer Yanqing truly ended up with him, he would be genuinely happy. She was a shipper at heart, reveling in the romances of others while remaining single herself. "By the way, would you like to write something?" the shop assistant inquired as he handed the flowers to her. Snapping back to reality. "Sister, do you want to write a note?" Summer Yanqing softly replied, "Let us write to my dearest boy, Yufei. I don't believe such a confession will be something my dear husband could resist." The thought of how awkward Yufei had been when they first got together made her want to laugh. It was hard to believe someone so handsome had never been in a relationship before. He truly was one of a kind in this world. Afterward, Summer Yanqing headed to a Versace store to purchase some clothes, confident that she remembered her sizes well enough to avoid any mistakes. She then took a taxi directly to Xiangbei No. 1 Middle School. Upon arriving at the school gate, she blended effortlessly into the crowd and made her way inside. The boys nearby were captivated by the sight of such a beautiful girl, yet they were puzzled by their lack of recognition. Surely, a girl of her stunning caliber would be remembered if she were a student at their school. Was she perhaps from outside? At that moment, some had begun approaching her for her WeChat, but she declined all requests. It wasn't too long before her bouquet caught the attention of others. Is she going to confess? A group of boys followed her excitedly until she reached the senior building, their enthusiasm only growing. Who is she going to see? There are indeed some handsome boys among the seniors. To have such a beautiful girl confess to him, that guy must be something special. She is stunning, just like the goddess I've always imagined, remarked a passing student. "Excuse me, where's class 426? Summer Yanqing asked the girl while gazing at the myriad of classrooms. "Class 426? It's on the far right of the second floor," the girl stammered. "Senior, I've never seen you before. Are you from another school?" Summer Yanqing nodded. "You're quite bold, senior. This school has a strict policy against early relationships. But you're from another school and so beautiful. I doubt many boys would refuse your confession," the girl continued, feeling somewhat ordinary herself. All she could do was study hard to get into a good university. Unlike Summer Yanqing, who was so stunning that even with poor grades, she would have excellent options. Let us hope so, Summer Yanqing thought, her eyes sparkling. In her past life, Yufei had often remarked on her overly reserved nature, admitting that he had never truly experienced love when he was younger. Since that was the case, it was now her turn to rescue him and take away his first time. "Since I have nothing else to do, let me take you there, senior." The younger girl smiled, leading Summer Yanqing to the classroom on the second floor's far right. Taking a deep breath, Summer Yanqing summoned her courage and approached the classroom door, calling out, "Is Yufei here?" At that moment, nearly everyone in the class instinctively turned to look at the door, including Yufei, whose expression darkened considerably. He was certain that there was no connection between him and Summer Yanqing at present, and when he caught sight of her gaze, it was clear she too had been reborn. "What am I to do now?" Yufei thought, already having his own plan for rebirth. But Summer Yanqing's sudden appearance made him realize he would need to alter his strategy. At that moment, Jiang Qingyao nudged Yu Fei's shoulder, saying, "What are you standing there for? The girl is calling for you." Taking a deep breath, Yu Fei slowly walked towards the door. "Is there something you need?" he asked, his eyes remaining calm and devoid of emotion. "Yu Fei, I like you. Would you be my boyfriend?" Summer Yanqing said, her voice steady as she released the bag, revealing the roses within and extending her arms towards him. Her face flushed slightly, and her breathing quickened. This was her first confession to a boy across 2 lifetimes. Despite her mental age nearing 30, she couldn't suppress the turmoil within her heart. "I'm sorry, but I don't plan on dating before graduation," Yu Fei replied, attempting to keep his expression neutral while forcing a friendly smile. "But I really like you, Yu Fei. From the very first moment I saw you, I fell hopelessly in love." Summer Yanqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Though she had anticipated Yu Fei's rejection, facing the reality was still heart-wrenching. Nearby boys were left in utter shock at the scene unfolding before them. A girl confessing her feelings so boldly was unprecedented. Impressive, my bro Fei. However, after Yu Fei's rejection, they felt a sense of relief. Had he accepted, given this girl's emotional state, she might have overwhelmed him within 3 days. With Yu Fei's refusal, they saw an opportunity for themselves. "So, does that mean I still have a chance after graduation?" Summer Yanqing asked softly 3 seconds later. "Theoretically, yes." Yu Fei sighed. "Then that's good," she replied, relieved. Since Yu Fei was unwilling, she wouldn't push him. Although they couldn't date before graduation, merely seeing him every day was enough to bring her joy. "By the way, your gift is too extravagant. You should take it back," Yu Fei remarked, noticing the white roses and the Versace bag. "I don't need these things. You can still return them if you go back now." Summer Yanqing shook her head, a playful smile on her lips. "If you don't accept it, then I'll have to throw it away." Yu Fei scratched his head, conceding, "All right, then I'll just toss it." Summer Yanqing. "Yu Fei, I'm joking. But if I accept it, you promise not to bother me anymore." "I'd be more than happy to take it." Summer Yanqing smiled. "Then it's a deal, senior." She chose to disregard the initial part of Yu Fei's statement, only hearing the words "happy to accept." As she turned to leave, she said gently, "Since you've accepted the gift, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." "Goodbye." At that moment, the girl who had led Summer Yanqing had vanished, completely unaware that she had played the role of guide. Had she known that Xia Yanqing intended to confess her feelings to her best friend's childhood companion, she certainly would not have brought the other party to seek out Yu Fei. Now, she could only hastily summon Ningxia to remedy the situation. "Fan Rongrong, you truly are a fool. Xiaoxia, come out quickly." Fan Rongrong dashed to the first floor, her urgency palpable as she exclaimed, "My dear, we have a crisis." Ningxia, looking bewildered, inquired, "What's the matter?" Fan Rongrong whispered, "Your childhood companion has received a confession." Upon hearing this, Ningxia's expression remained unchanged. What a confession! He had been confessed to before. Observing her best friend's lack of concern, Fan Rongrong couldn't help but say, "This time it's different, Xiaoxia. This girl is from another school, exceptionally beautiful. To put it bluntly, her looks rival yours." Ningxia was taken aback, the black pen she held slipping from her grasp. "Comparable to her? Such beauty? Let us go. Rongrong, I must see which little XX dares to steal my man." A sense of urgency enveloped Ningxia. "Yu Fei, you foolish boy, you must not agree to her, even if I were to confess right now. It cannot be with anyone else." As Ningxia hurried upstairs, she brushed past Xia Yanqing and caught a glimpse of the girl's breathtaking visage. Realizing this was the one confessing to Yu Fei. "Thank you, little sister," Xia Yanqing called out loudly upon noticing Fan Rongrong standing behind Ningxia. At that moment, Fan Rongrong was about to respond when she met Xia Yanqing's lethal glare, silencing her immediately. Upon seeing Ningxia, Xia Yanqing recognized her. Yu Fei had mentioned his childhood companion, although they never ended up together. A defeated rival, of little concern. She then proceeded downstairs. Chapter 10, A Favor. "Yu Fei, who is she?" After watching Xia Yanqing leave, Ningxia pouted, a hint of irritation in her voice. Yu Fei sensed an unfavorable situation. It seemed his childhood companion was feeling jealous, and over his ex-wife, no less. I don't know her. She just suddenly confessed to me, probably from another school. Not related? Yes, not related. Then how does she seem so familiar with you? Could it be you met in a past life? After hearing Yu Fei's explanation, Ningxia's mood improved slightly, yet she still felt uneasy. Her cherished companion could not indulge in another's wildflowers. A surge of anxiety gripped Ningxia. As the impending exams approached, students' stress escalated, making them crave affection. With Yu Fei striking looks, she had to keep a close watch on him. After the exams, she would boldly confess her feelings. Then, she would ensure they attended the same school, monopolizing his time and attention, leaving no room for others. She had cherished Yu Fei for 14 years. No one could take it from her. With this thought, Ningxia's expression grew serious. She needed to devise a strategy. Still the white rose, how romantic. Suddenly, Ningxia noticed the flowers Yu Fei had set aside, reaching out to touch them, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Yu Fei rubbed his forehead, realizing his little companion's emotions were written all over her face, the scent of jealousy wafting through the school. Then Ningxia glanced at a shopping bag nearby, which contained a Versace outfit. I didn't expect her to be wealthy, Ningxia thought, her brows knitting together, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The fact that this girl was already a stunning beauty had generated ample concern. But her affluence might well overwhelm Yu Fei's attention, potentially attracting countless suitors. An idea sparked in Ningxia's mind. "Ah Fei, after school, come directly to my class and escort me home." "Why?" "Yesterday, I sensed someone following me. There have been quite a few ruffians around the school lately, and I feel." She set down the bag, her beautiful eyes wide with fear as she placed a delicate hand on Yu Fei's shoulder. "Someone is following you?" Yu Fei had initially thought it was merely jealousy, but now he realized there was a genuine concern. Yes, he seemed like a yellow-haired thug. "Ah Fei, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your childhood companion, would you?" Ningxia clasped her hands before her waist, adopting the demeanor of a frightened young girl. A stark contrast to her usual self. Yu Fei's lips twitched. His little companion's tone was reminiscent of a melodramatic performance. However, Ningxia's words demanded his full attention. As the top high school in the city, Xiangbei No. 1 High School maintained excellent security, but there could always be exceptions. In any case, better safe than sorry. He was determined to play the role of her protector. "Wait for me after school." Yu Fei grinned, playfully tousling Ningxia's long, silky hair. "It's settled then." Ningxia beamed, smiling as she walked away. "Incredible, my bro. Not only do you have a stunning childhood companion, but now a wealthy beauty from outside the school has confessed to you. I'm feeling quite envious." Huang Makai, seeing Ningxia depart, hurried over to Yu Fei. "Confession or not, there's no possibility between us." Yu Fei was a devoted individual. Divorce meant divorce. Although there had been feelings, that was all in the past. Indeed, if you were to accept her, I would be the first to confront you. I have witnessed Ningxia's feelings for you since childhood. If you were to falter at the first confession, it would deeply wound her. Huang Makai pondered for a moment before brightening. "Rest assured, Ningxia and I share a profound bond. Unless she rejects me, I won't part ways with her." Yu Fei gathered the flowers and clothing into the bag before stepping into the classroom. "Who is that girl?" Suddenly, a voice broke the air beside Huang Makai. He stiffened instinctively. It was Tian's voice. "I don't know." "You don't know? She seems to be from another school." Tian frowned, not pressing further. Yet she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the beautiful girl, though she couldn't quite place it. Inside the classroom, Yu Fei placed the gifts beneath the desk, then turned his textbooks. Though a considerable time had passed, with each review, he found dormant memories awakening. For him, life in high school had been quite joyful, encompassing both life and studies. However, the conclusion of high school had been unsatisfactory, which led to his disinterest in romance during college, even harboring thoughts against marriage. Were it not for Yu Fei's godmother urging him to settle down, he would have never considered blind dates. Ironically, on his 7th blind date, he encountered Xia Yanqing, though they divorced 2 years later. Just as Yu Fei was preparing to immerse himself in his studies, Jiang Qingyao spoke up. "Yu Fei, could you do me a favor?" Yu Fei turned to see Jiang Qingyao, pale-skinned and gazing intently at him. What kind of favor? I have a friend who liked your childhood friend. Could you ask her what type she prefers? Jiang Qingyao replied casually. Yu Fei frowned, feeling an odd sense of DJVU. It seemed Jiang Qingyao wasn't speaking about herself. So you become her strategist. Yu Fei remarked upon hearing her words. That's somewhat true, but I lack experience in this regard. You receive confessions from other girls today. I assume you must possess quite a bit of experience in such matters. Jiang Qingyao's beautiful eyes blinked lightly as she fixed her gaze intently on Yu Fei. In truth, I have no experience at all, but the fact that she likes my childhood friend does pique my interest. By the way, who is she? Yu Fei inquired with a smile. Tian Tian. Jiang Qingyao leaned in slightly, speaking softly. Yu Fei was momentarily taken aback. Tian Tian? Goodness. Could it be that in a previous life he missed out on a mutual affection? These two liked each other, yet neither had the courage to speak up, resulting in their missed opportunity. Yu Fei, a pure-hearted romantic, could hardly bear such a situation. He was determined to become their love strategist. Are you in agreement? Jiang Qingyao gently asked, observing Yu Fei's joyful expression. Of course, Yu Fei replied with a smile. Soon school was out, and Yu Fei assisted Zhou Tianyu down the stairs before heading to the first floor to pick up Ningxia. At that moment, Ningxia stood at the door, gazing along the path Yu Fei was approaching. Fei, you're here. Ningxia beamed upon seeing him. Yu Fei, captivated by his little childhood sweetheart's adorable expression, couldn't help but pinch her cheek and said, Rest assured, I promised I wouldn't date anyone before graduation. Can you let go of my hand now? Ningxia's face turned a shade of embarrassment, yet she shook her head. No, that older woman looks quite determined. I won't let her near you. Yu Fei looked at her quizzically. Is that really your reason for wanting me to escort you home? Ningxia, upon hearing this, shook her head vigorously like a rattle drum. Of course not. Such a thing is impossible to admit. As they walked along the roadside, Ningxia casually asked, By the way, Fei, are you free this weekend? I am free. Why do you ask? Yu Fei replied, noticing the slight tension in her demeanor. That's good to hear. We can talk about it later. After hearing this, Yu Fei continued, I'm free on Saturday, but Sunday might be tricky. I have some matters to attend to. He needed to clarify things with Xia Yenying and ensure she wouldn't cling to him any longer. After dropping Ningxia off, Yu Fei hurried home, and by the time he arrived, it was already past 6. As he opened the door, he was surprised to find a young girl sitting on the sofa, engrossed in the television. Yu Fei, you're back. The girl stood up, her face beaming with a smile, her fair thighs on display, clad in his slippers, her delicate toes appearing exceptionally cute. It dawned on Yu Fei that he had seemingly taken in a runaway girl. He had been so preoccupied with school matters today that he had forgotten this detail. How are you? Are you hungry? Yu Fei settled beside the girl, tossing his backpack aside and speaking slowly. She turned her head, her face still adorned with a smile, albeit tinged with a hint of nervousness and unease. Yu Fei understood her feelings. Living under someone else's roof could hardly be comforting. No need to be anxious. Just think of me as your brother. I have a sister too, though not a biological one. We grew up in the same orphanage and were adopted around the same time in elementary school. We still keep in touch. How ambivit. I've never had a sister. My whole life, going to school and returning home, I've always been alone. I'll go prepare dinner now. Yu Fei strode into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to retrieve the vegetables and meats. What should I make? Soon, he arrived at a decision. A pre-prepared dish of braised pork with preserved vegetables would suffice, along with a seaweed soup, a serving of potato beef, and a portion of greens. After donning an apron, he brought the dishes to the table about 30 minutes later. It smells wonderful. Yin sniffed the air like a little kitten and licked her pink lips. I'm about to dig in. Clearly, compared to the instant noodles from lunch, these dishes were tenfold more tempting. After serving herself, the girl devoured 3 bowls of rice, leaving Yu Fei staring in astonishment. He had not anticipated Yin Yi's appetite to be so prodigious. Wasn't it said that girls typically eat less? His ex-wife, Xia Yenying, would only finish 1 bowl before feeling satisfied. Yu Fei couldn't discern if she was genuinely full or merely pretending. Yin caught Yu Fei staring at her, having nearly finished 2 bowls herself, and felt a bit awkward. How could she eat more than him? No worries. Being able to eat is a blessing, Yu Fei remarked. attempting to ease her discomfort, though as a straightforward man, he simply stated the truth. He scratched her head and then removed her feet from his slippers, placing them on the chair. Yufei, are you in your senior year of high school? She asked softly. Indeed, at number 1 high school. And you? Yufei answered without hesitation upon being asked about himself. At number 9 high school. He revealed after pondering for 3 seconds. Number 9? That's quite far from here. Yufei noted, as he was familiar with its location, having researched it since Xia Yinying was from there. It was approximately 15 kilometers from number 1 high school. The thought of Xia Yinying traveling a long way today crossed his mind. However, number 9 high school was relatively close to number 2 high school, where his sister studied, also in her senior year. After hearing what the girl said, Yufei didn't press her to return to school. If she did, the teachers would likely send her home that very day. It would be better for her to return when she had figured things out. By the way, do you have any hobbies? Yufei suddenly asked, curious about her lack of entertainment while staying at home. Hobbies? The girl's fair face showed signs of contemplation. Does playing the accordion count? Yufei nodded. Of course, it certainly does. He had never expected the girl to play such an uncommon instrument. Actually, the accordion doesn't count. I don't enjoy playing that. It was forced upon me. She shook her head again. My dream is to create a game that astounds the world. Seeing her determined expression, Yufei stroked his chin. That was no simple task. The only domestic AAA titles that came to mind capable of astounding the world were games like Black Myth, though it hadn't been released before his rebirth. Yufei, do you know about Zelda? The girl suddenly looked up at him. Of course, I played it on someone else's Switch. Yufei chuckled, though he had actually bought one after entering university in his previous life. It was indeed an enjoyable experience, opening a gateway to a new era for him. He had no interest in Genshin Impact, but once he started playing Zelda, he simply couldn't stop. In stark contrast to him was Huang Makai, who, after entering university, serendipitously encountered a 2-character game, transforming into a nimble dog of the mountains. It was precisely that type of game, timeless, enduring, and universally adored by players around the globe. The girl's eyes finally sparkled with a glimmer of light, a radiance that Yufei had never before witnessed, perhaps something many had experienced. Yet it faded away with the passage into adulthood. Have you studied programming? Have you learned modeling? Yufei inquired cautiously. I did, but I eventually gave it up because she forbade me from pursuing it, claiming it would hinder my studies. But aside from this dream, I have nothing left. Yet, in her eyes, my aspiration seemed like a joke, forever misunderstood. The girl's expression dimmed, the light that had just ignited in her eyes extinguishing once more. So, are you content to relinquish it all? Although I am unaware of your reasons for leaving home and your dissatisfaction with them, I believe that since you possess a dream, why not strive for it once more? Give it a try. Yufei spoke earnestly to He lifted her head, the light illuminating her face as if water had been splashed upon the snow, dazzling and resplendent. Come, let me take you shopping. Yufei grasped Yi's hand without further ado and headed outside. At that moment, Yi had donned her freshly dried clothes, attracting the attention of passers-by along the way. Some boys even contemplated asking for her contact information. However, upon noticing that she was accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man, coupled with her demeanor that exuded an air of aloofness, those who had initially entertained such thoughts soon retreated, unwilling to humiliate themselves further. Where are we going, Yufei? Yi tugged at Yufei's clothing, smiling as she spoke. To the computer city. I need to buy a computer, 1 desktop and 1 laptop, so both you and I can use them. Tomorrow, we can install a broadband connection, and we won't have to go to an internet CAF anymore. Yufei replied with a cheerful grin. Yufei, you really don't have to do this. Yi began to grasp Yufei's family circumstances. Though he had some savings, it was hardly affluent. It's fine. I need a computer anyway, and having both a desktop and a laptop will be more convenient. This was indeed the truth, as he intended to utilize his skills in writing online literature. Without a computer, that would be impossible. In his previous life, he would never have purchased a computer, considering the significant expenditure involved. However, the situation was different now. Money could be swiftly earned back. Upon arriving at the computer city, Yufei quickly selected a laptop priced over 10,000, along with various accessories, as he planned to assemble a desktop computer himself. Let us buy you some things too. Yufei ruffled Yin Yi's hair and led her to a women's clothing store. The items within were reasonably priced, with the more expensive ones costing only a few hundred. Nevertheless, Yin Yi needed clothes, and it would be unreasonable for her to continuously wear his. "Wow, your girlfriend is truly beautiful," remarked a nearby sales assistant as Yin Yi entered the fitting room. She's not my girlfriend," Yufei replied, feeling somewhat awkward. "Not." The sales assistant was taken aback. To her, the two hand in hand seemed like a perfect couple. "She's my sister," Yufei stated nonchalantly, wishing to clarify their relationship. "Yufei, how does it look?" Soon, Yin Yi emerged from the fitting room, wearing a blue denim skirt paired with a black short-sleeved shirt adorned with letters, exuding a youthful vibrancy. Her well-proportioned figure evoked an involuntary wave of admiration. "It looks great." Yufei nodded. "Choose a few more." Subsequently, at Yin Yi's request, Yufei helped her select several outfits, some casual and others more conservative, while undergarments were naturally left for Yin Yi to choose. Judging by Yin Yi's stature, she likely wore a D cup. Following that, the duo visited a nearby supermarket to pick up some essential supplies for Yin Yi. As they walked home, Yin Yi spoke first. "Thank you, Yufei." Noticing the girl's slightly reddened eyes, Yufei patted her shoulder, saying, "No need for thanks. I merely consider you as my sister." Isn't it only right for an older brother to assist his younger sister? A flicker of disappointment crossed Yin Yi's large eyes, albeit momentarily. "Let's head home." Yufei took Yin Yi's hand, and they quickly arrived at their residence. "I'm going to sleep," Yin Yi said, retreating into the room with her small hands clasped behind her back. Yufei nodded in acknowledgement before entering his own bedroom. It was time to contemplate ways to earn money. Reflecting on the events of the past few years, he concluded that to make money quickly, betting on sports events would suffice. He possessed some knowledge regarding the World Cup, the NBA, and even esports, using these as capital to start venture. Even if he couldn't become a millionaire, reaching a nine-figure sum seemed feasible. Achieving a nine-figure asset without a background was already commendable. Beyond that, he might attract the attention of unscrupulous individuals. However, who could predict the future? In any case, he intended to retire and enjoy life before turning 30. Life was fleeting, and if he had to wait until 60 to retire, the days of enjoyment would be few. Suddenly, Yufei noticed a Versace shopping bag nearby. Stealthily extracting the garments inside, such fine clothing should not go unworn. However, upon trying it on, he discovered it was too small. With a sigh, Yufei covered himself with the blanket and drifted into slumber. Chapter 12. Friends. As dawn broke, a sliver of sunlight filtered through the window, casting its glow upon Yufei's face. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang upright. After preparing breakfast for the still slumbering Yin Yi, he set out alone. By the time Yin Yi finally awakened, she quietly dressed and opened the laptop in her room. Yet instead of studying programming, she opened a browser search bar. How can I make the boy I like fall for me while living together? After searching for answers to this question, Yin Yi found little of value, prompting her to visit an online forum and pose her query. When I typed that question mark, it wasn't to imply that I have a problem, but rather to suggest that the poster has an issue. Living with the boy you like indicates a solid relationship. It's essentially a perfect scenario. Such matters require a tailored approach. Indeed, if the poster were exceptionally attractive, a slight flirtation might suffice, assuming the boy had no issues in that regard. Thus, a crucial question arose. Please post a picture. Yin Yi sighed. It seemed the current generation of internet users was rather unreliable. It appeared she would have to rely on herself to navigate this situation. Although Yufei had rebuffed her advances, that only endeared him to her further, proving he was neither frivolous nor promiscuous. In a moment of reflection, Yin Yi felt somewhat diminished. Resolving to improve herself first, she closed the forum and turned to videos on game development. Only by enhancing her skills could she truly be worthy of Yufei. "Sakura, why do you seem so distracted?" Luo Xiaoyu gently nudged the shoulder of her companion and whispered, "It's nothing, just feeling a bit unwell." Xia Yining's eyes were tinged with a hint of bloodshot. She had certainly made an impression on Yufei, yet she found herself utterly at a loss on how to pursue him further. In her eyes, Ning Xia was indeed a defeated opponent. but Yu Fei still harbored feelings for her. Hence, she felt compelled to position herself by Yu Fei's side at the earliest opportunity, in an effort to rescue him. Just like girls, boys too are easily swayed when faced with heartbreak or significant life events, especially when a beautiful and compliant opposite-sex figure stands steadfastly by them. However, she feared that her presence might inadvertently trigger a butterfly effect, truly uniting Ningxia and Yu Fei, yet she found herself unable to resist observing them. In her previous life, due to certain events during her school years, she had developed a disdain for boys. Throughout her university days, she rebuffed every suitor without hesitation, only agreeing to her first blind date a year after graduation. Coming from a single-parent family, her maternal grandfather had once been a prosperous businessman, now retired, with her mother managing the family affairs. As for her father, in Xia Yining's recollection, he was a remarkably handsome man, appearing hardly older than 30 despite nearing 40. Earlier this year, he divorced her mother, proving to be woefully inadequate as a father, having shown little care for her upbringing. Consequently, her mother imposed strict rules on her, mandating piano lessons and forbidding romantic relationships during her schooling. This upbringing left Xia Yining feeling stifled and cultivated a cold demeanor that resulted in few close friendships. In high school, she had only 2 friends, one being Luo Xiaoyu, while the other had tragically passed away. This loss was a scar on Xia Yining's heart and a contributing factor to her aversion towards men. Her marriage to Yu Fei was solely because her mother was pleased with his qualifications. Thus, they found themselves cohabiting. Over the span of 2 years, Xia Yining's heart gradually thawed, yet her lack of romantic experience left her feeling adrift. Her previously frosty demeanor had merely shifted to a slightly warmer disposition towards Yu Fei. As for Yu Fei, she felt she truly did not understand him at all. For 2 years, she had scarcely inquired about his interests or concerns, while he, in stark contrast, had meticulously remembered every word she uttered. Indeed, this was a profoundly unequal love, even if they were to divorce. The emotional toll on Yu Fei would be far greater than her own. In this life, she resolved to love him. Later, she noted Yu Fei's routine, planning to orchestrate serendipitous encounters. What perfection! On the road, with Ningxia, Yu Fei, Zhou Tianyu, and Huang Makai walking side by side. Ningxia took the initiative to grasp Yu Fei's hand and softly inquired, "Are you going to Aunt Zhong's house tonight?" Of course, Yu Fei affirmed, his excitement palpable as he yearned to reunite with his godmother and sister, Zhong Xie. "Can I come too?" Ningxia asked cautiously. "Absolutely," came his reassuring reply. Ningxia was his childhood companion, and naturally, she was familiar with Aunt Zhong and her daughter. Huang Makai cast a glance their way, recognizing Aunt Zhong and Zhong Xie as well, yet he was uninterested in visiting others' homes, believing that pursuing Tian was his primary focus. At that moment, Zhou Tianyu, seated behind Yu Fei on the bicycle, brightened at the revelation. "Yu Fei, you have a sister?" Yu Fei nodded. "Yes, we grew up in the same orphanage. Though not biologically related, she is as close as a sister." Zhou Tianyu's face lit up with envy. "Before my grandmother adopted me, I was also an orphan. Unfortunately, I had no friends to play with." Yu Fei smiled. "Am I not your friend?" "Ningxia is too, and so is Huang Makai." Both Ningxia and Huang Makai nodded, realizing that Zhou Tianyu must have felt quite lonely without close companions. Even Ningxia found herself unable to harbor any malice towards Zhou Tianyu, only pity for her situation. "Really?" The girl's face beamed, showcasing her pearly white teeth. Of course, the group affirmed. As the fragrant osmanthus blossoms gently fell upon Zhou Tianyu's shoulders, her heart began to soften, and a quiet affection began to blossom within her. Chapter 13, Sister. Upon arriving at school, Yu Fei naturally settled beside Jiang Qingyao. "Class monitor, do you have any thoughts on the situation between them?" Yu Fei nudged Jiang Qingyao's shoulder and asked. "Well, isn't next week the National Day holiday?" She mused. "You can invite Huang Makai, and I'll bring Tian. I just haven't decided where to go yet." Jiang Qingyao rested her chin on her pen, contemplating, before turning her gaze back to Yu Fei. "We can discuss it later." Yu Fei frowned, initially intending to assist Huang Makai in courting Ningxia. But now faced with Tian's strategist, it seemed more prudent for him and Jiang Qingyao to separately invite their respective parties. Nevertheless, he needed to ponder where they should go. Jiang Qingyao nodded. I'll check in with Tian, and you should ask Huang Makai. Yu Fei agreed. This is my first time playing matchmaker. I absolutely cannot mess it up. Jiang Qingyao's eyes sparkled, now that you mention it. This is my first time as a matchmaker too. Must succeed. Must succeed. They exchanged high fives, startling Huang Makai, who had been dozing off in the back. What are you guys up to? He queried, puzzled. Just planning something. If it works out, you'll have to recognize me as your godfather, Yu Fei chuckled. Huang Makai was taken aback. What exactly is this about? Time flew by, and soon it was time for dismissal. After escorting Zhou Tianyu home, he and Ning Xia took a taxi to a residential complex located 12 kilometers away. This place was just over 500 meters from Yu Fei's sister school, Xiangbei No. 2 Middle School, making the commute convenient. As they arrived at the entrance, the complex appeared quite luxurious, at least more so than Yu Fei's own home. Aunt Zhong truly is affluent, Yu Fei mused. She must be around 35 now, yet has no desire for marriage, remaining single throughout her life. Having notified Aunt Zhong in advance, she soon approached the entrance to greet them, dressed elegantly in a black bodycon dress. With a fitted black jacket adorned with silver star-like embellishments, Aunt Zhong exuded a mature charm. Her well-curved figure was complemented by an array of jewelry, bracelets, necklaces, and earrings, making her appear as a woman of considerable means. Xiao Fei, Annie has missed you dearly, Aunt Zhong exclaimed, rising to embrace him. Yu Fei wiped the sweat from his brow. He felt somewhat overwhelmed by this future godmother's affectionate displays, which were frequent enough to explain her desire to adopt him as her son. After the embrace, Yu Fei turned his attention to his sister, Zhong Xie. Zhong Xie possessed a petite physique, standing at approximately 160 centimeters and weighing less than 50 kilograms, which rendered her exceedingly slender. However, despite her modest bust size, her stunning beauty attracted a multitude of admirers, as many individuals are drawn to such diminutive figures. Yet, without exception, Zhong Xie had declined all suitors. Onaiken, you've arrived, she exclaimed, immediately enveloping Yu Fei in a warm embrace. Yu Fei, feeling somewhat exasperated, acknowledged that Zhong Xie was a devoted fan of the second dimension, often spouting phrases in Japanese. According to her whimsical notions, she aspired to find a character from the anime realm to spend her life with. Unfortunately, it seemed that in her past life, she had never succeeded, ultimately becoming a homebody. However, who could resist a sister who affectionately called them Onaiken every day? Even Yu Fei found it impossible to refuse her. Ningxia, dear sister, Zhong Xie said, squeezing Ningxia tightly, who reciprocated the embrace. They were already well acquainted, akin to close friends. You've lost weight again. You must eat more, or you won't develop properly, Ningxia gently remarked, stroking Zhong Xie's hair. Observing his childhood friend's transformation from her previously fiery disposition, Yu Fei shook his head. The aloofness and indifference exhibited by some goddesses were merely reflections of their lack of interest. Often, they were not even acquaintances. When one truly encountered someone they cherished, their demeanor would be far more relaxed than that of the average girl. Come, Xiaoxia, Fei, let us go out to eat, Aunt Zhong suggested with a warm smile, her maternal affection evident. The quartet soon found themselves at a hot pot restaurant, all hailing from Xiangbei, where they relished spicy cuisine. Xiaofei, which university do you plan to apply to? Aunt Zhong inquired while stirring the pot. Considering my current grades, Tsinghua or Peking University seem out of reach. However, if I put in the effort, gaining admission to Ingtian University is still a possibility, Yu Fei mused, stroking his chin. If he couldn't attend the prestigious institutions, he would likely opt for a southern university, with Ingtian University being among the top-tier options. Ingtian University is indeed excellent. I graduated from there myself. Aunt Zhong replied with a smile, seemingly lost in nostalgic thoughts. Ingtian University? So, Onaiken wishes to attend that university as well? Then I shall go there too. Zhong Xie exclaimed joyfully, her fair face lighting up with glee. Ningxia, what do you think? She asked, but Ningxia's expression turned slightly somber. Her grades were not as commendable, and merely gaining acceptance into a 211 institution would be a significant achievement. Her dream was to attend a university in a magical city, yet it paled in comparison to Ingtian University. If only she had grades as exceptional as Jiang Qingyao's. Securing a spot at Ingtian University, or even Tsinghua or Peking would be a certainty, considering that the top students from Xiangbei High School were primarily candidates for those elite institutions, and Jiang Qingyao consistently ranked among the top 3. Yet, others came from affluent backgrounds, with numerous options available, perhaps even the chance to study at the world's leading university. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening, she thought. Nevertheless, Ningxia was not one to harbor discontent. Despite her parents being ordinary workers, she had meticulously planned her future, with Yufei set on attending Ingtian University. She envisioned herself at the magical city university, where they could meet every weekend and eventually marry, striving together to thrive in the big city. If the pressures of urban life became overwhelming, they could always return to Xiangbei for a decent job. Nonetheless, I might only manage to get into a 211 school. Whether I can get into a 985 is still uncertain, Yufei chuckled. He was realistic about his abilities. Having revisited past knowledge, he still remembered some exam questions. With a bit of luck, he could gain admission to a 985 university, but whether he could secure a spot at Ingtian University remained to be seen. Then keep striving. Aunt believes in you, Aunt Zhong encouraged, patting Yufei's shoulder to reassure him. Anakin, do you have free time during the National Day holiday? I want to visit an amusement park, Zhong Xie chimed in. Yufei nodded. Of course, that's no problem. Ningxia added with a smile. Xie, I can accompany you in a fei. Zhong Xie's face lit up with delight. This arrangement was perfect. Soon, their meal concluded, and Aunt Zhong and Zhong Xie departed first. Yufei took Ningxia's hand and led her to a nearby park. Despite the hour being past 8, the park remained bustling with visitors, and in the center square, someone was even setting off fireworks illicitly. The brilliant bursts of light mirrored the fireworks of summer's end, symbolizing both the conclusion of one story and the beginning of another. Yufei grasped Ningxia's left hand firmly, their fingers intertwined. Xiaoxia, do you believe we can be together for a lifetime? He softly inquired. Ningxia, responding naturally to his hand, felt her cheeks flush crimson, yet she maintained, of course, we are the best of friends. Yufei chuckled. That's what you say. If one day you decide to leave, you must tell me. Ningxia rolled her eyes, perplexed. Leave you? That's impossible in this lifetime. Unless I were to die. That one tea happened. If I were to leave you, with your personality, you'd likely struggle to care for yourself, Ningxia retorted, turning her head away. In a few years, those savings might be exhausted. Yufei tightened his grip on Ningxia's hand. What if I truly run out of savings? Ningxia gazed at the nearby revelers, a sweet smile gracing her lips. Then I'll support you. I refuse to believe I couldn't even support a man after graduating from university. Upon hearing her words, Yufei felt an overwhelming affection swell within him. No need for that. If anyone should be supporting anyone, it's me taking care of you. A man with hands and feet doesn't require your assistance. Ningxia laughed. Then you shall take care of me. Yufei tousled her hair. All right, but for how long? For how long? How long do you wish to take care of me? A lifetime, perhaps. Upon hearing Yufei's words, Ningxia hastily released his hand. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, A fei, are you confessing to me? I've stated before that I won date before graduation. Seeing the girl's flustered demeanor, Yufei quickly clarified, I never suggested we should date. With your fiery temper, anyone who chooses to date you would surely suffer. Her face instantly reddened with indignation. She retorted, Is my temper that fiery? Even so, am I not gentle enough with you? Noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Yufei realized she was genuinely upset. It was just a joke, like you. I also planned to avoid romance until graduation. His heart softened as he gently wiped away the tears that had formed in her eyes. Really? She asked, her distress dissipating swiftly as her expression returned to normal. Yufei was taken aback by how rapidly her emotions shifted. One moment she was in tears, and the next, she was composed. Of course it's true. Now, stop crying. If you continue, you'll turn into a little kitten. He patted her shoulder, teasing. I wouldn't want your mother to come after me, accusing me of bullying you. Ningxia leaned closer to Yu Fei, nearly pressing against him, her smile growing ever more radiant. Being with the person she cherished made even the most mundane moments feel enchanting. Chapter 14. Watching a movie, by the way, xia xia. Will you call me out for tomorrow? As the two were leaving the park, Yu Fei inquired. Oh, I almost forgot to mention it. There is something planned for tomorrow. Ningxia's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled and said, of course, it's to have some fun. I heard there is a popular movie called Wolf Warrior 2. Yu Fei furrowed his brow. Are you really into that kind of movie? He had assumed that girls were only interested in films like More Sad Than Sad Stories, The River of Sadness, or The Disappeared Her. Ningxia placed her hands on her hips, her expression turning serious as she replied, is that a problem? Yu Fei raised an eyebrow. No, why would it be? Ningxia nodded, as if confident he wouldn't dare to say otherwise. I've already bought the tickets. Yu Fei turned his head away, casually remarking, the world has really changed. I never expected girls to be so eager to buy movie tickets, even more than boys. Ningxia playfully twisted aside, causing Yu Fei to shudder in pain. Wait. If you keep twisting, my future wife's happiness might just be twisted away. Upon hearing this, Ningxia ceased her playful assault. Indeed, injuring Yu Fei would bring her no benefit. She had already taken on the role of Yu Fei's future wife, naturally caring about his well-being. After hailing a cab, Yu Fei waved goodbye to Ningxia. See you tomorrow. Upon returning home, Yu Fei opened the door to find Yin still seated on the sofa, engrossed in watching videos. However, compared to usual, the dining table was adorned with several prepared dishes. Yu Fei, you're back. Yin pointed at the array of food on the table, her peach blossom eyes narrowing with a smile as she said, come try the dishes I made. The young girl then stood up and served rice from the rice cooker for Yu Fei. Yu Fei sat quietly at the dining table, then subtly picked up his chopsticks. After sampling the stir-fried shredded potatoes, he found the dish surprisingly delightful. How is it? The girl's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Delicious. Yu Fei gave a thumbs up, smiling brightly. Indeed, the girl's culinary skills were quite remarkable, a fact he hadn't anticipated. According to her earlier comments, her family background was relatively affluent, and typically, individuals from such backgrounds would spend time honing their cooking skills. Though slightly perplexed, Yu Fei quickly dismissed his doubts. After all, she had mentioned before that housework was part of maintaining their living conditions, and she kept the place quite tidy. Cooking, it seemed, was merely another aspect of household chores. Exactly, it's just like that. If it's tasty, just eat more. The girl enthusiastically piled meat dishes into Yu Fei's bowl. Although he was quickly filled, he couldn't resist her enthusiasm and ended up eating a bit more. Patting his full belly, Yu Fei reclined comfortably on the sofa. He then glanced at the girl, who was clad in a newly purchased silk nightgown, her bosom appearing quite ample, seemingly comparable to Ningxia's, at least at a D-cup level. Instinctively, Yu Fei swallowed hard and turned his head, happily launching into a game. The result, of course, was an unequivocal failure. Yu Fei, would you like to play together? At that moment, the girl approached him, her presence enveloped in a subtle fragrance that gradually permeated Yu Fei's senses. She then produced a smartphone. Upon closer inspection, Yu Fei realized it was his backup phone, which he had left on the table. Although inexpensive, it was more than adequate for gaming. Sure, Yu Fei nodded, eager to see how skilled the girl was. After a brief moment, Yu Fei selected Arthur, focusing on farming in the top lane, while the girl chose Li Bai to jungle. At that time, Li Bai was not the mere shadow of a god. His damage output was quite impressive. 10 minutes later, observing Yen's data at 1003, Yu Fei couldn't help but question his own existence. Was the girl perhaps a genius? That data was formidable. After approximately 5 matches, Yu Fei noticed that he was consistently being carried by the girl. Even if he played poorly, it didn't affect the game's outcome. After achieving a high score, Yu Fei felt remarkably pleased. Yin, have you practiced before? Yu Fei asked the girl with a smile. The girl blinked, pondering for a moment before responding, a game developer who cannot play games isn't a good game developer. Therefore, as a girl whose ambition is to become a top-tier game developer, it's entirely reasonable for me to be skilled at gaming. Wouldn't you agree? Yu Fei nodded, completely disregarding Yen's statement. Regardless of how impressively she played, As long as she could carry him, she was his dye. Yin, you seem to have a bright and cheerful personality. Yet from your description, it seems you have very few friends. Yu Fei and Yin conversed with laughter. As if they were longtime friends, she truly was easy to get along with. Friends, what constitutes a true friend? It is someone who seeks no reward, who approaches without ulterior motives, and who brings emotional value to each other. However, everyone at school approaches me with motives. Boys are drawn to my beauty, while girls envy my looks and family background. They spare no effort in attempting to tarnish my reputation. The girl recalled those individuals from school, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. However, the true straw that broke the camel's back wasn't these classmates. Aside from you, I seem to have no genuine friends. Finally, the girl gazed at Yu Fei, a gentle smile gracing her lips. In her eyes, Yu Fei discerned a hint of reliance. He understood this feeling, having experienced it himself. It was this very sensation that led him to marry Xia Yining. It was a manifestation of a lack of love. Suddenly encountering someone who loves you dearly, or whom you love deeply, naturally evokes such feelings. Yu Fei was, however, in the latter position, while in Yin's perspective, she appeared to be in the former. Regardless, Yu Fei was indifferent. He merely felt pity for the girl. He understood that once she returned home, this connection would come to an end. Early the next morning, Yu Fei rode his bicycle out. Arriving at Ning Xia's doorstep, he gently knocked on the door. Annie, it's Yu Fei. Is Ning Xia home? After Yu Fei knocked, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Ning Xia opened the door. Ah, Xiao Fei is here. Please make yourself comfortable. That girl Ning Xia has been up since dawn, taking a shower. I wondered why, and now I see it's because you're coming over. Ning's mother suddenly touched her head, finally realizing. Mom, what nonsense are you talking? I just felt a bit sticky and wanted to take a shower. Dressed and ready, Ning Xia emerged from the bathroom, addressing her mother. All right, I see I was mistaken. Make sure to come back early after watching the movie with Xiao Fei. You have tutoring class this afternoon. Ning's mother glanced at her daughter, who resembled a freshly blossomed lotus, and said, Don't worry, Annie. After lunch, I will definitely ensure Ning Xia returns safely. Yu Fei opened the door and took Ning Xia by the hand, leading her out. I hope it truly is a safe return. Ning's mother remarked meaningfully. Ning Xia's face flushed a deeper shade. This idiom sounded rather peculiar to her. After the two departed, Ning Ma was suddenly engulfed by an unfamiliar sensation. She had just realized how excessively intimate Ning Xia and Yu Fei had become. Typically, such closeness only manifests after the commencement of a romantic relationship. However, if it were Yu Fei, perhaps it wouldn't be entirely inappropriate. Nonetheless, given that this was a pivotal moment, engaging in a romance would undoubtedly hinder their studies. After some contemplation, she resolved to find an opportunity to discuss this matter with Yu Fei. Under no circumstances should they engage in a romantic relationship before graduation. Xia, let us go, Yu Fei said as he mounted his bicycle, inviting Ning Xia to sit on the rear seat, wrapping her arms around his waist. The weather was quite pleasant. Initially, the sun shone brightly, but after leaving Ning Xia's home, the sky was enveloped by a blanket of relentless white clouds. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, akin to delicate hands brushing against their skin, soft as cotton candy. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, and due to their striking appearances, both men and women couldn't resist stealing glances at the pair, resulting in an extraordinarily high rate of turnarounds. Before long, they arrived at the nearby cinema. Having purchased tickets online, Ning Xia retrieved them from the machine while Yu Fei approached the counter to procure a large cup of popcorn, along with a cup of cola and a cup of lemonade. Xia, here, he said, offering her the lemonade. Hand in hand, they made their way to the screening room. As the film commenced, showcasing the opening scenes, Ning Xia placed the straw to her lips, quietly sipping the lemonade. She then picked up some popcorn, lightly chewing it, and with a flutter of her enchanting eyes, she remarked, Why does it feel not sweet enough? Yu Fei gently brought the popcorn to Ning Xia's lips, and without realizing it, she accepted the morsel. How about now? He asked, resting his hand on her shoulder. His voice tender. You, rascal, Ning Xia replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, almost as if one could squeeze water from them. Yet soon, a smile graced her face as she savored the popcorn in her mouth, as it mingled with her saliva and descended into her stomach. She found it indeed sweeter than before. The film continued to unfold, and at first, the couples in the cinema were immersed in their affectionate exchanges. However, as the story reached its climax, most audience members became engrossed in the screen, with the more emotionally expressive individuals already shedding tears. This included Ning Xia, while Yu Fei remained relatively composed, having already viewed the film once. Although he experienced fresh emotions upon this second viewing, it hadn't yet evoked tears. Yu Fei, Cold Front is so handsome and so formidable. If I were in danger, would you protect me like that? Ning Xia turned to him, her tearful eyes blinking earnestly. Yu Fei nodded without hesitation, declaring, of course, we are childhood friends. If I don't protect you, who will? Ning Xia grasped Yu Fei's hand tightly, as if glued together, and whispered in a voice as delicate as a whispering mosquito, you said it. Yu Fei turned to embrace Ning Xia, saying, stop crying. If you keep this up, you won't look pretty anymore. Ignoring her flushed cheeks, Ning Xia tightened her embrace and said, Fei, I want more popcorn. Understanding her intent, Yu Fei released his hold, feeding her popcorn while gazing at the grand screen, appreciating the unfolding conclusion. Suddenly, a petite hand offered him 2 pieces of popcorn, bringing them to his lips. Yu Fei promptly bit into the popcorn. What are you doing? Ning Xia exclaimed, noticing her hand had brushed against his lips, leaving a trace of saliva, which she gently wiped away, huffing softly. Don't misunderstand. That was from the cola I just drank, Yu Fei explained, observing Ning Xia's expression, which was a blend of shyness and playful tease. Ning Xia sniffed her hand and confirmed his claim. Before long, the movie reached its end. Hand in hand, they exited the cinema and made their way to a small restaurant by the street. Boss, 1 serving of knife-cut noodles, Yu Fei called out. I want one too. Ning Xia echoed eagerly. Once the steaming bowls of knife-cut noodles arrived, Yu Fei exhaled deeply, immediately diving into his meal. Although he had already indulged in popcorn, that was merely an appetizer and hardly sufficient to satiate his hunger. In stark contrast to Yu Fei's ravenous pace, Ning Xia savored her noodles delicately, leaving her bowl half full by the time Yu Fei finished his. Noticing Yu Fei's empty bowl, Ning Xia smiled and handed him a napkin. How about you head back first? I can manage returning home myself. No way. Your mother is so worried about you. If I don't escort you home, she will surely be displeased, Yu Fei insisted, shaking his head. That makes it sound like my mother is a monster, Ning Xia replied, slightly displeased, though her expression still radiated joy. All right, I confess. I simply wish to escort you home, Yu Fei admitted. Didn't you mention that there are more local ruffians around? Walking alone is too perilous. He provided Ning Xia with an excuse she couldn't refuse. Ning Xia nodded, conceding fine. Before long, Yu Fei escorted Ning Xia home, after which he returned to his own residence. Throughout the afternoon, Yu Fei dedicated himself to studying videos, striving to swiftly complete his academic knowledge and advance further. Around 4 o'clock, he rose and entered the living room, where he was not playing on the computer, but instead gazing into the distance from the balcony. Lost in thought, Yu Fei, are you all right? Upon hearing movement behind her, Yi turned, speaking softly. I'm fine, Yu Fei replied, reclining on the sofa, resting his eyes. Would you accompany me for a walk? He asked cautiously, fearing he would decline her request. Sure, he replied, glancing outside. It was now 4 in the afternoon, and the heat had dissipated considerably. With a gentle breeze wafting through, it was indeed a splendid time for a stroll. The young girl retreated to her bedroom, shedding her sleepwear to reveal her fair skin before donning the new attire she had purchased earlier. Approximately 3 minutes later, she emerged clad in a white short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts. The fitted clothing accentuated her ample figure exquisitely. Let us go, Yi smiled, slowly stepping out of the room, attempting to take Yu Fei's hand. Being someone who felt disillusioned about the future, she knew that rejecting him would undoubtedly cause him pain. Thus, Yu Fei did not refuse her. Descending the stairs, Yi walked beside Yu Fei, and they followed the path straight to the park. Yu Fei's gaze quickly fell upon a wooden bench, which this time was devoid of any occupants. Noticing Yu Fei's attention, Yenny tightened her grip, reassuring him. Rest assured, I belong solely to you now. I 1T wander off again. With the girl's body pressed against him, Yufei felt as if she were a docile kitten, her wildness having faded, transforming her into a true house cat. People inevitably grow up. You are still young and shouldn't dwell on such trivial matters. Perhaps after some time, your perspective will shift, Yufei smiled. I have a friend whose first love told him that their relationship was not a breakup, but rather a loss. Not long after, he was the one who got dumped. Human beings are often prone to impulsive thoughts, uttering words that lack practicality. However, I bear no resentment towards you, for many share this trait. Yet, I aspire not to be among them. I pride myself on my profound rationality. At times, I even wish to be akin to a robot, devoid of emotions that might sway my thoughts. After listening to Yu Fei's words, Yin Yi contemplated, it is precisely because we possess emotions that we are human. If one were to lack even the most fundamental feelings, what would be the purpose of existence? Yu Fei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he merely entertained the thought. In truth, he could never forsake his own emotions. Yin Yi smiled, her brow furrowing slightly as she said, Therefore, I wish to be with you, to become your little cat. May I? Observing Yin Yi's sudden surge of fervor, Yu Fei's mind raced with a myriad of exclamations, wondering if she had not just heard him implore her not to make hasty promises. Yet, mere 3 seconds later, she seemed to have forgotten. No, I shall not engage in a romantic relationship before graduation, Yu Fei asserted firmly. Then do I stand a chance after graduation? Yin Yi's fair skin glistened in the breeze, her hair dancing lightly at the tips as her gaze burned into Yu Fei's. No, for I already have someone I admire, Yu Fei replied without hesitation, recalling Ning Xia. Recalling Xia Yining, and even Zhou Tianyu, resolutely rejecting her proposition. It matters not. Even if you are with her, I shall not mind, as long as you hold me in your heart. This declaration shattered Yu Fei's worldview. There is no possibility for us, he concluded resolutely. A fragrant osmanthus petal drifted down from the sky, landing softly on Yin Yi's shoulder. She gently picked it up and placed it into Yu Fei's hand. Nothing is impossible. Keep it safe, and remember not to lose me in the future. At that moment, the girl's smile was as radiant as a flower, and time seemed to stand still. Gazing at her flawless visage, Yu Fei found himself momentarily entranced. Rest assured, you may stay for as long as you desire. How could I possibly lose you? Yu Fei finally returned to his senses. He had no objections to Yin Yi's extended stay. For having a beautiful girl at home providing emotional support was an opportunity no one could refuse. Just then, Yin Yi, like a dragonfly skimming the water surface, pecked Yu Fei's cheek. He halted, sitting down on a nearby chair. Did you used to kiss boys like that? Yin Yi pondered for a moment. Aside from my father and a few relatives like my grandfather, I suppose not. Yu Fei chuckled, realizing this was indeed her first kiss. The girl before him resembled a gardenia, blooming in pure, immaculate white, a sight so exquisite it seemed almost otherworldly. Alas, the gardenias of the South had mostly withered, leaving only florists as the sole source of such beauty. Indeed, I bestowed it upon you. Are you not elated? Yin Yi asked with a smile. Elated is perhaps an overstatement, but I do feel quite honored, Yu Fei admitted, choosing honesty over falsehood, for he was not adept at deception. The girl nestled closely against him, and they exchanged no further words until the sun began its descent, prompting their return home. Chapter 15. The Reveal. Early the next morning, after exchanging pleasantries with Yin Yi, Yu Fei stepped out of the house. He knew the location of Xia Yinying's residence and hailed a taxi, arriving shortly after. However, the area was a gated community, and entry through the main gate was not permitted. With the help of the security guard's phone, Yu Fei soon had Xia Yining on her way out. She appeared somewhat surprised, unlike Yu Fei's rapid reasoning. Her initial thought upon hearing from the guard about the handsome Yu Fei seeking her was that there might be something romantic afoot. In an instant, her thoughts raced from youthful friendships to the prospect of children, envisioning themselves hand in hand, eventually passing away in the same bed. Yet, she remained unaware that such fleeting romantic notions often fade with time, much like Yu Fei's previous ardor, now dulled by the passage of days. Shall we step outside? Seeing Xia Yining still lingering at the door, Yu Fei suggested. All right, she replied, harboring no doubts about Yu Fei's character after more than 2 years of acquaintance. Yu Fei was straightforward, disliking subterfuge. If he set his mind on something, he would pursue it without hesitation. Xia Yining, I assume you too have experienced rebirth, he stated as they walked, startling her with his directness. Yes, she conceded, knowing any denial would only reveal her insincerity. It is good to be reborn. You ought to embrace your own life. You are merely 18, with ample time to seek someone who loves you as you love them. Yu Fei halted, his gaze clear and sincere. There will be no one else. Aside from you, I cannot fathom another. Xia Yining shook her head, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, although she maintained a commendable control over her emotions. That is all in the past. I do not harbor hatred for you. I once loved you, but I implore you to let me go now. Yu Fei's gaze remained earnest. It was inconceivable for him to lie about never having cherished her, for such a statement would contradict his nature. He needed to convey unequivocally to Xia Yining that their time together had come to an end. Yu Fei, am I still not as good as before? I know you still love me. In their previous life, over the span of 2 years, Xia Yining had come to understand the depth of Yu Fei's affections, believing that with effort, she could rekindle those feelings. I have stated, what was once is no longer. The present is distinct. Upon witnessing Xia Yining's tears, Yu Fei's resolve softened. He felt a sense of guilt, yet he could not disregard the matter at hand. Wipe your tears, he said, producing a tissue from his pocket and offering it to her. She accepted it, dabbing at her eyes, only to find her sobs intensifying. You used to be the one who wiped my tears, she lamented, looking up at him, her eyes overflowing with sorrow. Cease your crying. It will not resolve anything. While Yu Fei felt a pang of empathy, he refused to relent. The memories of first love would forever linger in a man's heart. Yet reason dictated that it was time to conclude this chapter. Do I still have a chance? Sitting in the park, surrounded by unbloomed cherry blossoms, Xia Yining felt as though she had been transported back to the day of their blind date. No, Yu Fei replied, though the phrase felt somewhat familiar, his conviction unwavering. He could harbor feelings only for Ningxia. To allow himself to develop affections for another would betray his moral compass and render his love trivial. But your childhood friend will leave after graduation. Do you truly wish to hold on to her? Tears cascaded onto her trousers, yet Xia Yining felt nothing, consumed by a singular emotion, fear. Indeed, fear. She could not bear to envision a world devoid of Yu Fei. I will change it all. At the very least, she likes me, and I reciprocate her feelings. Yu Fei paused for 3 seconds before speaking. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind Ningxia's departure, he felt compelled to make an effort to alter the future. But I have truly begun to change, he continued. You are my first love. Initially, I felt nothing for you, but during the last 2 months before the divorce, I started to accept you. For the first time in my life, I experienced the flutter of affection. I like you, and I cannot imagine my life without you. Xia Yining could not help but embrace Yu Fei, longing to rest her head upon his shoulder. However, he gently pushed her away. Xia Yining, please, remain calm. No one ceases to live simply because they have lost someone. The road of life stretches long ahead. You have several more 18-year spans. Why waste such precious time on me? After hearing Yu Fei's words, Xia Yining, perhaps having cried herself dry, found her once fair face now flushed with pain. Yu Fei, I beg you, is there any chance we can return to how things were? I am genuinely terrified. I can change, I really can, she implored. It is futile. In the future, I will be with Ningxia. I will only marry her. Anything beyond that is impossible. Yu Fei felt as though his head might explode. He could not fathom why he was always so soft-hearted, yet he would not compromise on matters of principle. Is it truly so? Xia Yining clung to Yu Fei with all her might, and this time, he could not shake her off. Please do not hold on to me. Yu Fei was not a eunuch, having a stunning beauty, especially one he once adored. Hugging him was overwhelming and made it difficult for him to maintain composure. Remaining in such a position only intensified his discomfort. Upon seeing Yu Fei push her away, Xia Yining trembled slightly. Do you truly despise me so? Her face was streaked with tears. I shall take my leave now. Think carefully about what I said. Time has a way of eroding everything, including the imbalanced love between us. Yu Fei turned back, waving his hand. Perhaps we shall not meet again. Xia Yining gazed skyward. The sun was rising, casting its golden rays upon the earth. Yet within her heart, a flicker of despair pulsed like a malfunctioning bulb, on the verge of extinguishment. Chapter 16. Living together with a young girl. Yining, why are you back? Did you not say you were going out with your classmates? Upon seeing Xia Yining return home, her mother could not help but inquire. Something came up for him. He had to leave, Xia Yining replied, her demeanor forlorn, collapsing onto the sofa like a soulless shell. What is it? You seem quite unhappy. Her mother frowned, sensing that her daughter had transformed upon returning, which felt unsettling. Could it be that she was in love? Her mother deemed it unlikely. If she were to date, she would have done so earlier rather than wait until now, which was hardly a rational decision. It's nothing. I just feel a bit unwell, Xia Yining said weakly from her place on the sofa, her complexion beginning to pale. Her mother hurried over, touching her forehead. You don't have a fever. Xia Yining shook her head. I'm not feverish, Mom. I'll just go to my room and rest for a bit. With that, she rose and hurried into her bedroom. Her mother shook her head, having initially wanted to inquire whether her daughter was seeing a male or female classmate. Now that her daughter had retreated to her room, she refrained from asking further. Once inside her bedroom, Xia Yining covered her face with a pillow and finally succumbed to tears. It felt as though she had lost him forever. On his way home, Yu Fei felt an inexplicable emptiness. Perhaps it was the final farewell to his past that left him with an overwhelming sense of void. Or perhaps it was the realization of Xia Yining's feelings that made it difficult for him to let go of this relationship in such a short time. Nevertheless, the rational Yu Fei ultimately released his hold on these sentiments. Regardless of the circumstances, what was done was done. Everything between them had come to an end. As he opened the door, a voice greeted him. Yu Fei, you're back? The young girl sat on the sofa, a notebook on the table displaying videos related to game development. Shall we go out for a meal today? I'm in the mood for barbecue, Yu Fei remarked, observing the young girl's earnest demeanor. Sure, I quite enjoy barbecue too, she nodded, surprised to discover a shared interest with Yu Fei. Noticing that she was studying, Yu Fei chose not to disturb her further and instead retreated to his own room, where he assembled the CPU and graphics card he had previously purchased. After about half an hour, he completed the computer setup. Once finished, he powered it on. The broadband was already installed, so there were no concerns regarding internet access. Yu Fei navigated to a novel platform and effortlessly registered as an author. Drawing from the popularity of online literature in the future, he swiftly settled on the title of his work, High Martial World. This would be a pure pleasure read, and Yu Fei was well acquainted with its content, confident he could write a little each day and publish it before the end of the year. With his remarkable typing speed, producing over 10,000 words daily was entirely feasible. By noon, having written 20,000 words, Yu Fei lay on his bed, taking a brief respite before stepping out of his room. He prepared a simple lunch, and the two began to eat together. Is it difficult? Yu Fei asked, noticing Yin Yi's furrowed brow. Yes, but I will persevere, she replied, her expression shifting from despair to determination. That is good to hear, Yu Fei smiled, pleased to see her in this state, no longer drifting aimlessly like a soulless being, though he knew it was not a sustainable situation. The city of Xiangbei was not vast. It would not be long before her family came knocking at her door, marking their brief time together. Though he had only just met Yin, sharing meals daily with such a beautiful girl brought him immense joy, leaving him with cherished memories. Yu Fei, can you play a game with me for a while? Just as they finished their meal and began clearing the dishes, the young girl suddenly asked. Of course, Yu Fei replied, pleased that their thoughts aligned. However, this time they did not play Honor of Kings, but rather opened the computer to play PUBG. After 30 minutes, Yin Yi's performance in the game was less than stellar. She had only managed to eliminate one opponent, having been revived by Yu Fei 3 times. Fortunately, Yu Fei was adept at the game, achieving an impressive 13 kills and securing a victory. Yu Fei, why do you play Honor of Kings so often when you excel at PUBG? Yin Yi's question plunged Yu Fei into contemplation. If it weren't for Xia Yining's fondness for PUBG, he would have never played it. He found the 3D aspect somewhat disorienting, which made prolonged sessions uncomfortable. Yet, He recalled that Xia Yining enjoyed the game. Shaking his head at his own thoughts, Yu Fei felt a desire to slap himself. He needed to forget those memories, even if that process proved challenging. I enjoy it, just as you seem serious when playing Honor of Kings, yet you find joy in PUBG, even if you've only achieved one kill. Yu Fei explained with a smile. That makes sense, Yin mused, contemplating the validity of his reasoning. The more a person lacks something, the more they yearn for it. Subsequently, the two engaged in another 2 rounds of gaming, both of which concluded with a premature game over during the final stages. Alas, I'm truly inept. Yin powered down the game and sat despondently on the balcony. Practice makes perfect, Yu Fei encouraged, gently patting the girl's shoulder. My skills have also been honed through practice. With diligent effort, unless one is utterly devoid of FPS talent, becoming a master is quite attainable. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, the girl's confidence was reignited. I can do this. Thus, the girl reopened the game, only reluctantly shutting down her computer before dinner at Yu Fei's insistence. Time for barbecue, she exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with hunger, saliva almost escaping her lips. Haven't you ever had barbecue before? Yu Fei noted her excitement, speaking softly. Rarely. As she claims it's unhealthy, Yin replied, her enthusiasm instantly deflating. Yu Fei, no stranger to this designation, recognized that this must be Yin Yi's mother. It was telling that Yin didn't even refer to her as mom, revealing the profound rift between them. Then let us indulge today, Yu Fei asserted, his carefree nature shining through. If you don't feast on barbecue while young, you'll regret it when you're older and your stomach can't handle it. With that, they ventured to a bustling barbecue joint on the pedestrian street, ordering an abundance of food, greens, hot dogs, chicken skewers, and beef. Yin took a bite of the chicken skewer, but, due to her petite mouth, could only manage a quarter of it. Just as Yu Fei was about to savor his barbecue, a voice interrupted. Yu Fei, is that you here? He turned, momentarily disoriented, to find Jiang Qingyao approaching in a white dress, a plate of barbecue in hand. Class monitor, what brings you here? Yu Fei asked, surprised, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He anticipated encountering the studious Jiang Qingyao in a barbecue restaurant. Eating, of course. My parents are busy, and I didn't want to cook, she replied, naturally taking a seat beside Yu Fei and casting her gaze toward Yin. And who might this be? She inquired, her expression curious. This is my friend Yin from number 9 middle school, Yu Fei introduced, despite the odd feeling it evoked. Hello, Yin classmate. I'm Jiang Qingyao. Yu Fei's deskmate, she said with a warm smile, addressing the stunned Yin. Hello, Yin managed to utter, realizing at last why Yu Fei had often seemed distant. He was indeed in the company of a beauty. She had already mentally categorized Jiang Qingyao as a rival, unaware that Jiang Qingyao had no romantic feelings for Yu Fei, viewing him purely as a close classmate. The situation with Tian and Huang Makai had only brought them closer together, but Jiang Qingyao was indifferent to Yu Fei's social entanglements. Even if he were to juggle multiple relationships, it would not affect her in the slightest. The worst-case scenario was that they would simply cease communication. Yet, the youthful and innocent girl before her was undeniably beautiful, perhaps even rivaling her own allure, their styles bearing a striking resemblance. As for Ningxia, her demeanor was entirely different from Yin Yi's. Jiang Qingyao could hardly fathom the fiery Ningxia being gentle with a younger girl. However, Yu Fei had likely experienced both girls' unique charms. In that moment, an image flashed through her mind. Yu Fei embracing Yin only for Ningxia to burst in, brandishing a cleaver, resulting in Yu Fei being comically cleaved into 4 pieces. Once seated, Jiang Qingyao enjoyed her barbecue while engaging in conversation with the two, momentarily assuming the role of the protagonist among them. Yin furrowed her brow, taking large bites of the chicken skewer. Yu Fei, oblivious to their emotions, reveled in the envy directed at him, even though neither girl was his girlfriend. Miss, may I add you on WeChat? Soon. The striking beauty of the 2 girls attracted attention, and someone approached to request her contact. The reason for their audacity was primarily due to the presence of 2 girls. By convention, the one seated across was presumed single. I'm sorry, but I have a boyfriend. Yin dismissed the suitor with a wave of her hand, not even bothering to glance at him. After their collective rejection, no one else dared to approach. Yin, you have a boyfriend? Jiang Qingyao inquired softly as the crowd thinned. No, just an excuse, Yin replied, glancing at Yu Fei's unperturbed expression. With a beauty like you, I'm sure you could easily find a handsome and wealthy boyfriend, Jiang Qingyao remarked, her big eyes fixed on Yin as if trying to see through her. What good is a handsome and wealthy guy? I only like Yu Fei, Yin retorted disdainfully, shaking her head. Her family was not short on money, and she had never encountered a suitor she felt anything for, save for Yu Fei. In her eyes, he was special, as his gaze held a warmth that no other had ever offered her. This warmth was a feeling she had scarcely encountered throughout her life. Oh, Jiang Qingyao glanced at Yu Fei, seemingly coming to a realization. Yu Fei, bewildered, wondered how he had suddenly become the center of attention. He was merely an indifferent bystander. As time passed, the trio concluded their meal and parted ways. Yu Fei and Yin walked home side by side, and after a bath, their exhaustion swiftly ushered them into the realm of dreams. Chapter 17. The eve of the monthly exam on Monday morning, Yu Fei arrived at Zhou Tianyu's home. Hastily making his way to school, he parked his bicycle in the rack, startling a nearby flock of sparrows into flight, scattering them towards the rooftop of the teaching building. Zhou Tianyu was still clad in her ever-constant school uniform, though it retained a faint scent of laundry detergent, particularly lavender. Sensing the gentle breath beside her, Zhou Tianyu stepped back a few paces. You classmate, what are you doing? Yu Fei chuckled awkwardly. Nothing much, just found that scent quite pleasant. Thankfully, he was well acquainted with Zhou Tianyu. Otherwise, his words might have branded him a lecher. Zhou Tianyu's cheeks flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. Let us go. I'll help you up, Yu Fei offered, naturally taking her arm and guiding her carefully into the classroom. The classmates were already accustomed to this sight. Given Zhou Tianyu's injury, if it were anyone else, they would likely lend a hand too, though offering to escort her to and from school would be out of the question. Once at his seat, Yu Fei patted Jiang Qingyao on the shoulder and inquired, with the long holiday approaching, do you have any plans? Although this long holiday has been significantly shortened due to the constraints imposed by the National College entrance examination for the third-year students, leaving only 3 days remaining, it still constitutes a precious respite for them. The next opportunity for a brief break may not arrive until the new year or the spring festival. Naturally, Jiang Qingyao was well aware of what Yu Fei was alluding to. Their previous discussion had led them to agree to meet during the National Day holiday, though the destination remained undecided. Both of them, having little romantic experience in their student years, were uncertain about the best venue to choose. Yu Fei pondered thoughtfully while seated. Amusement park, restaurant, cinema, CAF, DIY craft shop, haunted house, KTV, aquarium, concert. After a moment's reflection, he concluded that the amusement park would be the most fitting choice, as the largest one in the city boasted a restaurant, a cinema, a haunted house, a craft shop, and an aquarium, and occasionally hosted concerts featuring celebrities. They could decide what to enjoy once they arrived. I believe the location is not the most crucial aspect. What truly matters is the mutual affection they hold for one another, isn't it? In such circumstances, it all boils down to which party dares to confess first. Jiang Qingyao remarked, setting down her fountain pen. Had you not mentioned it, I would have had no inkling that Huang Makai harbored feelings for Tian Tian, she added, noticing Yu Fei's lack of response. Who can say? Affection often defies rationale, she mused. Yu Fei, popping a piece of gum into his mouth and chewing slowly, retorted, just like you and Ningxia? Jiang Qingyao's lovely eyes blinked, and she suddenly declared, we're different. Our bond has existed since childhood. While it may have begun with mere attraction, it has since evolved into something far deeper. Yu Fei shook his head, countering, that's not quite the same. You have developed feelings, haven't you? Jiang Qingyao suddenly felt a pang of envy. The world is replete with childhood sweethearts, yet how many truly reach a happy conclusion? Many forego their chances due to familiarity, ultimately missing out. The kind of relationship that Yu Fei and Ningxia shared, one where both parties understood each other's sentiments, was indeed rare. Suddenly, the class teacher, Mr. Fong, strode into the room and bellowed, why is it still so noisy? At this hour, I acknowledge your talents. You were all the CR me de la CR me of your respective middle schools, but now you are all on equal footing. There is no such thing as standing out from the crowd anymore. He continued, before the national day, we will have a monthly exam, and I expect your average scores to rank within the top 3 of your grade. Should you fall short, well, don't say I didn't warn you. As he finished speaking, Mr. Fong cast a sidelong glance at Yu Fei, seemingly lost in thought. Once Mr. Fong departed, the students slumped in their chairs like deflated balloons. The impending exam was universally loathed. Yu Fei took a deep breath, taken aback by the rapid approach of the monthly examination. Fortunately, he had reviewed the basic framework of each subject and focused on key knowledge in recent days, which should ensure a steady improvement in his results. As for the upcoming exam, he thought that with a final push over the next few days, even if he did not excel, he wouldn't plummet drastically. Thus, Yu Fei forsook basketball and online gaming, dedicating his days to studying at his desk, posing questions to Jiang Qingyao until her ears felt calloused. Yu Fei, this is lunch I brought for you, Ningxia announced as she arrived at the classroom door with Fan Rongrong on the eve of the exam. Approaching Yu Fei, she casually stated, thank you. Opening the insulated lunchbox, he found a nourishing spread of shredded pork with green peppers, seaweed soup, and cabbage, accompanied by a bottle of Baishui mountain water. There's no need for thanks. You continue your studies. We'll take our leave, Ningxia said with a hint of pride, tugging Fan Rongrong along as they exited through the back door. Wow, your sister even brought you lunch. Too bad I have no one to bring mine, Huang Makai lamented with a look of envy. At that moment, Tian Tan, who had been observing, tossed an egg in his direction. Here, this is leftover from breakfast. I felt pity for you, she commented coolly. Huang Makai caught the egg, his expression becoming awkward as he nervously replied, thank you. Tian turned away without a second glance. Watching the exchange, Yu Fei couldn't help but think Huang Makai was rather timid. He never expected Tian to take the initiative in this manner. Chapter 18, National Day Strategy. Yu Fei, why do you think Tian gave me her leftover breakfast? I read online that this is the precursor to becoming a garbage can, Huang Makai mused as they walked to the restroom. Yu Fei frowned. What do you mean? Huang Makai explained, I've seen that many attractive girls have a guy who serves as their emotional garbage can, someone they vent their frustrations to, like discarding refuse. Yu Fei was left with a myriad of questions. Dude, what kind of logic is that? First of all, Tian's looks aren't at a level where she can afford to have a fish tank. Of course, beauty is subjective. Huang Makai must find her attractive. That's undeniable. Secondly, you mentioned an emotional garbage can. Is it possible that Tian simply discards her breakfast without sharing it with anyone? Thirdly, with so many friends, why do you think you qualify to be her emotional garbage can? Think it over, Yu Fei said, patting his friend's shoulder firmly, urging him to reconsider. Moreover, you're too young. You can't grasp the nuances of online content. Focus more on your studies than on those posts about relationships. After a moment's thought, he added, I initially had a plan B, which involved confronting Huang Makai directly, encouraging him to confess to Tian, a strategy with nearly guaranteed success. However, Huang Makai's tendency to overthink has caused me to abandon this plan altogether. Affection is a peculiar phenomenon if it is acquired too swiftly. Both parties may take it for granted and harbor doubts. Huang Makai might be fine, but Yu Fei was uncertain about Tian's feelings. Their personalities were polar opposites, leaving him unsure if they could harmonize. In summary, it was best to proceed with caution. Before long, the monthly exams arrived, bringing with them considerable pressure for Yu Fei. Fortunately, the questions were not particularly difficult. He sensed that he would achieve a score of around 500, though surpassing that threshold might prove challenging. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that the cutoff for the first-tier university in 2018 was 513, and he was confident that he would meet that mark. To secure admission to a better 211 university, a score of 600 was essential, a daunting challenge ahead. Here, Ningxia said, handing him a milk tea she had just purchased after the exams. Why go off campus for milk tea? After the exams, you should rest. There's no need to trek such a distance. Honestly, I would enjoy any drink you bought for me, Yu Fei said, gently stroking Ningxia's silky black hair. Feeling a pang of concern. Don't get the wrong idea. Had it not been for Rongrong dragging me out and the second drink being half price. I wouldn't have bought it for you, Ningxia retorted playfully, her cheeks tinged with a blush, though her tone remained defiantly steadfast. Ah, so you won't buy it for me next time? Yu Fei feigned disappointment. If placed in a female-oriented context, this would undoubtedly be a quintessential portrayal of a pure and innocent character. Observing your demeanor, Ningxia sensed a hint of displeasure in Yu Fei's tone and reluctantly conceded. It's quite sweet. Yu Fei took a sip of her milk tea and replied, Of course it is sweet. I had the staff add 7 portions of sugar. Enough to make you swoon. Ningxia, feeling a twinge of annoyance, added, Well, that's just different. Yu Fei shook her head, speaking with an air of significance. Ningxia furrowed her brow, perplexed by Yu Fei's words. In the distance, a formation of wild geese took to the skies, all heading westward, their dark feathers clustering together, vaguely resembling the character, leaving onlookers in awe. In the classroom, as everyone was rearranging their desks, Yu Fei discreetly pulled Huang Makai aside to the balcony, whispering, I've spoken with the class monitor. She'll invite Tian out to play the day after tomorrow. You should join us. Huang Makai froze for a moment, feeling a surge of anxiety. Was this really happening? To be honest, he wasn't quite prepared yet. Yu Fei patted his shoulder, reassuring him, Young man, is there really a need to prepare for such matters? Just act as you normally would, without being overly conscious of it. Huang Makai nodded. With his romantic intelligence at 0, he could only take Yu Fei's counsel, resigned to the fact that he would have to wing it. Once the exams concluded, the National Day holiday commenced. Walking alongside Yu Fei, Ningxia inquired, Fei, what plans do you have for the holiday? Yu Fei smiled, What else? I'll spend a day with you and your sister, and for the next 2 days, I have other commitments. Huang Makai chimed in, the day after tomorrow. I'll be out with the Fei. At this, Yu Fei realized he would only have the 3rd day to attend to his own affairs. His mind felt cluttered, sensing his schedule was rapidly filling up. Fortunately, he would still have personal time on the 3rd day, and with that thought, he breathed a sigh of relief. As the trio laughed and conversed, Zhou Qianyu in the back seat suddenly felt out of place, enviously observing their camaraderie. Perhaps she would never experience such friendship in the future. Upon returning home, the moment Yu Fei opened the door, he was greeted by a delightful aroma. Following the scent, he arrived at the kitchen, where Yin Yi was tying her apron and preparing a meal. Yin Yi, what are you making? Yu Fei approached her, curiosity piqued. Mapo tofu, she replied, tossing the diced tofu into water to rinse it. Then she added, Also, Yu Fei, could you refrain from calling me by my full name? Just call me Yi. Yu Fei nodded. It was merely a change of address, and he had no objections. However, he had a vague recollection of the name Yi, though he couldn't pinpoint its origin. Once Yin Yi finished cooking, Yu Fei happily sat down at the table. Though only a little over a week had passed, he had grown accustomed to her presence in his life. If she were to leave, he would undoubtedly feel a profound sense of loss. How does it taste? Yin Yi asked playfully, feeding him a piece of mapo tofu with her chopsticks. Yu Fei savored the flavor, giving a thumbs up, very good. Yin Yi's culinary skills were indeed commendable, perhaps even slightly superior to his own. Their interactions often involved a delightful exchange of cooking duties, which made Yu Fei's life increasingly comfortable. For him, time was precious, and he preferred not to squander it on trivial matters. Returning to his bedroom, Yu Fei intended to lie down and rest for a while, but his phone began to beep incessantly. Upon checking, he saw a message from Jiang Qingyao on WeChat. Yu Fei, I checked the weather forecast. It won't rain tomorrow. Let us meet at the amusement park entrance. Sure. By the way, class monitor, you haven't mentioned to Tian that Huang Makai likes her, have you? Yu Fei typed back. Of course not. That's good. With that relief, Yu Fei drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already past 8. After stretching, he began typing on his computer, and after an hour, he had completed 100,000 words of his manuscript. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. Yu Fei, would you like some tea? Upon opening the door, he found Yin Yi holding a tray with a teapot and teacups. The fragrant aroma of oolong tea wafted through the air. It was a variety he often enjoyed. Though his interest in tea was modest, he had adopted the habit after hearing its health benefits. Thank you, Yi, he said, placing the teapot and cups beside his notebook. Are you writing a novel? Yin Yi asked, moving a small stool closer to sit beside him, her smile bright. Yes. Would you like to take a look? Yufei turned to her, grinning. Sure. Yenny nodded eagerly. Yufei felt no reservations and, after her affirmative, sent her the draft. He opened the document he shared and became engrossed in it. When Yufei wrapped up his writing at 10 o'clock, he was still lost in the captivating plot. I'm so curious about what happens next. I can't quite pinpoint what makes it so appealing, but I just want to keep reading. It feels so exhilarating, she exclaimed, shutting her phone. If I, as a girl, find it this captivating, your book is bound to be a hit. I think so too, Yenny added. Yufei, being a reincarnated individual, was confident that the book would indeed be successful. After all, who wouldn't relish a story that was both plentiful and immensely satisfying? Yufei, do you have any free time during the National Day holiday? He tentatively inquired upon noticing Yufei had paused his typing. It seems I only have the third day free, Yufei contemplated. Yay! Can you accompany me out on the third day? The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement as she beamed at Yufei. Well, all right, I'll be free, he conceded, unable to resist her eager request. I knew you would say yes, Yufei, she beamed, leaning in closer and wrapping her arms around him from behind. Yufei felt the softness against his back and smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. I'll go wash up first, he said, gently releasing Yenyi's embrace. Chapter 19. The holiday commences. See ya. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll come with your sister Ningxia to pick you up. Sitting on his bed, Yufei sent a message to Zhong Xie via WeChat. Got it. Oni-chan, happy face. Have you thought about what you want to do tomorrow? Is there even a need to think about it? First, we'll go to the aquarium, then ride the roller coaster. I also love the pendulum swing and want to watch a movie. Hold on, my little princess, if you want to go to so many places, we might not return until evening. Yet I truly long to go. Dear brother, I implore you, grant me this request. Came the playful voice of Zhong Xie as Yufei activated the voice message. Surrendering to her charm, he typed back, very well. Who else but my sister deserves my indulgence? You're the best, dear brother, she replied, her tone filled with delight. After exchanging a few more words with his sister, Yufei, aware of the significant tasks awaiting him the next day, settled into bed and gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yufei was roused by the alarm he had set in advance. At that moment, he had already prepared breakfast. He hastily consumed his portion before heading out. Upon reaching the ground floor, he noticed Ningxia had already arrived. A sudden wave of guilt washed over him. He felt as if he were a thief. If Ningxia had ascended earlier, her knocking would have undoubtedly revealed Yen's presence. Despite the fact that his relationship with Yen was purely platonic, she would surely not believe it. This matter required utmost caution. Calming his racing heart, Yufei resolved that once the holiday concluded, he would promptly learn more about Yen and ensure her safe return home. If she resisted going back, he would arrange for her to rent an apartment. However, gathering information about Yen would not prove simple. The only student from the 9th high school he knew was Xia Yenying. Yet, he had no desire to reach out to her, as their entanglement was too complex. Perhaps it was wiser to inquire on the forums. Contemplating this, Yufei decisively opted for avoidance. He could not afford any further entanglements with Xia Yenying. Xia, let us depart, he said with a smile. Very well, Ningxia replied, though her brow furrowed, still lacking a sense of security. The two walked side by side, and Ningxia, glancing at Yufei, beamed with a hint of joy. You may hold me close, she suggested playfully. Yufei affectionately ruffled her hair, reminiscing about the university girls who, upon falling in love, wished to remain tethered to their partners at all times, even if only for a fleeting 3 minutes, which felt like an eternity. Ningxia was not Yufei. Her emotional maturity belied her youthful appearance. She often wore her heart on her sleeve, exhibiting a certain naivete. In contrast, men often find such romantic fervor diminishing after the age of 35, not merely due to physical changes, but also because they may have discovered new passions, such as fishing. Thus, while boys seldom exhibit such romantic fixation, girls, on the other hand, abound with it. If one were fortunate enough to have a girlfriend who only had eyes for him, it would be a source of great happiness, allowing him to pour his affections unreservedly. However, in the absence of such a partner, One must consider how much of their heart to invest, for should the relationship end, the pain of separation varies greatly. Soon, the ride-hailing service Yufei summoned arrived, and the trio settled into the car, with Yufei in the front seat while Ning Xia and Zhong Xia nestled together in the back. "Hey, handsome, are you taking your friends out for a day of fun?" the driver inquired, casting a glance at the attractive young women through the rear-view mirror, a flicker of envy in his eyes. "Actually, one is my friend and the other my sister," Yufei clarified, shaking his head, reminding himself to steer clear of such discussions. "Oh, your sister?" the driver exclaimed in surprise. "Childhood friends can also be considered friends. But it seems your bond is quite strong," he remarked, eyeing the composed Ning Xia in the back seat. "Then there's nothing to worry about," the driver replied, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. To him, the distinction between friend and sister appeared blurred, especially given the way Ning Xia gazed at Yufei, reminiscent of how his wife looked at him during their courtship. Ning Xia, overhearing this exchange, no longer flushed as she once did. After all, they'd already held hands. Once they reached university, further developments seemed inevitable. "Uncle, why aren't you asking me anything?" Zhong Xia chimed in, her vivacity contagious. The driver, taken aback, responded, "What should I ask you, little girl?" Zhong Xia pouted, "I'm not just his little sister. We might very well become a couple in the future." The driver raised an eyebrow, glancing at the unruffled Yufei. "Seems like this young lad is quite the charmer," he mused, reflecting on his own limited life experiences and the novelty of such dynamics. The ride continued in silence until they arrived at the amusement park. As they exited, Ning Xia and Zhong Xia walked closely beside Yufei, each on either side of him. The driver shook his head, accelerating away with a rush. Yufei observed the two girls embracing him, feeling a mix of exasperation and acceptance. He was accustomed to Zhong Xia's affectionate demeanor, as their bond had always been close, though not by blood. With Ning Xia, however, it felt less like habit and more like a natural progression between lovers. If all went as expected, they would inevitably find themselves together after graduation. Yet, the specter of Ning Xia's potential disappearance loomed ominously in his thoughts. Clenching his fists, he knew he must alter the course of their fate. The thought of losing Ning Xia again was unbearable. As they strolled through the amusement park, they engaged in various attractions. Despite Zhong Xia being of age, she resembled a child fresh out of elementary school. Yufei worried that her innocence might lead her into dire situations once she entered university. However, his concerns seemed unfounded. She declared her exclusive attraction to characters from the two-dimensional realm, showing no interest in the real world. Could this be the reason behind her lack of boyfriends? Despite Aunt Zhong's persistent nudging to settle down, "Brother, don't mistake my demeanor. I am merely a mild enthusiast of the two-dimensional world. You cannot fathom the depths of obsession my best friend has reached," Zhong suddenly remarked, addressing him without the usual endearment. Yufei found himself unaccustomed to her calling him simply by his name. A mild obsession with the two-dimensional world was already troublesome. A severe obsession was something he wished to avoid entirely. "Dear sister, please refrain from casting such looks upon me," he jested. Zhong Xia playfully delivered a soft, ineffectual punch to Yufei's arm. "Do you want to take a break?" she inquired, glancing at Ning Xia, who appeared somewhat dazed after just disembarking from the roller coaster. Yufei smiled and suggested, "Let us sit on a bench for a moment." Ning Xia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, despite her aversion to such thrilling escapades. She had ended up on the ride, leaning against Yufei throughout the entire ordeal, even burying her head against him during a steep descent. Ning Xia seems so formidable. Yet she turns out to be a paper tiger. How dull. Zhong Xia laughed uncontrollably from her seat. "Xiaoya, believe me, I could tear your mouth off." Ning Xia replied with an expression that, while calm, hinted at an undercurrent of danger. "Oh, dear sister, what should I do? If you and Ning Xia end up together, will there be no place for me in this home?" Zhong Xia said, her eyes glistening with tears and a fearful expression adorning her face. "Unlike me, who only cares for my dear brother." Yufei waved Zhong Xia's hand away, exasperated. "You are such a nuisance." Yet, Ning Xia, upon hearing Zhong Xia's words, felt no anger. It was merely playful banter among friends. "Xiaoya is truly adorable," Ning Xia mused softly to herself. At that moment, a young girl approached them. Big brother, would you like to buy some roses for your friend? Just 5 yuan each. A girl who appeared to be around 10 years old presented herself. Yufei squinted, realizing that he had seen such scenes in television dramas, yet never imagined they would manifest in his own life. I'll take 9, please, he decided, aiming for a more auspicious number as he gazed at the large bouquet of roses in the girl's hands. Fei, that's too expensive. Don't waste your money. Ningxia interjected, tugging at Yufei's sleeve. It's fine, as long as you're happy, he replied, handing the 9 roses to Ningxia and gently patting her head. Ningxia nodded, touched by his thoughtfulness. Fei, you mustn't do this again. She clutched the roses tightly, unwilling to let go. Although many boys had gifted her flowers before, this was the first time she had received them from someone she truly admired. The fragrant aroma of the roses filled her with a sense of comfort. Oh, dear sister, why does only Ningxia get flowers? What about me? Zhong Xie feigned crying. Little sister, do you have any lilies? Yufei asked, unable to resist his adorable little sister's plea. Lilies? I actually have some in my sister's flower shop, the young girl replied with a smile. Your sister? Yufei raised an eyebrow. Yes, my sister works at a nearby flower shop. To increase her earnings, she asked the owner for permission to sell flowers at the amusement park. I decided to join her, the girl explained cheerfully. Sis, over here. Someone wants to buy flowers. Suddenly, the little girl called out to a woman pushing a cart in the distance. Xiaoxin, I thought you had gone missing. The woman rushed over upon hearing her sister's call. Handsome guy, are you the one buying flowers? She asked, gently patting Xiaoxin's head before turning to Yufei. Yes. I'll take 1 lily, Yufei said, scanning the QR code and promptly handing the flower to Zhong Xie. How fragrant. Zhong Xie inhaled deeply, enchanted by the scent. Oni-chan, how did you know I love lilies? Yufei chuckled. We've grown up together. It's only natural that I know your preferences. Zhong Xie nodded, her face lighting up with a beaming smile. I knew Oni-chan understood me best. As time swiftly passed, they eventually arrived at their final destination for the day, the zoo. The place was bustling with people, especially since it was National Day. Had it not been for the impending closing time, there would have been even more visitors. Regrettably, this zoo lacked giant pandas. To see those, one would need to visit a dedicated panda reserve. This elephant looks quite lethargic, Zhong Xie remarked, observing the creature lying on its side with its head cocked. Indeed, Ningxia agreed, nodding. The sign says this elephant has entered its senior years. It may not have long left. Yufei gestured toward the informational board adjacent to them. It's unfortunate. This is a zoo, and no matter what, it cannot venture to the place it longs for. Ningxia tilted her head, pondering the thought. Where does one to go? Yufei smiled, recalling a passage from a primary school text titled The Last War Elephant. I wonder if you remember it. Ningxia frowned, seemingly deep in thought before shaking her head. Unable to recall, the story revolved around a war elephant, which, in its final moments, did not seek the elephant graveyard but instead returned to its former battlefield, digging itself a resting place. But where can this elephant go? Back to Zishuangbana? Yufei pondered, gazing at the increasingly frail creature before them. It's so pitiful. Ningxia's eyes glistened with unshed tears. It was natural for a girl to empathize deeply in such moments. It truly is unfortunate. Its fate is already sealed. However, we are different. Our journey is just beginning. Yufei comforted her, gently patting her back. That's right, Fei. Ningxia smiled, her gaze landing on Yufei's refined features. Zhong Xie's expression turned contemplative, but some thoughts went unvoiced. Soon, the time to part ways arrived. After escorting Zhong Xie home, Yufei and Ningxia returned to their respective houses. Fei, I had such a wonderful time today. Thank you for taking the time to accompany me, Ningxia said, embracing Yufei warmly at their farewell, unaware that Ningma upstairs was watching intently. Chapter 20, The Past. You're back, Yin Yi exclaimed, opening the door to find Yufei, slightly perspiring. Have you not eaten yet? Yufei inquired, noticing the untouched rice cooker in the kitchen. I was waiting for you to return so we could eat together, Yin Yi replied, beginning to prepare dinner. You really don't have to wait for me, Yufei said with a bitter smile. If you're hungry, you should eat first. Yin Yi shook her head in confusion. But I want to eat with you. Is that not acceptable? Yufei affectionately ruffled her hair. I never said it wasn't. If it makes you happy, then it's fine. He found it hard to refuse her kind intentions. Why do you smell of so many different things? Yin inhaled deeply, detecting the fragrances of roses, lilies, and an unusual scent. It seems like this particular scent is overshadowing the others. Yufei's lips twitched. Are you a dog? How can you detect such things? I bought roses and lilies today. As for the unique scent, it's just sunscreen. Although he was unsure why he felt compelled to explain, he did so nonetheless. You really don't need to explain. I don't mind. Yin smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. I bought this for you. Do you like it? Suddenly, Yufei pulled 2 gardenia flowers from his pocket, which he had picked up on his way back, seemingly from the flower shop where that woman worked. Fortunately, Yin did not detect the source. Otherwise, the situation would have been quite awkward. They smelled delightful. Yin inhaled the fragrance of the flowers and exclaimed, Yufei, gardenias are my absolute favorite. How did you know? Yufei fell silent for 3 seconds, momentarily taken aback by a question identical to one posed by Zhong Xie. He had deduced Zhong Xie's fondness for lilies after visiting her home, where he noticed the lilies being cultivated. As for Yin's affection for gardenias, he was genuinely at a loss. However, he certainly could not admit this. I don't know. I simply felt that you are as pure and beautiful as a gardenia. He replied with a steady demeanor. Thank you, Yufei. No one has ever given me flowers. You are the first, Yin said, her voice trembling slightly as she brushed away tears that threatened to spill. Seeing her distress, Yufei gently consoled her. Don't cry. If no one else gives you flowers, as long as you wish, I will come to your house every year to bring you flowers. Upon hearing this, Yin's sobs intensified. But I don't have a home anymore. She is so repulsive. I will never return to that filthy place. Yufei furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. Could you share more details with me? He asked, instinctively patting her head to comfort her. This is the reason I left home, she began, lost in reminiscence. 6 months ago, her mother remarried, but her stepfather's gaze unsettled her, filling her with revulsion. Out of respect for her mother, she chose to remain in that household rather than go to her grandfather's. One day, amid a torrential downpour and the rumble of thunder, terrified of the storm, Yin canceled a gathering with her classmates and stayed home alone. The ensuing conversation was one she would never forget. Her stepfather and mother entered the room side by side. Do you agree with what I mentioned earlier? Hurry up and give me an answer. The man's voice, though rugged, was unmistakable. She recognized it instantly. How can you say that? She's my daughter. Her mother's voice resonated with anger. Darling, this is not a problem. We are now a family, and your daughter is also mine. Isn't it wonderful if we share a closer bond? The man's tone was veiled, laced with cunning. Absolutely not. Don't waste your breath, you scoundrel, her mother retorted, though her conviction wavered. Darling, could you persuade her? We are a loving family. Think of how joyous it would be for the 3 of us to live together. His voice softened, yet every word struck terror into Yin's heart, a fear more profound than the thunder outside. I'll give it a try. Her mother eventually conceded. That statement drained Yin of all strength. 3 seconds later, she gathered her resolve, seizing her pocket money and escaping into the stormy night. She found refuge in a hotel, savoring street snacks until she fainted from hunger in the park. Your stepfather is a real piece of work, and so is your mother. Upon hearing her story, Yufei felt an urge to unleash a torrent of curses, but he refrained, prioritizing her emotional state. She is a piece of work too. Isn't she? Yin leaned against Yufei's chest, tears cascading down her cheeks as she released the pent-up anguish of many days. It's been over a month. Why hasn't she come looking for you? While soothing the girl's back, Yufei gazed at the overcast street and remarked, what else could she do? She's consumed by romance. She's so misguided. If she reports this, it will become public knowledge, making things worse for them. My grandparents would blame them and force her to divorce. I mean nothing to her. Yin cried even louder. Her years of living with her mother had forged a bond she could not simply dismiss. Yet she was taken aback by her mother's words. It's all right. Stay as long as you wish. Even if it's forever, it doesn't matter. No one will treat you like that again. Yufei continued to comfort her, gently patting her back. Thank you, Yufei, Yin said, managing a smile through her tears. She was grateful to have met him, Otherwise, she shuddered to think of what might have transpired that night. He was still the same person from her childhood, always eager to help others, appearing as a quintessential Good Samaritan. Yet, she adored him for that very quality. After a prolonged silence, the two bathed and prepared for bed, while outside, the thunderstorm escalated. The booming sounds even rattled the small items on the table. Just then, while discussing the next day's itinerary with Huang Makai, Yufei heard a series of knocks at the door. It was undoubtedly Yin, as they were the only two occupants of the house. "Yufei, may I sleep beside you?" The girl's voice chimed sweetly, reminiscent of a lark-esque song. "Why?" Yufei frowned, instinctively declining, though he had an inkling of a reason. "The thunder is too loud. I'm scared." Yin quietly opened the door, revealing a narrow gap. "Then you can sleep next to me. I'll grab you a blanket," Yufei said, scratching his head, and feeling his heart soften at the thought of her fleeing her home even in such inclement weather. "All right." A smile illuminated Yin's face as her delicate hand took the blanket from Yufei. She placed it on the bed, quickly burrowing beneath it and snuggling closer to him, wiping the sweat from his brow and turning on the fan. He wondered why he felt so warm despite the thin blanket. In this state, Yufei drifted into slumber. However, upon awakening the next morning, he found himself in disarray. He had stolen his blanket, leaving him exposed at the edge of the bed, on the verge of tumbling to the floor. This girl has the worst sleeping habits. Observing Yin's serene slumber, Yufei quietly dressed, washed up, and left a note before stepping outside. Chapter 21. The Date Operation. Brother Shu, with such significant matters at hand, you mustn't be so lackadaisical. Do you wish to remain a lifelong singleton? Upon knocking on Huang Makai's door, Yufei found him still brushing his teeth. "I just got up. If it weren't for today's plans, I wouldn't have risen this early," Huang Makai replied, exasperated by Yufei's enthusiasm. Seriously, Yufei wanted to scold this oblivious friend, but held back for the sake of the girl's feelings. Finally, after breakfast, they arrived at the entrance of the amusement park. In the distance, Jiang Qingyao appeared in a pale blue dress, donning a large sun hat. Beside her, Tian wore a simple short-sleeved top and tight jeans, holding a sunshade in her left hand as they gazed into the distance. "Class monitor, Tian. The two spoke in unison. "You stand on the left." Noticing Huang Makai's still position on his right, Yufei felt a sudden urge to kick this insufferable fellow. "All right," Huang Makai murmured, embodying the essence of a complete novice in matters of romance, his body now trapped in a state of rigidity. His mood was exceedingly tense, akin to the pressure of a major examination. As they swapped places, Jiang Qingyao began to gather her strength. Tian, I have a sun hat now. Take a look at Huang Makai. His skin appears rather dry. You should proactively offer him some shade," Jiang Qingyao whispered, creating some distance. Tian squinted, realizing that this was an opportunity presented to her, yet she couldn't shake off the rising tension. In school, she never felt such a sensation while interacting with her peers. It was as if she were burning with fever. "Big Tree, you look quite hot. Let me shield you with this umbrella," Tian pouted, positioning the umbrella atop Huang Makai's head. His face flushed as he observed her outstretched arm, softly suggesting, "How about I hold it instead?" Tian nodded in silence. Meanwhile, Yufei and Jiang Qingyao walked side by side. "Your scent." Yufei suddenly felt a wave of familiarity, as if she were using the same sunscreen as Zhong Xie. "What's wrong?" Jiang Qingyao narrowed her eyes and inquired. "Nothing. You look rather lovely today," Yufei chuckled. Jiang Qingyao, inherently gentle, transformed into a quintessential campus goddess in her light blue dress, turning heads wherever she went. "What are your plans next?" Yufei pondered, then said, "Let's go to the cinema. I checked yesterday, and the sewing machine band has decent ratings." Jiang Qingyao retrieved 4 tickets from her bag. "Wait, I just watched this film yesterday with Zhong Xie and Ning Xia. Do we really have to watch it again today?" Yufei exclaimed, bewildered. "No choice. The tickets are already bought, so we must watch it," she replied. Upon arriving at the cinema, the 4 tickets were for adjacent seats, Yufei on the far right, Huang Makai on the far left, with Jiang Qingyao and Tian in between. "Popcorn?" Yufei offered the popcorn from his side. "Sure." Jiang Qingyao eagerly grabbed a handful, nibbling it daintily. Yu Fei sampled a piece as well. This cinema's popcorn was indeed far superior to that of the last one. Crispy, crunchy, and delightfully sweet. Naza is stunning, Jiang Qingyao remarked, sipping her bottled water as the film progressed. Indeed, it's captivating, Yu Fei responded, feeling slightly dizzy. He was accustomed to binge-watching shows and playing games, never revisiting them. Hence, he felt a strong desire to decline this already familiar spectacle. A glance at Huang Makai and Tian Tian revealed them engrossed in the film. It was uncertain how their relationship was developing. Once the movie concluded, Yu Fei leaned in to observe Huang Makai's beleaguered expression, asking, "How did it go?" Huang Makai looked bewildered, responding, "What do you mean, how did it go?" If this were an anime, an angry mark would undoubtedly appear on Yu Fei's forehead. "I meant your situation with Tian Tian," he clarified. "We were focused on the film," Huang Makai replied, scratching his forehead. "All right then." Yu Fei sighed in exasperation, feeling a mix of concern and hope for his brother's romantic prospects. They had many more places to visit, and it depended on whether Huang Makai could seize the moment. If he failed again, perhaps it was simply not meant to be. Next, they indulged in various amusement rides. To Yu Fei's surprise, Jiang Qingyao showed no fear on the roller coaster, while the seemingly sturdy Huang Makai appeared overly anxious, nearly collapsing on a Tian Tian. This nearly mortified Huang Makai. Had there been a hole in the ground, he would have gladly disappeared into it. Ultimately, the four arrived at a Sichuan restaurant, ordering a lavish spread. As Yu Fei leisurely savored his meal, he subtly nudged Huang Makai, prompting him to muster the courage to take Tian Tian's hand. It seemed this fellow was not entirely clueless. He was indeed teachable. "This fish is delicious," Tian Tian exclaimed softly beside Huang Makai. "Then you should have more," he replied, seemingly dazed. Yu Fei face-palmed, sighing, another love-struck boy. "Huh?" He then glanced at Jiang Qingyao, who excelled academically and appeared disinterested in romance at the moment. Upon hearing his remark, Jiang Qingyao blinked, her expression neutral and uninterested. Yu Fei waved his hand dismissively, realizing they shared similar traits. However, having a highly intelligent friend was still quite beneficial. If she were to study abroad again, should he remind her? But that felt inappropriate. After all, who would caution their friends about American romantic pitfalls? With the success of their date, Yu Fei and Jiang Qingyao deepened their friendship, shedding the awkwardness of the past. Chapter 22. An unexpected encounter with Xia Yenying, a trio forms. "Let us go, Yu Fei called out from the doorway. Ahead, Yenny donned a white short-sleeved shirt, paired with a dark JK skirt, her hair styled in a bun, and fishnet stockings adorning her legs, complemented by a pair of elegant little shoes. She resembled someone ready for a day out. Yet, their destination was ill-suited for skirts. Fortunately, Yu Fei had packed a pair of long pants for her in his backpack, which she could wear later. He had waited a full 20 minutes for her. "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know it takes girls a while to get ready?" Yan Yi replied, slightly miffed, though her overall demeanor radiated happiness, causing her minor annoyance to be easily overlooked. "All right, my bad." Since discovering the reason behind the girl's recent escapade from home, Yu Fei had become more patient. After all, what was the worst that could happen? Just another little sister, much like with Zhong Xie. "Where are we headed, Yu Fei?" she asked, placing a soft hat atop her head and linking her arm with his. "Tiamu Mountain," he replied casually. Tiamu Mountain lay approximately 20 kilometers away, classified as a suburban area. "Oh, I don't think I've ever been there," she mused, recalling the familiar name. Her home was even farther from Tiamu Mountain, about 30 kilometers away. "We'll take a cab. It should be crowded today, since it's a short holiday," Yu Fei noted. After hailing a cab, they encountered a brief delay in traffic, but after an hour, they finally reached their destination. "Yu Fei, look at all the birds." Upon arriving at the foot of the mountain, Yan Yi pointed to the sky, where numerous birds soared above. The area was swampy, and it might eventually transform into a wildlife sanctuary. "Boss, I'd like an order of 10 yuan steam buns." "What you want, Yu Fei asked, as they had set out early without any breakfast. "I'll have a bowl of rice noodles," she replied with a smile. They quickly devoured their meals at the eatery, with Yan Yi subsequently ordering another serving of steamed buns. The girl indeed possesses a considerable appetite. Previously, He had assumed that Yin-yi was merely experiencing a moment of hunger, but he later realized that she seemed to have always been this way. Once the two had satisfied their hunger and thirst, Yufei purchased 2 bottles of mineral water and a few snacks to serve as provisions for their ascent. The trail was bustling with tourists. Some families of 3 or 4 were enjoying their outing, while couples strolled hand in hand up the mountain, and occasionally, groups of younger students could be seen hiking together. Yufei gazed into the distance, where the towering Tianmu mountain loomed impressively, its height rivaling that of Hungshan, requiring approximately 5 to 6 hours to reach the summit. Nonetheless, the scenery was breathtaking. In winter, the area was adorned with rime ice, whereas, due to the sweltering heat of the current season, the surroundings were lush and vibrant, exuding vitality. Had the weather been less oppressive, it would have been quite pleasant. Regrettably, following the heavy rain 2 nights prior, the temperature had surged excessively, now exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. At last, they arrived at the midpoint of the mountain before noon. Yin-yi pointed ahead to a grand temple and exclaimed, "I've heard that the fortunes here are remarkably accurate. Many come to seek guidance. Let us go take a look." Yufei nodded in agreement, as he too felt the need to rest for a moment. Upon entering the temple, he was pleasantly surprised to find that it was far less crowded than he had anticipated. Perhaps the midday hour had driven many to seek sustenance. As Yufei surveyed the surroundings, he discovered a diverse array of activities taking place. In addition to fortune-telling, there were monks selling incense nearby. At that moment, he noticed a massive locust tree beside him, its trunk so wide that it would require 2 people stretching their arms to encircle it. The tree was lush with foliage, adorned with various objects that jingled melodiously in the breeze. Approaching the ancient locust tree, Yufei was astonished to see it festooned with numerous small bells. Strands of red cloth were tied to silvery bells, creating a breathtaking sight, and the delightful tinkling of the bells invigorated the spirit. An elderly monk, appearing to be in his 70s, sat beneath the tree, gently fanning himself. "Master, what purpose do these small bells serve?" Yufei inquired in astonishment. The old monk smiled and replied, "This is the tree of destiny. The bells represent connections of fate. Write the name of someone you cherish on a red strip. Tie it with a bell to a branch, and the sound will travel 1,000 miles, allowing your beloved to hear it, thus securing a beautiful bond of love." It is quite effective. Yufei found this notion amusing. As a staunch materialist, he believed that matters of the heart must be earned through one's own efforts, and relying on external objects seemed overly superstitious. However, amidst the surrounding clamor, a thought unexpectedly surfaced. How wonderful it would be if he could spend a lifetime with Ningxia. If this charm truly had merit, he would be willing to adorn the entire tree with his wishes. "Master, may I have a red strip?" Yin-yi stepped forward, disregarding Yufei's momentary astonishment. "Of course, little girl. It's 5 yuan per strip. You can pay via WeChat or Alipay." The old monk nodded and continued. "Ah, so it does require money," Yin-yi remarked. "Do you have someone you fancy?" Yufei furrowed his brow as he observed Yin-yi acquiring a red strip. "Of course," she teased, sticking out her tongue with a smile. Yufei chose not to press further. Such personal matters need not be scrutinized. As Yin-yi focused intently on writing on her red strip, Yufei casually picked up a strip for himself. 5 yuan was a trivial amount, after all. He thought of it as a keepsake. But did he truly harbor such a profound obsession with Ningxia that he felt the need to rely on supernatural forces to maintain their connection? A young monk hung their red strips high on the tree. They swayed gently with the breeze, accompanied by the crisp and mysterious chimes of the bells. At that moment, Yufei's keen eyes caught sight of the writing on the lowest red strip of the destiny tree, stirring a ripple of emotion within him. "Master, have you seen a girl as beautiful as her around here in the past few days?" he asked, gesturing towards Yin-yi. "Let me think. I can't recall if someone came by a few days ago, but I believe a girl arrived about half an hour before you," the monk mused, scratching his head. Yufei suppressed the surge of excitement within him and replied, "Thank you, master." The old monk chuckled, waving his fan. "Young man, your romantic fortune seems quite abundant. I cannot even count it on both hands." Yufei felt a surge of embarrassment. Surely, one could not have so many romantic prospects, even with his somewhat unique disposition. Yan Yi shot him a strange look, as if to say, if you have so many, wouldn't you be able to form a soccer team? Yu Fei smiled awkwardly. Master, please, I'm not that kind of person. They then proceeded to light incense and draw fortunes. Master, is there anything regarding me inside? Yan inquired cautiously. The old monk squinted. That cannot be revealed. It depends on what the young lady believes. Yenny nodded, somewhat understanding, and followed Yu Fei closely into the main hall. After bowing and lighting incense, they began to draw their fortunes. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Fei unveiled his fortune, revealing the auspicious words excellent fortune. It seemed that good things were destined to occur in the coming days. When Yan Yi saw that Yu Fei had drawn an excellent fortune, she eagerly opened hers. Only for her expression to fall, it simply read moderate fortune. Well, that's not too bad, she mused. Don't worry, my good fortune will rub off on you. Yu Fei reassured her, patting her head. You must share some of your luck with me. Yan Yi pouted, playfully declaring, after all, meeting you has consumed all my good fortune. Hearing her words, Yu Fei, despite never having formally dated, sensed a certain affection radiating from her. But did he truly possess such charisma? He acknowledged his own handsomeness. Yet Yan Yi was no less striking. One could easily label her as a school goddess. When it came to personality, he felt he fell short. Moreover, she was acutely aware of his interactions with other girls. Given his daily associations with Ning Xia and the others, inevitably leaving traces of lingering connections. The previous words echoed in Yu Fei's mind. I belong to you. You may do as you wish, as long as you hold me in your heart. The girl's dependence on him seemed to border on obsessive. Would she risk becoming a Yandere? It was one thing to have an affinity for Yanderes in fiction, but it was another matter entirely to be pursued by one in reality. Without dwelling on such thoughts, observing the relatively composed Yan Yi before him, he naturally remarked, Then you must stay close to me. Yu Fei strolled toward the exit at a leisurely pace, with Yan Yi closely trailing behind. The two appeared less like a couple and more like inseparable siblings. Upon reaching the entrance, Yu Fei noticed an influx of visitors, likely those returning from their meals. However, he had little interest in the mountainess offerings. It was not a matter of affordability, but rather that the food was overpriced and often lacked flavor. Yu Fei opened his backpack, retrieving bread and sandwiches. Is it delicious? As she sat gracefully upon the steps, Yan Yi received the piece of bread that Yu Fei extended toward her. It was a blueberry-filled delight, sweet beyond measure. Delicately, she took a bite, savoring the flavor as it melded with the filling and settled into her stomach. Unperturbed by the presence of others, the young lady's manner of eating was rather uncouth. In less than a minute, she had devoured the entire pastry. Would you like more? Given her insatiable appetite, reminiscent of a Snorlax, Yu Fei had prudently purchased several extra packages. No, thank you. Yan Yi shook her head, a slight smirk gracing her lips. Do you truly think of me as a pig? Yu Fei chuckled, taking a bite of his own bread. What do you think? Should I carve a pig's head on the back of your neck? That way, I would never have to worry about losing you. Yan Yi laughed lightly. I want to turn into a tree, so what use is a pig's head? If you wish for me to remain, it's simple, just keep an eye on me. Yu Fei playfully traced her neck with his finger. Then I shall draw it directly. Startled, Yan Yi jumped forward. You fool, are you really going to draw it? Her cheeks puffed out in indignation, resembling an irate lioness. Upon realizing he was using only his finger, her frustration mounted. You tricked me, Yu Fei. Yu Fei whistled cheerfully, a grin on his face. You're just too easy to deceive. Yan Yi furrowed her brows. You better be able to keep deceiving me for a lifetime. At her words, Yu Fei felt a chill of foreboding. They say a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Perhaps a man's sixth sense is just as keen. As the two strolled along, they aimed to reach the mountain peak before 3 o'clock, intending to return home by 8. Though fatigue began to set in, at least they were spared from the drudgery of a movie. After 2 hours, they triumphantly reached the summit and were poised to capture a photo in front of the monument when Yu Fei spotted a familiar figure. Xia Yanqing sat alone on a nearby bench, adorned in a simple white gown, a soft green hat tied with a bow perched upon her head. Delicately, she sipped from a bottle of water with an air of elegance. Yu Fei suppressed his emotions and began snapping photos of the two of them. Yu Fei, you truly are a stereotypical man, Yan Yi remarked, frowning at the results. I close my eyes in this one. How ugly. I'm going to lose it. Keep taking them. This time it's my turn, she insisted. With a sigh, Yufei replied, if you love photography so much, why not take them earlier and spare me the worry? Long time no see, Yufei. At this moment, Xia Yanqing snapped out of her reverie, noticing Yufei preparing for a photo. Her face bore a hint of weariness, as if she had encountered some minor troubles. What are you doing here? Before Yufei could speak, Yinny interjected, do you two know each other? In unison, they responded, you know each other? The three exchanged bewildered glances. Caught in a moment of confusion, Yufei never anticipated such a scenario. Nearby tourists turned their attention toward the unfolding drama, awaiting a spectacle. Yet, Yufei was merely friends with both, and any notion of rivalry seemed far-fetched. Unbeknownst to him, both women harbored their own thoughts. Xia Yanqing was taken aback to discover that Yufei had become involved with Yin, one of the two most striking girls at their school. The realization gnawed at her. Had Yin Yi truly taken her place? Meanwhile, Yin Yi contemplated Yufei's overwhelming charm, recognizing Xia Yanqing's allure despite her frivolous reputation. How do you know each other? Yin Yi inquired, her eyes twinkling mischievously. We've met once. Yufei refrained from divulging the details of his confession or the events of his past life. Yin, you haven't been to school for a month. I thought you had vanished. I can't believe I see you here. Xia Yanqing's tone was blunt. You're the one who has vanished. Yin Yi retorted harshly, her disdain palpable. Xia Yanqing, however, remained unfazed, having encountered worse insults. Yufei, sensing the tension, interjected softly, can we save the arguments for later? Let us discuss it on our way down, shall we? Xia Yanqing met his gaze and nodded slightly. She refrained from probing into Yufei and Yin Yi's relationship, acknowledging that her connection with Yufei was merely platonic. Though she had yet to move on, she understood that time would heal all wounds. Yet, the thought that her past could dictate her future was disconcerting. How could she so easily relinquish her feelings for Yufei? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Yufei decided to postpone the discussion until they descended. Why are you following us? Yinny glanced back at Xia Yanqing, her tone nonchalant. I'm not following you. I merely have something to discuss with Yufei, Xia Yanqing replied, her demeanor cold and composed, reminiscent of an ice queen from a manga. If only her hair were white or blue, she would be the epitome of perfection. With a frown, Yinny chose not to pursue the matter further. Yufei, I'm tired. Before they had even reached the halfway point, Yin Yi plopped down onto the ground. Is it really this exhausting to descend? Yufei sighed, exasperated. Could you carry me for a bit? We're nearly to the halfway point, and we can take the cable car from there. Her innocent expression made it impossible to refuse. All right, just for a little while. Yufei acquiesced, bending down to allow her to secure herself onto his back. With a swift motion, he stood upright, successfully balancing her. Xia Yanqing observed this scene, a pang of envy tugging at her heart. I was here first. Yufei should be carrying me, she thought, reflecting on how attentive he had been to her in their past life. As they finally reached the halfway point, Yufei was confronted with a long queue for the cable car. The trio stood in stunned silence. How long will we have to wait? Perhaps we should descend on foot. It's much quicker that way, he suggested tentatively. Yin Yi sank back onto the ground once more. Let us not. Whether you carry me or not, going down is too tiring. Let us rest at that tea house over there. She pointed to a quaint little establishment, seemingly unoccupied. All right, Yufei agreed, though he noted the prices were rather steep. Upon entering the tea house, Yin Yi settled herself onto a solid wooden chair. Casting a glance at the prices listed on the menu, her heart secretly astonished. Let me see, Yufei exclaimed as he snatched the menu from her hands. His pupils constricting in disbelief, the prices had surged fivefold, a blatant display of exorbitant profit. It was enough to make him consider entering this line of business himself, though he quickly dismissed the thought, knowing that without substantial backing, one could hardly prosper in such an establishment. Waiter, 3 cups of Longjing tea, he called out as. Amidst their hesitation, Xia Yanqing directly addressed a nearby server. She promptly scanned the payment code, completing the transaction before Yufei even retrieved his phone. While he was aware of Xia Yanqing's affluent background, he preferred not to spend someone else's money. Let me add you on WeChat. I'll transfer you the money later, he proposed, pulling out his phone for her to scan. Xia Yining nodded obediently, taking out her device. Whether he transferred the money was of little consequence, as her primary aim was to connect with him on WeChat. This could be considered the first step in her pursuit. Previously indifferent towards Yu Fei, she was now determined to alter her approach, striving to convey her genuine feelings for him. By the way, you two seem quite familiar. What is going on? Yu Fei squinted, observing their expressions for any sign of discord. Didn't I mention that I learned to play the accordion? Ying explained leisurely. Xia Yining also plays an instrument, but instead of the accordion, she plays the violin. You play the violin? Yu Fei blurted out, surprised. In his memory, Xia Yining had never mentioned anything about the violin after their marriage. He had assumed she had no interest in musical instruments. It appeared he was the fool. I did learn, but I haven't practiced in a while. Xia Yining confessed, biting her lip and glancing at Yu Fei. Not only did she learn, but she was also exceptionally talented at it. The best among our school's musicians, only giving it up due to that incident. He seemed to be aware of something more. Suddenly, a veil of mystery enveloped Xia Yining, and Yu Fei's curiosity intensified, urging him to uncover this enigma. He glanced at Xia Yining, who was sipping her tea, her lower face obscured. All he could see were her complex eyes, reflecting a spectrum of emotions, 1/3 discomfort, 1/3 anger, and 4/10 acceptance. What was that incident? Yu Fei inquired nonchalantly. You'll have to ask her. I don't know the details. Yeni waved her hand dismissively, appearing unfazed by any oddities. We can discuss it when we have more time, Xia Yining calmly interjected, signifying that a considerable amount of time had passed, allowing her to accept everything, including sharing her story with others. Fine, Yu Fei acquiesced. By the way, Yin, are you really not planning to go back? Xia Yining asked. I'm not going back, Yini affirmed resolutely. Without studying, what do you intend to do? You should know that with Yu Fei's grades, he could easily get into a 985 university, she continued. I've told you I want to return, Miss Xia. Perhaps you should focus on your own affairs, as you are currently entangled in public opinion. Although a few believe in you, the majority. Yanni left her sentence hanging, observing the two enigmas converse. Yu Fei, feeling the weight of their discussion, donned his headphones to seek solace. I'll manage it well. After graduation, I will apply to the same university as Yu Fei. You should just stay home and take care of yourself. Xia Yin's every word seemed to provoke Yanni, whose resolve was beginning to waver. Hearing this, Yu Fei furrowed his brow. Same university? Huh. He probably doesn't even know where he wants to apply. Even if we were at the same school, what difference would it make? At most, we'd be ordinary friends, and any further connection is of no interest to me. The wait felt interminable until after 5 o'clock, when the crowd had thinned considerably, allowing the three to board the cable car down the mountain. Goodbye, Yu Fei. Xia Yining maintained her distance, striving to control her emotions. Goodbye, Yu Fei reciprocated, raising his right hand in farewell. Can we still be friends? Xia Yining struggled to contain her emotions, a torrent of unresolved feelings surging within her. Of course. If you wish, we are friends now, he replied, having gradually let go of his past feelings during his time with Ning Xia, thus not resisting the notion of friendship with Xia Yining. She said nothing further, disappearing into the flow of traffic with the taxi. Let us go, Yu Fei patted Yin's head, and they both fell into a contemplative silence, perhaps due to exhaustion or deep thoughts. Yu Fei, what shall we have for dinner tonight? He suddenly turned to him. I'm not really in the mood for something spicy. How about sweet and sour ribs? He suggested, stroking his chin. Sounds good. I love sweet dishes, she replied. Chapter 23, Discovering the Cause. Upon returning home, Yu Fei began preparing dinner, with Yin assisting him. By the way, this is the apron I bought for you last time. Try it on, he said, retrieving a pink apron adorned with a Hello Kitty print from his room. It imparted a unique youthful charm to Yin. Ever since learning about her background, he had taken the liberty to procure various items to make her prolonged stay here more comfortable. It looks lovely. Thank you, Yu Fei, Yin said, embracing him and resting her head on his shoulder, basking in the warmth of the moment. No need to thank me. You've helped me a lot since you arrived. It's the least I can do, he replied, affectionately ruffling her hair, catching a whiff of the fragrance of gardenias. It was incredibly soothing, akin to being surrounded by a cluster of gardenias, enveloped in nature's sweet aroma. a surreal yet deeply cherished feeling reminiscent of a dream that is tangible yet elusive, revealing its imperfections upon closer inspection. He recalled a song by teacher the gardenias bloom, oh how they bloom, like crystalline waves, blossoming in the sea of my heart. The gardenias bloom, so delightful, waving goodbye to joy and helplessness. Time flows swiftly like a stream, day by day, nurturing our youth. Half an hour later, gazing at the array of dishes on the table, Yufei opened the rice cooker and began serving rice for Yenny. The two sat on their chairs, savoring the meal. How does my sweet and sour ribs taste? Yufei asked, placing a rib in Yenny's bowl. Delicious, she replied, eagerly devouring it until only the bone remained, which she discarded into the trash. How have you contemplated the matter that Xia Yenny mentioned? Yufei paused momentarily and then inquired again. Do you truly wish for me to leave? Yenny set down her chopsticks and replied, to be honest, I do not want you to go, but have you forgotten your dreams? There are numerous university programs related to game design in our country. If possible, I still hope you return to Jiuzhou. After all, your student status is there, and to attend university, you must return. Furthermore, what was that about her saying she would attend a music academy? Yufei recalled that Xia Yining had indeed mentioned such a thing. Ultimately, dreams remain dreams, and I cannot ascertain whether this particular dream can be fulfilled. Given the dismal environment domestically, creating original works and developing quality games is an exceedingly arduous task. For now, I am merely experimenting. Yen Yi began. Yufei contemplated this. Indeed, it was undeniable that many game companies nowadays simply mimic one another, devoid of originality. Moreover, other studios attempting to create original games often find their projects sabotaged, as rival companies poach their talent before completion or maliciously undercut prices post-release. Though he found this utterly distasteful, he felt powerless against it. Perhaps this was the harsh reality. In such circumstances, it was already commendable that a few original games still sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Additionally, I have no inclination toward music. Have I not mentioned this before? The accordion was something she coerced me into learning. If given the choice, I would prefer never to touch it again. However, Xia Yining possesses considerable musical talent, which is regrettable since she has chosen not to pursue it. Yen Yi regained her composure. She was no longer a child and understood who genuinely cared for her. Yet, she did not wish to part with Yufei. Here, she had rediscovered a sense of home, and no one could deny the comfort that feeling brought. Very well, Yufei responded, disliking the act of making decisions for others, fearing the inevitable risk of being blamed for the outcome. After finishing dinner, Yufei took a shower and prepared to go for a walk. Yufei, wait for me. I want to join as well, Yenny suddenly exclaimed from behind, her small eyes sparkling as if gleaming with golden light. With that, she dashed into the bedroom to change, as her pajamas were rather inconvenient for going out. After a short while, Yenny emerged before Yufei, dressed in a simple white t-shirt paired with casual shorts. Although her attire was unpretentious, it accentuated the vibrant hues of her youth, aligning perfectly with Yufei's ideal of how a high school girl should appear. Let's go, Yenny said, giving a playful wink as she linked her arm with Yufei's. The two swiftly made their way downstairs, strolling along the street, drawing the attention of passers-by. The combination of their youthful beauty was undeniably eye-catching. I had hoped to enjoy a tranquil night, but it seems that is now a challenge in your presence. Yufei remarked with a hint of exasperation, feeling his hormones surge. What's wrong? I am a stunning beauty accompanying you, and you're not pleased? Yen Yi teased, playfully squeezing Yufei's arm with a cheerful grin. Of course, I am happy. In comparison to the delight within, the external clamor is but a trivial distraction. Yufei mused, gazing at the starry sky. Yufei, that star is so bright. Yenny suddenly pointed to the sky, directing her gaze toward a particularly luminous star. Indeed, it shines brilliantly, yet I prefer the one in the upper left corner. Although diminutive and dim, it has never extinguished, much like you and me. The starlight reflected in Yufei's eyes, reminiscent of bygone words. You are waxing philosophical again. Regardless, I prefer the brightest one. You can think as you wish. Yen Yi pouted, dismissing his sentiment. Upon arriving at the park, they found a diverse crowd of people young and old. A group of elderly women were engaging in a lively square dance to the tune of Little Apple. Yufei mused that this song had been popular for many years, yet it still captivated so many. Upon reflection, it made sense. The lyrics were simple and catchy, appealing to a broad audience, and coupled with the accompanying dance. It was no wonder it had become a sensation. Seated on a bench, Yufei glanced sideways to see Yin Yi leaning against him, idly playing with her phone and toying with her hair. Bored, he opened his own phone and was suddenly reminded of the events of the day. He navigated to a forum, searching for the thread dedicated to Xiangbei Jiuzhong, which boasted over 10,000 followers, with many active participants. Scrolling through the posts, he noted that several had been recently updated. One particular thread, titled "Young Girl Commits Suicide, Suspected to be Hurt by a Scoundrel," garnered the most likes and responses. Yufei furrowed his brow, recalling that during his high school years, he was either studying or on his way to study, and had paid little attention to such news. He was taken aback to discover that such a tragedy had occurred earlier in the year. Upon clicking into the post, he gleaned the details of the incident. A girl named Liang Liang, during her second year of high school, had fallen into a relationship with a boy with bleached hair from outside the school. She began to adopt a rebellious style, tattoos, piercings, dyed hair, and her academic performance plummeted. Jiuzhong boasted a higher proportion of specialty students compared to both Yizhong and Erzhong combined, resulting in a more liberal school atmosphere. However, her behavior still led to significant social ostracism due to the numerous negative labels attached to her. Fortunately, she had 2 childhood friends in her class, which meant that despite being isolated by others, she was not entirely alone. Until one day, she noticed that her boyfriend was constantly gazing at one of her friends, who happened to be the school beauty. It became evident that her boyfriend harbored feelings for her friend. Naturally, Liang Liang became jealous and began to make things difficult for her friend. The school beauty bore no animosity towards her, understanding that her friend was blinded by love. After all, how could one date a boy like that? She could sense the filth in the boy's gaze, yet Liang Liang, lost in her infatuation, overlooked it all, until one day, her boyfriend asked her if she could help him pursue her friend. Initially, Liang Liang was furious, yet the intoxication of love soon led her to capitulate to his unreasonable request. Consequently, Liang Liang frequently arranged outings with her friend, but the school beauty initially brought along another friend of Liang Liang's. However, as they continued to encounter the insufferable boy, they gradually ceased their outings with him and Liang Liang. Liang Liang remained patient, while her boyfriend grew increasingly impatient. What followed was a cliché and melodramatic sequence reminiscent of a novel, where the boy enlisted his friends to stage a heroic rescue, with Liang Liang playing her part in luring her friend to the designated location to fulfill this charade. Yet, their scheme was overheard by the school beauty and Liang Liang's other friend. Upon hearing Liang Liang's agreement, the school beauty, along with her friend, confronted Liang Liang and severed their ties with her. Following the loss of her 2 closest friends, Liang Liang found herself isolated at school. Skipping classes became a regular occurrence, and even bringing in her parents proved futile. At this moment, Huang Mao daily observed the beautiful campus belle, his close friend, engaging in vibrant activities around the school like a goddess. This sight suddenly sparked within him a moment of wicked thoughts. Consequently, he confided in Liang Liang about his feelings, to which she readily acquiesced without a second thought. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she had developed an immense loathing towards the campus belle. Liang Liang approached the campus belle, claiming she had broken up with Huang Mao, and invited her out for a private outing. The campus belle readily accepted, cherishing their long-standing friendship, having grown up together. However, Huang Mao unexpectedly appeared, blocking her path. In a panic, the campus belle sprayed him with pepper spray and fled. At that moment, Liang Liang's other friend arrived, having sensed something amiss and brought along several male classmates for support. Upon seeing that the campus belle was unharmed, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Faced with their numbers and not wishing to be cornered, Huang Mao hastily fled, only to be struck by a vehicle. Ultimately, he succumbed to his injuries that night in the hospital. Liang Liang placed the entire blame for these events on the campus belle, and before her own leap from a building, she declared, "You, the promiscuous harlot, deserve this. You owe me far too much in this lifetime, and you will never repay it." Thus, Liang Liang took her final plunge, ending her life. For various reasons, the the fallout from this incident remained largely contained. This post may be visible today, yet perhaps it will vanish by tomorrow. As one continues to delve deeper, it becomes clear that this is merely the primary narrative, with several alternative versions emerging. Some allege that the campus belle was inherently promiscuous and had an affair with Huang Mao. Others claim that everyone involved was culpable, portraying them all as villains, while a few versions suggest this was a conspiracy due to the campus belle's unique status. In any case, the absurdity is boundless. Following the incident, the campus belle's reputation suffered greatly, leading to the cancellation of numerous school activities. Yu Fei remained uncertain about the complete veracity of the post, yet found a semblance of reason within it. As he scrolled through the comments, the first reply caught his eye. "I know this topic well. That campus belle is Xia Yinying, a prodigious music student whose singing draws countless admirers. The other friend, Yu Liangliang's second confidant, is Luo Xiaoyu. The three of them have been inseparable since their early years." Yu Fei furrowed his brow. Perhaps he should have anticipated this. Xia Yinying's beauty was unparalleled, and among the young women in Xiangbei City, few could rival her. If one were to rank beauty, Xia Yinying would undoubtedly belong to the top tier, alongside Ning Xia and Luo Yi. The next tier consisted of Jiang Qingyao, Zhong Xia, and Zhou Qianyu. As for the second tier, Yu Fei had not paid much attention, seemingly having yet to encounter them. In this vast city, true beauties are exceedingly rare. Yu Fei considered himself fortunate to have many such friends, regardless of future romantic prospects. Their time together was undeniably pleasurable. He continued to browse through the threads, eager to uncover more about the situation. However, many comments were laden with insults, targeting both Yu Liangliang and Xia Yinying. Yu Fei found himself more inclined to believe the main narrative, having spent considerable time with Xia Yinying and understanding her character well. Those unaware might mistakenly perceive her as aloof or promiscuous, yet this could not be further from the truth. Could you enlighten me about Xia Yinying?" Yu Fei inquired, nudging the nearby Luo Yi. "Xia Yinying? Sure," she replied, although she was unaware of the nature of Yu Fei's relationship with Xia Yinying. She was always willing to oblige his requests. Prior to the incident, Xia Yinying had enjoyed immense popularity with suitors aplenty, including many affluent young men boasting impressive physiques and striking looks. Some were even more handsome than Yu Fei himself. After all, this was number 9 high school, where the ratio of exceptional talents was high, attracting aspiring actors, thus elevating the overall beauty standard compared to other schools. Yet, Xia Yinying showed little interest in them, despite their persistent advances. Truthfully, her beauty was arguably the most stunning at number 9 high school, rivaling Yu Fei himself. However, following her betrayal by a close friend, she found herself ensnared by rumors and a tarnished reputation. Yet, Yu Fei knew her well, having studied instruments together. He believed she was not the type to engage in such behavior. Due to these events, she abandoned her musical pursuits and devoted herself entirely to her studies. Her grades soaring. A genius is indeed a genius, excelling in every endeavor. Luo Yi recounted this tale. She had once shared a close bond with Xia Yinying, but after the incident, they no longer studied music together, leading to a significant reduction in their interactions. Yu Fei nodded, acknowledging that Xia Yinying was undeniably an extraordinarily gifted individual. Otherwise, she wouldn't have landed a position in a foreign enterprise or secured a post-graduation offer exceeding $50K per month. By the time of her divorce from Yu Fei, she had already become a mid-level manager at a foreign firm. In contrast, Yu Fei's monthly income of $30K seemed comparatively modest. The disparity between individuals is indeed staggering, more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Reflecting on Xia Yinying's continued single status throughout college, coupled with her aversion towards men, it seemed evident that the incident had left a lasting impact. Perhaps he should endeavor to reconcile with her, even if they could not become lovers. Being friends would be a worthy alternative. Chapter 24, Sakura Grass. "What is the matter?" Luo Yi asked, observing Yu Fei lost in thought as she waved her hand before his eyes. "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head, realizing he was once again reminiscing about his moments with Xia Yinying, engaging in a tumultuous mental struggle. "By the way, how did you and Xia Yinying meet?" Luo Yi inquired softly, unable to comprehend how Yu Fei had become intertwined with her. We had encountered each other once before, leaving a deep impression on both sides, which is why our reunion on the mountain was so unexpected. Yu Fei refrained from mentioning the concept of reincarnation. Even if he did, no one would believe him. She is truly exceptional, unlike me, who has lost everything that Shun Ti had been lost. Luo Yi smiled. Fortunately, I met you again. In her mind, a vivid recollection from her childhood emerged. She was entirely different back then, donning black-rimmed glasses and sporting a short, messy haircut that concealed her forehead. Sometimes she would wear a sporty jacket paired with a short skirt, which at the time was considered an unconventional outfit. However, now, having seen much, it no longer seemed strange. Coupled with her reserved nature, she seldom initiated conversations with others, resulting in a lack of friendships and gradually leading her to become reclusive. Over time, other groups began to exclude her, until she encountered someone remarkably similar to herself, Yu Fei, who also had few friends but seemed to live quite happily. When Luo Yi asked him the reason behind his happiness, Yu Fei explained that one only needed a few friends to live for oneself. Many acquaintances would likely fade away after graduation. With surplus time, one could cultivate personal interests, prompting him to gift Luo Yi his game console. Although the games were few and the graphics poor, the joy of a child was inherently simple. Subsequently, the bond between the two individuals began to deepen. In Yin, he gradually developed a sense of reliance on Yu Fei, as he was her only friend from elementary school. Regrettably, due to her mother's divorce, she transferred schools, and thereafter, they lost all contact. It was not until that fateful night in the park that the severed connection was rekindled by the deity of love. Yu Fei gently ruffled Yin Yi's hair, reassuring her, "Rest assured, with me around, you shall not encounter such circumstances." Yin Yi nodded, harboring unwavering trust in Yu Fei. He gazed at the sky, noting that the star she pointed to had grown brighter, while another, dim and flickering, seemed on the verge of extinguishing. Did anyone care for Xia Yining? If memory serves, her parents divorced during her second year of high school. Now, it seemed her only solace lay with that close friend. Yu Fei glanced at his phone, opening WeChat, where the first line displayed Xia Yining's message. "I am Xia Yining. I have accepted your friend request. We can now begin our conversation." Xia Yining's ID, Sakura Grass, evoked a sweet sentiment, starkly contrasting with her future ID, the tumbleweed in the courtyard. After their marriage, Yu Fei had deliberately researched the meaning behind it. Tumbleweed blooms after all other flowers have faded, symbolizing the beauty of an ending, representing a solitude that lingers after the splendor has waned, imbued with a sense of melancholy. It is said that ancient sages warned against planting tumbleweed in one's courtyard, for it is considered inauspicious. Before her marriage, Xia Yining's world seemed perpetually gray, akin to the tumbleweed. After being wounded by rumors, she had shed her vibrancy, becoming an ordinary person. Her body felt like a mere shell, unable to contain her spirit. Though Yu Fei was not prone to sentimentality, the current circumstances compelled him to reflect, especially since he had genuinely spent 2 years with Xia Yining in his memories. She was his first love, albeit their relationship was not particularly intimate. "Are you there?" "Yes, Yu Fei. Are you planning to transfer money?" "It's really unnecessary. That amount is trivial for me." 3 seconds later, the words "typing" appeared on the screen. The responses came swiftly. In the presence of those with whom one shares intimacy, the question "are you there?" never presents an issue. Even a simple "oh" can evoke a cascade of thoughts. Only in the absence of feeling does such a phrase become a jest, as the other party is simply indifferent. "That's not the reason. I believe we need to talk. Let's choose a time to meet later." "Sounds good," smile. "How about somewhere near my house? There's a nice Sichuan restaurant." "Sure. I'm fine with whatever you choose. By the way, your condition should be all right, right?" "What do you mean by all right?" "I'm doing great. If you were with me, I'd be even better." Following that, Yu Fei engaged in trivial banter with the other party. The sentiment remained the same. While they may not become a couple, they could certainly remain friends. Meanwhile, on the other end, Xia's mother queried, "Xia Ying, why are you always smiling? Who are you chatting with?" "It's nothing, just recalling something quite amusing," Xia Yining quickly replied, adjusting her mood. "By the way, since I let you out today, do you feel less stifled? Is your mood any better?" "Forget it. I need not ask, judging by your current state." Your mood must be considerably improved. Xia's mother cast her daughter a knowing glance. Ever since her divorce, her daughter's condition had been less than ideal, only beginning to show signs of improvement a week prior. If this trend continued, it would be promising. Yet, a sense of foreboding lingered in her heart. Chapter 25, Responding to Messages. I'm home. Yufei held a few skewers of lamb in his hand, addressing Yin, who was still wiping her mouth. This girl truly was a foodie. Despite her petite frame, her appetite was astounding. He suddenly thought of Hinata Hyuga from Naruto, another glutton. They shared some physical similarities, yet Yin-Yi's personality was entirely different from Hinata's. If one were to draw comparisons, perhaps Zhou Qian would be a more fitting match, as both were quiet and introverted. The young man fortunate enough to marry Zhou Qian would surely be blissful. However, he still preferred his own Ningxia. Even though her personality was not flawless, he could tolerate her imperfections under the umbrella of love. Upon returning home, Yufei discovered a flurry of messages awaiting him late at night. Many people were still awake. Xia Yining, Yufei, are you asleep? Zhong Shiyu, Oni-chan, I miss you so much. Are you coming to play Honor of Kings? Zhou Qinyu, you classmate, I feel my ankle is mostly healed now, so you need not accompany me to and from school anymore. Thank you so much for your care during this time, hug. Ningxia, Fei, I just bought some jackfruit. Should I bring you a piece tomorrow? Yin Yufei, can I come over and sleep with you? Jiang Qingyao, Yufei, are you there? I need your help with something. Huang Mao Kai, Defei, should I confess now? Old Fawn, Yufei, your exam results were a bit disappointing. Come to my office tomorrow. And Zhong, Xiao Fei, I bought you a few pieces of clothing. Take them back with you next weekend. Yufei stared at the multitude of messages, feeling overwhelmed, and despite his drowsiness, he replied to each one. Not asleep. What's up? Nothing major, just wanted to meet again. Is Saturday okay? Sure, I have no problem with that. Yufei pondered. Not only Saturday, but both weekend days seemed free. Meeting Xia Yining sooner would be preferable, as there were matters he wished not to delay. No more games, I'm about to sleep. Yufei was genuinely tired. All he desired was to nestle comfortably under his covers and drift into slumber. As long as you're healed, just be cautious next time and don't injure yourself again. I'll 1T, you classmate. Even if I'm hurt next time, I'll 1T trouble you again. That is not what I meant. Just take care of yourself. Yufei found himself at a loss regarding this young girl's thought process. He truly worried about her being devoured alive once she entered society. However, contemplating future events, he suddenly felt this concern was unwarranted. It seemed Zhou Qianyu had changed significantly after entering university. No, I prefer strawberries. Then I'll buy you a portion of strawberries to bring along. That is not the type of strawberry I meant. You're being cheeky again, Shy. After teasing Ningxia for a while, Yufei turned his attention to Yin Yi's message, then opened the door. Upon seeing Yin Yi at the entrance, they exchanged silent glances, neither speaking, and silence enveloped the night. You should return to your own room to sleep. Yufei felt a sense of helplessness as he noticed Yin Yi becoming increasingly attached to him, despite having a soft and fragrant beauty by his side. The comfort of her presence was ultimately overshadowed by the fact that they were merely friends. If it weren't for the thunderstorm that had interrupted their previous conversation, he would have never considered sharing a bed with her. But I just want to sleep beside you. Is that too much to ask? Yin Yi's delicate face flushed as she plaintively pleaded. No, Yufei replied, crossing his arms in a definitive gesture of refusal. All right then. Yin Yi pouted before retreating back to her room. After bidding her goodbye, Yufei returned to his bed to continue responding to messages. Class monitor, what do you need from me? He typed. Never mind. Come to school tomorrow, and I will explain everything in detail. Okay. Although he was uncertain about Jiang Qingyao's intentions, he presumed they couldn't be too troublesome. If they were, she likely wouldn't bother him. Confess, you turtle. Your father is about to sleep. Whatever it is can wait until tomorrow. Yufei rolled his eyes at Huang Makai's hesitance. Huang Makai's personality was truly problematic. He always relied on Yufei for advice on such matters, leaving Yufei to wonder if he would eventually have to assist him in bed as well. Old Fong, this test was too difficult. I will definitely do better in November. Did you not hear what I said? Come to my office tomorrow. Fine. Yufei resigned himself to Old Fong's authority. To be honest, saying it's a little disappointing is putting it nicely. Last time you scored 603, and now you barely scraped 520. Are you attempting to confess? Yu Fei felt utterly bewildered. He ultimately assured Aunt Zhong that he would visit her over the weekend before turning off his phone and drifting off to sleep. Yu Fei, how does this blue dress look? And what about this bunny girl outfit? Don't you like Senior Mai? I can wear it for you tonight, Yinny said, wrapping her arms around Yu Fei's, looking blissfully innocent. Yu Fei was utterly perplexed, still unaware of what was transpiring. At that moment, a voice pierced through his thoughts. Yu Fei, how could you? Have I not done enough? Why are you seeking other women? Ning Xia, dressed casually, slumped on the ground, her eyes glistening with tears. Yu Fei jolted awake, his back drenched in sweat, cold beads trickling down. He exhaled deeply. This nightmare was far more terrifying than encountering a ghost. Fortunately, he reassured himself, he was not a scoundrel, so he decided to return to slumber. As dawn approached, just as the first rays of sunlight were about to grace his face, Yu Fei opened his eyes, dressed, and greeted Yin Yi before heading out. He sensed a growing lethargy within himself, even reluctant to prepare breakfast. Thankfully, he no longer needed to drop Zhou Tianyu off and planned to directly pick Ning Xia up from her building. This was a promise he had made to Ning Xia, to escort her to and from school on his bicycle. However, before reaching her home, he spotted Ning Xia at a breakfast shop, just having purchased her meal, and she walked over to him eagerly. Why didn't you drop Zhou Tianyu off today? Ning Xia inquired, her bright eyes blinking in curiosity. Her injury has healed, and after I buy a bike this weekend, I'll take you to school. So others won't harbor any ill intentions, Yu Fei explained. Then this bicycle is. Ning Xia pointed to the pink, stylish bike. As long as it's not yours, that's all I care about. I thought you were particularly fond of pink. Yu Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Pink? Surely. Many boys who liked that color were probably cross-dressers. His favorite color was blue, as it mirrored the sky and the sea. Gazing at the azure heavens and the vast ocean allowed him to momentarily forget his troubles, as if he were living anew. Well, after the weekend, you must continue to take me, Ning Xia said, handing him her breakfast and cheerfully sitting on the back of the bicycle. Yu Fei pedaled slowly, allowing them to finish their meal en route. As they traveled, Yu Fei noticed Huang Makai was absent, and it took him a moment to recall the reason. Huang Makai usually arose later than he did, and for the past few days, he had only seen him because he was dropping Zhou Tianyu off. Now that he was no longer doing so, it was unsurprising that he had not encountered the slothful boy. Upon arriving at school, Yu Fei secured his bicycle in the shed, only to find old Fong glaring at him, which startled him. Ning Xia beside him felt somewhat awkward. No need to say anything, I understand. You're excused from morning self-study today. Come to my office. Old Fong adjusted his glasses and declared before walking away. Great. I'm definitely in for a lecture. Yu Fei sighed, pondering that if only he had been reborn a month earlier, he might not have found himself in this predicament. Raising Old Fong's suspicions about his romantic entanglements. There was nothing to be done. He could only proceed step by step. I'm doomed as well. Old Fong will undoubtedly inform teacher Wu about her situation, but we aren't even dating. I wonder how I performed on this month's exam. I shouldn't have regressed. Ning Xia tugged at Yu Fei's sleeve, irritation evident in her tone. But I did regress. Yu Fei lamented, and significantly, too. I'm bound to face dire consequences. Ning Xia frowned. You regressed? Ah Fei, you aspire to attend Ingtian University. How can your grades decline? Why not ask your desk mate for some tutoring? Yu Fei cast a puzzled glance at Ning Xia, contemplating whether seeking help from the class monitor was a wise decision. Let us skip that. This was merely an accident. Next time, I'll reclaim my peak performance, and the 600-point threshold is but a step away. Ning Xia twisted his arm playfully. Stop being coy. I'm serious. Gaining admission to Ingtian University has been your dream for the past 3 years, and it's not too late to work hard now. Jiang Qingyao is not only your desk mate, but also among the top 3 students in the grade. Her guidance would surely be beneficial. Moreover, you two have failed to ignite any sparks over the past 2 years. Do you truly believe something could blossom this year? I find that highly improbable. Though Jiang Qingyao was undeniably beautiful, Ning Xia had heard tales about her. While she was somewhat gentle in her refusals, she treated everyone similarly. This demeanor also meant she lacked particularly close friends, so Yu Fei's relationship with her was likely rather ordinary. Besides, Jiang Qingyao was slightly more attractive than Ning Xia, and she was aware of Yu Fei's connection with Ning Xia, so it was unlikely that Yu Fei would develop feelings for her. Exactly, Yu Fei nodded. Given his aptitude, even with a second chance at life, he doubted he could surpass Jiang Qingyao. Seeking her counsel on some techniques would prove far more advantageous than going alone. As fate would have it, Jiang Qingyao also needed his assistance, so it wouldn't be an imposition on her part. Chapter 26, Promises. Ah Fei, I'm heading out now. Bye-bye. Ning Xia and Yu Fei parted ways at the entrance of the teaching building. Goodbye, Yu Fei replied nonchalantly, then approached the office door. Knocking cautiously. Come in, came Old Fang's voice. Upon entering, Yu Fei noticed Old Fang's previously amiable gaze had turned stern. What are you dawdling for? Hurry over here. Old Fang gestured for Yu Fei to stand beside him. Yu Fei felt a sense of helplessness. He always found the scene of being lectured by a teacher rather peculiar. It had been many years since he had last experienced such a scenario. A decline of over 80 points in his overall grades was indeed a catastrophe. Speak candidly. What have you been doing during this period that has led to such a dismal performance? Mr. Lau adjusted his black-rimmed glasses and spoke through gritted teeth. Mr. Lau, I mentioned it before, the exam questions were rather challenging, and I didn't rest well. That's why my results turned out like this. Yes, you. I won't let it happen again in the next monthly exam. Yu Fei fabricated a flimsy excuse, attempting to maintain his stance. Huh, do you think I will believe you? Speak the truth. I have already informed Teacher Wu, and she should be discussing this with Ning Xia right now. Regardless of whether you two are in a relationship or not, I hope you can momentarily set aside any romantic entanglements and focus entirely on your studies. Let me be frank, both of you are ordinary individuals. While education is not the only path to success, it certainly provides a solid foundation. Even those business magnates are not devoid of knowledge. It is now 2017, and high school graduates are plentiful, with university students saturating the job market. I understand you and Ning Xia have been childhood friends and share a close bond, but affection cannot substitute for sustenance. To be blunt, aside from your good looks and your long-standing friendship with Ning Xia, what advantages do you possess? As she enters university and the workforce, the number of suitors will only increase. Are you sure you can offer her what she desires and emerge victorious in this competition? Wake up. Without even mentioning those wealthier and more talented than you, there are certainly many who are more handsome. Thus, for your own sake, concentrate on your studies. Once the exams conclude next year, you can pursue your relationship as you wish. No one will stand in your way, but not now. Mr. Lau's admonition was indeed heartfelt. Yu Fei recognized that it stemmed from genuine concern for his well-being. After all, he was still a promising student despite his recent decline. Given his current performance, he could only aspire to attend an average first-year university, a significant gap from his potential. You're right, Mr. Lau. However, I truly am not in a relationship with Ning Xia, Yu Fei lamented, as this was the most distressing aspect for him. They were merely very good friends, friends who would never entertain the idea of romance before graduation. If they were to date, he would have already taken that step long ago. After so much time, they had only held hands at most. Regardless of the truth, I will not permit any romantic involvement. Should there be another occurrence, it won't simply be a matter of calling you to my office. Mr. Lau's tone softened slightly as he considered Yu Fei's status as an orphan. Yet, precisely because of this, he placed greater importance on Yu Fei's education. Not wishing to see such a gifted student squander his potential and fail to gain admission to his ideal university. All right, Mr. Lau, I assure you my grades will improve. Yu Fei could only make a solemn promise, which gradually eased Mr. Lau's concerns. Nevertheless, a reprimand was inevitable. Very well, you may leave now. Yu Fei exhaled deeply and stepped out of the office. Just as he reached the door, he spotted Ning Xia being ushered in by their homeroom teacher, Ms. Wu, who is also Mr. Lau's wife. Mr. Lau has finished lecturing you. Ms. Wu smiled at Yu Fei upon seeing him exit. Ning Xia, standing beside her, appeared cold and aloof. She did not wish to engage Yu Fei in conversation to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Unlike Yu Fei, she believed that although they were not officially a couple, their relationship was akin to one. They were merely waiting to confirm their status upon graduation. Now that their connection was seemingly exposed, she felt the need to maintain distance, though she knew it wouldn't matter once they were outside the school. I suppose so. Yufei could only respond with a non-committal murmur, recognizing that Ms. Wu was far more gentle than Mr. Lau. He wondered how Mr. Lau had won her over. You two little rascals. Why didn't you stir things up earlier? Now that your relationship is becoming more intimate, isn't it time to exercise a little restraint? After all, you're both in your final year of high school. Just hold on for another 6 months. Surely, you can manage that. Ms. Wu scrutinized the two of them. Ms. Wu, I truly haven't. Yufei began, but upon catching the same piercing gaze as Mr. Lau's, he ceased his struggle. It was evident that she wouldn't believe him, so he deemed it pointless to continue. Ningxia's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Ms. Wu, it's not to that extent yet. Yufei and I plan to confirm our relationship only after graduation. Ms. Wu chuckled. You two are usually so bright. I assumed you were already together. I didn't expect such a plan. Very well then, I won't drag you back to the office for another lecture. Just make yourselves scarce from my sight, as quickly as possible. Did I ever say such a thing? Yufei thought, but it seemed this was all part of the plan. At that moment, Ningxia, unable to bear the embarrassment, vanished in a flash to the first floor. Why are you just standing there? Hurry back to class. I said no confirming relationships before graduation. Get back to studying. Ms. Wu transformed from her jovial demeanor to a more serious tone, directing her ire at Yufei. Thank you, Ms. Wu. I'll be going now. Yufei bowed deeply and then hastily returned to the classroom. Upon reaching Jiang Qingyao's side, he was drenched in sweat from the lengthy reprimand he had received earlier. Could it be the consequence of waking up early? What's wrong? You look so flustered, Jiang Qingyao inquired, setting her pen down with a puzzled expression. Just a trivial matter. Yufei waved his hand dismissively, but under Jiang Qingyao's keen observation, his subtle expressions betrayed him. Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't. But I'm not particularly interested in others' private affairs. Even if I ask, what difference does it make? It's better to spend more time focusing on studies. By the way, class monitor, what kind of help were you referring to yesterday? Yufei asked again. Jiang Qingyao blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, pretend to be my boyfriend. Yufei. Although it sounds rather kitsch, it seems quite reasonable, he thought. You heard correctly. There's been a guy persistently pursuing me. I've told him I have a boyfriend, but he doesn't believe me. So, I hope you can assist me, as we are friends, right? Jiang Qingyao flashed a mischievous smile. All right, I agree to help you. After contemplating, Yufei figured he could ask Jiang Qingyao for tutoring in return. Given her character, she would certainly not refuse him. Helping her out would be a form of compensation. Moreover, Jiang Qingyao was one of the most popular beauties in their school, rivaled only by Ningxia. Given Jiang Qingyao's amiable personality and excellent grades, assisting her would be akin to forging a new friendship, an opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 27. The Visit. By the way, Mr. Lau just placed the grades ranking list on the podium. You've slipped quite a bit this time. After discussing the previous matter, Jiang Qingyao turned to Yufei, her large eyes blinking. Have you confirmed your relationship with Ningxia? Yufei shook his head. Confirm a relationship? That's not the case. He felt utterly exasperated. Why did everyone assume he was in a relationship with Ningxia, attributing his poor grades to that? It was utterly ridiculous. Yufei surrendered to the inevitable, deciding he simply did not want to explain any further. Continuing on, Yufei took a glance at the report card, where Jiang Qingyao remained the top of the class, her total score being 699, placing her second in the entire grade. In contrast, he found himself languishing in 6th place from the bottom, with a total of 43 students in the class. Such a ranking was indeed rather disgraceful. What is happening? Your decline is quite uncharacteristic. Should I arrange some extra tutoring for you? Jiang Qingyao said, her small hands rubbing together anxiously. Sure, Yufei replied without hesitation. With such an academic powerhouse guiding him, he should swiftly reach the 600-point threshold. By the way, which university do you aspire to attend? Jiang Qingyao inquired further. Ingtian University. Yufei responded nonchalantly. You'll have to exert yourself more, Jiang Qingyao frowned, considering that with Yufei's current score of 520, he needed to elevate his score by 100 points to gain admission to Ingtian University. She hoped that Yufei's performance this time was merely an anomaly, for he typically scored over 600. With effort, he indeed had a chance. Here are my study notes. Take a look, she continued. Your math skills are rather lacking and need immediate attention. Jiang Qingyao then produced a thick stack of her study notes, nearly half a desk high. Yu Fei flipped through them and began studying from several notebooks. Class monitor, you're truly impressive. No wonder you can score over 700, he praised. Giving her a thumbs up, he could never immerse himself in his studies as she did. Of course, her innate talent played a significant role. Achieving 600 points was attainable through hard work, but advancing further required a degree of natural aptitude. Jiang Qingyao raised an eyebrow. It's not that impressive. Mainly, I lack hobbies, so I can only channel my energy into studying. Yu Fei scratched his head, finding her reasoning refreshingly straightforward. After class, Fei Ge, my dear Fei Ge, please give me some advice. Should I confess my feelings to Tian Tian? Huang Makai hovered beside Yu Fei, his internal conflict evident in his words. That depends on you, Yu Fei replied, shaking his head in exasperation. How you perceive your current relationship with her. If it's still positive, you might casually ask her birthday or consider confessing on New Year's Eve. I think that could work. Huang Makai pondered this and found merit in it. Thank you, De Fei. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Yu Fei shot him a disdainful glance. When you need something, I am Fei Ge. Otherwise, I am De Fei. FKU. At that moment, Yu Fei noticed Zhou Tainyu approaching. Yu Fei, here is the money for the medicine from last time. I'm sorry it took me so long to return it. Zhou Tainyu looked up, her enchanting eyes behind black-framed glasses slightly dazed, as she seemed hesitant to meet Yu Fei's gaze. Didn't I say you didn't need to repay me? Yu Fei took the money and tucked it back into her school uniform pocket. If you truly wish to repay me, after graduation, I'll be opening a store. You can come work for me, and I'll pay you. That would be a favor to me as well. Zhou Tainyu blinked in disbelief. Yu Fei, you're opening a store? How impressive. Yu Fei smiled. It's part of my plan, but for now, my focus remains on studying. I also hope you can gain admission to your ideal university. He appreciated this shy, introverted girl, finding her company quite delightful. By the way, Yu Fei, I remember you want to attend Yingtian University, right? That's my goal too. I hope you can get into your dream university and be my classmate in college. Zhou Tainyu said, her smile sweet. Yu Fei's eyes narrowed. He recalled Zhou Tainyu had planned to attend a university in the capital, specifically the Capital University of Transportation. While Yingtian University was also a prestigious 985 institution, there was a notable difference in caliber. Was it the butterfly effect? Perhaps. The following day unfolded with the usual monotony. Yet Yu Fei seemed to rediscover his previous academic vigor, diligently writing and reaping substantial rewards. After the last class, he rode his bicycle to the infirmary to return it. However, Yuan was occupied today, and the infirmary was closed. Yu Fei left the bicycle at the door, confident that Yuan would understand his intention. After returning the bike, he also had to escort Ningxia home, ultimately giving her a reassuring hug before she merrily ran home. Could you open the door? I'm sorry. I apologize. Yu Fei heard a woman crying out at the door, calling for Yenny. The woman was strikingly beautiful, resembling Yenny, dressed in a fitted black dress, the strong scent of her perfume making Yu Fei reluctant to approach too closely. Who are you? Yu Fei squinted, holding his keys, having guessed her identity. Upon seeing a handsome young man at the door, the seemingly mature woman spoke. Is my daughter living here? You haven't done anything inappropriate, have you? I warn you, she's still a student. Any misconduct would be illegal. What nonsense, Yu Fei thought, feeling bemused. I haven't even insulted you yet, and you're already attacking me? Truly upside down. He smiled at the woman, saying, if I truly intended to harm her, I would have done so long ago. Unlike some individuals who are capable of such acts, being worse than beasts. Upon hearing Yu Fei's words, the woman's throat tightened, her retort swallowed back. She has already told you, the woman replied weakly, her legs trembling as if she might collapse. What do you think? Yu Fei opened the door, and there stood Yin Yi, her hair tousled, bloodshot eyes revealing her poor state. The woman fell silent, turning to her daughter. I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once. You don't have to come home. You can stay with your grandfather, all right? Yin Yi's gaze was icy. I don't want to see you. Can you close the door, Yu Fei? He nodded and gently shut the door. The woman outside continued to plead. I was misguided before, but I've divorced him now. Please forgive me. Yin Yi ignored her mother's cries, sitting quietly on the sofa with headphones on, not uttering a sound. Are you all right? Yufei cautiously sat beside Yin Yi. This was the first time he encountered such a bizarre situation, leaving him unsure of how to proceed. After some thought, he decided to comfort Yin Yi first, as the victim's feelings were undoubtedly the most hurtful. Encountering such a mother was indeed unfortunate. In some respects, he felt far happier than Yin Yi. Though he had been an orphan since childhood, his adoptive parents treated him well, providing standards of living that exceeded those of ordinary families. While not particularly extroverted, he certainly wasn't reclusive. Chapter 28, Sailor Suit. I'm fine, Yin Yi replied, her body relaxing. As long as I don't see her, I feel perfectly well. Yin Yi resembled a skittish kitten, her demeanor becoming increasingly uneasy. Yufei gently patted Yin Yi's head, encouraging her to lean against him as he comforted her. It's all right, relax. I won't push you to do anything. Just stay here at ease. Upon hearing these words, Yin Yi could no longer contain herself. Her head rested on Yufei's chest, tears streaming down her face in a steady flow, accompanied by soft, muffled sobs. It's okay now. Witnessing the girl cry, Yufei gently patted her back, continuing to offer the solace she needed. However, Yin Yi's tears did not cease. Rather, they increased in number. Though her sobs remained subdued, perhaps to keep the woman outside from hearing her distress. People often reveal their most vulnerable sides to those they hold dear. In that moment, it was undeniable that Yin Yi had laid herself bare before Yufei. Yet, some fleeting thoughts merely flickered through her mind, disappearing as quickly as they came. Yufei, I want to eat stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. As her sobs gradually subsided, Yin Yi dried her tears and playfully stated with a smile, all right. Yufei nodded and went to the kitchen, preparing 2 plates of stir-fried pork with green peppers along with a couple side dishes. Once set on the table, he realized he was quite hungry himself, having intended to eat long before, but his time had been consumed by Yin Yi's mother's unexpected visit. Outside, the voices grew quieter until Yin Yi's mother exclaimed, Hey, since you don't wish to see your mother right now, I want to take you home. Just be careful, and you can return whenever you like. The outside fell utterly silent. Yin Yi's expression remained unchanged, as if this matter held no significance for her. So spicy. I love it. Yin Yi chewed on the stir-fried pork with great enthusiasm, relishing the heat, as a true Hunan girl would. Slow down. Noticing her eagerness, Yufei wiped the rice from the corner of her mouth with a tissue. He suddenly felt as though he were nurturing a beautiful girl. This sensation was unsettling, as he deemed his thoughts somewhat inappropriate. Are you thinking of something untoward? Yin Yi observed Yufei, who seemed lost in thought, and smiled playfully at him. How could that be? I'm not that kind of person. Yufei quickly dismissed without a second thought. Actually, I could use a guardian. Yin Yi leaned closer, her breath brushing against Yufei's ear. Yufei, I truly have no such thoughts. He could hardly fathom that Yin Yi could perceive him in such a lewd manner. Isn't that so? Yin Yi pouted, gazing at him with an expression of faux pity. Not at all. I don't fall for such provocations. Yufei chuckled, well aware of Yin Yi's intentions, yet he held little interest in younger girls. Despite her coming of age, he would only consider such matters after her graduation. Humph. Yin Yi turned away and then inquired, Yufei, when will you publish that novel? Yufei scratched his head. I currently have over 100,000 words written. I plan to wait until I reach over 1 million before publishing, which shouldn't take too long, likely by December. Yin Yi placed her phone on the table. December? That's still quite a while. Yufei felt exasperated. To him, it seemed rather slow. After all, most authors didn't possess the speed of writing over 10,000 words per day, completing 100,000 words in 3 months, while maintaining a coherent plot, was an achievement few online writers could manage. The two then engaged in a game of honor of kings, yet again. It was Yin Yi who led them to victory, rendering the experience somewhat lackluster. Before long, Yin Yi excused herself to take a shower. Approximately 15 minutes later, a voice called from the bathroom. Yufei, I forgot to grab my clothes. Could you help me get some from the wardrobe? Which ones do you need? Yufei called back. Yin Yi always seemed to be forgetful. He often wondered how she managed in the past. With a father who left and a mother who was love-struck, the thought of her upbringing was unsettling. Anything you like, Yin Yi's melodious voice responded. Yu Fei felt a frown form on his face. Helping a girl choose clothes was something he had done for Zhong Xie and Ning Xia when they were younger. But he had largely ceased such acts since middle school. Opening the wardrobe in the bedroom, he found Yin's clothes were not numerous but rather distinctive, predominantly in light blue and white. However, as he rummaged, he stumbled upon a sailor suit. Yu Fei furrowed his brow. While he had assisted Yin Yi in selecting some clothes, most of her wardrobe was chosen by her own hand. He was taken aback that she had acquired a sailor suit. He couldn't fathom why such attire had become fashionable among girls. Moreover, sailor suits often carried certain implications. Nevertheless, they did look appealing on girls, and Yu Fei found himself imagining how Yin Yi would look in it, which was undeniably enticing. Without further ado, he decided to present the sailor suit to Yin Yi, allowing himself a moment of visual indulgence. Emerging from the bedroom, he extended the garment into the bathroom. 3 seconds later, a voice emerged from within. Yu Fei, is it that you wish to see me in a sailor suit? Initially, I thought you were a foot fetishist, but it seems you like everything. Indeed, men have no particular fetishes. They're simply driven by base desires. Yu Fei chuckled. Just say whether you'll wear it or not. It's not mine, so whoever bought it should wear it. A disdainful voice responded from the bathroom. Fine. I'll wear it. It's meant for your viewing pleasure anyway. Just don't get too excited and drool. Yu Fei reclined on the sofa, glancing at his phone, when a message pinged in. Yu Fei, are you there? It was a message from Xia Yining. He felt a strange familiarity with those words, reminiscent of how he used to communicate with her prior to his rebirth. However, she always took her time in responding. After being reborn, he found such behavior rather pathetic. To his surprise, it was Xia Yining who initiated the conversation this time. Yet he didn't want to keep her waiting. Upon seeing the message, he replied promptly, Is there something you need? Nothing in particular. I just wanted to ask if Yin Yi is living at your place. She is temporarily staying with me. Upon reading this, Xia Yining felt her heart sink. Didn't T that imply they had progressed? Reflecting on their interactions before his rebirth, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. They had been a couple for 2 years, yet they hadn't even shared a simple kiss. It was no wonder that Yu Fei's feelings for her had waned gradually. If the roles were reversed, she imagined she would struggle as well. After chatting with Yu Fei for a while, Xia Yining decided to rest. At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, revealing Yin Yi clad in the sailor suit. Her damp hair framed her face, which was tinged with a soft blush, appearing somewhat bashful. Her alabaster arms and slender legs, together with her skin akin to porcelain, made her resemble a blooming lotus emerging from the water in that outfit. Yu Fei found himself momentarily entranced. You rascal, no lewd thoughts allowed. Yanni noticed his expression and playfully swung her soft fists at him, though they barely packed any force. It is well known that such gentle attacks, akin to a buff, only serve to heighten a man's aggression. Yu Fei was a man, and under such circumstances, managing to maintain a semblance of normalcy was quite commendable. Ultimately, his rationality prevailed amidst the fierce struggle. He coughed lightly and remarked, It is indeed beautiful, but haven't you worn it before? Yin Yi shook her petite head, asserting, Of course not. Who in their right mind would wear such a thing to school? Yu Fei nodded in agreement, pondering how abstract it would be for a lovely girl to don a sailor suit every day at school. Nevertheless, it should be fine over at Xiao Rizi's place. After all, that is Xiao Rizi. Is it pretty? At that moment, Yin Yi executed a dramatic 360-degree turn and replied, Of course it's pretty. Yu Fei nodded and chuckled. After all, your looks are exceptional. Yin Yi smiled with a hint of exasperation. What good are looks if you don't like me anyway? Yu Fei could only respond half-jokingly. All right then, I'll go take a shower. You should turn in early. After his shower, Yu Fei prepared for bed, dawdling until it was past 10. He needed to replenish his sleep. Otherwise, he wouldn't rise in the morning. Just then, Yin Yi knocked on the door. Yu Fei, can I sleep with you? Yu Fei opened the door and firmly shook his head. No. Yin Yi's delicate face immediately fell. But I want to sleep with you. You're the only one I have now. Recalling the events of the day, Yu Fei gently patted Yin Yi's back, conceding that he simply couldn't refuse her. Lights out. It's time to rest. Chapter 29. An unexpected encounter with Yuan. In the morning, much like the last time, Yu Fei found his blanket, snatched away by the other party, and he was ensnared between Yan Yi's legs. Carefully shifting her body aside, Yu Fei closed the door, prepared breakfast, and, after eating, dashed out the door. Hello, Shuge. This time, Yu Fei left a bit later and finally spotted Huang Makai. Shuge, what's your plan next? If you're going to confess, do it quickly. Otherwise, high school will come to an end. Yu Fei placed a hand on Huang Makai's shoulder and said, let's see how it goes. Huang Makai stroked his chin, still as timid as ever. Yu Fei sighed, knowing that his friend was genuinely kind-hearted, but overly introverted and conservative. Fortunately, he had good grades, later attending a prestigious university and securing a position in a state-owned enterprise, living quite freely even after a divorce. However, he had always maintained a small circle of friends. Yu Fei wished to alter Huang Makai's character, but while discussing it was easy, the execution was exceedingly difficult. It was better to let things unfold naturally. Unless something significant jolted him, it would be challenging for his personality to change. Hey, you classmate, long time no see. At that moment, Yuan, the school nurse on her pink bicycle, spotted the two walking by the roadside and approached to greet them. Sister Wan, what are you doing here? Yu Fei turned around, surprised to see Yuan, recalling that she lived on campus. It seemed unlikely she would venture out for breakfast when there were plenty of stalls selling food right at the school gate. I had some matters to attend to, so I left early. Yuan smiled. By the way, since you returned the bicycle, Zhou's injury must be fine now. Yu Fei nodded. Thanks, Sister Wan. He's already recovered. Yuan smiled, placing a hand over her mouth. That's great. With such a cute girl. You must seize the opportunity. Speaking of which, given your previous relationship, it seems you haven't yet won her over. Sister, with such a significant assist from me. Have you succeeded in your pursuit? Her words made Yu Fei's CPU run hot. Pursue? Sister Wan, please don't jump to conclusions. I already have someone I like. And it's not Zhou Qianyu. We're just friends. This time, Yu Fei replied with unusual seriousness, not wanting anyone to misunderstand his relationship with other girls. Otherwise, Ning Xia would become jealous, and he would have to console her. Yu Fei sighed, feeling that dating was quite troublesome, with time so tight. He was relieved he hadn't confirmed his relationship with Ning Xia, or he would be entangled in a myriad of issues. Is that so? Yuan observed Yu Fei's serious demeanor and raised no doubts, continuing, who is the one you like? Yuan was largely unaware of the happenings within the school, spending most of her time in the infirmary. This was information Yuan didn't need to know. Yu Fei had always harbored a sense of caution towards Yuan, as she was a lesbian, and he vaguely recalled from his past life that her girlfriend was rather beautiful. All in all, he felt it best to be wary of her. He wouldn't disclose anything about Yuan to others, yet he also wished to limit his interactions with her. Moreover, she appeared quite normal, yet he found it strange that she was a lily. In Yu Fei's perception, both lilies and gay individuals were distorted in some way. There must be a reason behind her becoming like this. Just then, a familiar voice called from behind. Fei, wait for me. Yu Fei recognized the voice immediately. It was Ning Xia. Xiao Xia, he murmured. Ning Xia spotted Yuan, showing no signs of surprise. Sister Wan, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Yuan looking a bit dazed, Ning Xia remarked, Xiao Xia, so Yu Fei is your childhood sweetheart. Yuan glanced at the two and exclaimed, oh, right? That's Yu Fei. I was just saying I'd introduce you formally, but you both seem quite familiar. Ning Xia pointed at Yu Fei and stated, logically, you two shouldn't be this close. I hadn't met him before. Mainly, I had a fleeting encounter last month when he brought Zhou Qianyu to the infirmary. This time, I came specifically to understand the situation with Yu Fei, and given how handsome your childhood sweetheart is, it's quite normal for me to remember him. Yuan explained cheerfully. Xiao Xia, so you and Sister Wan are acquainted. Yu Fei scratched his head, realizing that the two had known each other for quite a while, and he and T even been aware. However, it made sense. Hu and T visited the infirmary in high school. Yuan was quite beautiful, so it was only natural for them to know each other. We've known each other for a while. Previously, when Rong was ill, I frequented the infirmary, and over time, I became familiar with Sister Wan. Ning Xia said happily. Their relationship had grown closer recently, thanks in no small part to Yuan's guidance. Yu Fei glanced at Yuan and suddenly felt it unnecessary to overthink. She seemed to be an interesting person after all. Perhaps embracing understanding was the true path. You two lovebirds carry on, I'll take my leave. Yuan kicked off her bicycle and rode towards the school, a breeze following her departure. Fei, let us go. Once Yuan had left, Ningxia naturally took Yu Fei's hand, releasing it only as they neared the school gate. Huang Makai, standing nearby, remained silent. Though his CPU was running hot, he had never been ill at school. Had Yu Fei not mentioned it, he wouldn't even have known there was an infirmary. Had he known the school nurse was such a beautiful young lady, he certainly would have visited. What a pity. Shuge, stop daydreaming. Let's go. Yu Fei gently patted the shoulder of his companion as the three of them strolled along the roadside, the rising sun casting a warm, golden glow upon their faces, as if they were bathed in holy light. Chapter 30, Dining. The time has been set for the weekend. It merely depends on your availability, Yu Fei remarked. As soon as he settled into his seat, the class beauty sitting across from him informed him of the schedule for pretending to be her boyfriend. Of course I'm free, Yu Fei mused. Aside from a visit to Aunt Zhong's house, it seemed he had no other commitments for the weekend. He wondered which boy had ensnared the class leader this time. Yu Fei frowned slightly. He recalled that Jiang Qingyao had faced a similar situation before. However, due to her resolute rejections, those suitors had distanced themselves from her, either because of her own reasons or those pertaining to her family. If Yu Fei was not mistaken, this new suitor likely had some influence and was acquainted with Jiang Qingyao's family. With a sigh, Jiang Qingyao explained, "My uncle has a long-time business partner who has a son. We met in early September, and he took a liking to me. Although I made my refusal clear, he continues to pursue me. My family, concerned about appearances, has not addressed this matter with him. Furthermore, my uncle seems to have intentions of bringing us together. I am utterly exasperated." Yu Fei snapped his fingers, confirming his suspicions. Indeed, this fellow was a rich heir. While he would eventually ascend to being a wealthy individual, for now, he was merely an ordinary student. Recently, he had earned a substantial amount from football and basketball, but it was still only in the hundreds of thousands. As he was cautious not to gamble too much, there were risks involved. According to his projections, he could accumulate several million before graduation, and with the earnings from writing novels, he could have sufficient capital to start business. Afterward, he intended to steer clear of such ventures. In summary, apart from his good looks, he had little else to offer. Your uncle wishes to matchmake you? He must not be unattractive then, Yu Fei conjectured. He had some recollection of Jiang Qingyao's mother, who was exceptionally beautiful. Thus, it was reasonable to assume that her uncle would not be lacking in that regard either. Indeed, he is not ill-favored. He is even somewhat charming, though he pales in comparison to you. Jiang Qingyao smiled, her lips curving into a grin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your assistance. By the way, are we not good friends? In the future, refrain from calling me class leader, as it makes our relationship feel distant. Just call me Qingyao from now on. Yu Fei nodded. All right, I shall call you Qingyao from now on. At that moment, Jiang Qingyao handed him a stack of notebooks, seemingly over a dozen. This is only a portion of my study notes. I left a small part at home. Since you need them, I brought everything along. Yu Fei raised his thumb in admiration. Indeed, the realm of a scholarly genius is beyond our comprehension. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of regret. Had Jiang Qingyao not perished in his previous life, he wondered what she would have become. With her uncle's connections, even if her entrepreneurial endeavors had faltered, securing a high-ranking position or even becoming a CEO would likely have posed no challenge. What scholarly genius? I merely work harder than others, Jiang Qingyao replied, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, just a smidge more effort, Yu Fei remarked. It was difficult for him to feel envious of someone who possessed both talent and diligence. Zhou Qianyu had just finished a math problem when, inexplicably, she glanced over at Yu Fei. Seeing him laughing and chatting with Jiang Qingyao made her heart sink. Yu Fei truly has many friends. Both Ningxia and the class leader are stunning, unlike me, who appears rather plain. Some had labeled her the ugly duckling, but she disagreed. The ugly duckling transformed into a swan simply because it was always a swan, merely waiting to bloom. In contrast, she felt she was the genuine ugly duckling. Contemplating this deepened her discontent, and though she wished to avoid such thoughts, the relentless inner turmoil continued to torment her. It seemed that only in Yu Fei's company did she find solace. Her grandmother often said that relationships between men and women were inevitable, and perhaps it was time for her to cultivate more friendships. Yu Fei was commendable, Ning Xia was delightful, and even Huang Makai appeared to be a decent friend. As noon arrived, Yu Fei placed his hand on Huang Makai's shoulder, preparing to head to the cafeteria for a meal. "You, shall we dine together?" Zhou Tianyu ventured, gathering her courage as she approached them cautiously. "Certainly," Yu Fei replied with a smile. Huang Makai had no objections either. After all, they were friends, and dining together was quite natural. Thus, the three of them proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Yu Fei spotted Ning Xia and Fan Rongrong together from a distance. Ning Xia, upon seeing Yu Fei, approached him with a cheerful demeanor, lightly tapping his arm before withdrawing her hand. "Fei, let us go." As she moved a step forward, she noticed Zhou Tianyu approaching and cheerfully clasped her hand. "Zhou, you're here too. Let's walk together." After learning about Zhou Tianyu's background, Ning Xia held no ill will toward her. She understood Yu Fei's feelings for her were pure and would not easily waver, so rather than remain on edge, she chose to relax a bit. "All right." Zhou Tianyu's face lit up with a smile, reminiscent of a blooming lily. Thus, Yu Fei and Huang Makai linked arms, while Ning Xia held Fan Rongrong and Zhou Tianyu by either side, and they walked to the cafeteria together. After they finished their meals, they settled in a relatively secluded area. Nevertheless, even there, they attracted glances, for Ning Xia was the school beauty, and many sought to capture Yu Fei's attention. Having previously witnessed Ning Xia's speech under the red flag, most boys recognized her, so it was not surprising they remembered her. "Your desk mate is over there eating." Tian pointed to a nearby table. Jiang Qingyao glanced over, noticing not only Yu Fei, but also Ning Xia, Zhou Tianyu, and others. "Do you wish to join them?" Jiang Qingyao inquired, her expression revealing curiosity. "Yes," Tian affirmed with a smile. "Let us go then," Jiang Qingyao decided as Tian, wishing to sit next to Huang Makai, felt too shy to approach alone and sought Jiang Qingyao's company. This trivial favor is no trouble at all. Yu Fei thought to himself, "Would you mind if I sat beside you?" Jiang Qingyao approached and asked directly. "Not at all. Please take a seat," Yu Fei replied. He did not harbor any reservations regarding such interactions between the genders. Yet Ning Xia frowned slightly. While she claimed to be unfazed by Yu Fei's normal interactions with other girls, the thought of Jiang Qingyao sitting with him during class and now at lunch irked her. Thus, she playfully pinched Yu Fei's waist. Yu Fei was momentarily taken aback. The pinch wasn't hard, but he couldn't fathom why Ning Xia was pinching him again. He felt the urge to scream. Realizing Ning Xia's slightly displeased gaze, he quickly understood. He had nearly forgotten that she was a bit possessive. It was inevitable for her to feel jealous seeing him seated next to Jiang Qingyao. However, there truly were no other seats available. The table accommodates 10 individuals. Yet the chairs opposite bear unsightly water stains, limiting seating to merely 2. It is unreasonable to separate Tian and Huang Makai, compelling Jiang Qingyao to relocate instead. Yu Fei's eyes darted, and he immediately sidled up to Ning Xia, pressing closely against her, deftly picking up his sole beef ball and extending it toward her lips. "Xiao Xia, do you not adore beef balls? This portion is for you as well." Ning Xia's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe fruit, as she shot Yu Fei an exasperated glance. After a brief moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth and swallowed the beef ball whole. Subsequently, she gently rubbed Yu Fei's waist and whispered into his ear, "I hope that didn't hurt you." Gazing into Ning Xia's sparkling eyes, Yu Fei found it impossible to muster any reproach. He shook his head, leaning in to whisper, "Of course it hurt. So you owe me a favor." Upon witnessing Yu Fei's mischievous yet slightly wicked smile, Ning Xia's cheeks reddened further as she experienced a sudden surge of improper thoughts. "You're taking advantage of me." Before she could finish her sentence, Yu Fei wrapped his arms around her waist, continuing to focus on his meal. At that moment, as Ning Xia felt Yu Fei's proximity, her heart raced uncontrollably, and she murmured, Fei, there are so many people watching. Please calm down." The sensation of Yu Fei's warmth and his occasional breaths made her feel as if she were losing control. Yu Fei pouted in displeasure, retorting, "I want tea." Ning Xia, exasperated, bit her lip, and playfully punched Yu Fei, saying, "Once we get home, you can do whatever you want, but not here." Instantly, Yu Fei released his grip around her waist, questioning, "What do you mean? Does that imply I can do anything I desire once we're home? What are you thinking?" "A Fei." Ning Xia, feeling shy, remarked, "Could you perhaps rid yourself of those impure thoughts?" Onlookers, witnessing the intimacy shared between the two, felt inundated by a wave of romantic envy. They had barely begun their meal when they already felt satiated. This was Yu Fei's strategy. Since he could not alleviate the situation, he would instead make Ning Xia awkwardly forget it. After all, he possessed a thick skin and was indifferent to the consequences. Thus, the seven of them sat at the table, attracting curious glances from those nearby. The two leading beauties of the school shared the same table, a rarity indeed. However, upon seeing Yu Fei, no one dared approach Ning Xia. Rumors of their relationship had circulated, and the truth of their bond was becoming increasingly evident. Their closeness suggested that their connection was indeed solidified. Many felt disheartened at the thought of losing their chance at becoming Ning Xia's shining star, wishing they could occupy the seat beside her. Yet this remained a mere fantasy. As for Jiang Qingyao, a few brave souls attempted to engage her in conversation. Those acquainted with her spoke of her kindness and gentle demeanor, likening her to the friendly elder sister next door. However, she had never accepted anyone's confession, which only fueled her allure, garnering her a devoted following. Confessions were frequent occurrences. In such an atmosphere, they finished their lunch. "It's so hot, Fei." Ning Xia pouted after the meal. "It's your fault for sitting so close. Now I'm sweating profusely." The ceiling fan rotated slowly, providing little relief. Observing the sheen of perspiration on Ning Xia's forehead, Yu Fei retrieved a napkin from his pocket and gently dabbed her sweat. Her delicate features glowed with a porcelain-like radiance. "Tomorrow, I shall gift you a small fan. Just give it a little blow when it gets too warm." In Yu Fei's classroom, there were both fans and air conditioning, yet the latter was seldom utilized. Typically, the air conditioning would only be on for a short while during lunch, while the rest of the time they relied on the fans. He could not comprehend why air conditioning was restricted, especially when even the teachers at the podium appeared to be sweating profusely. "All right," Ning Xia replied, tugging at Yu Fei's sleeve. She had never considered a small fan before. It was a clever idea indeed. Truly, he was her childhood friend, and she longed to be by his side forever. Chapter 31. Farewell to Xia Yining. As Yu Fei gazed into Ning Xia's twinkling eyes and her porcelain skin, he could not resist pinching her cheek. "A Fei, what are you doing?" Ning Xia questioned, instinctively pinching his cheek in return. After feeling the firmness of Yu Fei's face, she released her grip a second later. "Xiao Xia, your face is so delightful to touch," Yu Fei murmured. "No wonder young girls possess such tender skin." "Stop it, you," Ning Xia protested, though she secretly enjoyed the sensation. While others might not be permitted such liberties, with Yu Fei, it felt acceptable. After all, it was only a matter of time before she would allow him to touch her. Noticing Ning Xia's lack of resistance, Yu Fei smiled again, asking, "Is it permissible to touch your conscience?" "Pervert." Ning Xia feigned annoyance, distancing herself from him and leaning against Fan Rong. Yu Fei chuckled softly. Teasing his childhood friend was truly entertaining, and he felt as though he had lived a dog's life in his previous existence. Life should be savored. It is said that life is not merely about the mundane, but encompasses poetry and distant horizons. After their meal concluded, they prepared to leave. "Let us go, Xiao Xia." Observing Ning Xia's reluctance to move, Fan Rong draped her arm around Ning Xia's shoulder, unsure of what to say. The lunch had been rather stifling for her. Should there be another occasion, she vowed never to accompany Ning Xia and Yu Fei for a meal again. Meanwhile, Yu Fei casually slung his arm around Huang Mao Kai. "Ning Xia, your skin is so fair. What skincare products do you use?" On the way, Tian leaned closer to Ning Xia, inquiring softly. "It's ineffective," Ning Xia replied nonchalantly. "I was born this way. I don't use any special products. At most, I use basic family skincare items." They were not a wealthy family, and Ning Xia had no intention of burdening her parents with expensive skincare purchases. "Then you are truly a natural beauty," Tian remarked with a hint of envy. Ning Xia's appearance was enviable even to another woman. If she were to put in the effort to dress up, Ningxia could only imagine how stunning she would appear. Your skin is quite lovely as well, Jiang Qingyao added, recalling how upon entering high school, she had first noticed someone with skin comparable to her own. It was then that they became recognized as the school's beauties, a status that remained unchallenged to this day. The recognition wasn't formalized through voting. Rather, it was a long-standing consensus among the student body. Jiang classmate, your skin is nice too, and Ningxia glanced at Jiang Qingyao's figure, noting what seemed to be a slightly larger chest than hers. Although both were a D cup, there was still a distinction. If Jiang Qingyao continued to develop, Ningxia shook her head at the thought. It was a daunting prospect. Yet, if Yu Fei preferred larger sizes, perhaps her own figure might suffice. What to do? Jiang Qingyao's face turned red. Ningxia, what are you staring at? Ningxia, caught off guard, quickly returned to reality and softly asked, Jiang classmate, how has Yu Fei been in class lately? Jiang Qingyao's beautiful eyes fluttered slightly. It was evident that she had been exerting herself more diligently than before. Ningxia appeared like a diligent caretaker, which was understandable. When one truly harbors affection for another, thoughts of their decline do not cross the mind. Rather, one wishes for their improvement. Ningxia smiled gently, exuding warmth. That's wonderful. By the way, could you do me a favor, Jiang classmate? Observing Ningxia's earnest expression, Jiang Qingyao nodded. Would you like me to keep an eye on Yu Fei? Of course, Ningxia replied, momentarily taken aback, as if Jiang Qingyao could see right through her thoughts. The indifference in her gaze was as profound as the stars in the universe, a sensation that made Ningxia quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, she continued, then I would appreciate it if you could look after him for me. Ningxia maintained her serene smile. Jiang Qingyao tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her lips curling up slightly. Yu Fei and I have always been good friends. It is only natural for friends to support one another. Ningxia nodded in agreement, reassured by Jiang Qingyao's character, regardless of her nature, as long as her integrity was unwavering. Other aspects could be overlooked. After all, they were merely friends. Though curious about the hushed exchange between the two, Yu Fei refrained from eavesdropping. The complexities of a woman's heart are as elusive as needles at the bottom of the ocean. Even in his reincarnation, he preferred to remain detached from the intricacies of female relationships, attending to his own affairs sufficed. The week passed pleasantly, and Yu Fei settled into the monotonous routine of high school life once more. However, his flirtations with Ningxia, leisurely strolls with Yin, and chats with Xia Yining alleviated some of the pressures he felt. As the weekend approached, Yu Fei had arranged to meet Xia Yining at a nearby Sichuan restaurant that Friday afternoon. Upon his arrival, he noticed Xia Yining already waiting for him at the entrance. She donned a pure white short-sleeve top paired with a delicate, translucent light blue jacket and a flowing blue skirt. If one looked closely, there was a hint of sweetness about her. Old Yu Fei, Xia Yining nearly blurted out the term of endearment hubby, but she quickly caught herself, fearing it might provoke Yu Fei's ire. Yining, it's been a while, Yu Fei said, halting half a meter away from her. The subtle distance between them struck Xia Yining like a thunderbolt, causing her heart to ache. You jerk, I said we should just be ordinary friends. Did you really consider me just that? It's been a long time. Shall we head inside? Xia Yining clasped her hands tightly at her waist. Yu Fei replied with a slight nod, his expression revealing a hint of unease. His steps were light, tinged with a sense of relief. What had transpired in the past was behind him, and the future lay in his own hands. Chapter 32. The Descent into Obsession. You order. Yu Fei gestured for Xia Yining to take a seat across from him, extending his right hand. No, you should order instead. I invited you out for this meal, Xia Yining said, suppressing her emotions in light of the palpable tension. Very well, Yu Fei acquiesced, knowing Xia Yining came from a wealthy background and wouldn't mind the expense. Moreover, should he decline her offer, it might jeopardize their friendship altogether. Waiter, we'll have a portion of shredded pork with green peppers, boiled pork slices, spicy chicken, and a bowl of rib soup, please. Yu Fei vaguely recalled Xia Yining's fondness for rib soup, especially during her menstrual cycle. He would always prepare a bowl for her. Though more than half a month had passed, the memories from his previous life remained vividly etched in his mind. Had he truly moved on? The more one clings to something, the harder it becomes to forget, much like a detestable incident from childhood that lingers for a lifetime. Did he care for Xia Yining? That was a question worth pondering. If he truly did not care, he would not have sought her out again. Yet here they were, inexplicably drawn together, as if two non-parallel lines had converged, forming an X that could not be unraveled. "You Fei, you remember," Xia Yining said softly, her heart a tempest of emotions. Her brow furrowed, her expression composed. "Thank you for remembering, you Fei. These are all my favorite dishes. I truly appreciate it. How wonderful it would be if we could return to the time when we first met, but alas, that time is lost to us." Xia Yining covered her face as tears streamed uncontrollably. "It's all my fault. I only reveled in your kindness, yet I knew nothing of you. But I can't forget you. Every time I think of you leaving me for another girl, my heart aches painfully. I don't understand why. I simply can't adjust to life without you. Could you grant me another chance?" Seeing Xia Yining weeping like a rain-soaked flower, Yu Fei was moved. The girl he had cherished for 2 years, forgetting her would require time. A great deal of it. Certainly, a month would be insufficient. The girl was now reversing the tide, akin to a relentless storm. He could not escape her grasp. "I already have Xiao Xia." Yu Fei offered a tissue, feeling Xia Yining's trembling hand, and could only say, "But she has already abandoned you once." "Are you certain you can retain her this time?" Xia Yining's voice trembled. The narrative's journey held significance, yet the conclusion remained paramount. "Your relationship with her appears to flourish as it once did, but can you resolve these issues? I love you just as fiercely. My love is no less than hers. I can love you wholeheartedly, and we can be together until we grow old." Yu Fei shook his head, letting out a sigh. "I will resolve all this. I will discover the reasons for her departure. I will not allow her to leave me." Xia Yining took the tissue, attempting to dry her tears. Yet the tears flowed like a fountain from the corners of her eyes. For reasons unknown, her heart felt excruciatingly painful, as if her chest were filled with air, creating a suffocating sensation. "I will not give up on you, Yu Fei," Xia Yining declared, her jaw set determinedly. "What I have chosen will never change. Even in the face of hopelessness, I will pursue it with all my might." Yu Fei rubbed his forehead, exasperated. "This is exhausting, Xia Yining. I loved you once, passionately, but that is now a thing of the past. We are incompatible, much like the sky and the earth. We can see each other, yet we will never touch." Xia Yining sobbed softly, shaking her head. "I refuse to believe we can never touch. I'd rather perish." Yu Fei gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar Xia Yining before him, struggling to comprehend her drastic transformation. Was this the allure of love? The capacity to render one irrational, disregarding all else? "You always say time can erode everything, that it can diminish your feelings for me. I refuse to believe it. At least from your gaze, I can tell you have not forgotten me. Oh, how I wish to return to that summer when everything was so beautifully new," Xia Yining said, placing her hand on her face and smiling. "You once caught the falling cherry blossoms in your hands, promising to protect me forever. I want to allow you to lose me." Yu Fei narrowed his eyes. How could he forget? In his previous life, Xia Yining was an indispensable part of his world. Nevertheless, he was sufficiently resilient. Aunt Joan, his sister, and his adoptive father ensured that his childhood, adolescence, and even adulthood were never marked by solitude. Had it not been for them, he might have been unable to part ways with Xia Yining, for she was his sole emotional anchor. Perhaps like the plum cat, he might have eventually leaped into the water to conclude his existence. However, the present was different. His reality was rich and fulfilling, filled with unfulfilled aspirations. He needed to be more rational, to recognize the nature of his relationship with Xia Yining, yet this proved to be a daunting task. "Is this what you mean?" Yu Fei removed a pendant from around his neck, an object reminiscent of agate, within which lay a single cherry blossom. "I don't know why, but it has accompanied me in my rebirth. Even after my reincarnation, I did not take it off, as I had grown accustomed to wearing it. Since you have said this today, it shall return to its rightful owner." As Yu Fei gazed at the pendant in his hand, a pang of sorrow washed over him. Perhaps from now on, there would be no other girl to stir his heart as profoundly as she had. Even towards Ning Xia, he found himself holding back, unable to love her completely. Human energy is finite. He could not immerse himself wholly in romance. Xia Yin Ying's hands trembled slightly. Traces of tears still visible on her fair arms as she looked at the pendant, her chest tightening. I want to hold you forever in my hands. You belong solely to me. Neither Ning Xia nor Yin he can take you away from me. Even if only physically, that would suffice. I shall create a world that belongs entirely to Yu Fei. Suddenly, such a mad thought surged within Xia Yining. Extreme sadness often twisted the mind, causing one's character to undergo drastic transformations. She clasped the cherry blossom pendant, hanging it around her neck. Gently, she caressed it, greedily inhaling its scent. Her slender fingers clung to the pendant as if they were tentacles, unwilling to let go. Yu Fei could not help but smile wryly. He had thought he could finally be just a friend to Xia Yining, yet it seemed her affliction had deepened. Would she become a Yandere in the future? A chill ran down his spine as he recalled Chang Ji's fate. However, he quickly exhaled with relief. Fortunately, he was not a scoundrel. As long as he devoted himself to one person, he would not end up as a victim of a love knife. Yu Fei, I will pursue you, I promise. Xia Yining firmly grasped the pendant, her gaze resolute. Let's eat first. Observing Xia Yin Ying's demeanor, Yu Fei found himself at a loss for words. Perhaps, in her heart, he had already become an obsession. Such fixations are not easily forgotten. At that moment, a melodious and lingering song drifted in from outside. I fear I may not have the chance to bid you farewell, for perhaps I shall never see you again. Tomorrow, I must depart from this familiar place in you. I cannot help but shed tears. Chapter 33. Discovered by his sister, eat more. You seem quite thin, Yu Fei remarked gently, noticing Xia Yin Ying's somewhat emaciated face. Before his rebirth, under his care, Xia Yining had always been in good health. But now she seemed to have deteriorated considerably. This could be attributed first to the incident at school before his reincarnation, and second, perhaps, to his own shortcomings. Without you, my life is far from satisfactory, Xia Yining replied softly. You could rediscover your passions, like music, Yu Fei suggested, observing her dejected demeanor. That was in the past. Now I have a new goal. A sudden shift appeared in Xia Yin Ying's eyes. This must have been what Yin Yi had mentioned to her. A new goal? Yu Fei frowned. If she could abandon her dreams, how weighty must this new goal be? Indeed, music was merely my former dream. Now, all I desire is to be with you. Xia Yin Ying's gaze brimmed with profound affection. The feeling of loving someone was so wondrous that she felt herself lost in a state of oblivion. If she could not be with Yu Fei, what significance would her dreams hold? Yu Fei felt his words caught in his throat. Xia Yining was not simply a love-struck individual. That title belonged to Ning Xia, but her state was entirely different. A love-struck person could not bear to be apart from their beloved, viewing every flaw as a virtue. Yet, Xia Yining seemed to possess a rather pathological desire. She appeared to want him solely by her side. Whether this was love, he could not ascertain, but such thoughts were undeniably twisted. Despite Xia Yin Ying's considerable wealth, he had no intention of living off her. What joy is there in being a kept man? Let us meet again when we have a chance, he decided, seeing that Xia Yining was still unable to let go, and hurriedly made his way home. Outside, a fine drizzle began to fall, the rainwater splattering against Yu Fei's face. He hastily wiped it away and opened the door, only to be greeted, not by Yin Yi, but by Zhong Xiyu. Oni-chan, you're finally back. Seeing Yu Fei somewhat damp, Zhong Xiyu squinted with a smile. Yu Fei felt a wave of confusion. Zhong Xiyu's sudden appearance implied she had encountered Yin Yi. A chill ran down his spine, more chilling than being caught in the rain. Oni-chan, care to explain? Zhong Xiyu pointed at Yin Yi, who was bringing a towel over to Yu Fei. She's a friend, temporarily staying at my house, Yu Fei replied, straightening himself, feeling as though he had committed a crime. He had done nothing with Yin Yi. Why should he be apprehensive? A friend? Zhong Xiyu narrowed her eyes as she observed Yin Yi drying Yu Fei's damp clothes. Is this your definition of friendship? Yin Yi nodded. We've been friends for quite a while now, but unfortunately, Yu Fei already has someone he likes. I wanted to be his little secret, but he wouldn't agree. She cast a wistful glance at Yu Fei. Zhong Xiyu's lips twitched, You didn't mention you like my brother. Yin, he leaned against Yu Fei, grinning. Does it make a difference? He's still one T except me. Zhongxiu gritted her teeth. You wicked woman. Get away from my brother. She forcefully pulled Yin Yi aside, separating her from Yu Fei. Seeing this, Yu Fei resorted to meaningless explanations. Shiyu, the situation is complex. There's a reason she's staying at my house, one that you wouldn't understand. If you truly did understand, I wouldn't need to explain. It's simply unavoidable. Zhongxiu shot him a glare. So, it seems my Oni-chan is indeed a scoundrel. I must tell Ning Xia about this immediately. Seeing Zhongxiu reach for her phone, Yu Fei awkwardly laughed. Shiyu, my dear sister, put down the phone and remain calm. Calling Ning Xia is no jest. This could lead to disaster. In Ning Xia, upon discovering that he cohabits with another, particularly a strikingly beautiful maiden, it is likely that he shall refrain from acknowledging me for some time. Joking aside, look at your cowardly demeanor. Zhongxia set her phone down and inquired, what do you plan to do? Yu Fei, with a helpless gesture, replied, for the time being, Yin, you must stay with me. Otherwise, she would be left homeless. Zhongxia frowned, her brows forming a delicate arc. It must be said, Yin Yi is truly stunning, rivaling even Sister Ningxia. It seems my elder brother is exceedingly fortunate in matters of romance. What a splendid excuse. Dear brother, Zhongxia laughed lightly, adding, I truly cannot be bothered with you. I never imagined you would genuinely become a scoundrel. Influenced by her best friend, she had pursued many series, including the one featuring Changge. The thought was rather daunting. Sister Ningxia would not resort to violence against you, dear brother, especially since you were so handsome. No, she must protect her dear brother at all costs. Such calamities must not be permitted to transpire. I am merely providing her shelter for a while. Yu Fei shook his head, insisting that he had no intention of being a scoundrel. Xia, will you be staying with me tonight? Noticing Zhongxia had brought her luggage, Yu Fei added, I had hoped to accommodate you, but it seems you have claimed the space. However, he mused, sharing a bed with dear brother was not so bad after all. Zhongxia grinned. It seems quite nice to share a bed with you. Yu Fei nodded in a state of disbelief, pondering how it appeared they would indeed be sharing a bed. It mattered little, for they had done so before. Albeit not since graduating elementary school. There seemed to be little difference. Chapter 34. A bad woman? That won't do. Tonight, I intend to sleep with Yu Fei. Yenny interjected, frowning slightly. Wait a moment, what is this? Zhongxia felt her brain nearly combusting. Could it be that they had engaged in inappropriate activities? This was overwhelming. Although she often appeared innocent, she had secretly researched such matters after biology class in middle school. While she had never experienced it herself, she could imagine how embarrassing it would be. The thought that these two students had crossed that line was infuriating. Growing increasingly agitated, Zhongxia delivered a playful punch to Yu Fei. What are you thinking? We slept separately, each under our own blankets. Nothing untoward occurred. Yu Fei lightly tapped Zhongxia's head. Is that truly the case? Zhongxia scrutinized him with skepticism. More genuine than gold, Yu Fei affirmed without hesitation. They had indeed slept apart, though in the midst of slumber, Yin Yi had inadvertently nestled close, and by morning, all the blankets had been commandeered. In summer, it was manageable. In winter, he genuinely worried about catching a cold. Being beautiful is quite the achievement, isn't it? Zhongxia glared at Yin Yi, declaring, You should sleep alone. My dear brother will not be sharing a bed with you tonight. Yin Yi was momentarily taken aback. How could Yu Fei's sister be so coy? Yet, her demeanor suggested otherwise. That is not permissible. I have shared a bed with Yu Fei several times, and I know all his secrets. Yin Yi launched into her playful banter. Yu Fei rubbed his forehead, bemused by her antics. Bad woman, I shall have to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, Zhongxia felt her defenses utterly crumble. Witnessing the impending clash between the two women, Yu Fei found himself intrigued, but only if their quarrel was not instigated by him. She is jesting, he interjected. Zhongxia, you shall sleep with Yi tonight. Zhongxia pouted. Yi? Given your close relationship, why does she not call you Fei Fei instead? Moreover, I absolutely refuse to share a bed with this bad woman. Observing the tension between the two, Yu Fei felt exasperated. He had an important meeting with Jiang Qingyao the following day. He hoped these trivial matters would not rob him of sleep tonight. At that moment, Yu Fei caught a whiff of a delightful aroma, the tantalizing scent of meat. Yan Yi removed her apron, saying, "Let's eat first, shall we? Fei Fei?" "I shan't argue with a child." Zhong Xie bristled at Yan Yi's reference to Yu Fei, retorting, "Who are you calling a child?" Yu Fei swiftly intervened, "Xie, your stomach is growling. We ought to eat." Zhong Xie placed a hand on her belly, which indeed rumbled in agreement. Yan Yi raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips. "I made your favorite, mapo tofu." Zhong Xie paused. "Mapo tofu? How did you know I loved it?" "Dear brother, have you shared this secret with her?" Yu Fei's lips twitched in disbelief. "I have not mentioned your personal preferences to anyone. My little princess, you should eat first. If you starve, Aunt Zhong will come after me," he said, adopting a fatherly tone as he coaxed Zhong Xie. Observing the array of dishes Yan Yi presented, even Zhong Xie could not help but regard her with newfound respect. The dishes appeared not only appetizing but also aesthetically pleasing. In this era, the number of girls who could cook was dwindling, while more boys were honing their culinary skills. If dear brother were unable to find a wife who could cook, Yan Yi might serve as a viable alternative. Zhong Xie seized her chopsticks and eagerly devoured the food, relishing every bite. "It seems my cooking pleases little sister Xie. Why not let me be your sister-in-law?" Yan Yi mischievously suggested. Zhong Xie, caught off guard, nearly spat out her rice, turning to exclaim, "Sister Ningxia is my sister-in-law. You are merely a der." Yan Yi narrowed her eyes. She seldom discussed Yu Fei's female friends with him. However, before Yu Fei's return, she had exchanged a few words with Zhong Xie and learned about his childhood friend, whom he had known for 14 years. This knowledge placed immense pressure on her. In her recollection, Yu Fei had no childhood sweetheart. How could one suddenly emerge? This left her utterly perplexed. It seemed she would have to extract information from Zhong Xie after dinner. Counting her fingers, Yan Yi mused, Jiang Qingyao, Xia Yenying, and now this childhood friend. Zhong Xie was not even a biological sister, while she had no notion of what Yu Fei's childhood friend looked like. Zhong Xie's tone suggested she was also quite beautiful. The realization that she faced 4 competitors, all of whom were stunning maidens, left her feeling dizzy. "Dear brother, I'm finished." Zhong Xie beamed, pouring herself a glass of ice water from the dispenser. She drank it all in one go and sprawled comfortably on the sofa. "Your sister is truly adorable," Yan Yi remarked, taking a seat beside Zhong Xie, her smile revealing 2 faint dimples. "Adorable? You wicked woman. I am not a child. How can you call me adorable?" Zhong Xie pouted, her cheeks flushing a soft pink. "You are indeed quite charming," Yu Fei teased, pinching Zhong Xie's cheek, which felt plump and moist, reminiscent of water. "Dear brother." Zhong Xie puffed out her cheeks, leaning against the side, lamenting, "You two are both picking on me." She then feigned a sobbing expression. The moonlight streamed into the hall. Observing the joyous demeanor of the two, Yan Yi smiled softly and gazed out at the starry sky. Her legs curled up on the sofa. In that moment, she experienced an unparalleled tranquility. Yet, this serenity was fleeting. There were decisions she needed to make expeditiously. Chapter 35, Recognition. "I'll go take a shower first," Yu Fei said, noticing the atmosphere becoming increasingly harmonious, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As they watched Yu Fei's retreating figure, Zhong Xie and Yan Yi fell into a contemplative silence. Finally, Yan Yi could no longer restrain herself and spoke. "Xie, we have actually met before." Zhong Xie furrowed her brows. Although she was somewhat displeased with the term of endearment, she inquired, "Met before? I truly have no recollection." Yan Yi flicked away a grain of rice from Zhong Xie's clothing and said slowly, "Do you remember the girl with a single ponytail from 3rd grade?" Zhong Xie narrowed her eyes, seemingly pondering, her expression shifting from calm to astonishment. The girl with a single ponytail, could it be? Suddenly, Zhong Xie recognized that this person bore a striking resemblance to the girl from her past. It was rare for a 3rd grader to cook, especially a dish she adored, mapo tofu, leaving a lasting impression of the reclusive girl with a single ponytail. "That's me. I kept hinting at it, but you couldn't figure it out, so I had to reveal the truth myself," Yan Yi said, shaking her delicate hand in exasperation, her exquisite features momentarily reflecting her helplessness. Yin Yi, you've changed so much that I didn't recognize you at first, Zhongxie admitted, her demeanor shifting dramatically upon realizing Yin Yi was the girl from her childhood. Yin Yi smiled gently and ruffled Zhongxie's hair, saying, "People do change, just as you have become so adorable." She then playfully pinched Zhongxie's cheek, and feeling unsatisfied, she gave another gentle rub. "Stop pinching me. Why does everyone love to squish my face? My mother does it, my best friend does it, my brother does it, and now you too." Zhongxie exclaimed in exasperation, pondering whether she possessed some sort of irresistible charm. "Xia, could you share more details about Yu Fei and your childhood connection?" Yin Yi interjected at the opportune moment. "Hehe, Yin Yi, it seems you have your sights set on me," Zhongxie replied playfully. "Though I'm not sure why you appear beside my brother, I must say, your chances are slim. Ningxia has grown up alongside him. The reason you didn't know about Ningxia back in 3rd grade is that she was recovering from chickenpox at home, which is why you had the chance to get close to him. Now, I can only say, keep trying." In truth, Zhongxie did not harbor any animosity towards Yin Yi. If she were to become her sister-in-law, she would not object, especially given Yin Yi's remarkable culinary skills promising a delightful future. However, Ningxia was equally commendable and seemed to have a far greater chance of winning Yu Fei's affections. The thought of having both women as sisters-in-law was tantalizing. Yet, Zhongxie knew that Ningxia was possessive. Two tigers could not coexist on the same mountain. How could Ningxia and Yin Yi possibly coexist peacefully? Moreover, her brother was also at risk of being hurt. "Well, that indeed poses quite a challenge," Yin Yi said softly, resting her hands on her face. "But don't worry, Xia, I am determined to win your brother's heart. I'll cook for you every day." Zhongxie's eyes lit up, nearly drooling at the thought of daily meals prepared for her. "By the way, Yin, could you tell me how you ended up living at my brother's house?" she asked, her eyes wide with curiosity, a playful grin on her face. It was merely an accident. Yin Yi did not conceal the truth from Zhongxie. Since she was Yu Fei's sister, that made her part of Yin Yi's circle, and there was nothing wrong with sharing such details. "Oh, how pitiful," Zhongxie said, nestling into Yin Yi's embrace, her voice low. "I'll come to terms with it. I never expected to meet your brother. Perhaps this is fate. Regardless of the competition, I am resolute in my pursuit of him. Not just 3 rivals, but even if there were 30, I would emerge victorious," Yin Yi declared confidently, raising her small fist. As Zhongxie admired Yin Yi's exquisite beauty, reminiscent of both Pochi-chan and Yukino Shida, she couldn't help but bite her finger, reflecting on the immense pressure Ningxia posed as a competitor. "But what do you mean by 3 rivals? Yin Yi, are you implying there are others besides Ningxia?" Zhongxie asked innocently, her gaze fixed on Yin Yi. "Indeed, there are 2 others. I even have a photo of one. Let me show you," Yin Yi replied, scrolling through her screen and displaying an image. "This is her." Zhongxie leaned closer, catching sight of the photo of Xia Yinying, a girl with an icy demeanor. Clad in a white mesh jacket over a black short-sleeved top and casual pants, she possessed a standard oval face, an impressive figure, and striking beauty that rivaled Yin Yi's. Zhongxie suddenly felt overwhelmed. Her brother's romantic prospects were uncommonly abundant. Chapter 36. The Affairs of 2 Women. After Yu Fei finished his shower, he was taken aback to find the 2 women engaged in lively conversation as if they were sisters. Women truly are complex beings. One moment they are quarreling, and the next they are reconciled. "Brother, who is Xia Yinying?" Zhongxie asked, her eyes sparkling as she tilted her swan-like neck, smiling. "Just a friend," Yu Fei replied, casting a glance at Yin Yi. Had these 2 grown so familiar that they shared everything? He was at a loss for words. It seemed his sister truly viewed him as a playboy. Yu Fei felt a twinge of irritation. He couldn't fathom why more and more girls seemed to gravitate towards him. Could it be that he was indeed destined to be a playboy, as that old monk had foretold? No, such matters were entirely within his control. He would never become a playboy. That was a certainty he held for his lifetime. How come didn't he know about this? Zhongxie pouted, her voice tinged with annoyance. "Brother, you have a plethora of friends, all beautiful women. I hope there isn't anyone else getting too close to you." Yu Fei shot her an incredulous look. They were merely friends. Was she picking up this kind of talk from her reclusive friend? Regardless, Remember that I am your only sister. If something happens with anyone else, I want to mention it to Ningxia. Zhong Xie whispered conspiratorially in Yufei's ear. Don't overthink it, he said, firmly pushing Zhong Xie's head away. Since you two are getting along so well, you can share a room tonight. No objections? Yenny nodded, but Zhong Xie pouted. Fine, I'll reluctantly agree this time. But one tea happened again. After speaking, Zhong Xie reclined on the sofa, resting her head upon Yen Yi's shoulder, her bare feet resting on Yufei's lap. Yufei gently nudged Zhong Xie's small feet aside, exclaiming with a hint of exasperation, "Stop fidgeting. You're distracting me from my game." As Zhong Xie felt Yufei's hand brush against the sole of her foot, a tingling sensation surged through her. "Oni-chan, let go, that tickles." Observing her reaction, Yufei immediately withdrew his right hand. Is it really that ticklish? One shouldn't casually touch a girl's feet. Zhong Xie's cheeks flushed a rosy hue as she softly murmured. "You." Embarrassed, Yufei replied, "I'm not a foot fetishist. I prefer, well, never mind." Clearly, Zhong Xie had no interest in such matters regarding Oni-chan. Have you touched many girls' feet, including? She cast a sidelong glance at Yen Yi. Her implication evident. Of course not. I'm not that sort of pervert. Yufei shook his head, resolutely denying any such accusation. I hope that's true. Zhong Xie playfully licked her lips with her petite tongue. Oni-chan, isn't a creep. Perhaps I've been overthinking. By the way, what kind of girl do you actually like? With the floodgates of conversation opened, Zhong Xie continued with a bright smile. Yufei's brow arched slightly. Someone like your sister Ningxia. Zhong Xie pouted, realizing that indeed, boys are drawn to exceptionally beautiful girls. Ningxia, standing at 170 centimeters, possessed an alluring figure and stunning looks, especially in black stockings, which would undoubtedly be captivating. Yufei nodded, acknowledging that personality often outweighed mere cuteness. Then she turned to Yen Yi, whose physique and features exuded an enchanting blend of elegance and charm. If only she could become Yufei's girlfriend, it would surely be delightful. Oni-chan, where are your eyes wandering? I truly want to poke them out. Zhong Xie fumed, resembling a fierce tigress as she noticed Yufei comparing the two of their figures. Yen Yi's eyes gleamed with a flicker of hope. Though she stood at merely 165 centimeters, she too possessed an appealing figure and high beauty. Did she truly pale in comparison? Did Yufei harbor no feelings for her at all? Yet, despite her musings, Yufei's gaze softened as he remarked, but ultimately, I still prefer your sister Ningxia. In his eyes danced a tenderness, reminiscent of the past, when Ningxia had abruptly vanished after graduation, leaving him in the dark. Neither Fan Rongrong nor teacher Wu had any knowledge of her whereabouts. During his university days, while he had several admirers, his interest in romance had waned entirely. His encounter with Xia Yinying sparked an instant attraction, partly due to her resemblance to Ningxia. They shared similar heights and figures, both radiating beauty, albeit with vastly different personalities. In this new life, it seemed as if they were beginning to merge into one consumed by love, the other having found someone to lean on after suffering. Thus, he chose Ningxia. Yet, would the ending be a happy one? He couldn't be certain. Akin to Xia Yinying's assertion that her previous life had ended in disappearance, would this life be altered by his actions? The unpredictable nature of it all left him with the resolve to strive for change. Chapter 37. Yufei's Interests. Upon witnessing the emotions concealed within Yufei's gaze, Yenny felt a pang of envy. Had her parents not divorced, she would have remained in the same neighborhood, attending elementary school alongside Yufei, progressing through the same middle school, sharing every moment, school commutes, meals, trips to amusement parks, movie outings, ice cream treats, all with him. Yet, all of this remained a mere fantasy. When one begins to ponder what if, the weight of regret becomes palpable, it was best to cast such thoughts aside to avoid succumbing to a cycle of mental exhaustion. Seizing the present and shaping the future was her rightful course of action. Yen Yi was not one to hold steadfast beliefs. She could easily mold herself for others. For her, the current Yufei represented the pillar upon which she could rebuild her spirit. Had she not encountered him, she mused, she might have become a mere shell of a being, devoid of essence. She was willing to exert every effort for Yufei. Perhaps it was time to depart. Her academic performance had always been mediocre, but for Yu Fei's sake, she yearned to challenge herself and see if she could gain admission to Ingtian University. Returning to her mother's house was not an option. Instead, she would likely return to her grandparents' home and continue her studies at Jiu Middle School. With June of the following year still 9 months away, it seemed anything was possible. Let's get some rest. After both had finished bathing, Yu Fei ushered them into the adjacent bedroom. Upon returning to his own room, he intended to jot down notes before sleeping. He needed to review his notes for Ingtian University. He had to succeed. In the bedroom, Zhong Xie inquired, "Sister Yin, do you know what these things are for?" She moved a storage box beside the bed, grinning playfully. "Aren't you trying to win my brother's heart? Today, I'll share some insights about him and help you understand." Yin Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement, realizing that perhaps this was a fortuitous moment. Once she married Yu Fei, Zhong Xie would undoubtedly demand her own table to be honored. "Have you seen this?" Zhong Xie waved her hand, producing a plastic toy of Zero. "This is my brother's favorite Ultraman." Yin Yi's eyes lit up. Zero was immensely popular, especially with the film Zero vs. Belial having captivated audiences. The toy, now slightly faded and worn, had its right hand severely damaged, 2 fingers completely worn away. Yin Yi picked it up, reminiscing, "I remember your brother adored Digga as a child, often sharing his favorite episodes with me. He even cried during the finale. It's surprising he now favors Zero." Zhong Xie chuckled, "I'm not sure. Perhaps Ning Xia knows the reason." Yin Yi's expression shifted slightly, her delicate foot resting on Zhong Xie's calf, acknowledging how paramount Ning Xia was to Yu Fei. The competitive pressure felt rather intense. Next, Zhong Xie retrieved a small booklet from within the box. In this, a compilation of Cao Cao, Cao Pai, and Cao Ji's works. Growing up, while others admired Liu Bei, the 5 Tiger Generals, and Zhuge Liang, he was drawn to these 3 instead. Zhong Xie grinned. Cao Cao short song line, Cao Pai's Song of Swallows, and Cao Ji's Ode to the Goddess of Luo. These are Oni Aichan's favorite literary figures. I vaguely recall Ode to the Goddess of Luo. Yin Yi mused. It goes, as if veiled by the light clouds obscuring the moon, drifting like the flowing wind through returning snow. I'm quite familiar with that verse. Yin Yi chuckled, recalling a particular scene. While playing as Jinji in a game, she'd been repeatedly judged as a red card, without understanding why, often encountering Sima. Fortunately, she eventually escaped that predicament and shifted to another game, where her Junji was quite formidable. Have you played 3 Kingdoms Kill? Zhong Xie's delicate face scrunched up as she chuckled softly. Yin Yi's expression darkened. She swore never to partake in the game of 3 Kingdoms Kill again, for she harbored an irreconcilable enmity with GK. Furthermore, although my brother is allergic to peaches, he possesses a peculiar fondness for collecting peach pits. Moments later, Zhong Xie produced a box filled with an assortment of oddly shaped peach pits, and upon closer inspection, one could discern a certain order to them. Yu Fei is allergic to peaches? Yin Yi remarked with surprise. How unfortunate. Peaches are my favorite fruit. I cannot fathom the agony he must endure by being unable to eat them. It would be torturous for me, at the very least. Also, here is Zhou Dong's album. Zhong Xie continued, unveiling a stack of discs. These were all purchased during our childhood, when Oni-chan and I would indulge in his music. However, Uncle Yu disapproves of us playing his songs. He insists that children ought not to listen to such unconventional tunes. Instead, we should appreciate Chopin's Nocturne rather than Zhou Dong's. Yanni nodded in agreement, acknowledging that during that era, such artists were indeed not favored by adults. Yet, she mused in this age. The proliferation of bizarre musical trends seems to have reached new heights, with scarcely any songs rivaling Zhou Dong's Nocturne. Essay times are progressing, but I can't help but feel that some domains have regressed. Zhong Xie pouted. Is it possible that in 10 years, we might consider today's songs to be masterpieces? Yin Yi shook her head, bemused. If that were the case, then I fear the Chinese music scene would be doomed. Subsequently, Yin Yi proceeded to introduce some of Yu Fei's hobbies. Were it not for the constraints of time, Zhong Xie might have gone so far as to strip him of his undergarments. Chapter 38. Lin Yuan. Morning light broke. Rise and shine. Yu Fei knocked on the door of their room, calling out loudly. Coming. A drowsy voice drifted from within. I'll prepare breakfast and leave on the table. I have something to attend to shortly. All right, Oni-chan. Zhong Xie was the first to respond. Following suit, He added, Okay, Yufei, you may head out. After a quick tidying up, Yufei stepped outside, dressed simply in a white t-shirt paired with black trousers, exuding a refreshing aura, an appearance befitting a student. Have you arrived, Yufei? Happy? Not yet. Your place is a bit far. I'll call the cab, and I'll be there in 10 minutes. Okay, I'll reimburse your fare. 3 seconds later, a notification chimed. You have received a transfer. Yufei casually tapped the notification and summoned a ride-hailing service. Upon arrival, he surveyed the upscale residential complex where Jiang Qingyao resided, noting its lavishness, complete with spacious flats that could rival Zhong Yi's home. Jiang Qingyao's family is indeed affluent. Before long, Jiang Qingyao emerged. Yufei. The moment she stepped out, she waved at him. Yufei focused his gaze, taking in Jiang Qingyao's attire, a white long dress complemented by a light blue denim jacket. Her silky black hair cascading like a waterfall. Did you apply light makeup? Yufei suddenly noticed that Jiang Qingyao's appearance seemed somewhat different than usual. Her eyebrows appeared darker, and a hint of pink graced her cheeks. Yes, my mother helped me with it. After all, this is my first outing with a boy since entering high school. Jiang Qingyao sighed. Is it because of that guy? Yufei smiled faintly. Indeed, he has been persistently pursuing me. Today, I had no choice but to enlist you as my faux boyfriend, hoping he would take the hint and distance himself. Jiang Qingyao spoke with exasperation. Were it not for the fact that he was the son of her uncle's business partner, she would have slapped him long ago. She had never encountered someone so bothersome. Class monitor, do you place such trust in me? Yufei smiled softly. Aren't you worried I might develop feelings for you? Jiang Qingyao cast a sidelong glance at him. After 2 years of acquaintance, do you think I am unaware of your character? Besides, if you truly had any intentions, I have Ningxia's contact information here. With that, Jiang Qingyao waved her phone, revealing Ningxia's profile. When did you add each other? Yufei furrowed his brow, sensing that the two had no apparent connection. How could they have exchanged contact information? Long ago. Your childhood sweetheart is quite the jealous type. Otherwise, how could she allow you to sit beside me without a fuss? By the way, I sought her permission to have you pose as my boyfriend. Jiang Qingyao smiled lightly, her long hair swaying to one side. That does make sense. Yufei mused, realizing he should have anticipated that a jealous person would take action. He pondered how he would explain to her if they crossed paths with Yi. The thought sent a wave of anxiety through him. Indeed, compared to the complexities of romantic entanglements, the mental effort required for studying seemed trivial. Don't worry. I haven't mentioned that little girl to Ningxia, Jiang Qingyao chuckled, covering her mouth. If I did, you would be in serious trouble. Yufei broke into a sweat. The mere presence of Xia Yinying had already caused discomfort for Ningxia, and introducing Yin, it would likely lead to him being kept on a short leash by her. Let us go. My ride has arrived. In the distance, a green-licensed ride-hailing vehicle approached, and Jiang Qingyao waved it down. The last 4 digits are 4396, right? The driver recited effortlessly. Yes, that's correct, Jiang Qingyao nodded. Yufei glanced at the destination displayed on the driver's phone. It was a nearby establishment specializing in escape room games, along with other activities such as murder mystery games, 3 Kingdoms Kill, and Werewolf. Many high school students frequented this place on weekends. Jiang Qingyao had been invited to partake in an escape room game, having mentioned that she would be bringing her boyfriend along. Yufei exhaled deeply. While he felt no pressure, being of assistance to his class beauty for the first time made him wish to execute the role flawlessly. As the car sped along the road, they soon arrived at their destination. Will you play? Was the name of the establishment. Upon disembarking, Yufei spotted several individuals standing at the entrance, one of whom was a somewhat handsome young man peering curiously at the roadside. Upon noticing Jiang Qingyao, he waved, Qingyao, over here. Jiang Qingyao frowned slightly as she approached, muttering under her breath, I've told you countless times not to call me by my first name. Just call me Jiang Qingyao. Yufei smiled softly as he grasped Jiang Qingyao's hand, extending his right hand forward. Hello, I'm Yufei, Jiang Qingyao's boyfriend. Lin Yuan's heart ignited with fury. He had assumed Jiang Qingyao's claim of having a boyfriend was merely a jest, yet he was confronted with the reality. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, Lin Yuan extended his right hand in return. Hello, Yu Fei. You're quite handsome. No wonder Jiang Qingyao is fond of you. Lin Yuan chuckled, appearing harmless. Yu Fei returned the smile. Just average. Really, you're not bad-looking yourself. By the way, my girlfriend dislikes being addressed by her first name, although it's acceptable among acquaintances. To speak candidly, such pretentiousness is indeed quite awkward. However, certain matters must be articulated, lest they become increasingly troublesome. Since Jiang Qingyao's words hold little weight, let him take the reins. Jiang Qingyao grasped Yu Fei's hand, her nerves palpable as perspiration formed in her palm. Why does Yu Fei seem so different today? He appears somewhat more masculine. Chapter 39, The Escape Room. Lin Yuan's expression darkened. Was this not an implication that he and Jiang Qingyao were not well acquainted? Admittedly, they had not known each other for long, barely a month, but he sent her messages daily. Morning, noon, evening, and even before bed. She would respond with brief affirmations, yet this indicated that she did not entirely dismiss him. He felt their relationship ought to be quite amicable. So why did Jiang Qingyao seem to distance herself from him? Moreover, did Jiang Qingyao not have a boyfriend? He had specifically inquired with her uncle. No, Lin Yuan's mind raced as he arrived at a startling conclusion. Perhaps this fellow was merely pretending. Yet, that could not be entirely accurate. He had never held Jiang Qingyao's hand. Could a mere stand-in boyfriend do such a thing? This led him to ponder that Jiang Qingyao might not be as innocent as she appeared. It was unsettling to imagine her entwined with Yu Fei, having indulged in activities he dared not contemplate. The thought stirred within him a growing ire. He vowed to confront Yu Fei and temper his arrogance. Yu Fei gazed ahead, noting the presence of two other couples among them, all clad in designer attire, suggesting they hailed from affluent backgrounds. The group greeted Yu Fei and Jiang Qingyao warmly. They then commenced selecting an escape room script, one titled Blood Moon. It recounted a family of four, two children, one boy and one girl, who adopted a child that turned out to be a werewolf. On the night of the blood moon, he awakened and slaughtered his adoptive parents, imprisoning the two children, who were given a singular chance to escape. Let us go with this one, suggested a bespectacled young man. I've heard it's quite entertaining. Yu Fei nodded in agreement. Having participated in a few escape rooms previously, the challenges were not overly difficult, requiring only attention to detail and a modicum of logical reasoning. Lin Yuan smirked slyly beside him. I have no objections either. Ultimately, all eyes turned to the enchanting Jiang Qingyao. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and since Yu Fei had no objections, she echoed, Neither do I. Lin Yuan's gaze darkened with resentment. How could he speak when they were stuffing him with dog food? The group entered the room and began to scour for details. While everyone else was engrossed in their search, Yu Fei strolled leisurely. Jiang Qingyao turned her attention to a Sudoku board, pondering if this was the key to the next room. Yu Fei observed the completed numbers with a faint smile. Not yet. The code required 6 digits, and there were far too many here. Jiang Qingyao thoughtfully traced her finger along her chin, hypothesizing that these numbers must follow a pattern. Subtraction would yield the answer. Soon enough, she arrived at the desired result. 201703. Yu Fei examined the numbers, deducing that the escape room had likely been designed in March of this year, with the staff employing this as the code, while the others were still rummaging for props. Their progress was hindered by a box. Yu Fei, can you take a look at how to open this? Lin Yuan feigned enthusiasm as he noticed Yu Fei approaching, a smirk playing on his lips. Upon reading Lin Yuan's expression, Yu Fei recognized the intent to challenge him, but he had chosen the wrong adversary. The box was triangular, secured with a small lock. Without a key, it was unlikely to open. I've searched the entire room, but found nothing, remarked a petite girl, casting a glance around. Over here, Yu Fei replied, moving to the corner and tapping the wall, which echoed with a crisp sound. This tile is completely dust-free. It's clearly hollow. He then lifted the tile, revealing a key and a flashlight hidden within. Lin Yuan frowned as he observed Yu Fei had indeed found the key. He had been preoccupied with the bookshelf and had overlooked the tile. Yet another instance of him showing off, he thought bitterly. Jiang Qingyao took the key and unlocked the box, unveiling a crescent-shaped ruby pendant adorned with 2 rectangular notches. These notches were likely designed to fit into a specific location. After entering the code, the group opened the door, revealing a dimly lit corridor. Lin Yuan took the lead, eagerly seizing the flashlight to guide them. Jiang Qingyao smiled, linking her delicate hand with Yu Fei's as they trailed behind the others. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, and Lin Yuan stumbled backward, losing his footing and landing on the ground. Yu Fei retrieved the flashlight and illuminated the scene, noticing a wolf's head gliding overhead. Observing Lin Yuan on the floor, he couldn't help but feel a hint of embarrassment for him. Once Lin Yuan recognized the wolf's head, he coughed awkwardly, rising to his feet and attempting to act nonchalant as he accepted the flashlight from Yu Fei. Just slipped. Let us carry on. However, the others regarded him with newfound scrutiny. They proceeded through several other rooms, discovering various oddly shaped rubies. Once assembled, they formed a vivid red circular pendant. Finally, they arrived at an open courtyard where the last door awaited them for completion. Lin Yuan, feeling somewhat dejected by Yu Fei's impressive performance, resolved to shine in this final challenge. Yu Fei placed the circular pendant against the door, and the small screen on it lit up with 4 out of 5 bars. Beside it was a smaller square recess. This must be the final key they sought. Jiang Qingyao chuckled. I doubt this is the exit. Yu Fei narrowed his eyes. How do you know? Initially puzzled, Yu Fei's suspicions solidified upon Jiang Qingyao's assertion. This was undoubtedly not the exit. I reviewed the materials in the room. The werewolf is not a purebred. He seeks to sacrifice children to summon the blood moon and truly transform into a werewolf, thereby achieving an extraordinarily long life. Thus, he must wait until the following day to perform the sacrifice at the appropriate location, which is precisely where the werewolf plans to conduct his ritual. If we were to open this door, it would be akin to walking into a trap. However, this is merely a script. It seems to me that there is a time limit to complete the escape, and naturally, avoiding triggering any mechanisms would be preferable, Jiang Qingyao remarked, glancing at the small screen on the door. The real exit lies there, does it not? Yu Fei pointed toward a well in the distance. Indeed, it must be. There are no other exits in the courtyard, so the exit must be within the well. Jiang Qingyao nodded in agreement, moving closer to the well. At that moment, a voice rang out nearby. I found it. Lin Yuan exclaimed triumphantly, having exerted considerable effort to unlock a Luban lock, pulling out a small square pendant. Engraved upon it was the visage of a wolf's head. We can make our exit now, Lin Yuan proclaimed, casting a triumphant glance at Yu Fei, his eyes glinting with a hint of provocation. The exit is not in this direction, Yu Fei retorted, dismissing Lin Yuan's gaze with a shake of his head. Let us descend directly into the well. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow, remaining immobile. That is simply impossible. It is quite evident that placing this square pendant here will trigger the opening. Just as Yu Fei was about to speak, Jiang Qingyao interjected. Let's first descend and investigate. If no exit presents itself, we shall return. Upon hearing Jiang Qingyao's words, Lin Yuan swallowed the retort that had been poised on his tongue. The well's mouth was rather diminutive, with a small ladder leading down. It was approximately 3 meters from the ground, and below lay a thick mat, presumably laid by the shopkeeper to prevent them from falling. The chamber beneath was indeed a room, yet it bore a terrifying ambience, filled with a myriad of biological models, cockroaches, flies, and even human skulls. The group huddled together, illuminating the darkness with their flashlights, and after a brief search, they discovered a door. Yu Fei brushed away the ashes atop it, revealing 5 bars, 4 of which were already illuminated. However, there was no circular indentation for the pendant, only one for the square pendant. The implication was unmistakable. He placed the blood-red square pendant into the slot, and the small door opened automatically, allowing the 7 of them to exit via the safety route. Once outside, Lin Yuan's mind struggled to process the events, only to be interrupted by the shopkeeper's voice. Young sir, young lady, you are the only players in our establishment who have not triggered the 20-minute time limit. Here, you may receive our shop's complimentary gifts. The shopkeeper produced 7 blood-red circular pendants and handed them to them. In that instant, Lin Yuan comprehended the shopkeeper's intent. Whether Yu Fei was a fake boyfriend had become inconsequential. He glanced at the pendant in his hand, but felt no joy, for he had lost, utterly. Not only was he outshone by Yu Fei in appearance, but the latter had also excelled in the game. The only aspect he could boast about was his wealth. And yet, even that was earned by his father. If he were to use this to assert dominance over Yu Fei, Jiang Qingyao would undoubtedly dismiss him outright. What was he to do? While Lin Yuan remained lost in thought, the others had already prepared to take their leave. Yu Fei, Jiang Qingyao. It was truly a pleasure to play with you today. Except for Lin Yuan, the other four shook hands with them, initially expecting a prolonged ordeal. But with the assistance of Yu Fei and Jiang Qingyao, they had breezed through the challenges. Throughout the game, Yu Fei and Jiang Qingyao refrained from directly revealing the answers, instead offering subtle hints, greatly enhancing their overall experience. Observing Lin Yuan's despondent expression, Yu Fei suppressed a chuckle. Brother Lin Yuan, until we meet again. He bid farewell to Lin Yuan before taking Jiang Qingyao's hand and departing, leaving Lin Yuan standing alone, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. Once outside the shop, Yu Fei cast an odd glance at Jiang Qingyao. You can let go now. Seeing that Jiang Qingyao still held onto his hand, Yu Fei awkwardly remarked, I've grown accustomed to it. Jiang Qingyao smiled faintly, alleviating the unnecessary awkwardness. Lin Yuan's character is indeed lacking, Yu Fei remarked as they awaited their ride. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I could discern everything about him, even his choice of undergarments. That is why I harbor such aversion towards him. Jiang Qingyao regarded him thoughtfully, her fair complexion breaking into a smile. If he shared your temperament, perhaps I would not be so averse to him. Alas, you cannot simply split yourself in two. Yu Fei chuckled. The notion of being bifurcated prompting images of a certain male protagonist from a comic who met a gruesome fate at the hands of a chainsaw. Somewhat terrifying indeed. We are merely friends. Is there truly a need to split in two? It seems as though I'm destined to vanish, he jested. I was merely speaking in jest. Jiang Qingyao replied in her usual calm tone. Yet for the first time, Yu Fei detected a flicker of unease in her eyes. Before long, their ride arrived, and they both settled into the back seat. The vehicle sped along the highway, the faint fragrance of osmanthus wafting from the trees lining the roadside, with a few blossoms drifting onto Jiang Qingyao's shoulder. She sniffed at them dismissively. I still prefer daffodils. After escorting Jiang Qingyao to the entrance of her residential complex, she did not immediately enter. Yu Fei, thank you for today, she said, gazing at the handsome Yu Fei, her eyebrows unfurling into a smile. No need for thanks. It is merely what friends do for one another, Yu Fei replied, unreservedly cheerful. Indeed, we are good friends, friend for life, Jiang Qingyao echoed, as though she had never had such a close male friend before. As she walked into the complex, waving goodbye, Yu Fei suddenly recalled the fate of the werewolf. Nailed to a cross, surrounded by its own blood, perishing under the priest's curse. Perhaps the chainsaw was not so different after all. Chapter 40. Ningba, the fishing enthusiast. With a pensive expression, Yu Fei settled into the rideshare vehicle, and upon reaching his doorstep, he spotted Ning Xia approaching. However, she had yet to reach his door. Xia, what brings you here? Yu Fei inquired as he hurried over. Ning Xia smiled lightly. Your deskmate just told me you should be arriving soon, so I came directly over. Yu Fei affectionately ruffled Ning Xia's hair. If you have something to discuss, just message me on WeChat. There's no need to waste time running over. Ning Xia shook her head. I simply wanted to come see you. Is that not permissible? Yu Fei cleared his throat and replied nonchalantly. No problem. Feel free to come by any time. Just don't come to my house. Otherwise, if Yan Yi and Ning Xia were to meet, I fear he might transform into that werewolf nailed to the cross. Ah Fei, what's wrong? You seem preoccupied, Ning Xia said, waving her hand in front of Yu Fei's eyes. I was just thinking of something cheerful. By the way, what did you want to see me for? Yu Fei shrugged, adopting a relaxed demeanor. Aren't we supposed to have lunch? My mom mentioned it had been a while since we dined together, and today my dad is home, so the four of us can gather. Ning Xia replied leisurely, sounds good. Yu Fei nodded. It had indeed been a while since he last saw Uncle Ning, and he found himself missing him. Subsequently, Yu Fei sent a message to Zhong Xie, informing her that she and Yan Yi could eat without waiting for him. As they strolled along the roadside, dust swirled in the air, causing Yu Fei to frown. There is so much dust today. Ning Xia pointed eastward. The industrial park is undergoing a transition, yet for some reason, the pollution has worsened in recent days. Oil tankers are everywhere on the road. This issue should resolve itself after graduation. Yufei sighed. During my school years, construction was perpetually ongoing, yet it always seemed to be completed only after we graduated. I wonder why that is. By the way, I still need to buy a bicycle to accompany me later, all right? Yufei softly suggested to Ningxia beside him. Sure. Ningxia nodded, her mind conjuring a vivid array of memories. She recalled the moments when Yufei rode his bicycle to escort her to and from school. Her arms wrapped around his waist, their sweet whispers exchanged as they admired the scenery along the roadside. She envisioned a gradual aging together until the very end of life. The melody of a song that her mother adored surfaced in her thoughts. The most romantic thing I can imagine is to grow old with you, until we are too frail to go anywhere. Ningxia felt a surge of impatience. However, she had made a promise to abstain from romantic entanglements until after graduation. She grasped Yufei's right hand tightly, realizing that there were still 8 months until graduation, which filled her with a sense of melancholy. She would have to endure this longing for quite some time. Uncle Ning, Aunt Ning, it's Xiao Fei, Yufei announced as he knocked on the door, having discovered that Ningxia forgot her keys. Moments later, Ningxia's mother opened the door with a warm smile. Xiao Fei, come in and sit down. Dinner will be ready shortly. Let's see if your Aunt Ning's cooking is still as good as it used to be. Ningxia's mother couldn't hide her delight upon seeing the two of them. She had watched these two grow up together, and they seemed so perfectly matched. Xiao Fei has arrived. At that moment, Ningxia's father, who had been reading with glasses perched on his nose, set his book aside and shifted his attention towards Yufei. You've gotten quite robust lately, he remarked, eyeing Yufei critically. I've been working out regularly. I've even developed six-pack abs, Yufei replied with a chuckle, launching into a lively conversation with Ningxia's father. Unlike her mother, Ningxia's father was open and candid, discussing everything as if they were friends rather than father and son-in-law, had the age difference not been so pronounced. Six-pack abs? You have that much energy as a student? Ningxia's father inquired with a hint of surprise. Fortunately, I can still find some time to squeeze in workouts, Yufei replied nonchalantly. Ningxia's father, not one to shy away, lifted Yufei's short sleeve to take a closer look, confirming the presence of those six-pack abs. Ningxia, witnessing this, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She longed to touch them, yet worried it would be too forward. If they were in a romantic relationship, such a gesture would be perfectly acceptable. Alas, they were not yet an official couple. What a pity. As Ningxia's father continued to chat with Yufei about various topics, such as which fishing bait was preferable, how to effectively catch fish in the wild, and the best trekking poles, Ningxia's mother brought over the final dish. Observing the engrossing conversation, she interjected, Ning Tao, put your phone away and eat first. You already spend your holidays fishing. Do you really need to watch fishing live streams too? Upon hearing this, Ningxia's father straightened up. Dear, that's not fair. You can criticize me in other areas, but I assure you, I am no novice when it comes to fishing. Ningxia's mother, with a smirk, replied, last week, I asked old Yang, and he told me that fish you caught were actually bought from the market. How you explain that? Yufei's face turned beet red, as he had thought the jokes about fishermen buying fish were merely playful banter, not realizing it could actually happen, and from his future father-in-law no less. In contrast to Yufei's struggle to contain laughter, Ningxia burst into giggles, unabashedly teasing her father, causing him to blush furiously. Xiao Fei is still here. Ningxia's father coughed to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Dad, I didn't realize you had bought fish more than once, Ningxia laughed. I saw you at the market last month too. All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us eat, her father conceded. As they sat at the table, Ningxia's mother continually served dishes to Yufei, making Ningxia complain that Yufei was treated like her biological son, while she was merely adopted. I watched Xiao Fei grow up. Even if he is not my biological son, he is practically family. How about I just adopt you as my godson, Xiao Fei? Ningxia's mother suggested with a playful smile. Yufei was taken aback. Becoming Ningxia's mother's godson would render him and Ningxia's siblings, a notion he found utterly unacceptable. Ningxia reacted dramatically, letting the food she had just picked up fall onto the table. Look at how flustered you both are. Ningxia's mother teased. I was only joking. If we really became siblings, I wouldn't even want to take care of them. If Yufei has 2 kids and Xiaoxia has 2 kids, it would be too much to manage. It's more practical to care for just one family. Ningxia's face turned crimson. Mom, what are you talking about? Stop bringing up having children. I'm only 18. She was still in school. And in this year of 7102, such discussions were utterly absurd in Xiangbei City. Indeed, it seemed more feasible to look after only Xiaoxia's child. Yufei nodded in agreement, while Ningxia kept her head down, quietly eating her meal without uttering a word. Huh. Xiaofei understands me. Xiaoxia has always been so carefree and oblivious. This is a crucial moment. We cannot let her date. Xiaofei, please keep an eye on her, Ningxia's mother said, reprimanding Ningxia as she spoke with Yufei. Mom, I've told you I'm not dating, Ningxia protested, perplexed by her mother's persistent steering of the conversation towards romance. Even if she were to date, it would only be with Yufei. She would never harbor interest in any other boy. All right, you're not dating, Ningxia's mother continued her monologue, while Ningxia's father remained unusually silent. A silence that made Yufei feel uneasy. Xiaoxia, go buy a bottle of soy sauce for me. Make sure to get the San and I brand. It's not sold at the supermarket downstairs, so you'll have to go to a larger store. Ningxia's mother instructed as they finished their meal. Ningyi, let me go buy it. Xiaoxia looks quite tired, Yufei offered, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. No, you're a guest. How can I let you go buy? Ningxia's mother quickly declined. But didn't you just say I'm your godson? How am I a guest now? Yufei chuckled lightly, bemused. Fine, you two go together, is that all right? Ningxia's mother relented, gazing at the two with exasperation. She could see they simply wanted to spend time together, reminiscent of her own youthful days. Yay! Ningxia exclaimed, jumping with joy. She then dashed into her bedroom. Wait for me to grab something. I'll be right back. After Yufei finished his water and used the restroom, he glanced toward the bedroom. As anticipated, Ningxia emerged shortly, hurriedly pushing Yufei out the door before firmly shutting it behind her. Let us go, Fei, Ningxia said, naturally taking Yufei's hand. By the way, Xiaoxia, is there a bicycle shop near that supermarket? Yufei asked, playfully ruffling her hair. Yes, there's actually one nearby. Are you planning to go there? Ningxia raised her head, gazing at Yufei. I recall that shop being quite spacious. Purchasing there should be fairly reliable, she remarked thoughtfully as Yufei stroked his chin. That way, I can pick you up from school. Yufei added with a smile. Ningxia pouted, her pride shining through as she retorted, I wouldn't want that. All right, then I'll just take other girls, Yufei teased, noticing his childhood friend's indifference. No, if you take other girls, I'll be upset, she declared. I can't just buy it and not use it. Fine, then I'll reluctantly acquiesce to your request, Ningxia huffed, puffing her cheeks in mock annoyance, ultimately conceding to Yufei's plan. Yufei wiped the sweat from his forehead, amused by his childhood friend's stubbornness, yet he couldn't help but adore her. Naturally, one must pamper those they cherish. Before long, the duo arrived at the bicycle shop. Yufei asked Ningxia to help him select a bicycle. The price was reasonable, a mere 700 yuan, adequate for commuting to school. At that moment, Ningxia reached into her pocket and produced several crisp red bills. Fei, you have no source of income. Let me cover most of the cost for the bike. Yufei then realized that Ningxia had gone to her room to retrieve money, and a wave of affection mixed with guilt washed over him. Sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, as expected, little Xia truly cares for me. No need, keep your money for yourself. I'm not short on funds, he insisted. I must at least pay half. That way, it's partially mine, ensuring you want to use my bike to ferry other girls. That's unnecessary. I don't like spending a girl's money. The shopkeeper, witnessing their playful banter, felt as though he were being showered with love. In the end, under Ningxia's insistence, they each contributed 350 yuan and took home the bicycle. Chapter 42. A Conversation with Ning's Mother. Fei, let us head home, Ningxia said cheerfully, hugging Yufei's waist as she sat on the bike's rear. Xia, have you forgotten something? Yufei chuckled awkwardly, reminding her. What is it? Ningxia replied, her mind a jumbled mess. Soy sauce, my silly beauty. Yufei gently tapped her head with his finger. I almost forgot, Ningxia exclaimed, hastily dismounting the bike and darting toward a nearby supermarket. Moments later, she emerged with a bottle of soy sauce. Yufei accepted it and placed it in the basket at the front of the bicycle. Hold on tight, Xia. I'm about to take off. Yufei felt her small hands around his waist and softly said. Ningxia lowered her head, avoiding the rearview mirror, and said, Ah Fei, remember to pick me up on Monday morning. I'm feeling lazy. If you don't come, I want to leave. Yufei replied in a gentle tone. Of course I'll remember. Not only will I pick you up every day, but if you call me, I'll rush to your side at any time. Ningxia smiled, thinking her childhood friend was both handsome and gentle, albeit sometimes a bit cheeky. Yet, it seemed she was the same way. Reflecting on this, they truly complemented each other. Mom, here's the soy sauce you wanted. Ningxia opened the door, her expression returning to normalcy. Ning's mother took the soy sauce and cleared her throat. Your father is going to buy fishing gear soon. Would you like to accompany him? We wouldn't want him to be fooled again. Ningxia nodded, sure. Yufei chimed in just then. Annie, I'll join too. I have some knowledge about fishing gear. Ning's mother waved her hand. Little Fei, why don't you sit here and enjoy the air conditioning for a bit? It's quite hot. We wouldn't want you to get heat stroke. Yufei attempted to persuade her otherwise, but saw Ning's father already pulling Ningxia out the door. Ah Fei, just stay at home. I'll be back soon. Ningxia winked playfully, her face beaming with happiness. Yufei could only wave goodbye. At that moment, Ning's mother approached and sat beside Yufei. Little Fei, tell Annie honestly, are you and Xia dating? Her gaze seemed piercing, as if she could see right into Yufei's heart. Of course not, Auntie, he responded, perplexed by her inquiry. Little Fei, just speak plainly. Even if you were dating, Annie wouldn't blame you. I watched you grow up, and I wouldn't oppose you being with Xia. Just remember, this is a crucial time. Don't let it affect your studies, or it will be counterproductive. Ning's mother scrutinized Yufei's expressions and movements, yet noticed nothing amiss. I truly haven't Annie, Xia, and I don't plan a date before graduation, he quickly clarified. That puts my mind at ease, Ning's mother nodded, considering that the two children were indeed a good match. After graduation, they should get engaged, eliminating any worries. Do you like Xia? She inquired again. This question sent Yufei's mind into a whirlwind. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he thought, even if I say I don't like her, Annie wouldn't believe me. Ning's mother nodded knowingly. Well, Xia likes you quite a bit too. It's mutual affection, just like the bond one shared with her father. She reminisced about her own story with Ning's father. They, too, were childhood sweethearts, but regrettably lacked the funds to attend high school together. They ended up working side by side, and naturally, they married and welcomed little Xia into the world. How wonderful! After more than an hour, Ning's father and Ningxia returned, her father proudly holding a fishing rod, a grin plastered across his face, clearly having spent a considerable sum. Ning's mother shot him a glance. Are you happy now? Ning's father nodded vigorously. I've never been this happy in my life. Xia, I'm heading back. Yufei said after resting for a while. All right, I'll see you off, Ningxia replied, her eyes revealing a flicker of disappointment, but she still stood up. Xia, it's time to go. As Yufei watched her step out of the building, he softly said. Ningxia's face flushed a delicate shade of red, and she boldly declared, Ah Fei, I really, really like you. Whenever I can't see you, my heart races and I feel uneasy. I don't know why. I want to know, do you like me too? Before Yufei could respond, Ningxia had already made her move. He gently patted her shoulder and whispered in her ear, silly girl. Of course I like you. Otherwise, why would I buy a bicycle to take you to school? Ningxia's face turned crimson. So tender it seemed one could squeeze water from it. Then after graduation, let us be together, all right? Ah, Fei? She finally voiced her innermost feelings, resisting the flutter of shyness within her. Sensing the sweet fragrance emanating from her, Yufei stroked her flowing black hair, unhesitatingly saying, of course, we are childhood sweethearts. And childhood sweethearts should always be together. Ningxia's body trembled with excitement, affirming the bond of childhood sweethearts, destined never to part. Although the sun shone brightly upon them, the warmth in their hearts far surpassed its rays, akin to two flames intertwining. Chapter 43. Preparing to publish. After indulging in affectionate moments with Ningxia, Yufei rode his bicycle back home. Shiyu, Upon entering, he called out their names, but only Yin Yi emerged from her bedroom. She had returned home after lunch. Yin Yi plopped down on the sofa and exclaimed, "She didn't even bother to tell me." Yufei glanced at WeChat, noting that the last message from Zhongxiyu read, "I've started lunch with Sister Silioni-chan. Have fun." "Yufei, are you still hungry? Would you like me to heat up some food?" Although Yin was aware of Yufei's whereabouts, she refrained from expressing any displeasure, feeling she lacked the right to voice such feelings. Yet, an undercurrent of loneliness tugged at her heart. She sensed a growing distance between herself and Yufei. "What's wrong? You look rather glum. Has she come again?" Yufei furrowed his brow. "No, it's not her fault," Yin Yi replied, her beautiful eyes blinking. She was well aware of whom Yufei referred to, but her mother had not disrupted her today. "Yufei, would you accompany me for a chat on the balcony?" Yin Yi stood up, opened the glass door, and stepped outside. It was a bit warm on the balcony. Perhaps it would be better to converse indoors. Observing her discomfort, Yufei spoke gently, "I'll close the window, and the cool air will flow in shortly." Yin Yi turned back, her cheeks flushed, and said, "All right." Yufei reclined on the lounge chair next to Yin Yi, lying side by side. "Could you show me your picture?" Yin Yi suddenly turned to Yufei. "Sure," he replied, knowing full well whose photo she wished to see. He opened his phone and displayed recent pictures of Ningxia. Yin Yi took the phone with a smile. But upon seeing Yufei and Ningxia posing together with peace signs, her heart sank. She had thought she could accept this, yet a pang of pain lingered within her. "Isn't she beautiful?" Yufei smiled, an unusual tenderness glimmering in his eyes, one that Yin Yi had never witnessed before. It seemed this gentleness was reserved solely for Ningxia. Yin Yi admitted to feeling jealous. Had she grown up alongside Yufei, perhaps she too would possess such warmth. Yet alas, there were no what-ifs. "Yufei, how long until you publish your book?" Yin Yi inquired. "Soon, I believe on December 1st, Yufei pondered. "December 1st, that's a little over 2 months away." Yin Yi chuckled, her spirit still radiant. Why do I always feel a sense of familiarity with you? Do you think we knew each other before?" As Yufei noticed Yin Yi leaning closer, he asked. Yin Yi rested her head on his shoulder, laughing lightly, "Perhaps. Maybe we met in a past life and shared a close bond." Yufei shook his head. "Do you really believe in such things?" "I, for one, am a staunch materialist, completely dismissing myths and superstitions." Yin Yi chuckled. "Why not? Can you imagine that 20 years ago, the concept of smartphones didn't even exist? Yet now, we can accomplish anything with them, even replacing much of what computers do. So, I find it hard to be surprised by the absurdities of this world." Yufei nodded, gazing into the distance. "Perhaps. You might be right. In a previous life, we could have indeed known each other, perhaps even as best friends. However, I prefer to seize the present." Yin Yi felt a sudden clarity wash over her, affirming, "So do I. I not only wish to embrace the present, but also to shape the future." Yufei patted her head, teasingly stating, "You're even greedier than I am." Yin Yi twirled a strand of hair by her ear. "Indeed, I am greedy. I simply wish to claim you entirely." In the time that followed, Yufei devoted himself predominantly to studying and writing novels, occasionally checking lottery results. When the results of the October exams were released, Yufei's score surged to 590. Though still shy of 600, Old Fong was delighted to see Yufei's improvement, proving that his initial promise was not mere bluster. Meanwhile, Ningxia's scores also improved to 596. Yet she remained short of the threshold for Moda University. Fortunately, with over 7 months remaining, there was ample time for progress. Yufei found himself reaching out to Jiang Qingyao less frequently, recognizing her need to focus on her studies. He didn't want to impede her academic performance. Upon learning she had not reached 600, Ningxia became increasingly dedicated to her studies. The sweet exchanges between the two diminished, yet Yufei remained unconcerned about their relationship stability. As they both strived for a brighter future, what could be more beautiful than such shared aspirations? November passed without much distinction, save for the amusing development of Huang Makai and Tian Tian becoming a couple. Interestingly, Huang Makai had transformed into a devoted partner, but seeing the joy radiate from his face, Yufei realized he actually seemed to relish it. On December 1st, the day Yufei was set to publish his new book, he sat at his computer in his bedroom, with Yin Yi by his side. Chapter 44. Prelude to Departure. Book title, High Martial World. Click to publish. Yes and no. Yu Fei methodically executed the familiar steps. This novel revolved around the resurgence of spiritual energy, fitting the popular genre and holding promise on 3 mainstream platforms. After much deliberation, he opted to publish it on Yunxi Chinese Network, where authors thrive on subscriptions. Publishing a book destined for success here seemed the wisest choice. It's bound to be a hit, Yin Yi remarked softly, observing Yu Fei's pensive demeanor. A male-oriented novel that even girls enjoy. Surely boys will love it too. Yu Fei smiled, his thoughts not fixated on approval, but rather on future plans. The months leading up to the major exams felt tense, but he was more concerned about what lay beyond them. The pre-exam phase was primarily about academic strategy, while post-exam was about life planning, a stark contrast with varying levels of pressure. I think so too, Yu Fei scratched his head, shutting down the computer. I want tea right today. I'll just enjoy a good night's sleep. In the adjacent bedroom, Yin quietly exited, gently opening the door to Yu Fei's room just a crack. Once she heard his steady breathing, she felt reassured and slowly approached his side. She quietly slipped out, treading lightly. Glancing at the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the hall, she rubbed her eyes, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Today, she had concluded reading Yu Fei's newly released novel, fulfilling her long-held wish. Tomorrow afternoon, he would return to his grandfather's home to continue his studies at Jiuzhong. Although Jiuzhong had a considerable number of specialized students, it also boasted a handful of high achievers, with 1 or 2 students securing spots at prestigious institutions like Tsinghua and Beidai each year. With diligent study, there remained a glimmer of hope for admission to Yingtian University. Subsequently, Yin Yi returned to her bedroom, commencing the packing of her belongings in preparation for her departure the following day. The gentle breeze wafted through the window, brushing against Yin Yi's face. Though she felt a pang of reluctance, this parting was, after all, a prelude to a more joyous reunion. She did not wish to become a parasite, of no use to Yu Fei, despite his lack of such thoughts. At the headquarters of Yunxi Chinese Network, the atmosphere was rife with disdain for the subpar novels. What a dreadful piece of writing. The prose is akin to that of an elementary school student, starting off with a green hat, and now taking on the burden. Pass. Another lamented, yet another waste of potential, featuring an inept protagonist and an elderly mentor. Can there be a modicum of creativity? One remarked, this book is somewhat acceptable. However, it appears to have been submitted to the wrong platform. Another critique noted, this narrative feels rather peculiar. Wait, it's a reactionary theme. Pass. However, amidst the scathing reviews, a particular manuscript titled High Martial World, featuring the refreshing theme of spiritual energy resurgence, caught the attention of an editor named Xiao Huigui. Recognizing the rarity of such originality, he felt exhilarated and promptly signed it. The following morning, Yu Fei glanced at the contract notification on his phone, a smile gracing his lips. He hurriedly completed the necessary paperwork and signed the contract before heading to the kitchen for breakfast. Why are you up so early? He inquired softly, noticing Yin Yi donned in an apron, already busily preparing breakfast. I woke up too early and couldn't get back to sleep, so I decided to make you breakfast, she replied cheerfully, pausing her tasks upon seeing him. I'll help you with that, Yu Fei said, returning her smile as he began cracking eggs. In no time, breakfast was ready. Sandwiches, fried eggs, milk, and even a bowl of hot dry noodles. It seems a bit excessive, Yu Fei remarked upon noticing Yin Yi hadn't eaten. Why don't you have the sandwich? I'll take the hot dry noodles, he suggested, cautiously handing over the sandwich while whispering. Okay, Yan Yi nodded obediently, then moved her chair beside Yu Fei to sit next to him. I'll buy some ingredients tonight and cook something delicious for you, she said, observing Yu Fei enjoying his meal. That sounds great, but I don't want to trouble you. I can cook for you when I return, she added. Yu Fei affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, detecting a faint floral scent. Are you using gardenia-scented shampoo? He asked curiously. I bought a pack before. It smelled lovely, so I just used it, she replied, beaming. What do you think? Is it nice? Yu Fei nodded earnestly. It's delightful. But every time I catch a whiff of gardenia, I can't help but think of you. It's rather peculiar. Yin Yi chuckled. That's good to hear. You must plant more gardenias in the future, so you can't forget me. Yu Fei made an okay gesture, declaring, when I have the means, I shall purchase a villa with a garden, filled with all kinds of flowers. Not just gardenias, but also lilies, cherry blossoms, osmanthus, and daffodils. Yin Yi shot him a playful glare, teasing, you seem rather fickle. Yu Fei chuckled awkwardly. I'm full now. I must head to school. After finishing, he dashed out the door. Watching Yu Fei's retreating figure, Yin felt a wave of sadness, tears welling up in her eyes. She rubbed her eyelids, striving to suppress her tears, but to no avail. As Yu Fei rode his bicycle along familiar paths, he met Ningxia, who wrapped her arms around his waist and whispered, Fei, how did you do in a monthly exam? Yu Fei pondered for a moment. I should score over 600. How about you? Ningxia smiled softly. I think I can manage as well. Then you're not far from your dream, Yu Fei encouraged. Since the beginning of high school, you've mentioned wanting to attend Modi University. If you maintain this momentum, it should be secure. Upon hearing this, Ningxia's emotions shifted slightly. Unfortunately, you'll be heading to Ingtian University. Though the cities are close, we can only meet on weekends. Yu Fei halted the bike and playfully tapped Ningxia on the head. Silly, we're still in high school. Who knows what the future holds? As long as we work hard and leave no regrets, we'll be fine. And even if we're in a long-distance relationship, do you lack faith in our feelings? Ningxia shook her head. Of course not. You often say I'm love-struck, but so what? I only have eyes for you. Gazing into Ningxia's bright eyes, Yu Fei found himself at a loss for words and quickly shifted the topic. Trigo has a girlfriend now. He's no longer riding with us. How can one prioritize romance over friendship? Ningxia chuckled. Daju eats dog food daily. He is tired of it. Now that he has a girlfriend, he is eager to be glued to her side. Best not to meddle. Yu Fei sighed deeply, recognizing the immense allure that sweet teenage romances held. Thankfully, he considered himself mature enough to be unaffected by such distractions. Upon arriving at school, Yu Fei unexpectedly spotted Teacher Fong. Noticing the two on the same bicycle, he displayed no sign of displeasure. Teacher Fong, you seem to be in good spirits today. Yu Fei greeted with a smile. Seeing you instantly dampens my mood, Teacher Fong retorted, rolling his eyes. You're quite the joker, teacher, Yu Fei replied, slightly embarrassed. You performed admirably on the monthly exam. 639 points. You could easily select from several 211 universities and even a few 985 institutions. Keep up the great work. After teasing Yu Fei, Teacher Fong expressed his astonishment at Yu Fei's significant progress. Given that he had invigilated Yu Fei's exam, it was clear that he had truly put in the effort. 639 points. Impressive, Fei, Ningxia exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Ningxia, right? I saw your name on Teacher Wu's score sheet. You also did well with 610 points. Keep striving and aim to attend the same school as Yu Fei. Seeing the two excel together, Teacher Fong unexpectedly began to play matchmaker. That may be a challenge, but I'll work hard. Thank you, teacher, Ningxia replied with a smile, showing no signs of shyness. After spending so much time with Yu Fei, she had grown accustomed to such scenarios. Returning to the classroom, the score reports had already been distributed, and students eagerly rushed to check their rankings. This time, Jiang Qinyao surged to the top of the grade with an astounding total of 716 points, a truly formidable achievement. Yu Fei found himself increasingly in awe of his desk mate, who was not only beautiful but also academically gifted, promising boundless potential for the future. Daju, I scored 589 points. This should be enough for a less prestigious 211 university. Behind him, Huang Makai patted Yu Fei on the shoulder and remarked, I see. You scored 639 points, and now you're acting all aloof, huh? Hurry up and accompany me for a stroll. Huang Makai gripped Yu Fei's shoulders and pretended to squeeze him playfully. You truly are quite childish, but as your father, I'll let you off this once. Come on, son. Let's go buy a bottle of drink. I'm parched too. Yu Fei rolled his eyes at him, and the two of them strolled out of the classroom together. The day unfolded without any particular distinction. After Yu Fei escorted Ningxia home, he turned and arrived at his own doorstep. Yi. Before he could open the door, he called out Yin Yi's name, but no one responded. Furrowing his brows, he unlocked the door. Upon entering, he noticed a white envelope on the table, accompanied by a few scattered coins. An ominous premonition washed over him. Chapter 45. The farewell letter. Yufei slowly opened the envelope, retrieving the solitary piece of paper within, along with the gardenia flower. He gently inhaled the fragrance of the flower before placing it aside. He then gradually unfolded the paper, revealing the words inscribed upon it. Yufei, forgive my abrupt departure. Living with you during this time has brought me immense joy. Perhaps it has been the most fortunate period of my life. In my childhood, you were by my side, and now you remain close to me. I feel as though I shall never escape your shadow. I have envisioned countless moments with you in my mind, sharing meals, visiting amusement parks, watching movies, playing claw machines, climbing mountains to witness the dawn at 6 o'clock. I cherish every thought of you, and I do not wish to lose any of it, leaving my future filled with regrets. Indeed, I have resolved to return to my studies because I cannot bear to see our distance grow ever wider, to the point where I cannot even see the exhaust from your vehicle. If that were to happen, I fear I would lose the courage to continue living. Therefore, I have decided to take the entrance exam for Ingtian University. Even if I do not succeed, at least I can say I tried. Do not wait for me. Come September, we shall meet again. Sometimes I think of myself as a greedy person, relishing everything about you, unwilling to part with it all. Yesterday, when I saw you published a book, I was genuinely thrilled. The man Yeni admires is undoubtedly exceptional. You will earn great wealth and carve out a future unlike any other. I, too, have my own ambitions. I aspire to establish my own game studio. Silently looking up to you as you reach the pinnacle of success, and standing by you when you encounter hardships. Thus, I must put in the requisite effort, just as you diligently write novels to earn a living. I truly adore you, so much so that I wish to never part with you. Yet I know I must leave. Now is the best time, though it pains me greatly to say goodbye. Upon reading this, Yufei reminisced about the delicate memories shared with Yeni. He recalled their first encounter in the park, where he simply found her beautiful and, out of kindness, invited her to stay in his home. To his surprise, the girl turned out to be quite capable. She would help with chores and cook for him. At times, she would even give him massages, and they were surprisingly soothing. He could not fathom how she learned to do so. It seemed to come to her naturally. The girl was endearing and obedient. She would always agree to his requests. When she leaned against him, she resembled a small kitten, making it impossible for him to feel distant from her. While Yufei was not one to wear his emotions on his sleeve, tears still silently streamed down his cheeks, landing on the gardenia flower. Fool, I know you're crying. Remember, a man should not shed tears. If you must cry, do it in my embrace, or else I shall be heartbroken. Upon reading that line, Yufei couldn't help but smile through his tears, his spirits lifting slightly. Yet, he still felt somewhat dazed. Everything seemed surreal. The room felt so empty, so desolate, akin to a sealed chamber devoid of sunlight, where dawn would never arrive, perpetually shrouded in darkness. As though he had sunk to the ocean's depths, gasping for air. Yufei, this temporary farewell is merely a prelude to a better reunion. I've tidied up the house. Remember to take care of yourself, eat well at every meal, and study diligently. Don't let the updates on your novel falter. I will always be your loyal reader. For you wouldn't want to disappoint your devoted fan, would you? Oh, and there won't be anyone to steal your blanket in the morning anymore. Did you see the gardenia in the envelope? It was left for you. If you miss me, just take a whiff and you won't forget me. As for the phone, I took it with me. It has our photos together. Although you cannot see me in person, you can at least look at our pictures. By the way, your food will get cold. Hurry and eat it. I started cooking at noon, so make sure to finish it. Until we meet again in September, my boy. Yours, Yeni. December 2nd, 2017, 1:13 p.m. This was the last line. Setting the envelope down, Yufei felt an emptiness within him. After taking a few bites of food, he found his appetite had vanished. He opened his phone and tapped on Yeni's WeChat, sending a message, only to be greeted by a red exclamation mark indicating that she had deleted him. Yufei understood Yin. She was someone easily distracted, capable of focusing on only one thing at a time. If she was diverted by other matters or people, she would falter in both. Not to mention, what she was pursuing now was something she had once deemed unattainable. For an average student to aspire to enter Ingtian University was an arduous task. Of course, He understood her reasoning, yet deep down, he harbored a wish for her not to leave. He went to the balcony and sat on a lounge chair, inhaling the floral fragrance that wafted around him, soothing to his soul. He then donned his headphones and began listening to music. This city feels so empty. Perhaps it is loneliness. The air has grown thin. Neon lights bloom in the wasteland, still waiting for you. My heart is nearing its demise. What must I do to rouse my spirit? It is too deep, too much. Chapter 46. Seeking help from Xia Yinying after taking a shower, Yufei sat in front of his computer, typing away. Though the memories of his past life made writing effortless, he felt an underlying restlessness. When he lived alone, he never found his room to be empty. However, after sharing a life with Yin Yi, he had grown accustomed to that companionship. Now, reverting to solitude felt rather disconcerting, ruffling his somewhat tousled hair. Yufei opened WeChat and glanced at Xia Yinying's contact. Over the past 2 months, he and Xia Yinying had exchanged messages occasionally, though she always seemed exceedingly enthusiastic, making him reluctant to express his desire to disengage from the conversation. Xia Yinying had also experienced a rebirth, but unlike Yufei, she was not as driven to make money. One reason was that her family was already affluent, and her primary goal was not financial gain, but rather to win Yufei back. Unfortunately, Yufei's heart was no longer inclined towards her. As time and distance gradually erode the remnants of his feelings for Xia Yinying, perhaps, just perhaps, this is the way it is. Yinying, are you there? Yufei typed slowly. Is there something you need, Yufei? After a mere 10 seconds, Yufei received a prompt reply from Xia Yinying, whose responses were invariably swift. Yinying has returned to her grandfather's house and will likely be attending the 9th middle school. On the other end of the phone, Xia Yinying squinted at Yufei's message, realizing that the little girl had indeed come back, just as she had surmised. If Yin Yi were to forego the college entrance examination and university altogether, the inevitable outcome would be returning to inherit the family fortune, becoming a little heiress, which would only serve to widen the chasm between her and Yufei. She has come to a realization. You should be happy for her. While I understand that, it still stings a little. After all, having lived together for so long, one inevitably forms some attachment. We have cohabited for 2 years. Do you not feel any such sentiment for me? Xia Yinying hesitated momentarily before sending this message to Yufei. That's different. When feelings go unreciprocated for an extended time, that person becomes more contemptible than a dog. Yufei pondered this for a moment and, with a hint of self-deprecation, wrote that completely severing any lingering hopes for both of them would ultimately be for the best. Xia Yinying blinked, feeling somewhat helpless. Long-standing misunderstandings could not be unraveled in an instant, and Yufei still held her in disdain. I will strive to earn your acceptance, Yufei. Oh, there's no need for such tenacity towards me. It makes me feel like your obsession. Thank goodness this is the real world. Otherwise, in a fantasy novel, you would have already gone mad. Madness, I feel, is not far off now. Enough of this. I sought you out to trouble you with a matter. What is it? Xia Yinying's eyes brightened. This was the first time in the 2.5 years since they had met that Yufei had asked for her assistance. She couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. If she could make Yufei owe her a favor with a little maneuvering, perhaps she could bridge the gap between them. It's just that Yin has just returned to school, and I hope you can look after her. In truth, Yufei was not particularly eager to solicit Xia Yinying for this favor, not out of concern for debts of gratitude, but primarily because the social pressures Xia Yinying faced at school were considerable, making it somewhat unreasonable to ask her to care for someone else. Previously, Yufei had contemplated disclosing the situation at school to Xia Yinying several times, but fearing it would reopen old wounds, she ultimately held her tongue. Yufei generally preferred not to trouble others unless absolutely necessary. However, this time, it was unavoidable. Yin Yi would surely wish to avoid her, and Yufei did not want to impose any pressure on her, so she had no choice but to bother Xia Yinying. Admittedly, this was quite unfair to Xia Yinying, but it was the best solution Yufei could conceive at the moment. No problem. After reading Xia Yinying's message, she brushed her hair aside, tightly clasping her legs together. So it turned out to be about Yin Yi. However, she still found it impossible to refuse Yufei. After all, it was Yufei. At this thought, Xia Yinying couldn't help but feel envious of Yin Yi, who had formed a bond with Yufei in such a short time. She had lived with Yufei for over 2 years, each occupying their own bedrooms, with Yufei typically being the one to initiate communication. It was no wonder that, upon coming to her senses, Yufei had become so averse towards her. Yufei's subsequent actions had touched her deeply, and just as she contemplated moving closer, the other party abruptly ended the conversation. Perhaps the heavens had taken pity on her, returning her to this pivotal moment in high school. Regrettably, fate was equitable, allowing Yufei to experience rebirth as well. Otherwise, they might have been together instead of enduring this unfulfilled longing. This was likely her greatest opportunity. To miss it again was beyond her imagination. She admitted to having developed a sense of dependence on Yufei. But is that not the essence of love? Whether it be affection or aversion, both could serve as the genesis of love. At the very least, she now feared losing Yufei. She was enamored with everything about him. I appreciate your help. Let us have a meal together next time. Upon seeing Xia Yining's agreement, Yufei breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 47. SC Char Dinger's Divorce. Why are you being so polite with me? I am your wife. Whatever you do, I will support you. Xia Yining typed rapidly on the screen with her slender fingers, followed by a series of playful giggles. Yufei was momentarily taken aback, slowly typing out a question mark. In that world, we are still not divorced. In this world, our marital status cannot influence that situation. You're right. Since we can't return, whether we are divorced or not has become inconsequential. Yufei found no motivation to refute this point. Indeed, Xia Yining had not touched a single line of the divorce agreement, meaning they were not legally divorced. Although he had mentally divorced Xia Yining in his heart. So, is this what one might call SC Char Dinger's divorce? Then I shall refer to you as hubby in our chats from now on, shall I? Hubby, 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 hubby voice message. Yufei chuckled as he opened the voice message sent by Xia Yining. Hearing that familiar term of endearment, he suddenly felt a wave of different emotions wash over him. Why did Xia Yining have to be reborn? He had clearly wished to start anew. Could it be that the heavens intended for him to redeem her? Please, he felt he was the one in need of redemption. Pulling the covers over himself, he swallowed a melatonin pill before reluctantly drifting off to sleep. At 6 in the morning, Yufei awoke early, contemplating preparing breakfast ahead of time. Habitually calling out he suddenly remembered she had already left. Opening the refrigerator, he retrieved a sandwich, and, as he reached for the milk, he noticed a note nearby. Silly, milk must be heated, don't drink it cold. Yufei chuckled softly. He disliked wasting time and would typically drink milk straight, but with the weather growing cooler, Yinny often reminded him to heat the milk during breakfast. He always seemed to forget this detail, perhaps out of habit. After all, no one had cared about him before his rebirth. No, Aunt Zhong and his sister were indeed concerned for him. It was just that they did not live together, so they wouldn't remind him of such little things. If he were to marry Ning Xia in the future, she would undoubtedly take an interest in his well-being, as they shared mutual affection. Few things in life could rival that bliss. Thinking of Ning Xia, a bright smile spread across Yufei's face. Perhaps the future wasn't as bleak as it seemed. He should remain optimistic. Yufei poured the milk into a bowl and placed it in the microwave to heat. He also added a fried egg for good measure. In no time, a simple breakfast was prepared. He did not wolf it down. Instead, he savored each bite, relishing those brief moments of leisure. After finishing his meal, Yufei arrived at Ning Xia's doorstep and gently knocked. "Xia, are you home?" He called softly. "Fei, you're here." After a hurried sound of footsteps, Ning Xia opened the door. Upon seeing her childhood friend's beaming face, Yufei couldn't help but pinch her cheek and remarked, "Xia, you seem especially beautiful today. Only just noticing? I thought you were blind." Ning Xia replied with a frown. Soon after, Yufei noticed Ning Xia's disheveled hair and chuckled. "No matter how lovely you are, Yushu looks so untidy. Why haven't you tied your hair yet? Once you're ready, we'll set off." Ning Xia shook her head. "My mom got up early today to make breakfast for me." Yufei's eyes lit up. Aunt Ning woke up this early? While tying her hair, Ning Xia laughed. "It's not that she woke up early. She just didn't sleep at all. My dad insisted on going night fishing with the luminous bait he bought yesterday. My mom was worried and stayed out with him all night. Now my dad is fast asleep in bed, and my mom, seeing that it's already past 6, decided to finish making breakfast before catching up on her sleep. Yufei said enviously, Aunt Ning truly loves your dad. He found it hard to imagine many women would accompany their husbands on a night fishing escapade. Indeed, my parents have been childhood sweethearts, growing up together, so their bond is naturally stronger than that of most couples. That's why they tend to be more trusting of love. When they see us being intimate, they merely comment without any excessive reaction, Ningxia explained with a smile. Given that, should I start calling them mom and dad as well? Yufei joked as he sat on the sofa. Call them mom and dad? They're my parents, not yours. You really have some nerve, Ningxia replied, her cheeks flushing. After finishing her hair, she gently tapped Yufei's forehead with her comb. Ouch! Yufei exclaimed, covering his forehead, looking pained. Ningxia, I didn't mean to. Let me see if your forehead is seriously hurt. Ningxia's expression changed suddenly, sensing something was off. She had hit him hard, yet he looked utterly distressed. In her urgency, she abandoned her thoughts, crouched down, and moved his hand away, only to find there was nothing wrong with his forehead. Looking down, she discovered a mischievous grin on Yufei's face. Ah, Fei, I truly wish to cut off that part of you. Ningxia stood up, her expression resembling that of a teacher who had just bitten into a particularly spicy dish. Then your happiness for the rest of your life would be gone. Yufei teased with a laugh. Pervert, Ningxia retorted, I don't care whether you have that thing or not. It's all the same. Yufei frowned, wrapping his arms around Ningxia. That's not how you should speak. You can say I'm not good at studying or that I have a bad personality. But you absolutely cannot say I'm lacking in that regard. Ningxia stuck out her tongue, her cheeks reddening as she playfully blew air near Yufei's ear. Pervert. How do you plan to prove it? Yufei cleared his throat, gently patting the girl's head. Xia, you're just playing. Ningxia released her arms, her beautiful eyes blinking. So what if I am? Do you have the guts? Yufei shook his head. I'm not interested in little kids. Ningxia twisted his waist. Who are you calling a little kid? Yufei rubbed his side, exclaiming, Stop twisting. If you keep that up, I'll be incapacitated. Ningxia shot Yufei a glance, and then leaned closer, whispering, Hee. Incapacitated? Next year, I'll test whether you're genuine or not. Yufei helplessly ruffled the girl's hair. Chuckling, I can only say you be able to handle it. Ningxia, puzzled, asked, Handle it? Yufei flashed a bright smile, revealing his perfect teeth, the kind you can't grasp with both hands. Ningxia took a moment to process his words and blushed. I really don't know how you scored so many points. Your mind is filled with such ridiculous thoughts. Yufei took a sip from his cup. You started teasing me first. Ningxia gritted her teeth, flustered. I learned it from those romance novels. Yufei exclaimed in surprise. Goodness. He had some familiarity with the themes prevalent in female-targeted romance novels. Abortion, infidelity, and numerous other elements were excessive. More than the dance elements in Kuan-Kuan-esque performances, he mused. Female-oriented novels primarily revolve around romantic plots, which are often quite good. But many of them feature overly cliché storylines that make Yufei cringe. Middle school students should avoid them, especially girls, as they could easily become overly emotional. Could it possibly be a dominant CEO theme? Yufei gazed at Ningxia with a smile. How did you know? Ningxia was taken aback. Just a wild guess. This time, Yufei was indeed merely guessing, as he envisioned the portrayal of a domineering CEO by a certain actor, which featured quite a few risky jokes that were overwhelming. Of course, the primary reason was that the male lead was rather greasy. If he had better looks, the ratings would undoubtedly rise. Seeing Ningxia obediently seated next to him, Yufei reached out to embrace her. Ningxia glanced at him with wide eyes, her blush deepening, and leaned in closer. Yufei, you're so warm, Ningxia said, sticking out her tongue and resting against him like a little kitten. Don't you know that boys are like furnaces? Yufei replied, gently stroking her shoulder as she leaned against him. Furnace? What does that mean? Ningxia widened her eyes in confusion. Yufei chuckled and explained, because males have stronger bodies and secrete more hormones. They generate heat to protect themselves. Additionally, the circulation of qi and blood in men is much faster than in women, enhancing their metabolism and helping to dispel cold from their bodies, making them warmer than females. That's why in winter, many couples or partners prefer to sleep with the girl cuddling the boy for warmth. Ningxia nodded. Ah, Fei, you really know a lot. The recent drop in temperature had made it take her a while to warm up when sleeping alone. Yufei leaned closer to Ningxia, a sly grin forming. No worries. Once we're together, you won't have to face such a problem anymore. Ningxia pouted and asked, really? Then I must definitely give it a good try. Though her childhood friend often teased her, she genuinely liked him. The thought of being together every day filled her future with hope and immense satisfaction. Just then, a noise came from the kitchen, prompting the two to quickly release their embrace and sit apart. Moments later, Ningxia's mother walked out. Xiaofei, have you eaten? She asked with a smile upon seeing Yufei. I've finished, Annie. You and Xia can eat without worrying about me, Yufei replied cheerfully. All right. Ningxia's mother didn't say much more. She was too tired and planned to catch up on sleep right after breakfast. Before long, Yufei took Ningxia's hand and led her out the door. Hold me tight, Xia, Yufei said, glancing back at Ningxia, who was still drinking water. Okay, Ningxia nodded, then tightened her grip around Yufei's waist. The streets are bustling with pedestrians, predominantly students, who cast envious glances at the sight of two individuals sharing the same bicycle in a display of intimacy. Why is it that others' youth appears so splendid while my own feels like a mere burden? Chapter 49, Climbing the Mountain, Easing the Stress. Ningxia embraced Yufei's waist, feeling her heart race increasingly, a peculiar sensation settling in the region between her neck and chest. The warmth radiating from Yufei's body traveled along her waist and back, akin to a gentle static electricity, neither lethal nor overwhelming, yet undeniably stirring. Yufei, you're so warm. It makes me want to shed my jacket, Ningxia exclaimed, her laughter bubbling forth. Then let us embrace a little longer. Once we reach school, you'll only have Fan Rongrong beside you. Yufei replied as he steered the bicycle along the path leading directly to the school. Hugging Rongrong is quite pleasant too. Her modest figure means I need not worry about hurting her when I hold her close. By the way, do you boys prefer petite girls over those with more generous proportions? Ningxia pondered for a moment before responding. I can't speak for others, but I certainly prefer the latter. Yufei chuckled softly. After spending so much time with Ningxia, he had long since gauged her dimensions. Really? Ningxia queried, playfully touching her own ample chest, her joy evident. Of course. Speaking of which, Xia, can you see the ground when you look down? Yufei teased. Not really, Ningxia replied, fully aware of Yufei's intentions. When she looked down, not only was the ground obscured, but her feet were as well. Well, that's rather delightful, Yufei said, a smile illuminating his face as he felt a newfound confidence about his future. I've heard that you boys enjoy watching those films. Do you specifically seek out the more voluptuous ones? Ningxia playfully punched Yufei, continuing, not necessarily. It largely depends on looks and ambience. When the atmosphere is right, size becomes rather inconsequential. Yufei accelerated, responding languidly. So, you possess a fair share of experience. Ningxia twisted playfully at Yufei's back, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Don't misunderstand. I heard it from Deju. I don't indulge in such things, Yufei coughed, attempting to mask his own embarrassment. Do you think I will believe you? Ningxia murmured softly. But it's all right. After all, boys have their needs. I forgive you. Yufei chuckled, but what about you girls? Ningxia's face flushed crimson as she playfully jabbed Yufei's back. You think I'm like you lecher? After their playful banter, it was time to part ways. Reluctantly, Ningxia entered her classroom, and upon seeing her inside, Yufei headed to the second floor. Morning, Shuch. Upon spotting Huang Makai, who was sporting dark circles under his eyes, Yufei inquired what happened. Up all night? Huang Makai nodded. Exactly. Em utterly exhausted. Yufei squinted. Were you grinding? Huang Makai shook his head. You know, I'm not particularly into games, but after Tian got hooked on PUBG, I had no choice but to join her. And well, you know how it goes. Before I knew it, dawn had arrived. Yufei crossed his legs, a playful smirk on his face. Ah, forgetting your buddies for a girlfriend. Huh? Why didn't you invite me to join? Huang Makai shook his head. If I invited you, it would make 3 of us. I do need to pull in another, and I'm unsure who to bring. Besides, I prefer the intimacy of duos. He gazed longingly at Tian, resembling a lovesick fool. Alas, how love can fade. It's truly a reflection of the coldness of the world. I raised you with such care. and now you turn your affections towards outsiders. It breaks this old father's heart, Yufei remarked with a furrowed brow, his tone languid. Get lost. Huang Makai retorted angrily. You're just taking advantage of me. Yufei chuckled, taking advantage? You've long been on my adoptive son list. Huang Makai frowned. You must be dreaming. Even a dog wouldn't want to be your son. Oh, then regarding the fact that Tian has liked you for quite some time, I initially thought to tell you, but it seems unnecessary now. Yufei sighed, turning away in disdain. Is that true? Adoptive father? Huang Makai's eyes lit up. No wonder Tian's feelings for me have blossomed so quickly. She must have liked me all along. As for being a dog, what is wrong with that? 3 meals a day, provided by the master. Occasional walks, it's a pleasant thought. If not for the presence of others, he might have barked in delight. A true man can endure humiliation. Temporary disgrace can be conveniently ignored. Want to know the secrets within? Call me adoptive father again, and I shall regale you with tales. Upon hearing Huang Makai's words, Yufei felt a wave of relief wash over him, then grinned slyly, patting Huang Makai on the shoulder. Your words have truly opened my eyes. I was mistaken before. From now on, I shall follow you, adoptive father, through fire and water, without hesitation. Observing Huang Makai's willingness to bend, Yufei couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, Jiang Qingyao tapped Yufei on the shoulder, her beautiful eyes fluttering as she said, You two, stop your banter. Old Fong has arrived. Hearing Old Fong's name, both promptly straightened up, embodying the image of diligent students. Moments later, Old Fong entered, and upon hearing the rhythmic hum of students reading aloud, he nodded in satisfaction. Pause for a moment. I have an announcement to make. Old Fong rapped the podium with a ruler, declaring, tomorrow morning, the school will organize a mountain climbing activity to alleviate the stress of the third-year students. Everyone should prepare accordingly. Bring some water and snacks to avoid starving if lunch is missed. Furthermore, before Old Fong could finish, a chorus of cheers erupted from the students. Silence. Old Fong exclaimed impatiently, I've made it clear. No shenanigans tomorrow. After the climb, everyone is to return home, each to their respective families. Especially you mischievous ones. Consider yourselves my primary focus. If anything goes awry, do not blame me for making an example of you. His gaze lingered on the back row, finally settling on Yufei. Yufei exclaimed, What have I done to offend you, Old Fong? I've been nothing but obedient. My walls are adorned with awards for being an exemplary student. Nonetheless, this climbing excursion sounded promising. It had been over 2 months since the last, and engaging in physical activity would certainly be beneficial for one's health. Moreover, the prospect of climbing alongside Ningxia and the class leader added an element of excitement. Chapter 50, Dressing Up. At noon, before Yufei had left the classroom, Ningxia appeared at the door. Xia, why did you come up here? Yufei approached the doorway and affectionately ruffled Ningxia's hair. I could have come down to find you. There was no need for you to come up. Ningxia nodded obediently, her eyes shimmering with warmth. It should have been that way, but I simply couldn't contain my eagerness to see you, so I came up without thinking. You don't think I'm being too clingy, do you? Yufei shook his head gently, affectionately pinching the other's cheek, and laughed. How could I ever blame you? My foolish beauty? If you wish to stay by my side forever, why not move in with me? That way, you won't have to seek me out on WeChat video every day. Hearing this, Ningxia abruptly shook her head, a shy hum escaping her lips. I wouldn't want that. Living with a lecher like you, I'd probably end up with nothing left but my undergarments. Yufei, caught off guard, chuckled awkwardly. I am a paragon of virtue. You know, others call me Lu Xiaohui, remaining undisturbed in the presence of countless beauties. Bah, do you really think I would believe you? Every time we meet alone, if I were something slightly revealing, your eyes practically pop out. Ningxia retorted, her tone laced with annoyance. That's different. It's because I like you. Have I ever behaved this way with anyone else? Yufei replied with a mischievous grin. Heh, no way. Ningxia dismissed, shaking her head. All right, stop pouting. In my eyes, you're the most beautiful. Not only do you possess striking looks, but your figure is also quite alluring. I would have to be blind not to feel anything for you, Yufei said, tenderly ruffling Ningxia's hair. You better keep that up, Ningxia murmured. Relishing Yufei's touch, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. She once thought studying was arduous, but with Yu Fei by her side, even the greatest pressures melted away the moment she saw him. How about now? Are you happy? Would you like me to give you another kiss? What are you talking about, a Fei? Ningxia's cheeks flushed crimson. How could this guy be so brazen? There are others around. Why can't he just say such things privately? Come on, you two, stop feeding us dog food, Tian interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer as she patted their shoulders. On our way, Yu Fei released his arm from around Ningxia, walking alongside her towards the cafeteria. Look at them, their romance is so sweet. Why are you so dull? Tian remarked as she walked beside Huang Makai. I don't have the audacity to declare my feelings in front of everyone like a Fei, Huang Makai replied in a low voice. Huang Makai. Having too thick a skin is indeed a drawback, but being too thin-skinned isn't good either. You must give me a surprise before the year ends, Tian mused thoughtfully. Huang Makai sighed, feeling that modern romance increasingly resembled a debt from a past life. He sensed he was on the verge of madness. A pleasant day always seems fleeting. After escorting Ningxia home, Yu Fei returned to his own abode. After an hour of typing, he reclined in a chair, letting the breeze cool him. At that moment, his phone pinged, and upon checking the notification, he saw a message from Ningxia. Fei, could you help me choose what to wear tomorrow? Okay. Yu Fei chuckled, thinking that if she sought his opinion, he must thoroughly appreciate his childhood friend's figure. Before long, Ningxia sent the first photo. Yu Fei scrutinized it. She wore a black jacket on top and loose gray casual pants below. The snug fit of the jacket accentuated her figure, making it quite appealing. What do you think? Very nice. Do you have more? I'm anxious. Of course, I intended for you to show me your outfits. 3 minutes later, she emerged in a different ensemble. This time a fitted light blue jacket paired with dark blue denim shorts. She had also donned sheer black stockings over her thighs. How does it look? Is it pretty? Looks great, but the shorts are a tad too short. Do you have anything else? Of course. Seeing Yu Fei's eagerness, Ningxia decided to open a video call. She then showcased another outfit, a white Adidas jacket paired with jeans. What do you think of this outfit? Ningxia beamed. This one is nice. It looks very youthful. Is this the one? Not a chance. Show me more. Yu Fei chuckled foolishly. Ningxia laughed before changing into a pink jacket with a white long skirt. Are you really going to wear a skirt for hiking? Yu Fei furrowed his brows, acknowledging that while it looked lovely, it was impractical for climbing. Fool, I just wanted to wear it for you. Ningxia exclaimed loudly from outside the camera's view. Then show me more. I adore you so much, little Xia. Only you would say such things. Ningxia huffed before changing outfits again. Though she feigned annoyance, she felt elated deep down. After all, who would want their boyfriend to be so infatuated with them? Ultimately, after trying on more than 10 outfits, Ningxia could no longer withstand the pressure and called it quits. Little Xia, which outfit are you going to wear? Yu Fei inquired with a smile. Moments later, Ningxia returned in a third outfit. What do you think? You seemed quite fond of this one before. Let us go with this one. Yu Fei furrowed his brows, contemplating for a moment before continuing. This is indeed one of my favorites. It's modest yet beautiful. For going out, those 2 criteria suffice. Then it's settled. Ningxia performed a playful gesture before grinning. After chatting for a while longer, they reluctantly ended the call. Just as Yu Fei was about to take a shower, his phone pinged again with a WeChat message. Yu Fei, our school is organizing an autumn outing tomorrow to Tiangang Mountain. Can you help me choose an outfit? Yu Fei focused on the screen. The message was from Xia Yining. After reading it carefully, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Tiangang Mountain. Wasn't that the very mountain he was supposed to climb tomorrow? The students from 9th middle school were going to climb the same mountain as them? Chapter 51. The Darkening of Xia Yining. Your school is organizing an autumn outing? Yu Fei slowly typed on his phone screen. To be precise, only our class is going. Recently, someone in our class was under too much stress and fainted, so our teacher organized this outing for us to relax. Are you considering joining us? Xia Yining replied after noticing Yu Fei's inquiry. Not that I want to. It's just that our school is also organizing an autumn outing, and the destination is also Tiangang Mountain. That is splendid. You can help me choose my outfit, and I'll wear it for you to see tomorrow. Maybe not. We might not even cross paths. Image 3. Yu Fei caught a glimpse of 3 images in his peripheral vision, which made his heart race. There were 3 outfits: a JK uniform, a maid outfit, and a nurse costume. I'm not that kind of person, like the Buddha's palm. Well, I've already sent them. Whether you look or not is up to you. Dear husband, image 3. Yu Fei hurriedly glanced at the 3 photos, each showcasing Xia Yin Ing in the outfits, without any traces of editing. He had to admit that she looked stunning in each of them, especially when she donned the maid outfit. Yu Fei's impression of Xia Yin Ing underwent a remarkable transformation for the first time. It turned out that his ex-wife looked so sweet in the maid attire, a stark contrast to her usual aloof demeanor. Regrettably, he had never experienced this in either his past or present life. So beautiful. In the end, Yu Fei offered her a compliment, as it was indeed true that gazing upon a beautiful woman could lift one's spirits, and under such uplifting emotions, one's lifespan might even be extended. It was no wonder that some elderly men ventured out daily to admire lovely ladies. Perhaps he too would find himself in such a situation in his later years. Specifically for your eyes. You've worked hard. Yu Fei found himself a loss for words. He always sensed a subtle barrier between him and Xia Yining. They were friends, yet at times, it felt as though they were even more distant than mere acquaintances. What is there to be weary about? After all, I'm only dressing for you. I'll send a few outfit photos later. Could you help me choose what to wear tomorrow? Upon reading Yu Fei's message, Xia Yining felt an unsettling sensation in her heart. She couldn't quite comprehend why, but if a day passed without chatting with Yu Fei, she felt a profound discomfort. The mere thought of him being affectionate with another woman made her feel as though she were wearing an enormous green hat. Breathing became a challenge, let alone contemplating anything deeper. If only Yu Fei belonged solely to her, she would provide him with the finest conditions, nurturing him into a homebody who would stay by her side, forbidden from seeing any other women, only permitted to converse with her and revel in nightly festivities. Although this notion might seem somewhat pathological, Xia Yining could no longer endure the distance between herself and Yu Fei. The absence of love compelled her to seek control over him, to possess every inch of him completely. Yu Fei must belong solely to her. She dug her fingernails into the flesh of her palm, a glimmer of madness flickering in her eyes. Though it was fleeting, she realized she was losing control. Tomorrow, she must see Yu Fei immediately. All right, send me the photos. After some contemplation, Yu Fei ultimately decided to assist Xia Yining in selecting her outfit. It was merely a small favor, after all. Yu Fei, let us do a video call. That way, it'll be easier for you to see clearly. Before he could decline, she initiated a video call. Fine, a video call shouldn't pose any problem. He clicked the green phone button, and the screen revealed Xia Yining clad in a pink nightgown. The nightgown was cinched at the center with a pink bow, appearing quite loose-fitting, allowing Yu Fei an unobstructed view of her upper figure. Upon seeing him, she was first captivated by her own nightgown, then glanced down at her chest, feeling slightly embarrassed, yet more so delighted. Her allure was not lacking, as she could still attract Yu Fei's attention. This was the first step towards successfully pursuing him. If Yu Fei truly had no interest in her, the chances of winning him back would be nearly non-existent. Xia Yining, I'm sorry, my gaze has wandered. When she noticed Xia Yining staring directly at him, Yu Fei awkwardly rubbed his nose. Just call me Yining. After all, we're like an old married couple. Why make it so distant? Xia Yining softly replied, her complexion as rosy as a red apple. For reasons unknown, whenever she interacted with Yu Fei now, she felt that exhilarating flutter in her heart, a sensation she had never experienced before her rebirth. Old married couple? Perhaps so. Yu Fei did not refute her. Although nothing had transpired between them, their marital life was a reality, at least in the eyes of outsiders, who would consider him fortunate to have such a good wife. Even his close friend Huang Mao Kai shared this sentiment. Yet whenever he found himself alone, seeing others in pairs or having their spouses checking in on them, while his phone remained devoid of messages, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of solitude. This feeling was disempowering, not the overwhelming sorrow he felt after Ning Xia's disappearance, but rather a hidden sadness that lingered deep within. This sentiment had accompanied Yu Fei throughout more than 2 years of marriage. He had thought he would finally be free, only to find himself reborn, still intertwined with his ex-wife in countless ways. Fate certainly has a knack for playing tricks on people, leaving his heart less composed than before. Yining, let us go with this outfit. Yu Fei glanced over Xia Yin's several ensembles, all rather conservative. They appeared quite similar. So Yu Fei helped her select a pink sun protection outfit. It was her favorite color. Chapter 52. Becoming more beautiful every day. This outfit is definitely my favorite. No one understands me better than you do. Xia Yining blinked her beautiful eyes, fiddling with the ends of her hair, smiling as she spoke. Not entirely. It's just that you often wear pink. It would be hard not to notice. Yu Fei shook his head, deliberately avoiding further discussion. Yu Fei, must you distance yourself from me over a mere comment? Xia Yining noticed Yu Fei's averted gaze and suddenly felt how unfamiliar he was. Clearly, Xia Yining dared not pursue the thought further, fearing that the more she contemplated, the deeper she would sink. To her, Yu Fei resembled a quagmire. The more she sought to approach him, the deeper she would become ensnared. It's not about distancing, it's merely a sense of acceptance. Yu Fei lifted his gaze, his black and white eyes like moonlight illuminating the night, instantly brightening Xia Yining's heart. I have yet to find acceptance, yet you have already moved on, Xia Yining self-deprecatingly remarked. Although she presented a calm facade, tumultuous waves surged within her. Friends? Are they truly becoming friends? While this was part of the plan, she still deeply cared about this matter. Transitioning from spouses to friends was an immense chasm to bridge. Life unfolds normally, with many sights yet to behold. Since she had been reborn, she must learn to savor the present. Indulging endlessly in the past held no significance. Reason had always propelled Yu Fei forward. Perhaps this was a fundamental difference between men and women. Xia Yining smiled, refraining from contradicting him, and changed back into her pink nightgown. She then said, Yu Fei, I'm feeling a bit insomniac. Could you keep me company in bed for a chat later? Sure. I'll end the video call for now. I need to shower first. Yu Fei nodded. This girl remained just like before, needing someone to converse with when she couldn't sleep. You go ahead and shower first. Xia Yining nodded, smiling. After entering the bathroom and finishing her shower, Yu Fei lay in bed and promptly sent Xia Yining a video call. She answered in an instant. Yining, has Yin returned to school yet? Yu Fei suddenly recalled Yin and inquired. She returned in the afternoon. I even went to see her. She seemed to be in good spirits, at least on the surface. Regarding Yin, Xia Yining felt no aversion. Since it was something Yu Fei had requested, she would ensure it was executed flawlessly. That's good to hear. Yu Fei nodded. How about you? Are you doing well? Not at all. Academically, things are progressing quite smoothly, and my grades should surpass those of my previous life. As for life, well, have you ever heard of the little eyes quitting smoking? What do you mean? Quitting smoking has left me feeling unaccustomed. What am I to do without you? As she spoke, Xia Yining began to sing, her voice clear and melodious, weaving a captivating tune that lingered in the air. You can sing? Yu Fei exclaimed in surprise. It dawned on him that with her prodigious talents in piano and violin, it was hardly surprising that Xia Yining could sing as well. She simply had not sung for herself before. Of course. Would you like to hear me sing every day? Xia Yining replied, her smile radiating joy that reminded Yu Fei of his first love. No, Xia Yining was indeed his first love. It felt as though they had just met anew in that moment. The beauty of first encounters has a way of touching the heart. If only everything could start fresh. Perhaps the outcomes would differ, but alas, there are no what-ifs. No need, Yu Fei quickly declined. But I want to sing for you, she insisted playfully. How can I refuse so weakly? He pondered. What can I do? I can't stop you. I can't just reach through the internet and slap you, can I? Although their conversation was merely through chat, Xia Yining seemed entirely awake, reveling in their exchange. After forcibly ending their chat, Ning Xia initiated a video call. After discussing the events of the following day, Yu Fei drifted off to sleep peacefully. Upon descending to meet Ning Xia, he found her already waiting. Fei, how do I look? Am I even more beautiful in person than in the videos? Ning Xia wore a white sports jacket paired with denim trousers, her long legs adorned with sneakers, exuding a delightful fragrance. Indeed, she appeared even more stunning than on screen. No wonder she asked my little Xia. Most people look better in videos, but you defy that notion. Yufei ruffled Ning Xia's hair playfully. Are you implying that I look less attractive in videos? Ning Xia puffed out her cheeks, feigning annoyance. Not at all. In my eyes, you're always a little more beautiful today than you were yesterday. Just as tomorrow you will be even more beautiful than today, Yufei explained with a smile. You certainly know how to flatter, she replied, clearly pleased. If only Yufei could shower her with such compliments daily. Ning Xia then executed a graceful 360-degree spin, her figure captivating Yufei's gaze. By the way, I brought you a hat. It's sunny today, don't get sunburned. She rummaged through her backpack and produced 2 hats, one black and one white. Upon closer inspection, Yufei noticed they were unstructured caps, commonly worn by hiking enthusiasts. Did you buy these yesterday? He inquired curiously. No, I got them during a National Day holiday. I had hoped to climb a mountain with you then, but that plan was thwarted when Xia decided to go out. Fortunately, this time my wish has come true. Ning Xia placed the hat on Yufei's head. It fit perfectly. One black and one white. Wearing them together makes us look like a couple, doesn't it? Yufei mused, noticing the fresh fabric scent lingering in the air. Love? Nonsense. I bought them at a physical store. Had there been other styles available, I would have chosen something different, Ning Xia retorted, her lips curving into a playful pout as she lightly tapped Yufei 3 times. Let's go. Yufei glanced at the indomitable girl beside him, patting the seat of his bicycle with a smile. Ning Xia gently wrapped her arms around Yufei's waist as they rode toward the entrance of the high school. Upon entering the classroom, they found their classmates adorned in their carefully selected outfits, with the exception of Zhou Qianyu, who still wore her school uniform, appearing somewhat out of place among her peers. Nonetheless, no one in the class looked down on her, as they were aware of her modest background and treated her with kindness. Unlike the cutthroat dynamics of some other classes, theirs being a key class was focused primarily on academics. Often, they were too engrossed in their studies to waste time on trivial matters. Yufei's gaze shifted to Huang Makai, who was dressed in white, his tall and robust frame giving him an appearance of bulkiness. In truth, Huang Makai was not overweight, but his physique seemed somewhat inflated. However, the smile on Tian's face indicated her approval. Many girls were drawn to tall, muscular boys, likely finding a sense of security in them. Tian seemed to fit this type. Yufei assessed his own attire, a casual gray tracksuit that he had chosen after much deliberation that morning. He disliked dark colors and found white impractical, hence the gray ensemble. Defei, you look quite dapper today, Huang Makai remarked, patting Yufei's shoulder as he approached. You don't look bad yourself, Yufei replied with a smile. His gaze then fell upon his deskmate, Jiang Qingyao, who wore a light blue jacket with gray trousers, a fisherman's hat resting on the desk. Yufei, do you think this hat looks nice? She asked, donning the hat suddenly. That fisherman's hat suits you well, he affirmed, noting how the white color complemented her charm. That's good to hear. My mom bought it for me, but I always felt it looked off. Since you think it looks good, perhaps it was just my imagination, Jiang Qingyao said with a smile. What do you mean, you think it looks good? Is beauty something to be judged by others? Yufei questioned. I didn't mean anything by it, she replied, her gaze lingering on him. I simply wanted your opinion. Yufei cleared his throat. Class monitor, you really needn't concern yourself with others' opinions. What matters most is your own satisfaction. He had once been overly concerned with others' perceptions, only to realize that such worries were futile. No one was constantly observing him, as everyone had their own lives to lead. You only need to focus on being your best self. ISNT they're saying, rather than pleasing others, it is better to elevate oneself. Such wisdom resonated deeply with him. I truly don't care about others' opinions. Jiang Qingyao shook her head. Though a fleeting thought emerged within her, a desire to know Yufei's thoughts on her outfit. As for her mother's views, Jiang Qingyao deemed them less significant. After all, they belonged to different generations with differing aesthetics. Yufei nodded, reflecting that Jiang Qingyao indeed seemed indifferent to others' opinions. She excelled academically, was beautiful, and possessed an enviable figure. Throughout her life, she had undoubtedly attracted admirers, enough to fill the Arc de Triomphe. One could say that Jiang Qingyao was the epitome of a fulfilled life. A person who rarely needed to concern herself with the opinions of others, as most often it was others who were concerned with her views. Yet, Yu Fei himself also seemed to fit the mold of a fulfilled individual. Those who haven't had breakfast should hurry. We will gather on the playground at 8. As the time for departure drew near, everyone was reminded to find their designated bus and to ensure that no one lagged behind. Shortly thereafter, Lao Fong strode into the classroom to outline the essential precautions for the upcoming mountain climb. About 10 minutes later, the group exited the classroom. Yu Fei, Huang Makai, Tian Tian, Jiang Qingyao, Fan Rongrong, Ning Xia, and Zhou Tianyu decided to dine at a local noodle shop. Initially, Zhou Tianyu was reluctant to join, primarily due to the expense, but ultimately, Tian Tian's persuasive charm convinced her to come along. Zhou, allow me to treat you to this meal. As you mentioned previously, you owe me a considerable debt of gratitude, one that cannot be repaid in haste. Therefore, this occasion shall not make a difference, Tian Tian insisted. Observing Zhou Tianyu hesitating at the entrance, Yu Fei promptly pulled her inside. But I really should pay for myself. I've been working part-time on weekends, Zhou Tianyu protested, shaking her head as she revealed her small purse filled with an array of colorful coins. This is different. We specifically invited you to join us. So it will be improper for you to pay, Yu Fei replied, guiding Zhou Tianyu to sit beside Ning Xia before continuing. Indeed, Zhou, let a Fei treat you. He is quite the benefactor, Ning Xia chimed in with a smile. Yu Fei frowned slightly at the term benefactor, which in folklore refers to a fierce mythical beast symbolizing prosperity, often sought after by merchants as a talisman against evil. With several million in his possession, he certainly fit the bill within the confines of the school. Very well, I shall defer to Ning Xia's wishes, Zhou Tianyu conceded with a resigned nod. Having just managed to refuse initially, but ultimately yielding, she resolved that next time, she must learn to assertively decline others, including Yu Fei. How about I call you Xiao Yu from now on? Zhou feels a bit too formal. Ning Xia tilted her head and suggested. That sounds lovely, Zhou Tianyu replied, glancing at Yu Fei's profile with a smile. Each of the 7 ordered a bowl of noodles, but surprisingly, it was Fan Rongrong who consumed the most, finishing an entire bowl of beef noodles while still maintaining a slender figure, as if the meal had vanished into thin air. Such a physique was rare and coveted among many girls. Fei, I just spoke with Teacher Wu, Rongrong, and I will take bus number 3. Ning Xia said cheerfully as the group finished their meal. Sounds good. Teacher Wu is quite accommodating. If it were Lao Fong, he would likely be inflexible about such changes. Yu Fei replied. Lao Fong was known for his strict adherence to rules, a trait that made one wonder how he and Teacher Wu had ever formed a partnership, as typically, girls preferred less rigid companions. By the way, have you all purchased snacks and water? Yu Fei suddenly inquired. I have some in the classroom, but I haven't taken them out yet, Jiang Qingyao said, stroking her chin. Tian Tian and I went shopping yesterday, Huang Makai indicated towards his bulging backpack. I brought a water bottle and a thermal lunchbox from home, Zhou Tianyu added with a smile. Only Ning Xia and Fan Rongrong shook their heads in response. Didn't you buy anything, Xia? Yu Fei leaned towards Ning Xia and whispered. No, I intended to ask you to accompany me to the supermarket after our meal. And Rongrong plans to join us too, Ning Xia said, sticking her tongue out with a mischievous grin. Then let us head out to shop. I haven't purchased anything either. We'll meet on the bus, Yu Fei informed the other 4. The 3 of them then set off. There are numerous supermarkets near the school, the largest requiring a 300-meter walk. However, the time was ample, and a longer stroll posed no issue. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Yu Fei pushed the shopping cart, following closely behind the 2 girls. Let us grab a few bottles of water. Fei, what would you like to drink? Ning Xia turned to look at him. 2 bottles of orange juice, please, he replied casually. All right, how about some chips? Which flavor do you prefer? Ning Xia asked, picking up a bag from the shelf. As long as you enjoy it, I'm fine with any flavor, Yu Fei chuckled, somewhat amused. Ning Xia pouted playfully, but I genuinely want to know what you like. With a smile, Yu Fei suggested, then let us go with tomato flavor. It's appetizing. 1 cucumber-flavored and 1 tomato-flavored it is, Ning Xia declared, tossing both bags into the cart. Xia, why have you stopped eating barbecue-flavored chips? Yu Fei inquired, puzzled, as he recalled her previous fondness for that flavor. Hee hee. Barbecue flavor tends to leave a strong aftertaste, which can lead to bad breath. Cucumber flavor is more refreshing, Ningxia explained, not wanting any unpleasantness to linger while spending time with Yufei. Ah, I see. Yufei nodded in understanding. Let us also grab some bread. Should we get some beef jerky too? He suggested. Go ahead, Ningxia replied. What about instant noodles? He added. Fool! What is the point of instant noodles without hot water? She retorted. True enough. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally gathered all the necessary supplies. Xia, aren't you going to buy sunscreen? Yufei casually glanced at the shopping bag and frowned. The higher we climb, the stronger the UV rays. It's best to apply some sunscreen. I have a set that Xia gifted me last time. It's in my backpack, Ningxia replied. The imported kind? He asked. Yes. Make sure to apply some on me too, he said, ruffling Ningxia's hair affectionately. She also brought a set for you, the men's version. She casually gave it to me last time, and it's in my bag, Ningxia added. Why didn't Xia just give it to me directly? It would have saved you the trouble of carrying it to school, he pondered. Don't worry, it's not heavy. Even if Xia hadn't given you sunscreen, I would have bought it for you, Ningxia assured him as she packed the items into the shopping bag. Hey, Xia, you're the best to me, she teased. You finally realized that. Now carry my backpack for me, he replied with a grin. All right, she acquiesced. Meanwhile, Fan Rongrong trailed behind them with a dejected expression, feeling as though she was destined to be a spectator in the realm of romance, longing for a sweet relationship like theirs, yet believing such opportunities were beyond her reach. After completing their shopping, they hurried to the bus. By that time, the vehicle was already filled to capacity, but fortunately, Tian had saved seats for the three of them, ensuring they wouldn't be left standing. Upon closer inspection, Yufei found the seating arrangement even better than expected. It was a three-seater. He settled by the window, with Ningxia in the middle and Fan Rongrong by the aisle. Once Lao Fong boarded and conducted a head count, they officially embarked on their journey. Their destination this time, Mount Tiangang and Mount Tianmu, differs in numerous aspects, particularly in elevation, with Mount Tiangang being significantly lower than Mount Tianmu. If the ascent to Mount Tianmu were to resemble that of National Day, it is likely that many students would struggle to endure such intensity. However, fewer individuals tend to climb Mount Tiangang compared to Mount Tianmu. Since it is not a statutory holiday, the crowd is expected to be sparse. Everyone, please disembark. Be careful not to step on each other. Old Fong urged the students as they gathered at the school bus door, coaxing them to descend one by one. Fei, the entrance chosen by the school is quite unique, Ningxia remarked, surveying the surrounding environment with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, Yufei nodded in agreement. Although he was already aware of the school's destination, upon arrival, he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. This area is a village located in the suburbs, with the entrance not being the official entry to Mount Tiangang, but rather a narrow path. One could vaguely see the vibrant daffodils blooming around them. This aspect indeed surpassed Mount Tianmu, as the higher elevation and steep terrain of Mount Tianmu primarily host large trees, with frost often visible during colder weather. Conversely, Mount Tiangang, being flatter, likely boasts an array of cold-resistant flowers, although traversing its expansive area requires a considerable amount of time. Fei, are you tired? Let me carry something for you, Ningxia suggested after they had walked for approximately 10 minutes and entered the mountain. No need, I have an 8-pack abs. I could carry this for an entire day without issue, Yufei replied, pulling out a bottle of orange juice and taking a sip. Fei, I would like a bottle of mineral water, Ningxia added. Yufei paused, unzipped his bag, and retrieved a bottle of mineral water. After taking a sip, Ningxia licked her lips, exclaiming, "It's sweet, just like it has sugar in it." Fei, you're so nice, she giggled. Yufei playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "Stop standing there and grinning like a fool. If you keep laughing, we'll fall behind." With that, Yufei stepped ahead to catch up with Huang Makai and the others. "Dai, Fei, I usually wouldn't come here with just 1 or 2 people, but with this many, it's actually quite enjoyable," Huang Makai remarked, glancing back at Yufei with a smile. "Indeed, who would come to this desolate place otherwise?" Yufei responded, "Whether in games or travels, the content is not of utmost importance. Rather, the presence of friends is what truly matters." Life is fleeting, and having a couple of like-minded companions is sufficient. After a brief trek along the mountain path, they finally arrived at a low-lying area, teeming with small ponds and even some marshy spots. Everyone be cautious. Don't slip while crossing the river. Old Feng's voice resonated clearly, tinged with an echo. Due to the absence of bridges for these small ponds, they can only cross one by stepping on stones. Be careful, Yu Fei advised, noticing Ningxia almost slipping and quickly steadying her, releasing a sigh of relief. I felt careless, but with you beside me, I'm at ease, Ningxia said, scratching her head and smiling sweetly. You really are something, Yu Fei chuckled, patting her head. Once a person possesses an incredibly strong support system, such thoughts are bound to arise. Yu Fei cherished this trust. Just then, a voice came from behind. Zhou Qinyu slipped and fell into the water, fortunately only soaking her lower legs in shallow water. Xiaoyu, Ningxia exclaimed, rushing to help Zhou Qinyu up. Can you stand? She asked. Zhou Qinyu smiled sheepishly. Ningxia, I think I twisted my ankle again. Last time it was my right foot. This time it's my left. Zhou Qinyu, how could you be so clumsy? Zhou Qinyu, who typically despised inconveniencing others, dreaded such situations. However, Murphy's law often proves true. If something can go wrong, it invariably will, regardless of how slim the chance may be. Zhou Qinyu had been plagued by this principle throughout her life. What's wrong? Old Feng approached the group, weaving through the line. Teacher Feng, I twisted my ankle. Zhou Qinyu replied as Ningxia helped her to the bank, wiping her damp skin with her hand. Oh, twisted it again? Old Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead, baffled as to how Zhou Qinyu could have injured herself once more. Thankfully, it was merely a twisted ankle. A more serious incident would have posed greater trouble, potentially halting their mountain excursion. The school fears nothing more than incidents involving students. Yu Fei, give me your bag. You need to carry Zhou Qinyu for a while. When we reach Tiangang Square, the school will arrange for her to return, Old Feng instructed, observing the bulging backpack on Yu Fei's back, and then glancing at his own. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that it would be better for Yu Fei to carry Zhou Qinyu. Managing 2 bags should be feasible for him. Zhou Qinyu said nothing in protest. She understood that Teacher Feng's arrangements were made with good reason, and she simply needed to comply. Ningxia's expression remained unchanged. Even if Old Feng hadn't suggested it, she would have insisted Yu Fei carry Zhou Qinyu. No problem. Xiaoyu, hold on tight, Yu Fei nodded, allowing Zhou Qinyu to grasp his shoulder before firmly lifting her up. Zhou Qinyu instinctively spread her legs to avoid getting the water on Yu Fei. There's no need to be so formal. It's just a bit of water. I'll be showering tonight anyway. If you keep that distance, you might fall again. And I wouldn't want to explain that to Grandma Zhou, especially since I promised to take good care of you at school, Yu Fei said, turning his head slightly to the left and speaking softly. Zhou Qinyu replied quietly, steadying herself on Yu Fei's shoulder and allowing herself to be carried comfortably. As they continued along the low-lying path, Zhou Qinyu suddenly felt a wave of warmth. In her childhood, her grandmother used to carry her in the same manner. Chapter 56. Grandmother often said, "Time waits for no one. Cherish the present to secure a beautiful future." Encountering friends like Yu Fei has made Zhou Qinyu feel incredibly fortunate. Although they may part ways after graduation, at least she can relish the present moments and create beautiful memories in her final year of high school. Before long, they traversed the low valley and arrived at another peak. This mountain was quite populated, adorned entirely with maple trees, showcasing patches of red and yellow, a breathtaking sight. Each class paused here to rest, stopping to admire the maple trees in the evening, the frost-kissed leaves rivaling the flowers of February. This poetic line rings true. It's no wonder so many people adore autumn. It has its own remarkable qualities. While it lacks the sense of revival found in spring, the vibrant energy of summer, and the picturesque winter landscape, for Yu Fei, autumn remains the most delightful season. Regrettably, the climate of Xiangbei mirrors that of Cheng, with autumn being fleeting and easily overlooked. Throughout the year, one can perceive almost exclusively the seasons of summer and winter. Within a span of merely a week, one might experience the transformation of the 4 seasons. Today, Summer reigns, while tomorrow ushers in winter. The maple leaves cascade down upon Yu Fei's head, and Zhou Qianyu gently picks one up, cradling it in her hands. Grandmother often remarked that autumn does not signify decay, solitude, nor despair, but rather serves as a vital precursor to renewal. This holds true for both flora and fauna, as well as for humanity. The vibrant red of the maple leaves, steadfast even in the biting cold, embodies an indomitable spirit. In that moment, the leaf in Zhou Tianyu's grasp seemed to shimmer with life. Yu Fei, doesn't this maple leaf remind you of the one atop the gourd baby's head? Zhou Tianyu whispered softly on Yu Fei's back. You must be mistaken. The leaf on the gourd baby is a gourd leaf, characterized by 3 lobes, whereas the maple leaf boasts more than just 3. Yu Fei shook his head, explaining. Then I must have erred. Zhou Tianyu lowered her head, murmuring, There's no need to be so anxious. Allow me to share a story with you, shall I? Yu Fei flashed a mischievous grin. Sure, Zhou Tianyu nodded. I once stumbled upon a shocking piece of news. A benevolent elderly gentleman adopted several children, only to be murdered by his neighbors. They even blinded one of the boys. Yu Fei spoke in a hushed tone, his voice sending chills down their spines. How tragic for the old man. Shouldn't kindness be rewarded? To encounter such neighbors is truly lamentable, Zhou Qianyu declared, her brow furrowing in righteous indignation. Fortunately, the children avenged him, subjecting the 2 neighbors to unspeakable torment. Alas, only one child survived in the end, Yu Fei continued. Is that true? Zhou Tianyu blinked in disbelief, her eyes wide. Absolutely. If you don't believe me, I can show you the pictures. Yu Fei retrieved his phone and casually searched for an image. Zhou Qianyu leaned closer, her expression turning to one of dismay. Ningxia joined them, and upon seeing the image on the phone, she couldn't contain herself, bursting into laughter. Isn't that the gourd baby? What you said is indeed reminiscent of the gourd baby-esque storyline. Yu Fei, how could you deceive me? This is nothing like I imagined, Zhou Tianyu murmured, slightly disheartened. Just admit that the plot is similar, Yu Fei replied, glancing at the laughing Ningxia. Zhou Tianyu was left speechless. All right, enough of the antics. There's an unoccupied pavilion over there. Let us sit for a while, Ningxia suggested, pointing to a small crimson wooden pavilion in the distance. Everyone nodded in agreement. The 7 of them settled in the pavilion, and Ningxia took out some snacks, placing them on the stone table. Help yourselves to whatever you like, she said with a smile, before munching on a piece of bread. For reasons unknown, after just over 2 hours of walking, she felt slightly hungry, despite having eaten a bowl of noodles that morning. Will I gain weight? Ningxia pondered, though she continued to savor her bread, ensuring not a single crumb fell. Are you tired? Let me massage your shoulders, Yu Fei offered, sitting beside Ningxia with a smile. You can do that? Ningxia set down her bread, puzzled. Of course. Yu Fei flexed his arm muscles, having taken the time to learn a bit of massage techniques. This endeavor stemmed from concern for An Zhong's declining health, prompting him to acquire some basic skills in his spare time. That feels wonderful, Ningxia sighed as she closed her eyes, the fatigue dissipating significantly under Yu Fei's strong hands. Fei, you possess so many talents. I feel like I can hardly keep up with you, she remarked after he finished massaging her shoulders, offering him a bag of chips calmly. I only have a smattering of knowledge. It hardly qualifies as impressive, Yu Fei replied gently, taking her hand in his. If you wish to learn, I can teach you. Really? Do you think I would deceive you? Huang Makai, give me a massage too, Tian chimed in, playfully tapping Huang Makai's shoulder. I can't do that, Huang Makai responded with a wry smile, lamenting his lack of time for gaming, let alone learning massage techniques. A little bit of pressure is all you need. After all, you've seen pigs run. Even if you've never raised one, Tian added. All right, Huang Makai nodded and adjusted his pressure as he began. Tian closed her eyes in delight. Despite Huang Makai's inexperience, the lightness of his touch spared her any discomfort. Chapter 57. The cherry blossoms have yet to bloom. After about 10 minutes, the group resumed their journey towards Tiangang Square. The maple trees dwindled in number, and the surrounding environment began to blossom with greenery. Why are there so many daffodils? From a distance, they emit a sweet fragrance, but up close, it's quite overpowering, Ningxia observed, frowning at the roadside. The sheer abundance of daffodils soured her mood unexpectedly. I actually find them quite pleasant, Jiang Qingyao said, casually plucking one to examine it before inhaling its scent. The fragrance of the daffodil is reminiscent of a delicate floral aroma, mingling with an earthy essence, akin to a cluster of orchids swaying in a mountain valley, inviting a gentle breeze that wafts the fragrance of flowers intermingled with the scent of the forest. She had adored daffodils since childhood. Her grandmother often cultivated a vast patch outside their home. When her uncle prospered, her grandmother chose to remain in their hometown, alone in the old house. Jiang Qingyao spent some time attending elementary school at her grandmother's house, a period marked by tranquility. It was a time reminiscent of dragonflies landing on rooftops, paper airplanes soaring across fields, and spinning tops whirling on concrete floors. A blissful and joyful chapter of her life. Looking back, only faint memories remain, though they continue to evoke nostalgia. Even in old age, she would never forget that cherished time. Regrettably, that period was fleeting. Shortly after Jiang Qingyao entered middle school, her grandmother passed away due to illness. From that point on, whether during Qingming or the New Year, she would always bring a few daffodils to place at her grandmother's grave, expressing her longing. Nearby, Yufei noticed Jiang Qingyao's hairpin, adorned with a white daffodil and a yellow center, complementing her beautifully. He recalled how fond she was of daffodils. Her windowsill featured cacti and a variety of flowers. Yet only she had a pot of daffodils. Do you really love daffodils, Jiang? Ningxia inquired with a smile. Jiang Qingyao nodded enthusiastically. I love them dearly. At this moment, Ningxia offered an awkward smile, clarifying that she harbored no ill intentions. She merely found the flowers excessively abundant and their fragrance rather overpowering. Jiang Qingyao shook her head, responding with a smile. I wouldn't let such trivial matters provoke anger towards a dear friend. Indeed, the scent of a narcissus is rather too strong. Subsequently, Jiang Qingyao rubbed her nose and retrieved a bottle of jasmine-scented perfume from her backpack. You shouldn't mind this, should you? If you find it a bit overwhelming, feel free to spritz some. Ningxia accepted the perfume, squinting slightly. Thank you, Jiang classmate. But how did you know I have a penchant for jasmine? Jiang Qingyao glanced at Yufei and replied with a smile. He always carries the fragrance of jasmine. Since Yufei himself doesn't cultivate flowers and undoubtedly doesn't wear perfume, that scent must naturally emanate from you. Ningxia's cheeks flushed. Their essay scent? But we haven't even kissed or embraced, just held hands occasionally and sometimes cuddled. Could it truly be that potent? I doubt it. Furthermore, she only occasionally applied jasmine perfume herself, realizing that Jiang Qingyao was indeed quite observant. Last time you playfully sprayed me with perfume while we were fooling around. You doused me with quite a bit. It wasn't just Qingyao. The fragrance lingered beside my seat. It made my nose uncomfortable, and when I returned home that night, I dreamt of that scent. Yufei, noticing Ningxia's confusion, explained, Ningxia, remember that time? You were the one who caused the chaos while I was applying my cream. Otherwise, I would have sprayed it all over you. Ningxia chuckled. Well, I admit I share some responsibility for that. Reflecting on the trouble she had caused Yufei, she frowned slightly and attempted to take his hand, but he was preoccupied with Zhou Tianyu, leaving her hand empty. She then smiled. Next time, I'll try to apply less. That way, you can remember my scent. If you ever smell something different on yourself, don't blame me for being rude. Walking side by side, Yufei replied, of course not. I'm not that kind of person. Ningxia shot him a playful glare. Humph, you better not be. Zhou Tianyu observed the two walking together, filled with envy. How fortunate it would be to have a boy who loved and protected her since childhood. Alas, such luck eluded her, and she felt unworthy of someone as nearly perfect as Yufei. Lowering her head once more, she sighed. Under the blazing sun, they kept pace with the larger group, and after about half an hour, they arrived at Tiangang Square. The class ahead had already claimed a patch of land to gather, separating them from Ningxia and Yufei. Yufei carried Zhou Tianyu to a nearby bench and then turned to Old Fong. Old Fong, how long until someone comes to pick up Zhou? Soon. Once she finishes her meal, she can leave. The others will continue down the mountain as planned. Old Fong replied hastily upon hearing Yufei's inquiry. Yufei furrowed his brow, gazing at a nearby hill where all the trees appeared leafless, seemingly cherry blossoms. Although the cherry trees bore no blossoms and looked sickly, with signs of wilting, the narcissus flowers blanketed the hillside in full bloom. "You Fei, stop daydreaming and bring a few boys over to carry the lunchboxes. After we eat, we'll rest for an hour before descending," Old Fong urged, patting Yu Fei on the shoulder. "Oh, right," Yu Fei replied, calling over Huang Makai and two other boys to help with the cargo. Minutes later, various classes began distributing lunchboxes. Yu Fei, Ningxia, and Fan Rongrong sat together, preparing to eat. Yu Fei examined his lunchbox, noting the variety of dishes: vegetables, shredded meat, radishes, and even a fried egg. If anyone was still hungry, they could take more. However, he found the meal rather bland. As Ningxia ate, she frowned. "Xia, did you forget the pickled vegetables you bought at the supermarket?" Yu Fei scratched his forehead. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me." Ningxia rummaged through her backpack, unzipping it. A portion of her supplies had been consumed during the hike, leaving behind some trash in a bag that took up considerable space. Just as the three were about to continue their meal, a voice called out, "Yu Fei, come join us for lunch." From a distance, Jiang Qingyao shouted as she spotted Yu Fei and the others sitting apart. Upon closer inspection, Yu Fei noticed a picnic blanket spread out, marveling at Jiang Qingyao's thoughtfulness, as he had never considered bringing one himself. They hurried over, and Yu Fei exclaimed, "Qingyao, how did you manage to bring so many canned goods?" The picnic blanket was adorned with an array of cans, beef, luncheon meat, and an abundance of fish cans. "This time, Old Fong wouldn't allow us to cook ourselves, so we had to bring in food," Jiang Qingyao sighed. One particular can caught Yu Fei's attention, its name strikingly alarming. He could smell its contents even from a distance. "Is that herring in a can?" he asked incredulously. "Qingyao, do you actually enjoy that flavor?" He found it hard to believe anyone would willingly eat herring from a can. "No, I accidentally picked it up while distracted by my messages," Jiang Qingyao explained, shaking her head, clearly not a fan of it. Yu Fei trusted her completely. She would never deceive him without reason. Ningxia eyed the herring can, wondering why it always emitted such a foul odor. Even pinching her nose, she could still detect its stench. "Does anyone really eat this?" she asked, feeling slightly nauseated. "Do you remember the blue cheese from middle school? How does it compare to this?" Yu Fei teased. "Both are disgusting. If I had to choose, I'd opt for death." Ningxia recalled a rather unpleasant memory from middle school involving a boastful boy who constantly flaunted his wealth by consuming imported foods. He once brought blue cheese to class, its aroma wafting through the air. To maintain his facade, he endured an entire box without vomiting, though many of his classmates, including Ningxia, couldn't bear it and ended up retching. When the teacher entered the classroom, he scanned the room skeptically, finally remarking, "The restroom didn't explode, did it?" In the end, the wealthy boy was ostracized by the class and later transferred after his parents discovered he had pilfered from their savings. It remained a mystery whether he continued to play the wealthy role at his new school. "I'll take it out and throw it away." Seeing that everyone was feeling a bit nauseous, Jiang Qingyao decided to pick up the can with a tissue and toss it into the trash bin. The seven of them sat together, relishing a fleeting moment of joy. Perhaps due to fatigue, their lunchboxes were nearly empty, with Fan Rongrong even adding an extra bowl of rice. At that moment, Yu Fei noticed a group of people in the distance, some of whom were wearing uniforms from other schools. Upon reflection, he realized that he had seen Summer Yining in her album wearing that very uniform. It belonged to the 9th middle school. Yu Fei squinted his eyes, concluding that this group must be from Yin Ing's class. However, he did not spot her among them, and when he opened his messaging app, she had not responded to his messages, only stating that she had arrived. After helping everyone tidy up, the girl sat down to rest. Huang Makai, brimming with energy, insisted on dragging Yu Fei up the hill to enjoy the breeze. The wind here was quite strong, with numerous wind turbines nearby, those large windmills. Upon reaching the top of the hill, Huang Makai immediately gazed towards the distant mountains, the gentle breeze caressing his body, creating an unusually tranquil moment. Yet, Yu Fei hesitated to approach Huang Makai as he spotted a familiar figure. Summer Yining was standing before the largest cherry blossom tree, laughing and chatting with a stranger. "Ing, you're here too." Yu Fei called out, walking over to greet her. Ah, Yu Fei, you've come as well. Summer Yining's furrowed brow relaxed upon seeing him. She had intended to seek him out when descending the mountain, but unexpectedly encountered him while admiring the scenery. I came with Brother Shu. Yu Fei indicated towards Huang Makai, who was still enjoying the view. Doesn't it seem like Brother Shu hasn't changed much since his younger days? Summer Yining remarked, clearly recognizing Huang Makai. Who is Yu Fei's close friend? And who might this be? Yu Fei inquired, glancing at the girl beside Summer Yining. Hello, I'm Xiao Yu, her best friend. Luo Xiaoyu interjected before Summer Yining could respond, her gaze toward Yu Fei tinged with a hint of hostility. This was rather peculiar. They were complete strangers unless Summer Yining had mentioned him in passing. But that was inconsequential. Best friends often exhibit a peculiar loyalty towards each other, unconditionally attributing any faults to the male party, even when the girl is at fault. Summer Yining could not have disclosed her rebirth to Luo Xiaoyu. So it was likely that Luo Xiaoyu believed she had been manipulated by Yu Fei. Scratching his head, Yu Fei chuckled. Hello, I'm a student from No. 1 middle school. My name is Yu Fei, as in the Phoenix from the Legends, and I've known Yining for some time. We're good friends. Luo Xiaoyu furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Yu Fei for a moment. He was indeed handsome, and even among the 9th middle school, few could compare. However, there were certainly other boys who matched Yu Fei's looks and had pursued Summer Yining, but she had turned them all down without exception. She did not perceive Yu Fei as having any singular quality that stood out. But I really can't fathom what qualities Xiaoying sees in you, she admitted, perplexed. In her eyes, if not for that incident, Summer Yining would have been perfect, talented in music, proficient at the piano and violin, and possessing a melodious singing voice. After shifting her focus away from music, her academic performance soared, achieving a score of 636 in the November exam. Not quite a genius, but certainly close. Xiaoyu, I think you might be misunderstanding something. Yining and I share a purely platonic friendship, Yu Fei explained, feeling troubled by Luo Xiaoyu's accusations. Yet, he could not defend himself. He couldn't very well reveal that he was a reborn individual and that he and Summer Yining were married. For even if he did, she would not believe him. My meaning is... Luo Xiaoyu intended to continue, but Summer Yining intervened. All right, Xiaoyu, let us not put it this way. It's I who likes him, not the other way around. But don't worry about me. This is fundamentally my concern. I'll chat with Yu Fei for a bit. You can wait for me down the hill. Summer Yining blinked her beautiful eyes and gently nudged her friend away before returning to Yu Fei's side. At that moment, Huang Makai snapped back to reality, noticing Yu Fei beside Summer Yining, and involuntarily frowned. However, he refrained from commenting. As long as Yu Fei's intentions were not illegal, he would not chastise him. It was not due to indifference, but rather because Yu Fei was his best friend. Even if Yu Fei were to become a scoundrel, Huang Makai would cover for him. Yet, he genuinely hoped Yu Fei would not take that path, for the journey ahead would undoubtedly be 1,000 times more convoluted than he anticipated. Yu Fei, do you recall when we first went to East City to see the cherry blossoms? Summer Yining leaned against the cherry blossom tree, her expression somewhat nostalgic. Of course, that was on our first wedding anniversary. If memory serves, you wore a pink dress because you thought it complemented the color of the cherry blossoms beautifully. Yu Fei replied after a moment of contemplation. Initially, he believed he would lose all memories of Summer Yining over time. Yet, every time he had even a fleeting interaction with her, those memories resurfaced like ancient brands seared into a criminal's skin, impossible to erase. Though he had committed no crime, these recollections incessantly disturbed his thoughts. He could not fathom why this was happening. He had Ning Xia now, and he was forcing himself to forget Summer Yining. But paradoxically, the more he tried, the deeper he sank. At times, Yu Fei genuinely felt he was being foolish. All his efforts over the past 2 years seemed less valuable than the weeds by the roadside, and now that she turned back to pursue him, he found himself feeling a flicker of emotion. Was this not foolishness? Despite Summer Yining having developed feelings for him, Yu Fei could not shake the feeling of being unworthy. Yu Fei, I knew you would remember that moment. However, I've never mentioned that I didn't particularly like cherry blossoms. It relates to an incident that happened in my second year of high school when my best friend went down a wrong path and deceived me, though she eventually apologized. Summer, Yining spoke slowly. The first time she had willingly opened up about this scar to anyone other than Luo Xiaoyu. She was attempting to gradually unveil her heart to Yu Fei. I understand, Yu Fei replied gently. Summer Yining's willingness to discuss this matter left him uncertain whether to feel happy or sad. Or perhaps it was simply not significant at all. Yu Fei, do you think I still have a chance? Summer Yining's eyes widened, akin to the lanterns adorning a lanternfish. Yining mentioned you to me, so I did a little investigating, she continued. However, there's one detail that differs from what you've told me. With a smile, Yu Fei asked what detail. Yu Liang did not scold you in the end. She came to her senses and apologized to you. Indeed, public opinion is not to be entirely trusted. It may very well be subject to abrupt reversals. Take, for instance, the incident involving the chubby cat. Initially, the uproar engulfed the entire internet like a tempest. But as the truth gradually emerged, many found themselves as mere jesters, unwittingly used as pawns in someone else's rise to fame. Ultimately, it seemed that only the chubby cat bore the brunt of the fallout. Upon hearing this, Xia Yining's gaze became remarkably clear, though her emotions surged with increasing intensity. Yu Fei, I sometimes truly cannot comprehend why an individual's transformation can occur so rapidly. Much like Yu Liang, who, prior to encountering that blonde-haired individual, embodied the very essence of a good girl. Yet, following their meeting, her entire demeanor underwent a staggering metamorphosis. Don't tell me this is some nonsensical notion of love, she asserted, for I cannot believe it. Yu Fei glanced at Xia Yining's fervent expression and leaned against the cherry blossom tree, remarking, everyone harbors desires. Some merely conceal them, while others express them authentically. A good girl like Yu Liang may possess a rebellious spirit deep within. Yet it had simply not been coaxed to the surface until that blonde took advantage of it, winning her over. Xia Yining blinked, her curiosity piqued. It seems you possess considerable insight. Now, how would one pursue a girl of my disposition? Yu Fei frowned slightly. You are different. Even if someone were to win your affection, few would be able to endure a lasting relationship with you. There were certain thoughts Yu Fei refrained from voicing, recognizing that dating someone with emotional scars could be profoundly exhausting. One must not only provide ample reassurance, but also learn to nurture the other's emotions. In essence, it felt akin to caring for a revered ancestor. He himself was uncertain why he could tolerate being treated this way by Xia Yining, especially after 2 long years. If given the chance to choose again, he would undoubtedly refuse. Xia Yining's expression suddenly darkened. She empathetically placed herself in Yu Fei's shoes, envisioning the torment of spending 2 years in the company of someone indifferent while constantly tending to their needs. The mere thought invoked an overwhelming sense of suffocation, akin to having one's throat constricted, squeezing you for 10 seconds, allowing a breath, and then continuing, she mused. So, is it truly because Ningxia vanished that you have remained single all this time? She took a moment to steady her emotions before continuing. Yu Fei nodded in affirmation. Indeed, upon reflection, it has been 8 years. Some aspects have lost their profound impact on me. At times, I genuinely believe that infatuation is a form of sin. Had I been more carefree, perhaps I would not have encountered you, nor faced this rebirth ordeal. Thus, in this lifetime, should Ningxia disappear once more, I would likely make a different choice. As one of the 2 individuals in the world to have experienced rebirth, every conversation with Xia Yining offered Yu Fei a cathartic release of emotions. Xia Yining felt similarly. Yu Fei, the reason I cherish cherry blossoms is that life is fleeting. We ought to live as vibrantly as they do, even if we bear the scars of our past. The blooming and withering of cherry blossoms symbolize the inception and conclusion of life. Moreover, they embody the hope of existence, as the flowers burst forth with vitality, bringing forth the promise of life. Xia Yining believed that her chance at rebirth was perhaps a blessing bestowed by the cherry blossoms. Thus, she felt compelled to seize this opportunity. In my past life, this was true. In this life, it shall be so as well. I long to truly live for myself this time. Clenching her fist, she smiled and asked, So, Yu Fei, do you believe I still have a chance? Yu Fei's legs momentarily weakened, nearly causing him to stumble. Yinying, such a jest is hardly amusing. To speak such words while climbing a mountain feels rather peculiar. I could never bear to push you off a cliff, especially since we still have a beautiful future yet to experience. Xia, Yinying chuckled, covering her mouth, while nearby daffodils seemed to blush at her laughter. You have changed so much, Yu Fei remarked with a hint of resignation. And you as well, she replied playfully. The old you is not nearly as composed in the face of certain matters, nor as easily entangled in romantic pursuits. Yu Fei chuckled, finding no awkwardness this time. Indeed, people inevitably evolve. The maturity of his mind, coupled with the vitality of his youth, had transformed his perspective entirely. Regardless of how you have changed, I appreciate you in every form. Yu Fei, after graduation, I shall pursue you. At that point, you can no longer use your reluctance to date as an excuse. Xia Yinying struggled to contain her emotions, fearing that if she lost her composure, she might impulsively embrace Yu Fei. The warmth she once took for granted had now become a luxury. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, he replied, feeling overwhelmed. Chapter 61. The Feeling. Yu Fei, it was my ignorance in the past that led me to remain unappreciative during moments of possession, only to deeply regret it upon their loss. Xia Yinying exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks onto her clothing. At least you have grown now. Witnessing your transformation brings me immense joy, and you need not feel guilty towards me. My affection for you was merely a one-sided emotional indulgence. I only knew how to give without expectation of reciprocation. If love relies solely on the unreciprocated efforts of one, it cannot truly be deemed love, but rather a mere infatuation. Yu Fei chuckled, offering an explanation. Xia Yinying wiped her tear-streaked face with her delicate fingers. Weeping, Yu Fei, I shall repay your kindness tenfold. Before my rebirth, I may have been somewhat naive, but now I am acutely aware of my heart's desires. I may not fully grasp what it means to love, but I simply wish to be with you. Even if only for a fleeting moment, it brings me immense happiness. Sometimes I yearn for the chance to return to our first encounter, to forget all the unpleasantness, and to bask in happiness together until the end of our days. Yet, I recognize that such evasion solves nothing. Just as you once cherished me, I now cherish you equally, if not more. In a moment of frustration, Yu Fei snapped a nearby branch and cast it aside, declaring, "What are you saying? We have never truly shared anything. Love is not something to be conjured from thin air. I may still harbor feelings for you, but they hold no significance. I cannot bear to see Xia distressed. She is a pure-hearted girl, easily swayed by romantic notions. If she were to witness me with another, it would surely break her heart." Xia Yinying's expression turned bittersweet. Am I truly that remarkable? Yu Fei chuckled, recalling his past with Ningxia. The experiences of both lifetimes were strikingly similar, yet in this iteration, he had illuminated more truths, allowing for a deeper connection to flourish. The thought of causing such a girl distress felt unbearable to him. She is attuned to my every action. Whatever I do elicits a positive response from her, and I find myself drawn to her. A smile danced upon Yu Fei's lips. Upon witnessing the smile on Yu Fei's face, Xia Yinying felt as though her heart had been pierced anew. That gentle, heartfelt smile had once been directed towards her, yet now it seemed to belong to another girl. The pain was excruciating. It is indeed somewhat comical. Merely because of that one young man, I have developed an aversion towards the male gender. During my university years, many pursued me, yet I turned them all down. Yesterday, a boy, having drunk too much and experiencing a breakup with his girlfriend, professed his love for me today, leaving me feeling utterly nauseated to the extent that I expelled my breakfast. I find myself at a loss as to why I react this way. Had I comprehended your feelings earlier, perhaps this would not have transpired. Summer Yinying spoke, her heart heavy with pain. Perhaps you should consult a psychologist, Yu Fei remarked, fully aware of the profound impact that incident had on Summer Yinying. Even if she has seemingly moved on, it remains a lingering concern. On the eve of your decision to divorce me, I sought help. Under the doctor's encouragement, I yearned to experience a genuine love with you, yet alas, it is all too late. Summer Yining grasped Yu Fei's sturdy hand, offering a bittersweet smile. Could you hold my hand once more just like in the past? Yu Fei caressed Summer Yingying's hand, feeling the delicate touch unique to youth. Compared to Ning Xia's hand, Summer Yingying's was slightly longer. Perhaps a result of her piano practice. No, Yu Fei shook his head. Despite Summer Yingying's transformation, some matters are irreparable. Late emerging affection is worth less than grass. Let us leave it at that for now. We must descend the mountain shortly, and if I return late, she will worry. Yu Fei waved his hand, preparing to depart. In that fleeting moment, Summer Yining suddenly lunged at him, leaving a fleeting imprint on Yu Fei, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water surface. Yu Fei, when we were to wed, I would shy away at your slightest approach. Now, I simply wish to continue this. Summer Yingying's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her heart fluttering with a novel sensation, sweet, soft, even more delightful than cotton candy. Yining, there is no need for this. Truly, it is unnecessary, Yu Fei said, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as he sensed the unusual atmosphere. Observing Yu Fei's pained smile, Summer Yining felt a surge of joy. It appeared he had yet to engage with Ning Xia in any significant manner. I am the one initiating this, so do not feel burdened. Summer Yining beamed, then produced a cherry blossom pendant from around her neck, gently affixing it to him. Does this mean we can remain together forever? Yu Fei pondered, sensing a hint of madness in her demeanor. Turning away, he prepared to descend when he spotted Ning Xia standing a short distance away, seemingly bereft of her spirit. Chapter 62, Longing for Home. Xiao Xia. In that moment, Yu Fei was drenched in sweat, his heart racing. It seemed she had witnessed everything. How could he possibly explain this? As Yu Fei dashed towards her, Ning Xia showed no hesitation, fleeing down the mountain, leaving him in a state of desolation. I'm sorry, Yu Fei. I couldn't stop Ning Xia, Huang Makai said, watching Ning Xia's retreating figure, gently slapping himself in frustration. His good friend was certainly in for it now. It's fine. In fact, your failure to intervene may be for the best. If you had, it would only emphasize my guilt, Yu Fei replied, somewhat exasperated by his friend's well-intentioned interference. He had merely sought a conversation with Summer Yining, yet the situation had spiraled unexpectedly. Yu Fei, do you require my assistance in explaining? Summer Yining approached after a moment's contemplation. Your presence would only exacerbate the situation. Yu Fei frowned, feeling a surge of annoyance. Yet he restrained himself from unleashing his frustration. Summer Yining fidgeted, uncertain of her next words. This predicament was of her own making, and she ought to address it. Yet Yu Fei was correct. Her appearance before Ning Xia would only worsen matters. I shall wait until her anger subsides before explaining, she decided. Sigh. Yu Fei furrowed his brow, reaching into his pocket, yearning for a cigarette, only to remember he had long since quit. Was this a conditioned reflex? Whenever he felt immense discomfort, he instinctively sought a smoke. The last time this occurred was during his divorce from Summer Yining. Observing Yu Fei's actions, Huang Makai retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Fei, do you still smoke? Forget it. Yu Fei shook his head. It's inappropriate to smoke on the mountain. Suddenly, Summer Yining tugged at Yu Fei's sleeve. You fool, if you're unable to take action, then hurry and pursue Ning Xia. Yu Fei nodded. He had merely needed a moment to collect himself, and now he felt considerably better. As he watched Yu Fei's silhouette fade away, Summer Yining smiled softly, then turned to Huang Makai. You're a tree brother, correct? Huang Makai nodded, internally scoffing at Yu Fei for sharing his nickname with others, particularly such a beautiful girl. But on second thought, considering how deeply Yu Fei had connected with her, he shook his head, finding it too daunting to contemplate further. Tree brother, add me on WeChat, Summer Yining said with a cheerful smile as she took out her phone. Why? Huang Makai replied cautiously, suspecting her intentions were solely to get closer to Yu Fei. Yet Huang Makai was firmly in Ning Xia's camp. Unless she provided a compelling reason, he would not add her. Even if I claim I'm not trying to get closer to Yu Fei, you likely wouldn't believe me, Summer Yining remarked. Noticing Huang Makai's serious demeanor, I am indeed pursuing Yu Fei, but I have not yet succeeded. His feelings for Ning Xia run deep. Thus, I wish to add as close friends WeChat to understand him better. Would that reason suffice? Huang Makai shook his head in response. It was decidedly inadequate. Very well, Summer Yin Ing said, feeling disheartened as she turned to descend the mountain. Huang Makai's loyalty was commendable. It was no wonder he and Yu Fei shared such a strong bond over the years, unlike her diminishing connection with Luo Xiaoyu since high school. Why are you coming down? Where's Xiaoqing? Luo Xiaoyu's face was filled with confusion. Don't worry, I didn't do anything to her. She'll be down shortly, Yu Fei said casually. Luo Xiaoyu shot Yu Fei a puzzled glance before heading back up the mountain. Xiaoqing. Upon seeing Summer Yinning descend, Luo Xiaoyu felt relieved and promptly asked what happened. Summer Yinying's face was pale. I've caused trouble. He may be even more resistant towards me now. Luo Xiaoyu frowned. Don't say that. My Xiaoqing is so beautiful. What does that scoundrel have to offer? You will undoubtedly find someone better. Hearing her best friend's words, Luo Xiaoyu spoke with indignation. Summer Yining gazed into the distance, faintly spotting Yu Fei's silhouette. Why did it come to this? Ningxia felt her heart nearly cease its rhythm, a sense of suffocation enveloping her. Originally, she had hoped to ascend the mountain and enjoy the breeze with Yu Fei, but she never anticipated he would be with that woman. The more she pondered, the more distressing it became, and tears cascaded down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms. Staining her white jacket, she longed to return home. Teacher Fong, I'm feeling a bit unwell. May I return to school with classmate Zhou? Ningxiao wiped her slightly reddened eyes, composed herself, and slowly approached Teacher Fong, speaking softly. Very well, you may go, Teacher Fong replied, noticing Ningxiao's pallor. For a moment, he did not think much of it. What seems to be the problem, Xiaoxia? Should I ask Yu Fei to accompany you back? Fan Rongrong, having risen from the ground, spoke in hushed tones. There's no need. Ningxia resolutely shook her head. Rongrong, you and Qingyao should head down the mountain together. Do not concern yourselves with me. Jiang Qingyao observed the slight redness around Ningxia's eyes and frowned. Yu Fei was just up the mountain. Could something have happened? Chapter 63, Misunderstanding. Ningxia, could you lend me a hand? Zhou Qianyu, who had been seated, stood up with a noticeable limp. Ningxia nodded and assisted her into a nearby small car. Teacher Wu, is this your vehicle? Zhou Qianyu exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. Indeed, Teacher Fong mentioned you had twisted your ankle again. I brought my car here yesterday and parked it in this lot, so I thought I would drive you back to school, Teacher Wu explained. She had helped the school transport some items the previous day for a photo shoot and various activities. As nightfall approached, she opted to take the bus back with others instead of driving. Thank you, Teacher Wu, Zhou Qianyu replied gratefully, nodding. Ningxia echoed her thanks. Thank you, Teacher Wu. Through the rearview mirror, Teacher Wu glanced at Ningxia and noted her poor complexion, the area around her eyes slightly swollen as if she had recently wept. Upon closer inspection, she noticed remnants of tears on her cheeks, and her hair appeared somewhat disheveled, quite unlike the usually meticulous Ningxia. Something was amiss. Ningxia, while Zhou Qianyu has injured her foot, what troubles you? Teacher Wu inquired, blinking in concern. My stomach is a bit upset, Ningxia replied, lowering her gaze. Why not have Yu Fei accompany you back, then? Teacher Wu continued, her voice calm as she drove. He seems to be enjoying himself, and I felt it inappropriate to summon him back. Besides, it's nothing serious. A visit to the infirmary should suffice. Ningxia thought of Yu Fei and Sheyan Ying together, which only intensified her discomfort, even inducing a sense of nausea. Whatever conflict exists should be voiced. Do not harbor resentment. You may find it is merely a misunderstanding, Teacher Wu suggested gently, aware of the closeness between Ningxia and Yu Fei as graduation approached. It would be a pity if misunderstandings prevented their union. Teacher Wu, I assure you I am fine, Ningxia said, lifting her head slightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Very well. I shall refrain from meddling in your affairs. But remember this. Do not allow it to impact your academic performance. This is a crucial time, and sacrificing your grades over such matters would be regrettable, Teacher Wu stated, her tone firm as she focused intently on driving. Zhou Qianyu tilted her head, still unclear about the conversation, but sensing something was amiss with Ningxia. Ningxia, would you like some candy? Zhou Qianyu offered, producing a piece of candy from her uniform pocket and placing it in Ningxia's hand. My grandmother always said that if one encounters unhappy moments, a piece of candy will help forget them. This is my last one, and seeing you so downcast, I wish to give it to you. Ningxia glanced at the candy, gently tearing open the wrapper. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Sweet treats have a way of alleviating worries. Yet she wondered why it tasted increasingly bitter. Forgetting Yufei was an impossibility. After 14 years, the memories they shared were not so easily erased. Had it not been for this situation, perhaps she could have enjoyed a blissful life with Yufei until the end. Maybe, just perhaps, as Teacher Wu suggested. It was all a misunderstanding. Shaking her head, Ningxia recalled that moment. Misunderstanding? How could there be so many misunderstandings? With things as they were, what misunderstanding could possibly exist? Yufei, you've finally returned, Jiang Qingyao remarked softly upon seeing him and Huang Makai approach. Where is Xiaoxia? Yufei gasped, catching his breath. She left, Jiang Qingyao replied, rolling up the picnic blanket. Xiaoxia was feeling unwell and left with Zhou Tianyu. Fan Rongrong chimed in. How did you not notice when you two headed up the mountain? Yufei lowered his head in silence, knowing well it was not merely a physical ailment. She just didn't wish to see him. Is there some conflict between you two? Ningxiao appeared rather unwell, Jiang Qingyao murmured, stepping closer to Yufei. It's a long story, Yufei said with a wry smile. Then perhaps it is best left unsaid. I believe I already grasped the situation, Jiang Qingyao observed as she caught sight of Shiyin a short distance away on a bench. In that instant, everything clicked into place, confirming Yufei's culpability. How did you know what transpired before I even spoke? Yufei asked, bewildered. Jiang Qingyao pointed to Xia Yining and Luo Xiaoyu, who were seated nearby. Yufei began to explain, but reconsidered. It seemed unnecessary. He decided it was best to find a vehicle to return to school. Teacher Fong, is there any spare vehicle available? I wish to check on Ningxia. Yufei approached Teacher Fong. There are none until we descend the mountain. Be patient. Ningxia appears to be in decent spirits and likely only has a minor issue. We can address it once we are down, Teacher Fong replied, shaking his head. Yufei sighed. He could not wait. Scanning the area, he noted several other vehicles and resolved to inquire if any were preparing to depart. After attempting to speak with several drivers, he found no one planning to leave just yet. It was only midday, and most would not depart until 2 or 3 o'clock. Meanwhile, Xia Yining observed Yufei conversing with the drivers and smiled slightly as she pulled out her phone. Mom, could you come pick me up? Chapter 64, Aunt Xia. Yufei had asked several drivers, yet none were preparing to leave. He then considered using a ride-hailing app, pondering whether he could entice a driver with extra fare, although the route was notoriously difficult to navigate. Just as he was about to place an order, a voice called out to him. Yufei, do you need a ride? Xia Yining waved from the side. Yufei glanced at the sleek crimson vehicle beside her. It was a brand-new Mercedes C-Class, a luxury well within her family's means. Actually, I wasn't planning to return just yet. I intended to meet you this afternoon, but with this incident, I must head back now, she explained. If you don't mind, let us take my mother's car back together, Xia Yining said slowly, placing her hands behind her back. Today, she felt she had acted rather impulsively, uncertain if this would tarnish the fragile image she held in Yufei's heart. All she could do now was devise a way to remedy the situation, even if it meant assisting Yufei in reuniting with Ningxia. Ningxia held immense significance for Yufei, a fact Xia Yining was acutely aware of. Since Ningxia's disappearance, Yufei had not pursued any romantic relationships. Without the encouragement of their mothers, even if Yufei harbored feelings for her, they would never have been together. Now that she had been reborn, Ningxia's position was undeniably secure, while Xia Yining seemed to be becoming increasingly dispensable in Yufei's eyes. Yet, there remained a glimmer of opportunity for change. Should Yufei and Ningxia part ways entirely, Xia Yining feared she might never have a chance to be with him. After all, the discord between Yufei and Ningxia had stemmed from her actions. Reflecting on her past transgressions, Xia Yining felt a deep sense of shame. Although her disdain for boys during high school, spurred by her best friend as troublesome boyfriend, had clouded her judgment, it was not true that no good men existed in the world. Many men were devoted and faithful to a single partner. She had encountered such men later, but had failed to cherish them. Even after marriage, she attempted to gradually accept Yufei. Over the course of 2 years, she had finally begun to feel something, yet her relationship with Yufei had already reached a freezing point. All these issues had originated from her failures. She had not provided the warmth Yufei needed in difficult times, nor had she shared in his joy during happier moments. When Yufei proposed divorce, even if she had initiated a kiss, offering her first kiss, he had remained indifferent. In 2 years, many things could change. They had both transformed. The last vestige of hope in Yufei's heart had been extinguished, and she had to reckon with the consequences of her past mistakes. Now, everything felt like a punishment for her. "Aunt Xia, I haven't seen you in quite some time," Yufei remarked lightly. In his memory, Aunt Xia was a woman of elegance and grace, exuding an air of high society in her every gesture. When he married Xia Yinying, she had wholeheartedly approved. She was exceedingly pleased with Yufei. During their wedding, she had wanted to gift him a car and a house, but Yufei had declined. Confident in his own financial stability and unwilling to exploit his mother-in-law as generosity. Nevertheless, Aunt Xia had continued to shower them with care. Yet during those 2 years, Xia Yinying's lack of any signs of pregnancy had caused her great distress. In response, Yufei and Xia Yinying had unanimously agreed that they did not wish to delay their careers and would wait another 2 years before starting a family. However, it was not long after that matter arose that they divorced. "My mother looks much better now than she did 10 years ago," Xia Yinying smiled, though she added, "But it doesn't matter. My father, for reasons unknown, insists on divorcing her, even though she did nothing wrong." Yufei remained silent, having little understanding of the dynamics between Xia's parents. He could not comment on the rift between Aunt Xia and Uncle Xia. However, after more than 2 years of interaction, he had found Aunt Xia to be exceptionally kind, at least in his presence, displaying no favoritism towards her daughter. At that moment, Luo Xiaoyu approached. "Xiaoyu, why don't you sit in the front passenger seat?" Xia Yinying said, taking her hand and opening the door for her. "Xiaoyu, it's been a long time. You're looking more beautiful than ever." Aunt Xia warmly embraced Luo Xiaoyu. "Aunt, it's been ages since I last saw you. You're truly becoming more radiant," Luo Xiaoyu complimented. "Such sweet words. You must come over for dinner next time. I'll pick you both up from school." Aunt Xia replied. "Sure, Aunt," Luo Xiaoyu responded. Observing their exchange, Yufei squinted slightly. Aunt Xia's demeanor seemed unchanged compared to a decade later, still as amiable and approachable as ever. "Who is this?" Aunt Xia's gaze shifted to Yufei, her dark eyes glinting with curiosity. "Hello, Aunt. I'm Yufei, the Yufei from Fengwang. I've known Yinying for a little over 3 months." He introduced himself calmly. Aunt Xia smiled, saying, "What a handsome young man. Please get in the car." 3 months seemed to align with her expectations. This lad was indeed the type of boy her daughter favored. He was handsome, but she wondered how he fared in other respects. Yufei nodded. "I'm off to see Xia. It seems I won't be able to accompany you too this time," he said, deliberately calling Jiang Qingyao over before entering the car. "Just go ahead without worry," Jiang Qingyao replied with a smile. "I'll take good care of everyone. But honestly, rather than worrying about us, you should focus on yourself. After all, you've been childhood sweethearts for over a decade. Make sure you don't lose Ningxia. Otherwise, not just everyone here, but I won't forgive you either." With a sigh, Yufei felt momentarily speechless before hastily making his way to the Mercedes. As he stepped into Xia Yinying's car, the onlookers exchanged glances, increasingly sensing something amiss. "Huang Makai, what on earth is happening? I feel like something is off with both Yufei and Ningxia." Tian tugged at Huang Makai's sleeve, her voice laced with concern. "Don't ask me. I don't know anything," Huang Makai replied, cold sweat trickling down his back. "I've been too busy enjoying the scenery to notice what's been going on between them." As a diligent field reporter, he had always kept his lips sealed. "Don't overthink it. Yufei is just taking a simple ride back," Jiang Qingyao explained from the side. "Let us hope that's all it is." Fan Rongrong huffed, ready to stand firmly by her friend's side should Yufei err. Yet, she couldn't fathom what Yufei could have done to anger Ningxia, given that their bond appeared inseparable since kindergarten, looking like a match made in heaven. In the car, Xiaoying, "You must be feeling unwell now. I told you to stay home and rest if you're sick. Why insist on climbing a mountain?" Aunt Xia frowned, somewhat exasperated. She cast a sidelong glance at Yu Fei, as if to say, "Is this brat trying to woo my daughter?" However, Yu Fei remained oblivious to Aunt Xia's piercing gaze, focused on messaging Ningxia, who had yet to respond. It seemed he would need to offer a thorough explanation soon. He then turned to Xia Yinying. "How can you climb a mountain when you're sick?" Xia Yinying chuckled. "I just enjoy climbing mountains." Despite her words, she sent Yu Fei a message through WeChat. "I miss you." Yu Fei chuckled helplessly, pondering what charm he possessed, seemingly just a tad handsome. It's still far from being a charismatic enchantress. "If you're sick, you should stay home. If you want to see me, just video call me." Reality and video are not the same. Yu Fei scratched his head. Being ordinary friends with Xia Yinying was entirely feasible. However, her persistent feelings towards him had ultimately led to this predicament. Perhaps it would be wise to maintain some distance from Xia Yinying. "Sakura, were it not for your mother being conveniently nearby for a project discussion, I truly would have found it quite challenging to come and pick you up today. The distance from Jiuzhong is a staggering 23 kilometers, and by the time I managed to drive over, more than an hour would have surely elapsed." Auntie Xia spoke softly, yet her tone bore no hint of reproach. "Mom, I just suddenly wanted to go back. Please forgive me this once, all right?" Xia Yancherry chuckled softly, resembling her mother in every way. "Forgive? Do we even need to use such a term between us? You are my only daughter. The family fortune belongs entirely to you. If I cannot forgive you, who else could?" Auntie Xia replied with a smile, "And this is merely a trivial matter. Yu Fei, are you studying at Yizhong?" Auntie Xia then turned her attention to Yu Fei, her curiosity seemingly uncontainable as she began to inquire about his background. "Yes. Auntie, how did you know?" Yu Fei exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "I was once a student at Yizhong myself. Naturally, I recognized the school's emblem," Auntie Xia replied, shrugging lightly, her voluptuous figure making her attire appear almost strained. Yu Fei pondered for a moment, noticing that many individuals were indeed clad in uniforms. It was hardly surprising. He had initially thought Auntie Xia was also a reincarnated individual. "Where do you live?" "Close to Yizhong. What do you enjoy doing in your free time?" As Xia Yancherry observed her mother bombarding Yu Fei with a barrage of questions, she could hardly contain her amusement. "Mom, could you please focus on driving? It seems you and classmate Xiao Fei are getting along quite well. Of course, you should chat a bit longer." Time flew swiftly. Upon reaching an intersection, Luo Xiaoyu exited the vehicle first. "Xiaoying, I'm off now. If you need anything, just send me a WeChat video." Luo Xiaoyu cast a glance at Yu Fei, her eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. Before continuing, "Take care." Hum. Xia Yancherry nodded. Since entering university, she had lacked genuine friends, and this time, she was determined not to part ways with Luo Xiaoyu. In her previous life, Luo Xiaoyu had attended Nankai while she had gone to Zhanghai University. This time, she was headed to Intian University, and they would be in the same city. Perhaps if Luo Xiaoyu performed well on her exams, she might also attend Intian University. That would be ideal. Before long, Yu Fei alighted from the vehicle at the intersection opposite the school. "Auntie, goodbye. Yancherry, see you." Yu Fei waved as he spoke. "Classmate Xiao Fei, do keep in touch with Yancherry when you have the time. Come over to our house for a visit. Auntie is quite adept at cooking. We'll see if it suits your palate," Auntie Xia said, rolling down the driver's side window with a smile. "I definitely will," Yu Fei replied, hastily making his way toward the school. "Yuan, are you there?" Ningxia supported Zhou Qinyu as she pushed open the door to the infirmary. Ningxia and Zhou classmate. Yuan glanced at Zhou Qinyu, who was trembling slightly, her gaze gradually becoming peculiar. "Did you twist your ankle again?" Zhou Qinyu nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Zhou classmate seems to be quite unfortunate. Do take off your shoes." "Let me take a look." Yuan chuckled softly, covering her mouth. "It's not too serious. Just a mild sprain. It should heal in about a week," Yuan said as she applied some ointment to Zhou Qinyu's injury. "Xiaoyu, since you're all right, I'll take my leave," Ningxia said quietly from her seat, watching Zhou Qinyu finish her examination. "Ningxia, weren't you feeling unwell? Why not let Yuan check you too?" Zhou Qinyu inquired, puzzled. "I'm fine now." Ningxia shook her head, her expression notably cold. Yuan shot Ningxia a glance, sensing something was amiss. Could it be that she was on her period? "Ningxia, perhaps I should check you after all." Sometimes stomach pain can result from serious conditions, and it might flare up again, Yuan stated earnestly. Chapter 66. The Past and the Future. Really, there's no need, Yuan, Ningxia reiterated, shaking her head gently. All right, but do take care and head home early, Yuan said, seeing that Ningxia insisted she was fine, and she decided not to press further. Ningxia slowly closed the door, her hand trembling slightly. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more. She always believed she could master her emotions well. Yet whenever thoughts of Yu Fei and that girl crossed her mind, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. In the presence of others, she managed to retain a semblance of rationality, calming herself down. However, when alone, her feelings surged forth like a flood breaching a dam, overwhelming her. At that moment, all she could think was to return home. Exiting the school gates, Ningxia stood by the roadside, watching the fallen leaves from the trees, her heart heavy with sorrow. She simply could not fathom why Yu Fei chose to be with someone else, especially after they had promised to start dating after graduation. Did he truly lack the patience to wait for such a brief period? Was it because she had not been good enough? Ningxia reminisced about the time she spent with Yu Fei, especially since September when their relationship had blossomed, ultimately shattering the final barrier between them. In October and November, they studied together, shared meals, commuted to and from school, strolled through parks, watched movies, progressed together, and accomplished many things she had long wished to do but never had the opportunity. She once believed herself to be the luckiest person in the world. Her family, though not affluent, was harmonious, and she had a childhood companion by her side. Academically, she excelled, with ample opportunity to attend her dream university. Under such circumstances, the future promised only improvement, yet now everything seemed to have changed. Her childhood friend, who had been by her side for 14 years, had developed feelings for someone else. Was she truly so lacking in allure? Despite everyone telling her she was beautiful, with a perfect oval face, large eyes, willow-like brows, a cherry blossom mouth, and a delicate nose, many claimed she resembled the ideal image of a Jiangnan woman. As for her figure, it was curvaceous and pleasing to the eye. Since elementary school, numerous boys had confessed their feelings for her, yet she had unwaveringly refused them all, as her heart had always belonged to Yu Fei alone. Upon reflection, that girl was indeed beautiful and possessed an admirable figure. Perhaps such attributes were not insignificant after all. Could it be that she had failed to meet Yu Fei's expectations? This matter had been agreed upon to be addressed only after graduation. Aside from this, she had done everything else exceedingly well. When the cafeteria food was unpalatable, she would bring extra meals from home for Yu Fei. During basketball matches, she would quietly watch him play, offering him towels and water during breaks. She would accompany him on night runs, comfort him when he performed poorly on exams, and sing to him when he couldn't sleep. Although her singing was merely average, he always listened patiently and praised her. But all of that was now merely a thing of the past. The future loomed ahead like a vast void, ethereal and intangible, forever out of reach. In summary, during moments of joy, she would share her happiness with him, and in times of sorrow, she would unreservedly confide her troubles to him. In her heart, Yu Fei had long transcended the role of a mere friend. She had come to regard him as family. Her trust in Yu Fei was boundless. Yet he still disappointed her. Ningxia gazed up at the sky, where birds traced a swift line through the air, hastily moving on to new habitats and new lives. Yet, Ningxia found it impossible to forget those cherished memories. In the past, she believed she had done enough. But love is not something that can be sustained merely by one's own efforts. What she deemed sufficient might be perceived as a given by others. It is akin to a casual friendship. Small acts of kindness elicit gratitude, yet a grand gesture, one that is nearly impossible for the recipient to repay, might be taken for granted. However, Yu Fei was not like that. He would offer her the reciprocity she deserved, yet events still unfolded as they did. Ningxia shook her head, unable to comprehend it all. As a child, she had always yearned to grow up quickly, yet with maturity came an abundance of worries and an increase in perplexities. Nevertheless, this incident had already transpired, and her relationship with Yu Fei was coming to an end. "Little girl, would you care for some candy hawthorn?" Folks here say my hawthorn is exceptionally sweet. Just one taste, and all your troubles will vanish. An elderly man with a cart of candied hawthorn approached her, speaking kindly. Big sister, candied hawthorn is delicious. Would you like a string? His granddaughter chimed in with a charming smile. Ning Xia looked at the cart brimming with candied hawthorn and smiled. Grandpa, please give me a string. After paying, she savored the sweet treat while watching the two depart. Yet her mood remained unchanged, devoid of any uplift. It is often said that the sweeter the treat, the easier it is to forget one's troubles. But she found this notion rather inaccurate. The ability to easily forget one's woes merely indicated that those troubles were not substantial enough. Just then, a melodious song wafted from afar, followed by the approach of a water truck. Instead of orchid grass, the tune playing was Sunny Day. The little yellow flower of the story has been drifting since the year of my birth. Childhood swings, swaying in memory, until now. Ning Xia wiped the tears from her eyes. Would sunny days truly arrive after rainy ones? She gazed at the sun hanging high in the sky. What distinction was there between sunny and rainy days? Though her body basked in sunlight, her spirit had been utterly engulfed by darkness. Where, she pondered, lay her future? Chapter 67. Yiwan's Advice. Yiwan Jia, are you there? Yufei knocked on the door of the infirmary. Yufei, you've come. It was not Yufei who opened the door, but Zhou Qianyu, whose leg had been simply bandaged by Yiwan, though it appeared less alarming than before. Ning Xia has been gone for over 10 minutes. You're late. But don't worry too much. She said her stomach no longer hurts and should be on her way back now. Zhou Tianyu said softly, leaning against the door. All right, I understand. Yufei replied with a wry smile. How could it be nothing? He suspected that Ning Xia's claim of a stomachache was merely a pretext to return home. By the way, is your injury all right? He asked in an opportune moment. It's nothing serious. Yuan Jia said it would heal in a week. Just a simple sprain, lighter than the last time I twisted my ankle. Zhou Qianyu's fair face glowed under the light, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Next time, be more careful. Thankfully, you have friends around. Without them, it would be troublesome, Yufei remarked. Zhou Tianyu nodded like a chick pecking at rice, looking adorably foolish. Of course, it was merely an impression. Who would truly regard someone capable of scoring 620 as a fool? All right then, I'll take my leave, Yufei said with a smile. Just then, Yuan emerged from the inner room. Yufei, you're here too. I must say, you didn't pay attention when Ning Xia suddenly complained of a stomachache. It should have been quite evident if she was unwell on the way here. To put it bluntly, even if you don't have feelings for her, you've been good friends since childhood. It's only right to help each other. Yuan said with righteous indignation. That's not the case. I do like her very much. This incident is my fault. I will certainly make things right. Yufei clenched his fists, feeling somewhat suffocated. How could he not like Ning Xia? If he didn't, how could he have been melancholic throughout university, never engaging in a romantic relationship? 14 years of friendship was not something easily forgotten. Yet the crux of the matter lay elsewhere. The key was how to explain it to Ning Xia. I'm just making a comparison. It was merely a stomachache, nothing particularly serious. Don't overreact, Yufei said. Upon hearing this, Yuan suddenly considered a possibility. Could it be that Ning Xia and Yufei were at odds? The two had always been inseparable. Logically, if one fell ill, the other would return with them. Yufei, come here a moment. Just as he was about to leave, Yuan called him back after a moment's thought. Yufei glanced at Zhou Tianyu beside him before approaching her. Are you and Ning Xia at odds? Yuan asked, crossing her arms and speaking coolly. Yes, there is indeed a conflict, Yufei admitted, intending to be candid with Yuan, though he withheld some details. Tell me about it. You should know that Ning Xia consulted me about how to pursue you back in September, Yuan said, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Ning Xia discussed such matters with you? Yufei asked in astonishment, as Ning Xia had never mentioned it to him. Yet, this was to be expected. Few girls would share the struggles of pursuing their love interests with their boyfriends, given that it was a proactive endeavor on their part. The passive often feel a sense of inferiority, leading them to withhold their sacrifices, which in turn makes the other party take everything for granted. Despite their mutual affection, Yufei, reborn, wished to seize every opportunity, whether concerning Ning Xia or anything related to her. Thus, He briefly recounted the situation, omitting certain details. Essentially, he described a girl who pursued him, resembling Ning Xia in beauty, and how he had been forcefully kissed, resulting in the current predicament. Yuan felt an urge to scold him, yet ultimately settled on a muted 6. Yuan Jia, help me out to the end. What advice do you have? Yu Fei pleaded. Sister, I've read numerous romance novels. This is a trivial matter for me, Yuan said, observing Yu Fei's eager gaze as she began to speak slowly. What genre do you enjoy? Yu Fei inquired, perplexed. The Yuri genre, Yuan replied, scratching her head in embarrassment. Yu Fei gave a thumbs up. Sister, you must think of me as a girl, right? Although it is indeed a Yuri genre, my theoretical knowledge is rather extensive. In this situation, you must take the initiative. Purchase something that Ning Xia likes. Seek her out. She will surely be fond of you. As long as you can articulate your feelings clearly, the likelihood of reconciliation is quite high. After all, a 14-year relationship is not something easily forgotten. As for how to convey your feelings effectively, it requires both reason and emotion. This is fundamental. It would be best to leverage her feelings for you. And at a critical moment, perhaps a bold kiss might be in order. Although such an act may seem somewhat shameless, I believe it is necessary. By the way, there is one last thing you need to do after winning Ning Xia back. Yuan analyzed carefully. What is that? Cut off all contact with that girl. Ultimately, paper cannot contain fire. If Ning Xia discovers that you are still in touch with her, she will certainly be displeased, as no one enjoys having their boyfriend entangled with another. Cut off contact. Yu Fei gazed at the ceiling, blinking. Perhaps that is the only way. Chapter 68. Resolution of Conflicts. Mom, I'm back, Ning Xia announced, rubbing her eyes in an attempt to appear more alert. Xia, why are you back at this hour? I saw in the WeChat group that your teacher mentioned you wouldn't return until 5 this afternoon. Ning's mother paused her household chores and hurried over. Mom, I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I came back early. Ning Xia forced a smile, having ridden back with Teacher Wu. Ning's mother immediately touched Ning Xia's forehead. You don't have a fever, do you? What's wrong? You look rather pale. Should I take you to the hospital? Ning Xia chuckled, embracing her mother. I'm fine now. I was almost better on the way back. Ning's mother gently stroked Ning Xia's hair. You need to take care of yourself while you're out. If you'd like, I can have Yu Fei look after you a bit more. Upon hearing this, Ning Xia's expression tightened. No need. He has his own matters to attend to. He's out probably busy getting close to some other girl right now. She could only lament her ill-timed return. Had she arrived later, they might have already been together. Xia, Yu Fei is not an outsider. I'll call him and ask him to take care of you more, Ning's mother said slowly. Ning Xia did not nod or shake her head. She wished to avoid worrying her mother with her troubles. Xia, why do you seem so down? When your father returns this weekend, how about we go out for a little fun? Seeing her daughter so troubled, she couldn't help but think of Yu Fei. It had been a long time since Ning Xia had appeared so gloomy. It seemed that only Yu Fei could make her feel this way. However, this was not a certainty. If her daughter was reluctant to share, she would have to inquire with Yu Fei later. Given how close they were, he would surely know what was happening. No, I just want to be alone for a while. Ning Xia shook her head, feeling increasingly vexed at the thought of Yu Fei. The images of him with that woman flooded her mind, evoking a sense of betrayal. Xia, if you have worries, you can always talk to your mother. Right now, the most important people to me are you and your father. If you're not happy, I will also feel troubled, Ning's mother said, stroking her daughter's head. I understand, Mom, Ning Xia nodded. Thankfully, she still had family. Perhaps soon she would emerge from this sorrowful atmosphere. Home is always the safest haven for a person. Ning Yi, has Xia returned home? Yu Fei called. Yes, she is home. Is there something you need? I can get her to come to the phone, Ning's mother smiled. No need, Ning Yi. Since Ning Xia is home, I'll just go over to speak with her directly. Yu Fei sighed with relief. He genuinely feared that Ning Xia might do something reckless, considering she was indeed a girl deeply immersed in her feelings. Xia, Yu Fei is on the phone. Ning's mother glanced at Ning Xia, who was sitting on the sofa, her eyes somewhat vacant. He'll be coming over soon. Seeing that Ning Xia made no move, Ning's mother furrowed her brow. Why do you look so unhappy? I've noticed that whenever Yu Fei is coming over, your smile fades more than the aftermath of a storm. Ning Xia wiped her face. Although she hadn't cried, she felt unclean and disheveled. She removed her hairband, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade down her back and shoulders like a waterfall. Mom, I'm stepping out for a bit, Ningxia said as she dashed back to her room to change into a casual outfit, quietly slipping out the door. Xia, wait. Ning's mother began, but ultimately decided against saying anything further. After a moment's contemplation, she took out her phone and called Yufei. Yufei. Xia went out to clear her mind. I don't know where she went, but if you want to see her, you might want to look around, Ning's mother advised. All right, thank you. Auntie, Yufei replied with a smile. Annie, I noticed that Xia seemed a bit downcast. Did you two have a disagreement? Your father and I had our share of disagreements when we were young, and while conflicts are not to be feared, what is troubling is when no one is willing to open up and clarify things first, Ning's mother said earnestly, as if drawing from her own experiences. Auntie, it is indeed my fault. I will make sure to explain things clearly to Xia. Yufei replied seriously before ending the call. Where could Ningxia have gone? Yufei quickened his pace, searching the vicinity. Ningxia walked alone along the roadside, the last candied hawthorn on her stick untouched, observing couples around her, laughing and sharing moments. She couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. If only she and Yufei had established their relationship earlier, without that ridiculous notion of waiting until after graduation. If they had, perhaps he wouldn't have sought comfort in another woman. But alas, there are no second chances. This was merely a fleeting fantasy in her heart. Infidelity is always marked by either a singular moment or a multitude of them. It is unforgivable. Yet on second thought, they were not officially a couple. Yufei hadn't technically cheated. Though he had promised to date her after graduation, it was merely a tentative arrangement. Did this mean she was merely a backup? Ningxia shook her head. Regardless, their relationship had come to an end. She could never share a man with another woman. Arriving at a nearby park, Ningxia settled onto a familiar swing. Whenever she fell down, she would come here to swing alone until her worries were dispelled. Chapter 69. Farewell. Ningxia placed her headphones over her ears, pushing her hair aside as she opened her music player. She casually selected a playlist, and a stream of lyrics flooded into her ears. From the day I forgot to separate, I began to harbor feelings for someone. Observing the torrential rain, we have lost contact. Loneliness spreads like a chain reaction. I cherish you. You are an exclusive memory of mine. No one else can take your place within me. Ningxia furrowed her brow, increasingly sensing that something was amiss, and switched to the next song through her headphones. It is not so simple to find a companion with whom one can converse easily, especially after witnessing so many betrayals. Frustrated, Ningxia scratched her head and continued to skip to the next track, transferring the warmth of one person to another's embrace, allowing the mistakes of the past to give rise to dreams. Ningxia opened her phone and glanced at her playlist, filled entirely with love songs. No wonder. Her mood plummeted once more. Big sister, could you help us pick up the shuttlecock? A sudden voice interrupted her thoughts. Ningxia looked closely and saw a small boy who appeared to be no more than 5 years old. She picked up the shuttlecock lying at her feet and tossed it into the air, tracing a graceful arc until it landed perfectly in the hands of a girl beside the boy. Thank you, big sister, the boy said, his face beaming with innocence. Xiang, let us continue playing. This time I won't lose. Fool, with your clumsy skills, you think you can win against me? Practice for a few more years. The girl chuckled in response. I will definitely win. The boy clenched his fists, as if he'd been deeply insulted. My mom will call me back for dinner soon. It's a hamburger from KFC. Do you want to join? The girl said softly. No, I haven't given up yet. I must win at least once. The boy's eyes sparkled with determination. You're impossible, the girl sighed, gently patting the boy's head. Don't touch me. Mom says if someone pats my head, I want to grow tall. Just a little touch. Watching the two of them laugh together, Ningxia couldn't help but recall her childhood moments with Yufei. Back then, the park didn't boast the myriad of entertainment facilities it has now, and the children's recreational activities were exceedingly limited. Yufei, will you play Jianzi with me? The youthful Ningxia asked Yufei, who was engrossed in playing a black and white console nearby. I don't play Jianzi. Only girls do that. Boys don't play such games. Yufei replied with a hint of rebellion in his childish tone. That is not true. Jianzi is quite fun. The teacher says many boys enjoy it too, Ningxia countered, shaking her little head in defiance. They're just sissies, Yufei insisted, his words as stubborn as diamonds. But I really want to play with you. Can we? Ningxia pleaded. No. Why are you like this? Ningxia's voice trembled, and soon tears streamed down her cheeks. Yufei pulled a piece of tissue from his pocket and handed it to her. You crybaby, I can't help but give in. I'll play with you. In an instant, Ningxia's face lit up with a smile, as if her tears had never existed. Yufei maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly accustomed to such situations. He skillfully began to play jianzi with little Ningxia. In reality, Ningxia found herself unconsciously reaching out with her hand, and suddenly tremors coursed through her, the surrounding scenery shattering like glass into countless fragments. This jolted her back to reality. A sense of desolation surged over her like a tidal wave. She felt her emotions fluctuating like the erratic heartbeats of an ICU patient. At that moment, a figure approached. Where on earth is she? Yufei hurriedly traversed the streets, checking nearby supermarkets, restaurants, and amusement parks. Yet Ningxia seemed to have vanished without a trace. He couldn't catch even a glimpse of her shadow. Furrowing his brow, he reflected on every moment they shared. Where could she be? Just then, a gentle breeze swept by, and he suddenly remembered something. He was such a slow-witted fool. Ningxia often went to that particular park when she was unhappy. How could he have forgotten? With renewed urgency, Yufei quickened his pace, eager to reunite with Ningxia. At the park. Little sister, why are you sitting here all alone? A burly boy with unruly yellow hair approached, exuding a rather flamboyant demeanor, adorned with earrings, and spoke in an overly casual tone. Get lost. Ningxia typically kept her distance from such individuals, not out of fear, but because she found conversing with them utterly repugnant, and preferred not to waste her words. Yet today, her mood was sour, and since they had approached her, she was eager to unleash her frustration. The fact that he had yellow hair only fueled her irritation. She recalled how she had once mentioned to Yufei that there were yellow-haired people nearby to coax him into seeing her home. And now it had materialized. You've got quite the fiery temper, little sister, the boy remarked, his eyes widening. He was determined to obtain her contact information. At the very least, I told you to get lost. Are you deaf? Ningxia retorted sharply, her disdain evident in her gaze. Just look at yourself. Do you really think you can get a girlfriend? If you're ugly, just study harder. Otherwise, you'll struggle to find a job in the future. The boy attempted to argue, but Ningxia swiftly delivered a cutting remark. Her words struck a nerve, igniting a furious response from the boy, who was about to retaliate, but found himself completely immobilized. A fist came crashing toward his face, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, and a tooth fell to the ground, nearly shattering in two. Ningxia glanced over, and in the midst of the chaos, that familiar silhouette reappeared before her, evoking a complex swirl of emotions within her. Chapter 70, Yufei, it ends here. Who the hell are you? How dare you hit me? The boy growled, his eyes glinting with malice. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to understand that if you don't leave now, you'll end up crippled. Yufei's gaze was icy, realizing that Ningxia had spoken the truth. There truly was a yellow-haired individual nearby who had intended to harass her before he arrived. Ugh! Before the boy could pounce again, Yufei swiftly kicked him back, sending him stumbling. Useless fool, Yufei scoffed, gripping the boy's collar and threatening. Don't let me see you again. If I catch you harassing anyone else, I'll deal with you each time. The boy lowered his head, fear flickering in his eyes. He knew he was outmatched and could only nod submissively. Get lost. After Yufei issued his final ultimatum, the yellow-haired boy retreated in disgrace, leaving only Yufei and Ningxia together. Thank you, Yufei, Ningxia said in a flat tone, preparing to turn and walk away. Hearing her address him as Yufei for the first time instead of Fei, Yufei felt a pang in his heart. He grasped Ningxia's sleeve, Xiai. Ningxia turned her head, her gaze icy and distant, as if she had transformed into a different person. Yufei, we are not intimate friends. You need not explain anything to me. Since you have chosen this path, I kindly ask you not to disturb me any further. Yufei, confronted by the unfamiliarity of Ningxia, exclaimed, It is truly not as you perceive. Ningxia let out a cold laugh, implying that there was more to the story. Wasn't there? Yufei stammered. If I were to say it was an accident, that she initiated it, Would you believe me? He earnestly wished to clarify the situation with Ningxia. Huh. Ningxia shook her head, but that is no longer significant. Yu Fei, please do not obstruct my path. I wish to return home. Yu Fei managed a bitter smile. But you have only just arrived. Upon hearing this, Ningxia surprisingly fell silent and sat down on a swing. Yu Fei, do you find joy in harassing me? I detest you. Could you please just leave? The farther the better. Your presence truly irks me. There is no longer a place for you in my world. Ningxia's emotions began to unravel, tears trickling down from the corners of her eyes. Gazing at her long, dark hair draped over her shoulders, Yu Fei noticed that the headband he had gifted her was now missing. He had given it to her in their first year of high school, and for a long time, he would often see her wearing it. Today, she had evidently worn it, but now it was gone. Ningxia wiped her cheeks. Her face was slightly swollen from crying, yet every time she recalled the image of Yu Fei standing alongside that other person, it pierced her heart. She could no longer contain her tears. Yu Fei, have I not done enough? Why do you involve yourself with others? Why? Ningxia rose and shouted in anger. I thought I had done enough. I never anticipated she would act as she did. I knew she would come to climb the mountain, yet I still chose to engage with her. At first, Yu Fei was at a loss for words, but upon reflection, he realized he had not entirely severed ties with Xia Yanqing, and that alone was a misstep. It seemed almost laughable what a tangled web this was. Yu Fei, how many lies have you spun for me? Am I merely a fool in your eyes? I remain perplexed as to whether the fault lies with you or with me. The memory of Yu Fei's words after Xia Yanqing's confession reignited a flame of anger within Ningxia. No, it is my fault. Yu Fei shook his head. I have known her for quite some time, yet to put your mind at ease, I falsely claimed ignorance of her. This has only led to worse outcomes. Ningxia spat on the ground in disdain. Ugh, Yu Fei, you know I detest being deceived. I admit, my previous words were false. For 14 years, from kindergarten to now, I have cherished you deeply to the core of my being. Even after this incident, I still love you, hopelessly enamored. But you cannot wield that affection as a weapon against me. Yu Fei reached out, yearning to embrace Ningxia, but she deftly evaded him, creating distance. Yu Fei, let this be the end. Her words struck Yu Fei like a death sentence, leaving his hand suspended in midair, immobile. In that fleeting moment, he longed to disclose his rebirth, but would she believe him? She might perceive it as yet another deceit. If that were the case, he might never regain her trust. Chapter 71 concluded. Yu Fei, if you still consider us friends, refrain from reaching out to me. Respect my decisions and maintain your distance. Seeing Yu Fei extend his hand, Ningxia firmly stated, otherwise, we cannot even be friends. Yu Fei lowered his hand. Time seemed to stand still. Xia, I truly did not intend for any of this. I swear, I will no longer be in contact with her. I have blocked her on all platforms. Ningxia shook her head. I cannot trust a liar. Yu Fei fell silent. In Ningxia's eyes, he had been branded a deceiver, and no matter what he said, she would remain skeptical. This was not a promising sign. Moments later, Yu Fei murmured, Xia, cannot we return to how things once were? I have liked you since childhood. I do not wish to part ways. If possible, we could begin dating now. Ningxia shook her head, her eyes distant. Yu Fei, I will no longer trust you. I truly detest you. Let us minimize our interactions from now on. With that, she turned and walked away, enveloped by a wave of warmth that only deepened her sense of helplessness. Mom, I want to eat fish, Ningxia said, pulling out her phone to call her mother. All right, dear, I will prepare it right away. Do you prefer it braised? Ning's mother replied with a gentle tone. Yes, I love braised fish. Ningxia nodded, a hint of tears glistening in her eyes as she spoke with a quivering voice. What's wrong? A young lady like you should not cry. Whatever the issue, we can discuss it at home. As long as I am alive, no one dares to bully my daughter. Ning's mother could sense the gravity of the situation. It seemed that Ningxia and Yu Fei's bond had shattered irrevocably. What a pity. Yu Fei watched Ningxia's retreating figure, a jasmine flower he had intended to give her slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. He stood there dazed, as the outcome diverged entirely from his expectations. He hadn't even been granted the chance to kiss her. He admitted to feeling a twinge of fear of losing Ningxia, the one girl in the world who genuinely adored him, not merely for his looks, but for his entire being. Reflecting on his entanglement with Xia Yanqing, Yu Fei suddenly realized he had become akin to her. It was an odd feeling. Xia Yanqing had expressed her desires to reconcile so many times, yet he had long since removed her from his thoughts. In the past 2 years, he had never contemplated rekindling that connection. Now, he found himself in a similar predicament as Xia Yanqing. He had indeed erred. Mistakes come with consequences. Therefore, I will devote everything to win you back. I shall succeed. Finally, upon boarding the bus, Tian Tian remarked, I am utterly exhausted. My legs feel like they belong to someone else. Sitting on the bus, she sighed. I wonder how Ningxia is doing. Let me call her. Compared to her physical fatigue, Fan Rongrong was far more concerned about her best friend's physical and mental well-being. Nearby, Jiang Qingyao perked up, attentive to the conversation. Xia, how are you feeling? Are you still unwell? Fan Rongrong tried to maintain a soothing tone during their exchange. Rongrong, I'm fine now. By the way, have you all reached home yet? Ningxia answered the call, forcing a smile to make her voice sound less hoarse. However, after a prolonged bout of weeping, the raspy voice could no longer be concealed. Xia, what is the matter with your throat? Why does it sound so hoarse? Fan Rongrong inquired with a puzzled expression. I accidentally choked on something while eating a moment ago, which is why my voice sounds a bit odd, Ningxia explained. And you, Fei? He took a ride back to see you earlier. Did you two meet? Fan Rongrong asked hurriedly. We did meet. Rongrong, please refrain from mentioning him to me in the future. We are merely acquaintances. Ningxia pondered for a moment before finally uttering these words. After all, this was something that would eventually come to light, and there was truly no need for pretense anymore. Xia, are you joking? Acquaintances? That term is hardly amusing. Fan Rongrong said, somewhat bewildered. She had already vaguely surmised that a rift had occurred between the two, but she never anticipated it to be of such magnitude. Their previous relationship could aptly be described as inseparable. It's over. Rongrong, do not bring up his name again. We are utterly beyond redemption, Ningxia said calmly, her tone unexpectedly resolute. At that moment, Jiang Qingyao, Tian Tian, and Huang Makai all turned their gazes toward them, their expressions equally incredulous. Xia, I respect your decision. Although she was unaware of the specifics, Fan Rongrong was undoubtedly steadfastly on Ningxia's side. After all, they had been close friends since childhood. Chapter 72. The romance repair plan. Upon returning home, Yu Fei reclined on the sofa, picked up his phone, and checked Ningxia's WeChat. She had yet to respond to a single message. Silently, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from the drawer, lit one, attempting to numb his senses and forget all his troubles. Yet, the effect was minimal. Shortly thereafter, Tian Tian, Huang Makai, and others sent him WeChat messages discussing Ningxia's situation. Leaning back against the sofa, Yu Fei turned off his phone, even though it was already dinner time. The extreme tension in both body and spirit rendered him oblivious to his hunger. He did not wish to blame anyone. Once a person takes the first step in a certain direction, it is likely to lead to the worst possible outcome among a myriad of options. And then, it becomes irretrievable. 14 years of companionship followed by betrayal. Such wounds cannot be healed in a short span of time. Yu Fei was acutely aware of this. For even a 2-year companionship with Xia Yanqing had inflicted considerable pain upon him. If given another chance, he would never consider marrying her. It is often said that a marriage devoid of material support is ultimately but a house of cards. Yet, what is a marriage lacking love, if not the same? Yu Fei splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to regain composure. The future remained unpredictable. Since anything could happen, he resolved to gather his spirits, win Ningxia back, gain admission to Yingtian University, and embark on his entrepreneurial journey. There remained countless endeavors yet to pursue. Upon entering his bedroom, Yu Fei began to type fervently. This was not the time for sorrow. He needed to transform his grief into motivation and strive to better himself. Ningxia's home. Xia, come and eat. Ning's mother knocked on Ningxia's bedroom door. Coming, Ningxia's voice was faint, almost fragile. Let us eat first. Whatever it is can wait until you're full. Ning's mother said as Ningxia emerged from her room, her complexion somewhat pale. Feeling a pang of concern, Ning's mother gently stroked her daughter's hair. Ningxia replied in a whisper. What exactly transpired between you and Yu Fei? After urging Ningxia to finish her meal, Ning's mother inquired with curiosity. Mom, Yufei has taken a liking to someone else. Ningxia replied flatly. Taken a liking to someone else? Ning's mother frowned, disbelief etched on her face. How could that be? You and Yufei are so close. How could he possibly like someone else? It was truly hard for her to fathom that Yufei would develop feelings for another, especially since these two children had been inseparable in their daily routines, akin to a couple. Is there some misunderstanding? Mom, there's no need to say anymore. I no longer wish to hear his name. Ningxia shook her head, fighting back tears as she retreated to her room once more. A misunderstanding? In this world, what truly constitutes a misunderstanding? When Yufei met Xia Yinying, the notion of misunderstanding had already lost its significance. She could not accept the idea of her partner gazing at another while dining at her side, emotionally straying to another woman. She yearned for a love and marriage that was platonic, not merely a physical bond but a meeting of minds as well. However, the Yufei before her now was the antithesis of the person she had envisioned. She could accept his flaws, but she could not accept him being a cad. Seeing her daughter retreat to her room, Ning's mother picked up her phone, contemplated for a moment, then set it down. It was perhaps best that she not interfere with such matters. If the two children were truly meant to be, they would find their way to one another. If fate had other plans, she could accept that too. So has it worked out? A notification chimed on Yufei's phone, and, upon glancing at it, he saw a message from Yuan. Yep, Yufei replied with a hint of resignation. Sigh, I knew you were unreliable. Had I known, I would have personally intervened to assist you. Upon reading this message, Yuan sighed, realizing that Yufei was indeed quite inept when it came to matters of the heart. You would help me? Yufei frowned. I would help you because I believed your words, that you and that girl were entirely innocent. If there were any impropriety between you, I would be of no assistance. Yuan typed swiftly with her long fingers. There's nothing, absolutely nothing. I've deleted all contact with her. Yufei sent this message and exhaled deeply. Severing ties with Xia Yinying was crucial. He must remain resolute in this to fully bid farewell to the past and embrace the future. That's good. Now just wait for my good news. My theoretical knowledge is quite extensive, and I am more than capable of being your romantic strategist. Yuan smiled at this message and then penned the words romance repair plan in her notebook. Ever since meeting these two youngsters, she had always held high hopes for their future together. She certainly did not wish for them to part ways over such trivial disagreements, just as their relationship was about to flourish. My WeChat has been deleted, and my number has been blocked. Xia Yinying slumped on her bed, utterly taken aback that Yufei could go to such lengths for Ningxia. A profound sense of desolation engulfed her. Could it be that she and Yufei truly had no chance left? No, even if they could not be lovers, they could still be ordinary friends. Yet now, it seemed even that possibility had slipped away. Xia Yinying's small face suddenly fell. After much contemplation, she clenched her fists. Perhaps there was still a way, albeit a highly risky one, but she wanted to give it a try. Even if it led to an irrevocable end, she would not regret it. Chapter 73. The approach of New Year's Day in the early morning, Yufei drew back the curtains. Sunlight streamed through the gaps, illuminating the room. As she inhaled the sweet morning air, Yufei felt that her worries seemed to have diminished slightly compared to yesterday. After finishing her morning routine, she rode her bicycle toward Ningxia's home. Xia, allow me to accompany you, Yufei boldly suggested upon seeing Ningxia already on her way, walking along the roadside. No need. You should head to school early, Ningxia replied, shaking her head. I'm not in a rush, Yufei insisted, gritting his teeth. Keep your distance, Ningxia said firmly, halting her steps. Yufei. Yet, Yufei did not retreat. In moments like these, one must be a bit brazen. Xia, just sit on the back seat. You don't need to hold on to me, just grip the bicycle seat instead. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind wasting time here with you, and we would end up being late together. Ningxia clenched her fists, saying, Yufei, how come I never noticed you act like a little hoodlum before? You're truly unreasonable. Feeling cornered by Yufei's persistence, Ningxia's mood soured. She swung her fist weakly at him, but it landed on him as softly as if striking a cotton ball. However, soon her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Yufei, why do you always bully me? I don't want to make up with you. Do you understand? As she spoke, her voice quivered, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Yu Fei embraced Ningxia tightly, not allowing her to break free. Feeling the warmth of Yu Fei's chest, Ningxia found herself wavering. Perhaps forgiving him was not entirely out of the question. She found solace in his scent, which offered a sense of comfort she could not quite explain, yet felt profoundly. Forcing herself to calm down, she struggled to break away. Ningxia, you truly are a romantic fool, still contemplating forgiveness at a time like this. You're just a jerk, you know? Despite these thoughts, she could not fully dismiss Yu Fei as a scoundrel. Let's start as ordinary friends, shall we, Xiao? Yu Fei spoke slowly, refraining from touching her again. Ordinary friends? Fine. Let us go with that. Ningxia reluctantly nodded after a long moment of contemplation. She wished to reach school quickly, and also, she realized she could not entirely sever ties with Yu Fei. Yu Fei was filled with delight, promptly hopping onto his bicycle. However, Ningxia did not grasp his sleeve again, instead holding onto the small seat of the bicycle. Nonetheless, Yu Fei felt satisfied. At least the first step of his plan had succeeded. Surely, a happy ending could not be far off. Dai Fei, Ningxia, good morning. On the way, Huang Makai spotted the two sharing the same bicycle and initially thought they had reconciled. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed Ningxia still wore a cold expression, creating an awkward moment. Shuge, let us go to school together. Yu Fei patted Huang Makai's shoulder. Sure. As the three of them reached school, they hurriedly parted ways. Dai Fei, how's everything going? Huang Makai suddenly inquired. There have been some developments. We still need to keep pushing forward. Yu Fei understood Huang Makai was referring to his relationship with Ningxia. Then I can rest easy. I genuinely thought you two were going to fall apart. Huang Makai sighed in relief. You two are my best friends. We've been through thick and thin for 8 years. And I truly don't wish for you to drift apart over this. Seeing the sincerity in Huang Makai's eyes, Yu Fei gently patted his shoulder. Rest assured, we are childhood sweethearts. Our bond runs deep. I will win Xia back. Soon, the two arrived at the classroom, where he explained the situation to Jiang Qingyao with the same words. Naturally, Jiang Qingyao supported Yu Fei's endeavor to reclaim Ningxia. However, the revolution had yet to succeed. Comrades still needed to exert more effort. Time flew by, and December arrived at its final day. The relationship between Yu Fei and Ningxia gradually softened. The New Year's Eve gala was on the horizon. However, the students of the third year of high school were not required to perform. They simply needed to attend and show their support. Today marked the last day of 2017, and as the evening unfolded, they would usher in 2018. For many, the year 2018 held special significance, and for Yu Fei and Ningxia, it was no exception. In the morning, Shu Ge Xia, are you going to the New Year's Eve gala tonight? Yu Fei suddenly asked while on the way to school. I should be going, Ningxia replied coolly. I want to see if Tian Tian is attending. Huang Makai mused, stroking his chin. You truly are under the thumb of your wife. Yu Fei chuckled in response. I actually think being under the thumb isn't so bad. I lack self-control and need someone to keep me in check. Huang Makai scratched his head, smiling sheepishly. Ningxia observed Huang Makai's demeanor and felt a pang of envy toward him. She had once believed herself to be the happiest. Yet, in the span of just over a month, the roles of showing off affection had quietly exchanged. Yu Fei had been tirelessly trying to reconcile, but she could not provide herself with a reason to trust him again. Nonetheless, her emotional defenses were gradually weakening. She was uncertain how much longer she could hold out.